Chapter 1. Entering the Dragon Ball World. Ding! Congratulations, host, for arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Your super invincible overlord system is now fully operational. Chun Yu, bewildered, rose to find himself by a serene lake. He pondered, where am I? How did I end up in the wilderness? Ding! This is the Dragon Ball world. Scanning your current location. You are presently on a remote planet in the 7th universe, devoid of any life forms. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind only deepened Chun Yu's confusion. However, excitement soon followed. He was thrilled at the thought of being in the Dragon Ball universe, his favorite anime, where he could learn a harness ki and even explode stars. Host, please abandon those unrealistic fantasies. You are merely an ordinary person at this moment. Chun Yu's frustration flared up instantly. He exclaimed, aren't you a system? What about a starter gift pack? Shouldn't you help me become stronger? Ding! The system is merely a support. True power must be cultivated by the host. Now, please choose from the following options. 1. Saiyan bloodline with infinite potential. 2. Namekian bloodline, capable of evolving into a dragon. 3. Frost demon bloodline with potential for evolution. 4. Earthling bloodline. Chun Yu, still perplexed by the choices, retorted, what? Do you look down on Earthlings? Ding! In the Dragon Ball universe, the evolution of Earthlings is indeed quite unimaginable, and their physical capabilities and lifespan do not compare favorably to other races. Chun Yu fell silent, acknowledging this fact. In a world where power levels were so skewed, it seemed to hold true. I'll choose option 1. While the others are enticing, being a Saiyan will allow me to interact better with the main characters, he declared. As the system confirmed his choice, he felt a peculiar sensation at his back. Reaching behind, he was startled to find tail. Upon reflection, he recognized this as the mark of a fused Saiyan bloodline. Gradually, he noticed his muscles expanding, developing a chiseled chest and abs, while his hair transformed from flat to standing upright. He approached the lake, shedding his top to reveal his new physique. Staring at his perfect form and strikingly handsome features, he was momentarily awestruck. Regaining his composure, Chun Yu felt a surge of excitement, but controlled his eagerness to inquire about the system. System, what functions do you possess? Please enlighten me. Ding! This system is the super invincible overlord sign-in system. The host can sign in to receive rewards of varying value. Naturally, you can sign in at any time. The longer you wait between sign-ins, the better the rewards. The minimum sign-in period is 1 day, while the maximum is flexible. Understanding the system's explanation, Chun Yu was about to explore his surroundings when he suddenly recalled something and asked, System, what about the starter gift pack? Did you swallow it? Does this Saiyan bloodline count? Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a starter gift pack. Chun Yu laughed in exasperation, saying, what kind of system is this? If I don't want it, you still plan to force it on me? This system must be unscrupulous. Open the starter gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring mastery over ki control, the skill Kamehameha, a full set of martial arts attire, 10 sensibines, and a gravity training suit, with adjustable gravity from 0 to 1,000 times. Additionally, congratulations on receiving a battle power of 1,000 points. All items are stored within the system space and can be retrieved or deposited at will. Note, the system space is limitless but cannot store living beings. Chun Yu felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him as he absorbed the rewards. He thought, this system is incredible. It's truly luxurious. As his mastery over ki and battle power integrated into his body, Chun Yu sat down to acclimate to his new form. Wait, how do I leave this place? And what time is it now? How far along has the main character group progressed? If they've reached the Android Saga, I'll be obliterated in an instant. Chun Yu's unease grew. Ding! The main character group is currently engaged in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Piccolo Daimao has just emerged. Please be patient for further details. Chun Yu was left speechless, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He was on the brink of unleashing a Kamehameha to obliterate a star. Despite his annoyance, he realized he needed to adapt to his situation, thus preparing to make his temporary home on the planet. Rising, he controlled his ki and took to the skies. Resigned to his fate, Chun Yu began searching for food while also acclimating to the battle power bestowed upon him by the system. Strangely enough, While other transmigrators experience soul possession, our protagonist had a unique experience. He had manifested directly into this world. On a beautiful afternoon, Chun Yu had just returned home from work, exhausted after a long day. After enjoying a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed to watch videos, his phone charging beside him. As he jumped onto the bed, a half-filled cup of water from the previous night toppled from the bedside table, spilling onto the charging socket. The resulting electric shock sent him into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Life on the Planet. On this desolate and uninhabited primordial planet, Chun Yu had crafted a modest wooden cabin using his own skills. He sustained himself through hunting, donning the gravity suit gifted by the system for training each day. Chun Yu's battle power gradually increased under these circumstances. One day, feeling a surge of curiosity, he began to inquire, "System, will my Saiyan bloodline lead to a transformation into a great ape, causing me to lose my sanity? Also, please elaborate on the concept of infinite potential you mentioned earlier." Ding. The Saiyan bloodline granted by the system is the purest form, ensuring you will not lose control or sanity. Naturally, it bears similarities to that of an ordinary Saiyan. Infinite potential means that your cultivation will encounter no bottlenecks and can grow without limits. Chun Yu's face lit up with a knowing smile. With sufficient effort, surpassing the main characters would be a simple endeavor. Hey system, how does my potential compare to Vegeta and Gogeta? Ding. Are you doubting the system? Vegeta and Gogeta do not possess potential that rivals yours. Do not question the system. Chun Yu contemplated the main character's consistent power growth, recalling how they struggled early on and later managed to hold their own against formidable foes. The disparity between power levels and transformations was staggering, almost maddening. However, Chun Yu, having been granted a second chance at life, was unconcerned. As long as he could protect himself, that was enough. As another long day passed, Chun Yu lay down in his yard after finishing his meal. Gazing at the starry sky, he couldn't help but exclaim, if one could continue to live joyously and effortlessly, it would indeed be a delightful existence. Suddenly, Chun Yu seemed to recall something, and the tone of his conversation shifted. System, it appears that a month has passed. Let us check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in and received 30 Shandog, the skill death beam, the skill Gallic gun, and combat power increase. Listening to the rewards provided by the system, Chun Yu said little, as it had been mentioned that the longer the interval, the more bountiful the rewards. A mere month had elapsed, and, on Earth, Raditz likely had not yet made his appearance. System, is there a panel I can view? Name, Chun Yu. Combat power, 100,000. Transformations, none. Items, gravity training suit, equipped, martial arts uniform, 30 Shando. Skills, Kamehameha, Gallic gun, death beam. Seeing his combat power exceed 100,000, Chun Yu could not help but exclaim, this level of power is more than sufficient to deal with Raditz or Vegeta. Should I encounter Frieza, it would merely be a matter of delivering a meal. In fact, my power has yet to reach that of the Ginyu Force. Chun Yu pondered that with such combat power in real life, he could effortlessly obliterate the solar system. In the Dragon Ball universe, everyone seems capable of easily destroying planets. While Chun Yu resided on this desolate planet, what were our protagonists doing? Goku and Chi-Chi were peacefully asleep at home, Bulma was engaged in research, and Krillin was resting on Master Roshi's island. Each one was leading their own life. Meanwhile, the offspring produced by the Demon King Piccolo through egg-laying was in a remote area of Earth. Contemplating the day he could defeat Son Goku. Chapter 3. The Breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. As days turned into nights, and the winds blew and the rains fell, time steadily passed. Our protagonist had spent nearly half a year on this barren planet. His combat power had skyrocketed through his relentless training. I'm going insane. When will I indulge in culinary delights again? When can I leave this wretched place? Chun Yu's spirit had transitioned from initial excitement to numbness, and now teetered on the brink of collapse. Being alone in such a setting could undoubtedly lead to a mental breakdown if one's mindset faltered. Fortunately, Chun Yu had adapted to the lifestyle here, and he was no longer a child. Though the days were mundane, he had managed to adjust. I say, system, the main cast should have already dispatched Raditz by now. How much longer must I remain here? Ding. Please be patient, host. Should anyone make an emergency landing or come to investigate, you shall be able to depart. If he could get his hands on the system, Chun Yu would be tempted to inflict upon it countless tortures. System, let's check in. After such a long time, you could at least provide some seasoning or food. Perhaps having heard the host's plea, the system's subsequent rewards left Chun Yu momentarily speechless. Congratulations, host. You have checked in and received an iron pot, a pair of bowls and chopsticks, a bottle of delicious soy sauce, a bag of iodized salt, a case of sparkling cola, 12 bottles, the skill plant growth acceleration, the skill KO kin, and 180 Shindub, along with an increase in combat power. Chun Yu was now on the verge of an explosion. If he lost control, he might even bring the system down with him. Had it not been for the mention of the combat power reward, he might have truly contemplated such an outcome. At that moment, the system's voice abruptly ceased, prompting Chun Yu to angrily exclaim, "You better show yourself, system. One of us must face the consequences today." Ding. Are not these items all useful to the host? Furthermore, please refrain from insulting the system. Otherwise, all rewards will be revoked. Upon hearing that the rewards could be rescinded, Chun Yu became disheartened and ceased further protests, placing the pot and condiments into his self-constructed wooden cabin before stepping outside. He flew across to the other side of the planet, seeking to acclimate to the surge in combat power he had gained from checking in. In truth, his training had caused considerable destruction to the surroundings, and fearing the loss of his home, he had retreated to the planet's opposite side. Once Chun Yu had fully adapted, he called upon his system to check his current combat power. Name: Chun Yu. Bloodline: Saiyan. Combat power: 3 million. Items: 183 Saiyan Dove, Gravity Suit, Martial Arts Uniform. Skills: Plant Growth Acceleration, Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Death Beam. 3 million already. In the original story, this level of power was achieved through anger-induced transformations. I should be able to do the same. I must give it a try. Contemplating this, Chun Yu recalled the moments that had incited his anger. Being exploited by his boss, ostracized by colleagues, humiliated by others. In that instant, his emotions erupted. Chun Yu stood firm on the ground, fists clenched. As his feelings surged, he began to concentrate his energy in his back and tail. With a mighty shout, his pupils and brows flickered between gold and black, his hair oscillating between black and gold. He thought of the loneliness of his existence on this planet, the frustrating system, and the helplessness of his past life. Finally, at that moment, the sky became tempestuous and lightning crackled. Chun Yu's emotions reached a breaking point. His aura surged into the heavens. His hair and eyes transformed into gold, his gaze sharper, expression devoid of emotion as he stared ahead, surrounded by a golden aura. As the natural tumult subsided, Chun Yu lowered his gaze to his hands. Though his expression remained impassive, his heart raced with exhilaration. Chapter 4: Daily Life on the Planet. Another 6 months hastily passed. Chun Yu continued his modest existence on this desolate planet. Though mundane, it was not without companionship. Initially on the verge of a mental breakdown, the comparison between the pressures of his previous life and the simplicity of his current one was overwhelmingly favorable. Each day was filled with training and hunting, occasionally allowing him to marvel at the planet's natural wonders and the starry skies. Out of boredom, Chun Yu even attempted to capture small creatures on the planet, but the ferocity of wildlife thwarted his plans. Nevertheless, the failed attempts at capture often resulted in these creatures becoming his meals. Chun Yu had now firmly established his Super Saiyan form and had even developed it to full power. The energy consumption and strain on his body were in perfect balance. However, Earth was far from tranquil. Raditz had abducted Gohan, but was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of Piccolo and Goku, who had since ventured to King Kai's planet to train. System: has the storyline progressed to the point where Vegeta arrives on Earth? Chun Yu inquired, seated beside his wooden cabin. Beep. It is anticipated that Vegeta will arrive on Earth in approximately 1 month, currently aboard a spaceship. As for Frieza, he is still about 3 months away. Chun Yu reminisced about the Dragon Ball anime he had watched, contemplating how splendid it would be if he could appear at the moment Frieza defeated the main characters. Yet, here I am on this wretched planet, unable to witness Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. That is the pinnacle of strength that eclipses all other anime. With a sigh, Chun Yu thought perhaps, in due time, fate would reveal him. Perhaps life would eventually discover this planet. Perhaps his emergence would allow him to effortlessly overpower the main characters. Chun Yu was uncertain about these musings, but at present, an even more pressing matter occupied his thoughts. He spoke, "System, it has been half a year. Grant me a worthy reward, preferably one that would elevate me to unparalleled heights or render me invincible." Beep. Host, you dreamed too grandly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a combat power boost of 500 million. Additionally, you have acquired a portable gravity chamber and the skill New Key Blast. Upon hearing the rewards bestowed by the system, Chun Yu's expression darkened. How should I put this? They are of little use, yet discarding them feels like a waste. Utterly trivial. However, it is better than nothing. Any increase in combat power is a welcome improvement. Ah, system, let us open the panel and see how much my combat power has grown. I feel exceedingly formidable now. Name, Chun Yu. Bloodline, Saiyan. Combat power, 600 million. Items, 1 gravity training suit, 1 gravity chamber, 1 martial arts uniform, 60 senza beans. Gazing at the combat power of 600 million, Chun Yu, utilizing his mathematical prowess, recalled that Frisia's 5th transformation boasted just over 100 million, and he could easily defeat him in his base form. Not to mention, the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan form would yield 3 billion, allowing him to obliterate foes with a mere gesture. It seems the combat power during the Cell Saga was not particularly high either. I could defeat Cell in my Super Saiyan form. How terrifying that is. Chun Yu reflected on the narrative of the Dragon Ball anime, recognizing that while the official figures were not disclosed, a 100-fold increase in Super Saiyan 2 could vanquish Cell. Nevertheless, his base power was exceedingly high, allowing him to triumph while transformed into a Super Saiyan. In truth, the anime did not specify Cell's combat power or concrete values, so I can only write based on my imagination. In the original storyline, they remained on Earth for a year before Cell appeared, and at that time, the strongest warrior was merely at full power as a Super Saiyan. Chapter 5. The everyday. As several months swiftly passed, Chun Yu enjoyed a comfortable existence on the planet, diligently training amidst the newfound advantages of gravity suits and gravity chambers, which allowed his combat prowess to grow at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Earth found themselves in a state of utter distress. Having only just triumphed over Vegeta, they were now confronted with the formidable cosmic tyrant Frisia on Namek, an ordeal of dire proportions. Aside from Sun Wukong, who was still en route to Namek, the rest of the Z warriors had already arrived. At this moment, Piccolo had just assimilated Nail, resulting in a significant surge in his power. On the other side, Chun Yu was tirelessly training within the gravity chamber, as the lack of entertainment left him with little choice but to hone his skills to pass the time. System. Activate the sign-in. O divine spirits, grant me the power of instant transmission and a spaceship. Chun Yu murmured to himself in the gravity chamber. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received an unlimited Earth Black card, basic instant transmission, 30 senza beans, and a combat power increase of 500 million. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Chun Yu was nearly moved to tears. If there were speakers present, he would surely have burst into song, celebrating his good fortune at long last. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he could finally meet the main characters once he adapted to his newfound strength. And lo and behold, he possessed an unlimited black card. Chun Yu reflected on his previous life as an office worker, burdened by financial woes that now seemed like a distant memory. This was nothing short of paradise. He rose from the gravity chamber, retrieving a senza bean from the system's space and consuming it. Instantly, his fatigue vanished, though he needed to acclimatize to his surging power before heading to Earth. By the way, system, at what stage is the main cast currently? I can't seem to sense their energy. Chun Yu attempted to locate the Z warriors, but found nothing. Ding. Basic instant transmission cannot be initiated without detecting the presence of the target. The main cast is currently on Namek, while Sun Wukong is still on his way. Chun Yu recalled the unfolding narrative and remembered something crucial. When Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, his energy becomes immensely powerful, allowing for detection. At that moment, not only could he confirm their locations, but he could also teleport directly to them. After a grueling day of intense training, Chun Yu had perfectly adapted to his newfound combat strength. He stored away the gravity apparatus and donned a lightweight martial arts uniform. His training had enabled him to fully develop and adapt to the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Next, one would typically aim to break through to the next transformation. But Chun Yu found himself unable to do so, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Determined, he resolved to unleash all his energy to see if he could force a breakthrough. He ventured to the backside of the planet, releasing his energy in its entirety, causing the surrounding forest to be obliterated and the ground beneath him to cave in dramatically. With a sudden surge of power, he concentrated his energy in his tail and back. As lightning flashed across the sky and fierce winds whipped around him, Chun Yu enveloped himself in a brilliant golden aura, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power. He unleashed his energy, resulting in complete devastation within a 10-mile radius. The backside of the planet crumbled under the force of his power. Even the Kaioshin on King Kai's planet took note of this overwhelming presence and began to observe. Chapter 6. The Battle on Namek. At this moment, Chun Yu reverted from his transformation and returned to his humble abode, aware that his recently unleashed energy would have drawn attention from many. The aura had reverberated throughout the North Galaxy, managed by the North Kai. Even Frieza on Namek could feel it. That energy was undeniably formidable, a potential recruit for Frieza's ranks, who lacked such strength. The thoughts of Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, were as peculiar as ever. While others trembled at the energy's intensity, he sought to recruit and possibly conquer such a being. Upon arriving on Namek, Sun Wukong felt the powerful energy resonating throughout the cosmos. Wow, such a powerful presence. There are indeed many strong individuals in the universe. I must spar with them. The protagonist, always eager for combat, exhibited an extraordinary thought process. At that moment, Sun Wukong reunited with Krillin. Talk about tenacious. A diminutive figure resembling a flying baby carriage sat atop a similar vessel. It was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, whose dispatched troops had been obliterated by Vegeta and the Earth Warriors. In light of his recent losses, Frieza, in a moment of painful reflection, sent forth his elite Jinyu force. Yet, true to their nature, the protagonists, through their efforts, managed to vanquish the Jinyu force. The most unfortunate among them was Captain Jinyu, who had transformed into a small frog. As Frieza exchanged bodies with Jinyu, he gazed at Sun Wukong, filled with rage and disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary Saiyan would prove to be so formidable, not only defeating his subordinates, but also thwarting his plans. Grinding his teeth, Frieza spat. Sun Wukong, you detestable fiend. Today, you shall learn who the true ruler of the universe is. With that, he unleashed a tremendous aura, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Unfazed, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination, a confident smile gracing his lips. He understood that this battle would be arduous, yet he believed firmly in his own strength. The two charged at one another, engaging in a fierce confrontation, their fists colliding with thunderous roars that shook the very ground of Namek. As their battle escalated, Frieza unleashed his signature attack, the Death Beam, a powerful wave of energy aimed straight at Sun Wukong. He deftly dodged to the side and retaliated, gathering all his might to execute the Kaioken, landing a devastating blow to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza gasped in pain, staggering backward, but he refused to concede. He quickly regained his composure and launched another assault. However, Sun Wukong had already identified Frieza's weaknesses. He dashed forward and delivered a swift kick to Frieza's chin, sending him hurtling through the air. Frieza crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, struggling to rise, his eyes betraying despair and fear. Sun Wukong approached him, a calm gaze fixated on his fallen foe. You have lost, Frieza, he stated with tranquility. Frieza could not accept this truth, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at Sun Wukong. Yet, he was too weak to continue fighting, and he could only bow his head in silence. Sun Wukong turned away, leaving the defeated Frieza behind, marking the conclusion of their fierce battle. However, Frieza ascended into the sky, exclaiming, You wretched Saiyan monkeys are truly insufferable. It seems I must eradicate all of you. Allow me to show you my transformations. With that, Frieza transformed into his first form, followed by his second, and then his third. Finally, he declared, You are the first to witness this form. Moreover, let me inform you that my base combat power is 530,000. By now, it should have surpassed 1 billion. Chapter 7. The Great Battle on Namek. The clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza reached a fever pitch, neither side yielding as they unleashed their ultimate techniques. Yet, Frisia's might proved overwhelming, and he swiftly decimated Sun Wukong. You wretched Saiyan monkeys, behold. Frisia unleashed a death beam aimed at the defenseless Krillin lying on the ground. Sun Wukong rushed forth, cradling Krillin in his arms. As he stood, memories of their shared training and time together on Earth flooded his mind. A wave of fury surged within Sun Wukong, and as his energy peaked, he transcended his limits. The winds howled, and the skies erupted with lightning on Namek. His hair transformed to golden, his eyebrows and pupils shimmering in gold. Frisia, I will not let you escape, not for a moment. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating a golden aura as his strength surged exponentially. He charged towards Frisia, unleashing a flurry of punches at a speed akin to lightning. Frisia, refusing to back down, unfurled his wings and released a formidable energy wave in an attempt to withstand Goku's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. The entire battlefield was enveloped by their immense energy, causing surrounding structures to collapse under the strain. Ultimately, Goku seized upon a momentary lapse in Frisia's defenses and sent him hurtling away with a powerful kick. Frisia crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Goku, sensing victory, prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping both Goku and Frisia. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia unleashed a death beam, catching Goku and his companions off guard. The protagonist fell to the ground under the assault of the deadly ray, while Goku clutched his chest. Panting and staring at Frisia, Goku and Vegeta lay in a pool of blood, helplessly witnessing Krillin's demise at the hands of Frisia. Frisia cackled maniacally, reveling in his triumph. At that moment, a radiant light descended from above. Emerging from the brilliance was a man clad in peculiar attire, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. Who are you? Frisia inquired warily. I am a warrior from the cosmos, here to bring down you, the villain, the man declared with righteous fury. Frisia dismissed him with contempt and launched a full-force attack. However, the man effortlessly evaded Frisia's strikes and retaliated with even greater strength. An intense battle ensued, with the man showcasing extraordinary prowess, gradually overpowering Frisia. In the end, he unleashed a devastating Kamehameha wave that sent Frisia soaring beyond the atmosphere, where he exploded in the vastness of space. With Frisia's obliteration, he vanished completely. Due to the collateral damage from the battle, the planet's core began to falter. The man then inquired, can the Dragon Balls still be used? Let us wish to restore this planet. Since the battle had commenced prematurely, the Dragon Balls had not yet been utilized before Frisia's arrival, and the man had swiftly eliminated Frisia. Thus, he offered each of them a senzu bean, allowing them to recover and promptly wish for the planet's restoration. Their second wish was to revive Krillin, and the third was to bring back Piccolo. After fulfilling these wishes, the Namekians gazed in disbelief at their restored home. Hey, who are you? Vegeta, having recovered, observed the man intently. The man merely smiled, and suddenly, his clothing shifted to reveal a brown tail. You are a Saiyan? No, it should be impossible. There should be no other living Saiyans. Vegeta exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Listen here, worthless prince, do not presume to intimidate me with your Saiyan royal lineage. I am a Saiyan who was exiled for my low battle power, to the extent that I do not even know my own name. I call myself Chun Yu. Chun Yu retorted, not only challenging Vegeta, but also fabricating his backstory. Vegeta, incensed by the insult to his royal pride, charged at Chun Yu without hesitation. Chun Yu, sensing the impending attack, unleashed his full energy, closed his eyes, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and upon opening his eyes, sent Vegeta flying with a single kick. Chapter 8. The battle between Goku and Chun Yu. Wait. Can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku asked, noticing Vegeta being hurled into a nearby mountain. Yes, I too am a Saiyan. All Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans by training and increasing the S cells in their bodies to a sufficient level. It is merely a transformation, Chun Yu explained, reverting to his normal state. Vegeta, buried within the mountain, overheard this and flew back, albeit without attacking Chun Yu. Instead, he queried, is what you say true? Chun Yu, remaining calm, elaborated, I merely spoke of the Saiyan transformation. As long as one's base power is adequate and the S cells are sufficient, transformation is easily attainable. I also possess knowledge of certain Saiyan deeds that you may not be aware of. Wow, that's amazing. Can we spar? Please. The ever-competitive Goku exclaimed, his blood boiling at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent. His eyes widened with intensity, muscles taut, ready to unleash incredible power. Chun Yu nodded slightly, agreeing to the impending duel. In the blink of an eye, he darted away like an arrow to a remote wilderness. Goku, unwilling to be outdone, sprang into action, chasing after Chun Yu. Soon, they arrived at an open field, standing at a distance, their gazes locked, sparks flying between them. The atmosphere brimmed with tension, signaling the onset of an electrifying clash. Chun Yu inhaled deeply, lifting his hands to assume a distinctive starting posture. His movements flowed with grace, seemingly slow, yet brimming with hidden strength and intricacies. Meanwhile, Goku steadied himself, fists clenched, fully focused on anticipating his opponent's attack. With a mighty shout, Goku surged forward like a blazing meteor, hurtling towards Chun Yu. Unfazed, Chun Yu met Goku's charge head-on. Their fists collided, releasing a torrent of energy waves. The combat techniques and power exhibited by both were awe-inspiring, each exchange resembling a flash of lightning, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Goku grew increasingly tenacious, deploying a myriad of techniques in an effort to breach Chun Yu's defenses, while Chun Yu skillfully evaded, his defense impenetrable. As the battle intensified, both warriors sought to exploit any weaknesses. In a pivotal moment, Chun Yu capitalized on a lapse in Goku's defense, executing a counterattack that struck Goku squarely in the abdomen. Goku grunted, staggering back, yet quickly regained his footing and charged once more at Chun Yu. Having felt the force of Chun Yu's punch, Goku recognized that he faced a true adversary. Determined, he decided to unleash his full potential and reveal the true power of a Super Saiyan. Gathering his energy, his hair transformed to a brilliant golden hue, radiating a resplendent light. His gaze was filled with fierce determination, as if he intended to ignite the very universe. Chun Yu, taken aback by Goku's transformation, felt a surge of surprise but did not falter. He concentrated, preparing to confront Goku's formidable assault. Goku propelled himself towards Chun Yu at supersonic speed, his fist imbued with cataclysmic force aimed squarely at Chun Yu. Chun Yu sidestepped and countered with a kick aimed at Goku's waist. They exchanged blows, locked in an evenly matched struggle. The spectators were left in awe, pondering how this climactic confrontation would unfold. As the fierce battle raged on, their figures moved with blinding speed, leaving onlookers bewildered. Suddenly, Chun Yu discerned a flaw in Goku's technique, swiftly seizing the opportunity to strike, sending Goku crashing to the ground. Yet, rather than pursuing the advantage, Chun Yu stood quietly, observing Goku as he slowly rose to his feet, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. "You are formidable, I concede," Goku admitted. Chun Yu nodded with a smile, aware that he had triumphed in this encounter, and he had not even transformed. In truth, Chun Yu had arrived here because he sensed Goku's energy at the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan and instantaneously teleported to the scene. Thus, defeating Frieza was merely a matter of participating in the storyline and mingling with the protagonists, given that they were all childhood idols. Chapter 9. Departure to Earth. With their introductions and mutual understanding, the group learned how Chun Yu arrived in their midst. Goku insisted fervently that Chun Yu accompany them to Earth. "Very well, I originally resided on a desolate planet. I shall join you on your journey to Earth." Despite Chun Yu's outward reluctance, inwardly, he felt a surge of joy. Sun Wukong was contemplating the idea of having someone to spar with at any time. Someone who could assist him in becoming stronger. Wasn't that the epitome of a mere tool? The others were also preparing to return to Earth, as the issues had mostly been resolved. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood by, observing them. "Hey, Vegeta, why not join us back on Earth? After all, there's no more planet Vegeta. And with Frieza gone, where else could you possibly go?" Chun Yu remarked to Vegeta. "Damn it. Fine, let us go." Although Vegeta was reluctant to admit it, with two of his subordinates gone and the Frieza force having betrayed him, he truly had nowhere else to turn. After exchanging farewells with the inhabitants of Namek, the group boarded their spacecraft, ready to depart. While lying in his room, Chun Yu suddenly heard a voice. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for participating in the main storyline. The system is beginning to upgrade." After that, silence enveloped him. Although Chun Yu could no longer hear the voice, he felt a sense of anticipation, for the system had been his companion throughout this period. During the lengthy journey aboard the spaceship, Sun Wukong insisted on training with Chun Yu and Vegeta daily. Vegeta, drenched in sweat, trained relentlessly, while Chun Yu began teaching Sun Wukong the instant transmission technique to spare him from further pestering. At first, Vegeta attempted to learn alongside Sun Wukong, but soon gave up, opting instead to remain in the gravity chamber. Once Chun Yu had finished instructing Sun Wukong, he let him practice alone, thinking it would be more refreshing to rest in his room. Unexpectedly, when Bulma first encountered Chun Yu on Namek, she instantly fell into a state of infatuation, a reaction that surprised everyone. Upon learning of Chun Yu's formidable strength, her obsession only deepened. On the spaceship, Bulma constantly sought opportunities to engage with Chun Yu in idle chatter. However, deep down, Chun Yu was reluctant to become entwined in the narrative of the main characters. He maintained a resolute demeanor, as if to proclaim to the world, "I am a steadfast, ironclad man. Your affections elude my understanding." Thus, he faced Bulma's ardor with an air of indifference. As time passed, Bulma's subtle advances became increasingly unbearable for Chun Yu. Ultimately, he resolved to take action to rid himself of this dilemma. He concocted an excuse, claiming he needed to devote himself entirely to training. Subsequently, he began to deliberately avoid Bulma, opting to stay in the gravity chamber with Vegeta, hoping that focusing on training would help him forget his troubles. Indeed, Bulma was undeniably beautiful, a childhood goddess to many, yet Chun Yu, being from another world, preferred minimal interaction. He was uncertain whether his presence might provoke unforeseen events. The primary reason for his avoidance of Bulma was his inexperience with romance, leaving him bashful and shy in her company. He feared losing composure, which led him to seek refuge in the gravity chamber. Chapter 10. Provoking Vegeta. After a couple of months of travel, our heroes finally arrived on Earth. Chun Yu stepped off the spacecraft, marveling at the advanced cities of Earth. Incredible. The technology is astonishing. Hey Chun Yu, since you have nowhere to stay, why not come to my house? It's quite spacious. Bulma chimed in. Forget it, I'll find a job and live a normal life. If you need me. Just sense my energy, Chun Yu replied with a smile, masking his true feelings. He genuinely could not stay at Bulma's house. Her infatuated demeanor made him worry about potential complications. Why do you prefer to be alone? Isn't life with companions better? Sun Wukong, ever the simpleton, inquired. Chun Yu chuckled at the question, reflecting on his past and life in this world before he explained, I am a banished scion. Having lived alone since infancy on a desolate planet, training in solitude, I have had no interaction with others. So I wish to immerse myself in human life without disturbing you. Even Piccolo was taken aback by this revelation. However, recalling Vegeta and other scions, he looked at Sun Wukong and asked, but why is your personality so different from other scions? I remember Vegeta and his companions being extremely aggressive. Well, there are kind-hearted scions too. It's just that under King Vegeta's rule, they became this way. This is why I found Vegeta's behavior on Namek intolerable. Moreover, Vegeta served under Frieza, who destroyed his homeland. I wanted to see my parents, but I had no idea where to find them, which is why I lived alone on that barren planet. Chun Yu explained, pausing to gather his thoughts before continuing. At this point, everyone fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Prince Vegeta stepped forward, shouting, what do you know? As a low-class warrior, you understand nothing. Chun Yu, hearing this, was not angered. Instead, he quietly responded, is that so? Both Sun Wukong and I are low-class warriors, yet we surpassed the so-called Scion Prince through our own efforts. Doesn't that imply that you, as a Scion Prince, are utterly incompetent? Feel free to challenge me at any time. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Do you understand how I survived as an infant among those monsters? I doubt you can comprehend. I have never even seen my parents, yet I dared to train and resist the powerful, while you are weak and lacking courage. Devoid of any compassion. After saying this, Chun Yu flew away without waiting for Vegeta's reaction. It wasn't that Chun Yu was overly emotional. He simply could not contain his laughter. Who could have guessed he would manage to say such things? In truth, he rather liked Vegeta. But given that this was still the early stage of the story, he knew that provoking Vegeta was essential to motivate him. Don't take it to heart, Vegeta. You might even enjoy experiencing human life. Sun Wukong attempted to console him. Hey, Vegeta, as long as you don't destroy Earth or kill anyone, we can coexist peacefully. But if you do anything out of line, we won't let you off easily. Piccolo warned, uncertain of Vegeta's temperament, especially since they had fought on Earth before. Vegeta snapped back to reality, but he could not suppress his pride, retorting, got it. and I will surpass all of you. Just wait. With that, Vegeta flew away. The Z warriors exchanged glances before each returning to their own lives. Chapter 11. Daily life days passed, and Chun Yu, empowered by the infinite card granted by the system, began to indulge in shopping and collecting items. He purchased a magnificent villa by the seaside, complete with an expansive garden. Chun Yu poured his heart and soul into decorating his residence, selecting exquisite ornaments and placing cherished items throughout the house. In the front yard, he personally planted a vibrant array of flowers, as he had a penchant for their delightful fragrance. Each blossom seemed a precious gift from nature, exuding a captivating aroma that lifted the spirits. When the gentle breeze blew, the petals danced gracefully like fairies, harmonizing with the surroundings to create a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Within this haven, one could forget all worldly troubles and immerse themselves in the tranquility of the atmosphere. Chun Yu possessed an unwavering determination to enhance his strength, fully aware that to become a top-tier warrior, he must invest double the effort and sweat. In his spacious and brightly lit abode, he had deliberately set aside an enormous room, meticulously transforming it into a dedicated training ground, housing the precious gravity chamber acquired through the system's sign-in rewards. This enigmatic and formidable apparatus undoubtedly became Chun Yu's most cherished companion during his relentless pursuit of mastery. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, Chun Yu would promptly step into this chamber, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication and futuristic ambience. Within its confines, time appeared to stand still, while the chaos and clamor of the outside world were effectively sealed away. He immersed himself completely in his training, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the intensifying gravity. Each breath became laborious and strenuous, yet he did not waver in the slightest. Instead, armed with an indomitable will and an unyielding spirit, Chun Yu continuously challenged his limits, breaking through countless obstacles. With each day of steadfast training, his physical prowess surged dramatically. What once seemed an unattainable goal was gradually becoming within reach, all thanks to that gravity chamber quietly standing in the corner and the endless possibilities represented by the system's sign-in rewards. It was precisely because of such unparalleled conditions and resources that Chun Yu could forge ahead on his path of growth, bravely striving towards the summit that resided in his heart. During this period, Chun Yu finally experienced the life of an ordinary person, balancing training and rest seamlessly. After training fervently on a desolate planet to enhance his strength, he now found it peculiar to relax without engaging in training each day. One evening, as twilight descended, he lay in the garden he had cultivated, gazing at the starry sky, pondering, "Alas, I have been in this world for quite some time. Yet I find myself devoid of the happiness I once knew. Could it be that I truly lack a sense of belonging?" While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, bringing him unexpected delight. "Ding! Your system has been successfully updated. Old Bai, thank you for your patience. Welcome to your brand new system." Chun Yu, initially taken aback by the voice, soon found himself fuming. "What is this? This broken system? Really, just introduce what has changed already." Ding! This system has undergone a complete upgrade. The sign-in feature now allows for selection. You can choose from various sign-in options, though the outcomes may vary in quality. Everything else remains unchanged. Chun Yu, with a furrowed brow, responded, "I thought it would be something spectacular. Is this really it? I expected a grand upgrade, but instead, I merely received a modest one." The system continued. "Additionally, a new feature has been added, the lottery function, which grants you lottery chances based on the opponents you defeat. The rewards can be either beneficial or detrimental, and of course, the opponents will vary according to the tasks assigned by the system." Chun Yu fell into contemplation, recalling the saying from his previous life that the ultimate interpretation belonged to the company. Was this not a similar principle? Yet he remained intrigued and began to explore the system further. Indeed, it mirrored the unscrupulous merchant's model. However, some rewards were exceptionally valuable, including techniques such as the Supreme Ultimate Skill and the Self-Extreme Skill. Even the Super Saiyan transformations were among them. Conversely, some of the less desirable items were utterly worthless, including mundane underwear and a thank you for your patronage note. How vexing. The capitalist system was truly insidious. Chapter 12. Super Saiyan 2. Thus, Chun Yu's days unfolded monotonously yet serenely, devoid of disturbances, rivalries, or the pressures of life. Such tranquility was a rarity sought by many. While he lived the life of an ordinary person, He continued his training the following day, not solely for self-preservation, but to prepare for future crises. During this period, Sun Wukong also sought out Chun Yu, who welcomed him with open arms. Chun Yu advised Sun Wukong to master instant transmission before considering any other abilities. Due to Chun Yu's arrival, the original plot's journey to Yard Rat was no longer necessary, making it prudent for Sun Wukong to focus on this skill instead. Thanks to Chun Yu's guidance and analysis, Sun Wukong's innate talent flourished, allowing him to grasp the technique in a little over 6 months. Whereas the original plot would have required nearly a year. Chun Yu refrained from seeking combat or sparring, suppressing his fighting instincts for good reason. In the original storyline, a mad scientist had used a combination of several individual cells to create Cell. Chun Yu's own cells might have disrupted the timeline, negating Gohan's transformation and the emergence of androids 17 and 18. As an ordinary person, Chun Yu's private desire was simply to find the two sisters for companionship. Otherwise, he would be left bored at home all day. One day, after his usual shower, Chun Yu lay on his bed, contemplating how to navigate the storyline and integrate himself within it. Most importantly, he yearned for a confrontation with Cell and wished to explore the future world of Trunks. System, let me sign in. And how about a few complimentary lottery draws? Chun Yu suddenly recalled that he had not yet signed in since the system update. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the following sign-in options. Option 1. Battle Power X 1 billion. Senzu Beans X 50. Option 2. Super Saiyan 2 Transformation. Clone Technique. Can create 2 clones, each with 50 of the host's energy. Chun Yu reflected on his lack of breakthroughs despite his considerable battle power, which seemed ample. Yet he had not encountered any signs of a bottleneck. This was troubling. I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection has been confirmed. As a reward for your first use of the new system, you are granted 5 free lottery draws. System, let us see my gambling prowess. Let me draw all 5 at once. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. A set of Bulma's original pajamas. A battle power doubling card. Doubles your battle power for a limited time. Chun Yu lamented, you wretched system. What is this? 3 empty draws? How despicable. And you managed to acquire Bulma's pajamas? Truly impressive. Meanwhile, Bulma had just finished her bath at home and was preparing to change into her pajamas. However, after searching for a while in the bathroom, she could not find them, leading her to suspect she was being stalked. Ugh, Chun Yu sneezed, pondering, that shouldn't be possible. Can my body still catch a cold? Is someone thinking of me? After considering the people he knew, he found no answers and decided to let it go. Instead, he summoned his energy and disintegrated the pajamas into nothingness with a concentrated ki blast. Glancing at the time, Chun Yu realized it was evening. So he donned his martial arts uniform and soared into the sky, seeking a suitable location to experiment with the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. After flying for some time, he found no ideal spot and decided to land on a small island for his experiment. Upon landing, Chun Yu wasted no time and unleashed his energy to transform into Super Saiyan 1. To avoid disturbing others, he moderated his power output. Then, taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his formidable energy into his body, channeling it into his strong, powerful tail. At that moment, his fists clenched, muscles tensed, and veins bulged, as if containing boundless strength. With a thunderous roar, he released all his power without reservation. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted, brilliant as the sun. Simultaneously, a tumultuous energy storm swirled around Chun Yu, shaking the void and altering the skies. In this astonishing spectacle, Chun Yu's hair stood on end, defying gravity, while a vibrant golden aura enveloped him, intermittently flashing with electric sparks. His hair, eyes, and brows radiated a resplendent golden glow, rendering him a formidable figure, akin to a deity of war, exuding unparalleled authority. However, in contrast to before, Chun Yu now exuded not only a transformed exterior, but also an unprecedented aura of confidence and solemnity. This demeanor seemed innate, yet it appeared to be a product of countless trials and tribulations endured over time. At that moment, he embodied the mightiest presence in this realm, unmatched by any adversary. Chun Yu hastily reined in his energy, striving to remain unnoticed. Yet the surge of power he had just unleashed was felt by many. Piccolo, meditating in the heavenly temple, suddenly opened his eyes to gaze at the sea, while Sun Wukong, roused from his slumber, looked outside with a grave expression. Similarly, Vegeta, residing at Bulma's home, was awakened by this formidable energy. However, due to Chun Yu's abrupt containment of his aura, they could no longer perceive it. Only aware that a familiar and immensely potent force lingered on Earth, Chun Yu took a deep breath, gradually subduing the tumultuous energy within. As he did so, the once tumultuous golden waves of energy surrounding him calmed, as if smoothed by an unseen hand, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Nevertheless, despite the dissipating golden waves, faint sparks of electricity still flickered around him, resembling slender silver serpents gliding through the air, occasionally crackling with a sound that evoked a sense of mystery and danger. Chun Yu stood tall by the shore, his reflection vividly mirrored in the shimmering surface of the sea. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, as if whispering untold secrets. Yet, he merely lowered his gaze, contemplating his reflection, his eyes betraying a hint of introspection and resolve. Following this moment, he inhaled deeply and raised his head, his previously tense form gradually relaxing as the overwhelming energy around him receded like the ebbing tide. With the dissipation of his energy, Chun Yu completed his transformation reversion. In that instant, he appeared as he usually did, but only he understood the immense impact of the power surge he had just experienced. Despite the extraordinary strength of the energy, the magnitude of the increase in power upon transformation was astonishing. However, the critical issue lay in the tremendous drain on his resources and the substantial burden it placed on his body. Perhaps it was because he had yet to fully master this ability, or perhaps his body required more time to adapt to such intense changes. Regardless, this experience profoundly impressed upon him the realization that mastering this power would require a long journey ahead. Thus, after returning to his normal state, Chun Yu flew back to his seaside home. Chapter 13. Training with Piccolo. Another night passed, and after resting, Chun Yu pondered deeply on why his transformation came with such a heavy burden. Perhaps it was due to a slightly weaker foundational combat power or the absence of emotional turmoil. Chun Yu considered finding a suitable place to unleash his combat prowess and acclimate to his transformation. Suddenly, he recalled the original plot and mused aloud. Son Wukong and Son Gohan maintained full power in their Super Saiyan forms before breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. Should I not also remain transformed to facilitate my own breakthrough? He contemplated this idea, considering a detail absent from the original storyline. Super Saiyan 1 had several stages, yet Super Saiyan 2 seemed to be a singular phase. If one were to continuously develop Super Saiyan 2, would it eventually lead to a state of full power? Or perhaps a balance of energy expenditure? Chun Yu found himself ensnared in a mental maze. At that moment, the seemingly useless system interjected. Ding. My foolish host. Just because it's not in the original plot doesn't mean you can't develop it. Moreover, the characters in Dragon Ball haven't accomplished it, but that doesn't imply you can't. You also have me, this unparalleled and extraordinarily clever system. Why don't you ever consult with me? Upon hearing the system's words, Chun Yu swiftly realized the folly of his fixation. The lack of success by others did not dictate his own potential for triumph. Why not give it a try? Resolute, Chun Yu contemplated locations where he could fully unleash his energy and find a sparring partner. The hyperbolic time chamber. And Piccolo is there too, he exclaimed, searching for Piccolo's energy and instantaneously teleporting to him. Piccolo, surprised by Chun Yu's sudden appearance, quickly regained his composure. Chun Yu, unfazed, declared, Hey Piccolo, I've been struggling to control my energy after training and need to acclimate to my combat power. Would you like to spar with me? Piccolo considered this, realizing that Son Wukong's rapid growth in combat power had left him trailing behind. Alright, I accept. I need to strengthen myself as well. Chun Yu, thrilled at the prospect of battle and movement, replied, Let's go. I'll take you to the Heavenly Temple. Otherwise, fighting on Earth might be too much for it to bear. Son Wukong mentioned that there's a training space in the Heavenly Temple. With that, he grasped Piccolo's arm and teleported them beside the old Kai. Chun Yu observed that it looked much like it did on television and greeted, Greetings, old Kai. I heard from Son Wukong that there is a training space in the Heavenly Temple. We came here because we fear that a full power clash on Earth might be too much. I hope we aren't intruding. The old Kai, known for his good nature, appreciated Chun Yu's politeness and recalled the location he mentioned. Suddenly, he spoke. You must mean the hyperbolic time chamber. Yes, you may enter. But you can only stay for 2 years. Otherwise, the door will disappear, and you won't be able to exit. 1 day outside is equivalent to a year inside. Bubbles, Please take them in. Thank you, old Kai, Chun Yu replied, while Piccolo, remaining his usual self, surprised the old Kai with his gratitude. Bubbles escorted the two into the chamber and explained the necessary precautions before leaving them to their training. Chun Yu surveyed the expansive, boundless white space within, devoid of any other objects. He donned a gravity training suit, adjusting the gravity settings, and transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, saying to Piccolo, Piccolo, I'm wearing a gravity suit which restricts my full combat power, so you need to unleash all your strength in our battle. This way, we can both enhance our combat abilities. Piccolo, having examined Chun Yu's gravity suit, removed his white cloak, loosened his shoulders, and assumed a martial arts stance. With a fierce roar, he radiated a green aura, causing the entire space to tremble with his powerful energy fluctuations. Chun Yu, undeterred, charged forward against the immense gravity, engaging Piccolo in an intense clash. They exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. As the battle raged on, Chun Yu gradually adapted to the constraints of the gravity suit, while Piccolo pushed his potential to the limit. This duel was not merely a test of strength, but a confrontation of wills. As time passed, the ferocity of their battle intensified. Suddenly, Chun Yu seized upon a lapse in Piccolo's defense, delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him staggering back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Piccolo did not falter. He quickly regained his stance and unleashed a ki blast in retaliation. Chun Yu deftly dodged and surged toward Piccolo with astounding speed. Executing a powerful punch, Piccolo blocked the attack with his arm and countered, the two becoming entwined once more. Each of their moves was imbued with immense power, distorting the space around them due to their fierce combat. Ultimately, Chun Yu expended all his strength, unleashing a finishing move that sent Piccolo crashing to the ground. Panting heavily, Piccolo lay on the ground, yet his eyes shone with admiration and satisfaction. This fierce battle provided both warriors with significant growth, deepening their understanding of each other's capabilities. Chun Yu helped Piccolo to his feet, and they exchanged smiles, marking the sparring session with a sense of fulfillment. Chun Yu produced a senzu bean from his system space and consumed one himself, then handed another to Piccolo. As they both ingested the beans, their bodies instantly restored to peak condition. Hey, Piccolo, would you like to try this gravity suit? It's incredibly useful for training, comparable to the gravity chamber. Sure. I'm curious to see just how outrageous your capabilities are, Piccolo replied. Chun Yu promptly removed the gravity suit and equipped it onto Piccolo, guiding him on how to manipulate gravitational forces. Piccolo quickly adapted to the training, expressing his astonishment at how Chun Yu managed to endure such discomfort, yet acknowledging the effectiveness of the training. I must admit, this has proven quite beneficial, he remarked. Humph. I've relied on this apparatus for my solitary living and training for so long. Chun Yu encouraged Piccolo, urging him to surpass the insufferable Vegeta, insisting that he must not be outdone by those two Saiyans. Chun Yu resumed his CPU calculations and anger-inducing techniques, which yielded favorable results for Piccolo. Determined not to fall behind the Saiyans, Piccolo commenced an intense training regimen. Meanwhile, Chun Yu settled into meditation, attempting to transform and refine his control over his energy, alongside mastering various skills. To achieve perfect mastery over his aura and energy, Chun Yu dedicated considerable time to maintaining his transformations and regulating his energy output. Chapter 14. Sparring in the Time Chamber. After a grueling training session, Piccolo collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He retrieved a precious senzu bean from Chun Yu, consuming it without hesitation. As the bean was swallowed, a powerful, warm energy surged through him, revitalizing his spirit and invigorating his strength. Rising to his feet, Piccolo gazed resolutely into the distance, inhaling deeply as he slowly removed the cumbersome gravity device. In that instant, an unprecedented sense of lightness enveloped him, accompanied by an insatiable desire to push the limits of his strength. Suddenly, Piccolo unleashed the latent energy within him, a torrent of power erupting forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The entire space quaked under the weight of his immense energy, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, manifesting visible waves of force that surged outward at an astonishing speed, shaking the very fabric of the environment. Chun Yu observed silently, recognizing that the Saiyan genes within him could not be altered. The overwhelming energy ignited a fervor within Chun Yu, a longing for battle. He assumed a martial arts stance, signaling Piccolo to engage. Understanding Chun Yu's intent, Piccolo gathered his energy, inhaled deeply, and charged forward with a grin. Like a cannonball, Piccolo surged towards Chun Yu, delivering a fierce punch imbued with relentless force. Chun Yu deftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a swift kick aimed at Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo leaped back, regaining his footing before launching a series of powerful strikes. Chun Yu skillfully evaded Piccolo's onslaught, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Seizing an opening, he grasped Piccolo's arm and hurled him aside. Piccolo adjusted his posture midair, landing gracefully, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The two warriors exchanged intense glances before simultaneously charging at one another, engaging in a fierce close-quarters combat. As their battle escalated, each strike was laden with formidable power. Suddenly, Chun Yu let out a fierce roar, his hair standing on end as he radiated a golden aura, revealing his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Piccolo, sensing the surge in Chun Yu's power, smirked knowingly, aware that the true challenge had only just begun. Chun Yu's speed and strength intensified dramatically, creating afterimages that confounded Piccolo. His attacks became increasingly ferocious, each punch capable of shaking the very earth. Unyielding, Piccolo employed his combat skills to nimbly evade Chun Yu's strikes while occasionally launching counterattacks. They exchanged blows, neither willing to relent, as the battlefield became enveloped in their fierce energy. Chun Yu capitalized on a brief opening, lunging forward to deliver a punch to Piccolo's chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Yet, refusing to yield, Piccolo promptly unleashed a ki blast in retaliation. Chun Yu easily dodged, swiftly appearing behind Piccolo and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Piccolo struggled to rise, a flicker of despair in his gaze. At that moment, Chun Yu began to gather energy, preparing to deliver the final blow. "I've won, Piccolo," Chun Yu shouted, unleashing a formidable energy wave toward him. Piccolo, realizing he could not evade the oncoming attack, closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. With a thunderous explosion, the ground trembled beneath them. As the dust settled, a deep crater marked the spot where Piccolo had stood. Chun Yu exhaled in relief, grateful that the arduous battle had finally concluded. He descended into the pit, retrieving a senzu bean and offering it to Piccolo, who consumed it without hesitation. The revitalizing energy surged through him once more, restoring his vigor. Standing tall, Piccolo fixed his determined gaze on Chun Yu. "Is this your new transformation? It's impressive," he remarked, recognizing the distinct power of Chun Yu's transformation. "Indeed. You should now be capable of facing Goku in his Super Saiyan form. I believe this is Super Saiyan 2. Or perhaps it could be referred to as the transformation that transcends Super Saiyans." Chun Yu elaborated on his transformation. "Ah, the Saiyans are truly a remarkable race. And you, even more so. I must admit, your power is unlike anything I've ever encountered." Piccolo expressed his admiration. "Truth be told, I am not so different from you. I too have spent much time alone. Training has become an integral part of my life. My pursuit extends beyond mere self-defense. It is a preparation for the unknown threats that may arise. Who can predict what tomorrow may bring?" Chun Yu shared his thoughts with a smile. Piccolo smiled back, reminiscing. "Yes, I once lacked understanding until Vegeta arrived on Earth and battled alongside Goku. It was then I discovered the significance of combat and training. To be honest, had you lost then, I would have relished witnessing that Namekian defeat the Saiyan Prince. His pride would surely have crumbled." They both laughed heartily. Piccolo, inspired by Chun Yu's words, suggested, "Let us continue our training. We must become the strongest. We cannot afford to falter. At the very least, we must emerge from this chamber stronger than them." Chun Yu declared, donning the gravity suit once more and adjusting the settings. Still in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he consumed another senzu bean. Observing this, Piccolo eagerly reignited the battle, transforming their previous one-sided skirmish into a fiercely competitive contest, with Chun Yu slightly at a disadvantage. Chapter 15. The Ascension of the Saiyan Transformation. As time passed, Chun Yu lay exhausted on the ground after a vigorous training session, gazing blankly at the wide expanse of the time chamber's sky. Not far off, Piccolo struggled against the gravity suit, laboring diligently. Driven by the desire to grow stronger and possess the power to confront any challenge, Piccolo persevered in his training. Chun Yu turned to observe Piccolo, drenched in sweat, yet resolutely enduring, reflecting on his incredible dedication. In the original narrative, Piccolo played a mere supporting role. Now, Chun Yu resolved to transform him into a central figure. Of course, this required relentless training to catch up with, and even surpass the Saiyan duo. As for Gohan, Chun Yu intended to adhere to the original storyline. Otherwise, he would miss witnessing the so-called Mystic Gohan and Beast transformations. However, it must be acknowledged that, throughout the narrative, only Super Saiyan 4 and Beast forms truly exuded an extraordinary allure. One must note that beyond color changes, many other transformations are rather lackluster. A search revealed that Akira Toriyama's apparent laziness led to this situation, thus placing a burden on the animation companies. System, open the panel and show me my current power level, Chun Yu silently commanded. Because he feared being discovered by Piccolo and subsequently having to explain himself, Chun Yu hesitated. Name, Chun Yu. Race, Saiyan. Battle power, 2 billion in normal state. Items, gravity suit, 120 senzu beans. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Chun Yu had been sparring with Piccolo, intentionally holding back to maintain his transformation. Without this restraint, his foundational combat power would have allowed him to contend with Piccolo without suffering any setbacks. After 2 years in the time chamber, Piccolo had reached approximately 1.5 billion, demonstrating remarkable progress. In the original storyline, he only achieved around 1 billion during the Android Saga. In fact, Cell's perfect form is merely 20 billion, according to Baidu. Therefore, Chun Yu was fully capable of handling Cell with ease, even being able to engage against the lightning-fast version of Cell. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Chun Yu could confront Cell head-on. However, he was determined to save the brother and sister, which meant Cell could not achieve his perfect form, leading to an alternate scenario. Chun Yu was deeply conflicted. The brother and sister were unable to break through to Super Saiyan 2, and if he didn't intervene, he would lose 2 potential allies. This was indeed a dilemma. Originally, after Cell's self-destruction, the siblings could recover, but Chun Yu found Cell's consumption of others repulsive and could not bear it. He resolved to change his habits. Recognizing that becoming fixated on problems could lead to indecision in critical moments, Chun Yu took a senzu bean and, without hesitation, chewed it. As the bean was swallowed, a powerful and warm energy surged through his body, invigorating him and replenishing his strength. Determined to explore a transformation akin to Super Saiyan 1, Chun Yu, after regaining his energy, stood up. However, due to fatigue from training, he could not maintain the Super Saiyan form and temporarily reverted to his normal state. As he stood up, a thought struck him, prompting him to sit down again in contemplation. He mused to himself, Super Saiyan 1 is indeed formidable, but Broly's Super Saiyan form must be attributed to more than just his bloodline. If I could transform into a similar Super Saiyan, that would be ideal. System, could you please enlighten me? Ding. Broly's version of Super Saiyan absorbs the power of the Great Ape form, making it 10 times more potent than a standard Super Saiyan, meaning Broly's Super Saiyan 1 is stronger than Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Of course, in terms of basic battle power, Broly far surpasses an ordinary Saiyan. Broly's Super Saiyan Green also belongs to the Super Saiyan 1 category, but cannot be achieved without the bloodline. In simpler terms, Broly's transformation combines the Super Saiyan Green form with the enhanced power of the Great Ape, allowing it to rival Super Saiyan Blue. Chun Yu understood the system's explanation. In essence, Broly's transformation benefits from the Great Ape's power multiplied by 10. This was a significant revelation. System, while I comprehend the information, I wish to inquire if I can absorb the Great Ape's power to enhance my abilities. That would result in a 10-fold increase in my transformation, wouldn't it? After contemplating, Chun Yu inquired about his situation. Ding. It is indeed possible. Saiyan transformations utilize the power of the Great Ape. Moreover, I have granted you pure Saiyan blood, free from any impurities. Have you not noticed, host? You do not exhibit the fury and brutal emotions typically associated with such transformations. Chun Yu was initially thrilled by the system's words, then began to ponder their validity. However, the method of absorption presented itself as a challenge. At this moment, Chun Yu sought assistance from the system. System, I know you are the best. Please tell me how to proceed. The Super Saiyan 1 form, amplified by 50 times the Great Ape strength, equates to 500 times the normal state. Who wouldn't he be tempted by that? Ding. Please refrain from such thoughts, as your body cannot currently withstand it. Therefore, absorption of the Great Ape's power is not feasible. However, I can assist you in developing the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. If you wish, please sign in. Chun Yu understood. Although he had to admit his curiosity and desire for substantial enhancement, he decided it was best to refrain from pursuing that which he could not control. Nonetheless, he deemed it necessary to contemplate the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Chapter 16. Departure from the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Come on, Piccolo. Let us have one final spar before we exit. Unleash your full aura. I want to see your progress. Chun Yu beckoned to Piccolo. Piccolo smiled, but remained silent, opting instead to remove his gravity suit. Once the suit was off, Piccolo felt a sense of lightness and briefly stretched his body. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a tremendous aura, enveloping himself in a wave of energy. Chun Yu, sensing Piccolo's formidable presence, felt excitement radiate from him. He also did not hold back, summoning all his strength to engage in fierce combat with Piccolo. The two exchanged blows, their strikes resonating with immense power, distorting the air around them. Piccolo unleashed his signature moves, attacking Chun Yu with relentless ferocity. Chun Yu, agile and adept, evaded while seeking a moment to counterattack. Finally, Chun Yu spotted an opening in Piccolo's defense and seized the opportunity to retaliate, landing a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo staggered back, but quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more. Chun Yu pressed the advantage, launching a barrage of strikes that forced Piccolo into a defensive retreat. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Piccolo resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Gathering all his energy, he prepared to deliver a devastating blow. At that moment, Chun Yu also began to amass energy, his body radiating a brilliant light. What? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Chun Yu. In the next instant, Chun Yu successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his powers surging exponentially. Prepare yourself, Piccolo, Chun Yu shouted, charging toward him. Piccolo fought valiantly to defend himself, but against Chun Yu's overwhelming strength, all efforts were in vain. Ultimately, Chun Yu delivered a decisive blow, utterly defeating Piccolo, who collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Chun Yu gazed at the fallen Piccolo, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He knew he had achieved a new level of power. Rather than returning to his normal state, Chun Yu resolved to maintain his Super Saiyan transformation for daily life and training. He flew over to Piccolo's side and presented him with a senzu bean. Without hesitation, Piccolo took it and chewed it. As the senzu bean was swallowed, a powerful and warm energy spread throughout his body, revitalizing him and replenishing his strength. Truly impressive. This aura feels limitless, Piccolo remarked, observing Chun Yu's Super Saiyan 2 form with admiration. Chun Yu smiled and replied, "Wait a moment, I'll gather my aura and maintain this form outside. I need to adapt and develop my abilities while in this state." With that, Chun Yu slowly closed his eyes, focusing intently on harnessing his energy, attempting to consolidate the mysterious golden aura swirling around him. In an instant, dazzling bolts of lightning erupted around him, crackling with energy. However, in the face of such a spectacle, Chun Yu remained remarkably composed. He took a deep breath, as if to draw in the energy of the entire world. Then, he began to concentrate his aura, carefully gathering it to his back and tail. As time passed, the once chaotic lightning gradually calmed, resembling a herd of tamed wild horses, quietly swirling around Chun Yu. Once all steps were completed, Chun Yu presented a striking transformation. Besides his radiant golden hair, sharp golden eyebrows, and profound golden eyes, the most notable feature was the dazzling lightning that intermittently flickered around him. These bolts resembled twinkling stars in the night sky, adding an air of unparalleled majesty and dominance to Chun Yu's presence. Remarkably, regardless of his previous forms or this current appearance, the long tail behind him retained its golden hue, a distinctive detail that marked him as unique, instilling a sense of awe and curiosity in Piccolo regarding his newfound power. After completing these preparations, Chun Yu called for Piccolo, and together they stepped outside. It's been ages since I breathed fresh air. This feels incredible. Chun Yu stretched and exclaimed to himself. Chun Yu greeted the approaching old heavenly god with a nod of gratitude before exchanging a few words with Piccolo and preparing to return home. Upon arriving, his first order of business was to summon the kitchen robot to prepare a lavish feast, as he was, after all, a scion with an appetite as vast as the ocean. After satisfying his hunger, he poured himself a drink and reclined in his yard to rest. Chapter 17. Rapid growth of combat power. A week passed, during which Chun Yu maintained his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 for over a week, now comfortably accustomed to its use. One day, he recalled the system that had been silent for so long and remarked, "System, is the development of the Super Saiyan 2 stage still valid? Please sign me in." Ding. Congratulations on signing in. Choose 1. Option 1. Combat power increases by 1 billion. Skill, Heavenly Palm of the World. Option 2. Method for developing Super Saiyan 2 stage, Senzu Beans X50. I choose option 2. Please proceed with the sign-in. Chun Yu declared. And the system promptly infused the method for developing Super Saiyan 2 into his mind, while the Senzu beans were stored in the system space. It turned out that the stages of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 were quite similar. With a significant distinction, the transformation did not require excessive increases in multiplier, but rather a perfect enhancement and consumption of energy through 1's aura. Chun Yu was taken aback upon realizing that it seemed he could already achieve the perfect form of this transformation simply by consolidating his energy and aura. What a clever system. You've tricked me. How foolish of me. Chun Yu lamented, regretting not having opted for the combat power boost instead. It appeared he had inadvertently completed the development of this transformation. Now, he was left speechless, feeling a mix of regret and disbelief. Despite his cursing and complaints directed at the system, it remained unresponsive. Eventually, after exhausting his insults, Chun Yu ceased his tirade. He then remembered he possessed a combat power doubling card and realized his current power level hovered around 20 billion. After doubling it, he would be well prepared for Trunks' arrival. Without hesitation, Chun Yu entered the gravity chamber, donned his gravity suit, and mentally activated the doubling card. Instantly, the card took effect, causing an uncontrollable surge of energy to erupt from him. Acting swiftly, he reverted to his normal form. This state felt somewhat manageable, as he had previously used Super Saiyan 2 as his baseline. However, he needed to adapt to the newly amplified combat power through rigorous training. Thus, he adjusted the gravity chamber and began a grueling training session, which was both painful and exhilarating, as he relished the feeling of sweat and the subsequent surge in strength. After extensive training, Chun Yu finally acclimated to his doubled power. Taking a deep breath, he transformed once more, successfully becoming Super Saiyan 2, radiating an immense aura. Filled with excitement, he sensed the raging energy within him and understood that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He knew he would soon face even more formidable foes. Yet he remained undaunted. In the center of the training room, Chun Yu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he prepared for any challenges that lay ahead. As his breathing steadied, he unleashed a tremendous energy, causing the entire training room to tremble. Channeling the training he underwent in the room of spirit and time, Chun Yu closed his eyes, focusing intently on harnessing his power, attempting to consolidate the mysterious golden aura enveloping him. In an instant, dazzling bolts of lightning erupted around him, crackling with sound. Yet, amidst this extraordinary spectacle, Chun Yu maintained an unusual calm. He took a deep breath, as if to absorb the energy of the entire world, and began to concentrate all his energy, carefully drawing it inward. As time passed, the once wild lightning gradually became docile, resembling a herd of tamed wild horses circling peacefully around him. Once he regained this semblance, Chun Yu commenced simple adaptation training. It was noteworthy that his combat power as a Super Saiyan 2 could reach an astonishing 400 billion, a terrifying prospect indeed. With such power, even a casual energy wave could obliterate a planet. At that moment, sensing the overwhelming aura, Son Goku instantaneously teleported to the gravity chamber. However, being within the chamber's oppressive gravity, he found himself pinned to the ground. Upon noticing Goku's predicament, Chun Yu promptly deactivated the gravity and inquired, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home with Goten? I felt your immense energy and had to teleport here. That aura was truly terrifying. Can we spar?" Goku, ever the martial arts enthusiast, immediately requested a duel. Chun Yu chuckled, gesturing with an open hand. "Certainly, let us step outside for our match. This place cannot withstand our power, and the earth itself is at risk." With that, Chun Yu and Goku soared into the sky, exchanging glances before taking their positions. Chun Yu signaled for Goku to make the first move. Without hesitation, Goku unleashed his full power, his transparent aura swirling around him as he charged at Chun Yu with a fierce battle cry. Chun Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he matched Goku's intensity. Both combatants colliding at incredible speeds, sending shockwaves through the air. Each clash triggered explosive bursts, shattering nearby clouds. The ferocity of their battle exceeded the imagination of mere mortals. Goku's gaze sharpened, his body emanating a pale glow, as he launched himself at Chun Yu, landing a powerful punch. Undeterred, Chun Yu smirked, effortlessly dodging Goku's strike and countering with his own. They exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Goku unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha, sending a formidable energy wave hurtling toward Chun Yu. Chun Yu quickly sidestepped, gathering energy in his hands, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. In a pivotal moment, Goku ascended to Super Saiyan, his hair standing on end and his aura intensifying, resembling a warrior of legend. Feeling the pressure, Chun Yu recognized the necessity of unleashing his own power to counter Goku's challenge. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into his fist, ready for the ultimate showdown. With a resounding roar, Chun Yu's aura exploded forth, his fist propelled by unparalleled strength toward Goku. Goku braced himself, but the force of Chun Yu's strike sent him staggering back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Yu relentlessly pursued, launching a series of punishing attacks that forced Goku to retreat. In a climactic finale, Chun Yu executed a finishing move, decisively defeating Goku, who collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing Goku's fallen form, Chun Yu couldn't help but reflect on his prowess. Indeed, Goku was the protagonist, his strength formidable. Were it not for his own training and the system, victory was far from assured. It seemed Goku had surpassed even his original storyline strength. Chapter 18. The arrival of Trunks. Meanwhile, Chun Yu mused, Trunks should be arriving soon. I ought to step outside and see. With that, he removed his gravity suit and returned it to the system's space, regretting having left the gravity chamber at home last time, as training in the room of spirit and time would have been remarkably expedited. On the other side, Frieza and King Cold had landed in the outskirts, their menacing auras sensed simultaneously by the Z warriors, who rushed to confront them. Just as Chun Yu finished tidying up, he too noted the ominous presence and wasted no time in taking to the skies to investigate. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Chun Yu refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to conceal his aura and observe the conflict from a distance. The Z warriors, newly arrived, stood vigilant against Frieza and King Cold, brimming with determination. Ha ha ha, you all have gathered. This time, we shall ensure your complete annihilation. Piccolo, never one to adhere to conventional tactics, charged forward before anyone could respond. As the fierce battle raged between Piccolo and Frieza, neither side yielded an inch. In a critical moment, Piccolo unleashed his ultimate technique, decisively defeating Frieza. The tyrant collapsed, his body gradually dissipating into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the ether. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, at that very moment, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the spot where Frieza had ceased to exist. As the radiance faded, a new figure emerged, descending from the sky. The man, bearing a sword upon his back and with purple hair billowing in the wind, was none other than the recently arrived Trunks. Without wasting words, Trunks spotted King Cold still standing and charged forward, striking with his sword. King Cold quickly reacted, unleashing his full power to engage in combat. Meanwhile, Chun Yu realized the fragility of Earth. Even a minor energy blast could spell devastation. He instantly teleported, intercepting Trunks' descending sword with 2 fingers, while simultaneously unleashing a power wave that obliterated King Cold. The crowd below remained oblivious to the unfolding events, while Chun Yu, disregarding Trunks' astonished expression, spoke. Trunks, come with me. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We have matters to discuss. Trunks, taken aback, pondered, how does he know my name? Yet, he followed Chun Yu to a secluded location. I am aware of your purpose and the events that have transpired in your timeline, Chun Yu stated. I have summoned you to provide clarification. How do you know me, and who are you? Trunks inquired. Chun Yu, observing Trunks' bewildered countenance, replied, I am Chun Yu. And to be precise, I am also a Saiyan. I understand your unspoken thoughts. In your future, my existence is absent, is it not? You are aware of this? Trunks responded, recalling how he had just been saved from his own sword. Your worlds are parallel. Time travel is a myth. The so-called timelines exist in a realm where space and time are intertwined. In your world, I do not exist. Do you comprehend? Trunks began to understand. Yet he realized he could not alter their future. Noticing Trunks' troubled expression, Chun Yu continued, your world cannot be altered, and for that, I apologize. However, our current world holds the potential for change, does it not? Do you not wish to affect your own world positively? I am uncertain how you possess this knowledge. But if possible, please share everything you know. Trunks implored. Let us be succinct. You have witnessed my prowess. I shall accompany you to your future. But the responsibility to effect change lies solely with you. I will train you and observe your world, but first, you must complete your unfinished tasks and convey your unspoken words, for they remain unaware of these matters. Trunks, filled with renewed hope, exclaimed, "Then wait for me. I shall return promptly." He soared back to the main group, mirroring the original plot as he informed Goku and delivered the heart medication. After explaining the circumstances, he swiftly returned to Chun Yu's side. "You need not rush back," Chun Yu advised. "First, you shall spend a day in this world, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the elders and engage in friendly sparring, though you must not disclose your identity. We shall depart by dawn tomorrow. I believe you would benefit from experiencing this world," Chun Yu stated calmly, without awaiting a response, placing his hand on Trunks' shoulder and instantly teleporting them beside the main group. "Allow me to introduce my friend, who has also come to confront Frieza and King Cold. He will stay with me on Earth for a day. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a journey together, and after some time, we shall return." As Chun Yu spoke, a thought crossed his mind. "Oh, by the way, his strength is formidable, and you may engage in sparring with him." Goku, excited at the prospect of a formidable opponent, eagerly grasped Trunks' hand, ready to test his skills. Trunks, however, looked to Chun Yu for guidance. Chun Yu returned his gaze with a gentle smile. "Today, immerse yourself in the simplicity of life here. Tomorrow, we shall set forth. Today is for living in the moment." Upon hearing those words, Trunks found himself lost in reminiscence, casting his gaze over the individuals surrounding him, a smile gracing his lips as he followed Goku into the skies to spar. Chapter 19. Guiding Trunks. The time spent with companions passed swiftly, akin to the fleeting passage of time. Trunks, in his interactions, rediscovered the warmth of camaraderie and kinship. After engaging in sparring, he felt a sense of ease, growing more comfortable with his newfound friends, although the terms of address still felt unfamiliar. Aside from Chun Yu, Goku, and the astute Piccolo, who overheard some information, no one was privy to Trunks' true identity. The rest of the group remained oblivious, as Goku and his companions kept Trunks' secret. As night fell, beneath the starry sky, Trunks voiced a heartfelt sentiment. "Thank you, Chun Yu." Chun Yu, reclining in a chair in his yard, smiled at Trunks and replied, "Are you weary?" Trunks, reflecting on the hardships of his future world and his companions, responded, "I am tired, but there is no alternative. Trunks, I wish for you to find some respite. To not overburden yourself. You have things to protect, but you must act within your capabilities, rather than impose insurmountable challenges upon yourself," Chun Yu advised. Gazing upward at the stars, seemingly recalling something, he continued, "Allow me to share my origins. I was exiled to a desolate planet during infancy, living alone. When I sought my parents and lineage, I found that planet Vegeta had perished, leaving me in a state of confusion." With a sigh, Chun Yu paused before continuing, "Eventually, I returned to that barren world until the moment Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan, when I felt the Saiyan aura and journeyed to Earth. I have always been solitary, yet I hold no resentment toward those who exiled me, or even Frieza. It is a form of liberation. And do you not agree that a carefree existence can be quite delightful?" Trunks fell into deep contemplation, recalling his struggles against the androids, Gohan's sacrifice, and the image of his aging mother. With a heavy sigh, he remained silent. Chun Yu observed his reaction, realizing his words had struck a chord. He pressed on. "Do you understand why you cannot overcome the calamities of your future? It is because you are consumed by fear. Fear of your inadequacy, fear of losing everything. Why not summon your resolve to train and defeat those who threaten you? This internal struggle must be confronted by you alone." Trunks' once dim eyes sparked with newfound determination. "Thank you, Mr. Chun Yu. I understand now. I will confront that menace." Chun Yu, pleased with his impact, continued the conversation. "I learned about your connection to the future due to an individual in the universe possessing prophetic dreams. Thus, I am privy to these events. Of course, while the timelines are fundamentally similar, this world may allow for alterations because of my presence. There may exist another version of me in your world, albeit one who did not survive on that desolate planet. It is late. I too require rest. Otherwise, how shall I accompany you to your world tomorrow? You should also retire for the night. Rest well, for tomorrow, I shall subject you to rigorous training." With that, Chun Yu entered his home, preparing for a well-deserved slumber. Trunks gazed at the dazzling night sky, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself, "I will change. I can certainly change." A fleeting smile crossed his face before he returned to the room that Chun Yu had arranged for him to rest. Chapter 20. Arrival in the future the following day. Chun Yu and Trunks did not bid farewell. Instead, Chun Yu instructed Trunks to place the time machine in his courtyard as they prepared to embark on their journey. Trunks and Chun Yu entered the time machine, closed the hatch, adjusted the controls, and immediately activated it. As the machine powered up, the enormous contraption in the yard flickered and vanished without a trace. During their transit, the tunnel was filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. With a flash of white light, they had arrived. Chun Yu was the first to leap out, gazing at the desolate and barren landscape beneath him, as well as the ruined city ahead, which stirred something deep within him for the first time in this world. Trunks remained silent, putting away the time machine, and stood beside Chun Yu, both taking in the heart-wrenching scene. Regaining his composure, Chun Yu promptly urged Trunks to take him to their destination. Upon arrival, Trunks explained Chun Yu's background to Bulma, recounting everything that Chun Yu had shared with him. Although Bulma's eyes briefly dimmed with sorrow upon hearing this, she quickly composed herself. Chun Yu, noticing the somber atmosphere, attempted to lighten it by saying, "Miss Bulma, you are just like the one in my world. Although, in our world, Bulma still has a penchant for handsome men. Haha. By the way, my name is Chun Yu." Bulma's expression visibly brightened at his words, and she smiled in response. Politely extending her hand, she shook Chun Yu's. "I apologize, Mr. Chun Yu, for making you travel all the way to the future." "Not at all," he replied. "I can easily handle the androids. But I won't take action myself. This is something Trunks must confront on his own. I will, however, take him to the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days of training." Bulma, upon hearing this, did not express joy or regret, but fell into contemplation. "You need not worry about this. Just believe in his abilities, and he will succeed. Much like Goku, right? Also, could you kindly assist us in preparing some food? I will take both of you along later." Bulma visibly reacted to the term sister, her demeanor softening as she gazed at Chun Yu's youthful, radiant face, momentarily captivated. Coming to her senses, she felt a flutter in her heart at his address. All right. Just give me a moment." As Bulma walked away, Chun Yu turned to Trunks and remarked, "Bulma here is quite different from the one in our world. This Bulma appears more mature, while ours seems more like a young girl." Trunks chuckled at Chun Yu's teasing of his mother and replied, "Of course. This world has evidently advanced more rapidly than yours. Moreover, my mother has gone through so much and still cares for me, which is no small feat. Well, no need to sigh. I'm here to resolve this issue. And by the way, there are Dragon Balls in this world." Both Trunks and Bulma, who was in the kitchen, heard this and reacted. Trunks pondered the implications of this statement, while Bulma's expression brightened significantly, a genuine smile gracing her lips. "Ah, Dragon Balls. Are there really Dragon Balls? Does that mean this world can be restored? Is it true?" Trunks instantly leaped from the sofa, excitement coursing through him. "It's not entirely certain. The Dragon Balls can only resurrect those with souls, and I am unsure if their souls still exist. However, Gohan's soul should be with King Kai, as he was his master. As for Vegeta, I cannot say for sure. You know he committed many wrongs on Earth, but as long as a soul hasn't reincarnated, there is hope." Chun Yu mused, attempting to temper Trunks' curiosity and enthusiasm. "No worries, as long as we can restore this world. Ultimately, we must rely on ourselves. Even if they cannot be revived, I will protect this world fiercely. That's the spirit. By the way, I am also a Saiyan, you know. You can now say you are the last living Saiyan in the universe. Keep it up, and do not disgrace this power." Chun Yu smiled as he spoke. "Oh, and you might want to ask your mother if she wishes to be young again. After all, women tend to care about such things. It might cheer her up a bit," he whispered to Trunks. "All right, let's eat." Bulma's voice called out. After the three of them finished their meal, Chun Yu inquired about Chi-Chi and whether she was still around, intending to invite her along as well. Thus, the four of them, 2 women and 2 men, set off toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon reaching the chamber, Chun Yu led them directly to the training area, where he retrieved the gravity chamber and the gravity suits. "Put this on and begin training inside. The gravity suit and chamber are designed so that 1 year inside equals 1 day outside. I will see if I can teach them to harness ki, so they can protect themselves in the future." As Chun Yu instructed Trunks on how to use it, he then turned his attention to the 2 women. Given the dire circumstances of the future world, Chun Yu could only do his utmost. He felt powerless against the inevitable fate brought upon by Zamasu, where only Trunks and Mai remained. Chun Yu endeavored to teach these 2 women, whose lives were far from easy, the art of ki control, not seeking exceptional combat prowess, but merely the ability to unleash energy blasts and fly. After explaining the principles to them and demonstrating, he guided them through the process as they entered the gravity chamber, handing Trunks several senzu beans. Then, Chun Yu adjusted the gravity to the maximum level that Trunks could endure, initiating his training focused on acclimatizing him to the conditions. Subsequently, he would teach him combat techniques and the precise control of ki. Chapter 21. Training Trunks. Uncertain how long they had been in the hyperbolic time chamber, Chun Yu diligently taught Bulma and Chi-Chi the usage of ki. Fortunately, their persistent efforts yielded results, and they managed to grasp the basics. Teaching them proved to be a challenge that nearly overwhelmed Chun Yu. After guiding them to familiarize themselves with their bodies and ki, they proceeded to the gravity chamber. Observing Trunks sweat profusely during his training, Chun Yu approached him, saying, "Come, let's spar. I will correct your movements based on our battle." Assuming a combat stance with focused intent, he softly instructed, "Trunks, concentrate and feel my ki." Trunks took a deep breath, nodded, and the two instantly fell into a combat state. Chun Yu launched the first attack, his speed akin to lightning as he charged at Trunks. Seeing this, Trunks swiftly sidestepped to evade and countered with a rapid strike. In the midst of their fierce exchanges, Chun Yu continuously pointed out Trunks' shortcomings while offering tactical advice. Trunks humbly accepted the guidance, consistently adjusting his strategy. As time passed, Trunks' progress became evident, with noticeable improvements in both strength and speed. Finally, Chun Yu called for a halt, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Well done, Trunks. Maintain this momentum, and you will grow stronger." Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at Chun Yu with gratitude. "Now, remove the gravity suit, and let's see how you fare against me, remembering what I taught you." Once Trunks shed the gravity suit, he felt remarkably lighter. He faced Chun Yu again, confidence radiating from him. Chun Yu smiled and signaled for the battle to commence once more. Without the constraints of gravity, Trunks' movements became more agile, skillfully dodging Chun Yu's attacks while occasionally launching counterattacks. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding ground. Trunks progressively applied the techniques he had learned, each strike growing increasingly precise and powerful. Chun Yu nodded in approval, recognizing Trunks' growth, his heart swelling with pride. After yet another thrilling exchange of offense and defense, Chun Yu suddenly withdrew, smiling at Trunks. "You have grasped the essentials. Keep pushing forward." Trunks, filled with excitement, clenched his fist in gratitude for Chun Yu's guidance. This battle had proven immensely beneficial, solidifying his resolve to enhance his strength. Chun Yu, however, did not compel Trunks to don the gravity suit. Instead, he imparted various skills, such as the Kamehameha and Vegeta's Gallic Gun. Trunks absorbed Chun Yu's teachings incrementally, gradually accumulating battle experience through their encounters, much like a sponge soaking up water. During this time, Chun Yu not only focused on training Trunks, but also instructed two women in the manipulation of ki, teaching them some techniques for energy blasts as well. Chun Yu, too, took the opportunity to practice and refine his own skills, understanding the necessity of personal training. "Come on, Trunks, let us engage in another battle. This time, you may unleash your Super Saiyan form." Trunks wasted no time. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Chun Yu. Chun Yu stood firm, ready to meet Trunks' formidable onslaught. Trunks accelerated towards him at supersonic speed, his fists imbued with destructive power, striking fiercely at Chun Yu. With a swift sidestep, Chun Yu evaded the blow and countered with a kick aimed at Trunks' waist. They exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Bulma and Chi-Chi, watching the fierce confrontation, were left in awe, wondering how this epic clash would conclude. The intense battle between Chun Yu and Trunks raged on, their movements as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, Chun Yu spotted a flaw in Trunks' defense. Seizing the moment, he struck decisively, sending Trunks crashing to the ground. As Chun Yu descended gracefully, he offered Trunks a senzu bean and began to explain, "You see, the Super Saiyan transformation is divided into 4 stages. Have you not noticed that while in your current Super Saiyan form, your power has increased, yet your speed has diminished?" Chun Yu elucidated the stages of Super Saiyan transformation, demonstrating their intricacies to Trunks. The crucial task ahead is to fully harness the power of your Super Saiyan form, and then attempt to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Patience is key. Time is abundant. Chun Yu concluded with a smile, guiding Trunks on how to develop his transformation system. instructing him to maintain the balance of his Super Saiyan form without reverting. Trunks diligently followed the instructions, sweating profusely in the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Chun Yu approached the two women, choosing to listen to their conversation rather than interrupting. He reclined, eyes closed, reminiscing about his past life and reflecting on his current actions. Musing, I am truly meddling in affairs that do not concern me, yet I cannot ignore the plight of others. Perhaps my heart is too compassionate. With a gentle smile, he sat up and began sharing anecdotes from his previous existence, regaling them with amusing stories, as the atmosphere in the hyperbolic time chamber had grown rather monotonous. Yet, for Trunks, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, there was never a hint of complaint, showcasing their remarkable resilience. Chapter 22. Journey to Namek. Time flew within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, and both Chun Yu and Trunks reaped significant rewards from their training. Chun Yu's foundational combat prowess had grown, while Trunks not only enhanced his base power, but also fully unlocked his Super Saiyan potential. Trunks, let us have one final battle before you embark on your journey to protect what must be safeguarded. Chun Yu gestured for Trunks to initiate the attack. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan state and charged at Chun Yu. Unfazed, Chun Yu matched him in the Super Saiyan form. Ready to engage. The clash was fierce, their fists connecting with unyielding force, creating shockwaves that reverberated throughout the chamber. Trunks employed every technique at his disposal in search of an opening, yet Chun Yu's defenses were impenetrable, a testament to his remarkable growth. As the battle progressed, Trunks' breath began to quicken, while Chun Yu maintained his composure. Ultimately, Chun Yu capitalized on a misstep by Trunks, delivering a decisive blow to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. That's enough. Your strength has grown tremendously. You are now capable of handling your own challenges. Chun Yu handed Trunks a Senzabine and led him to Bulma and Chi-Chi. You are ready to step into the world as a true warrior. Chun Yu remarked with a smile, signaling that they could now exit the chamber. As they emerged, the group inhaled the fresh air, marveling at the world outside. Chun Yu surveyed the desolate landscape of Earth, where remnants of cities lay in ruins, the roads pockmarked and muddy, a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Hey, I'm going to check if the Dragon Balls on Namek can restore things. Bulma, Chi-Chi, please wait here for a moment. Trunks, go confront the androids. You have the strength now. Understood, Chun Yu. Trunks replied, descending from the lookout and soaring into the city in search of the androids. After explaining his intentions to the women, Chun Yu concentrated, merging his fingers to his forehead to sense the key of the Namekians. After some time, he pinpointed the energy and instantly transported himself to Namek. Upon arrival, he approached the Namekians, greeting them and articulating his purpose, primarily due to his connection with Goku. The Namekians, unsure, took him before the Grand Elder. Greetings, I am a friend of Goku. Earth once had Dragon Balls, but Goku has passed due to heart disease, and the rest of the inhabitants were slain by two androids. The Guardian of Earth, also a Namekian, has been eliminated. Thus, I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls. Chun Yu stated plainly. Goku, it's tragic that the one who saved us is now gone, the Grand Elder sighed. Yet he compassionately instructed his kin to prepare the Dragon Balls for Chun Yu's use. By the way, Grand Elder, could I borrow a Namekian? Our Earth cannot be without a Guardian. The former Guardian, I believe you have met, is no longer in existence, so I would like to know if this is possible. Chun Yu recognized his directness might be impolite, softening his tone. Indeed, Goku and his companions helped us through difficult times. It is only fitting we assist them in return. Perhaps there is someone suitable? Is there not a Namekian who was particularly close to Goku's son, Gohan? If so, could you inquire whether he would be willing to accompany me? Ah, you must mean Dent. He is indeed a remarkable Namekian. We can certainly inquire about his willingness. Though that's all we can do. That is perfectly fine. I appreciate any assistance you can provide. Thank you for your kindness, Chun Yu said, bowing deeply. Just then, the Dragon Balls were delivered, and with the Grand Elder's command, a Namekian assisted Chun Yu in making his wish. As the Namekian recited the incantation, the 7 Dragon Balls merged into one, radiating a brilliant golden light, summoning the mighty Shenron. For my first wish, please ask Shenron if Goku and Gohan would be willing to be revived. Shenron replied that this was beyond his power and advised Chun Yu not to pursue this matter further. Although puzzled, Chun Yu remained composed and proceeded with his second wish. For my second wish, please restore Chi-Chi and Bulma to their youth. The Namekian communicated this to Shenron, who, with a flash of red light in his eyes, exchanged words with the Namekian, who then conveyed Shenron's message to Chun Yu. Shenron stated that the first wish does not count as fulfilled, thus you may still make 2 additional wishes. As Chun Yu listened, he found himself not filled with joy, but rather lost in contemplation. He then addressed the Namekian, saying, "Grant me a gravity suit that allows me to freely adjust its gravity. My third wish is to possess the ability to breathe and survive in the cosmos." The Namekian flawlessly repeated Chun Yu's wishes to the eternal dragon Purunga, who merely flickered his eyes with a brief crimson glow, and the 2 wishes were swiftly granted. Chapter 23. Departing from planet Namek. Once the Namekian had fulfilled his wishes, Trunks immediately sought out the android siblings for their final confrontation. "Oh, isn't this Trunks? What brings you out to see us today?" The 2 androids mocked from their vantage point in the sky. "Humph, today I have come to settle the score. You have destroyed our homeland and taken the lives of many innocent people, especially Gohan. I seek vengeance for him," Trunks declared, his demeanor shifting as a golden aura enveloped him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, Trunks charged towards Android 17, who smirked and effortlessly evaded the attack. However, this was merely a feint. Trunks' true target was Android 18. In a swift motion, he appeared behind her and launched a powerful punch. Android 18 sensed his intention too late and was struck squarely in the face, causing her to stagger back with a trickle of blood at her lips. "How dare you injure me?" Android 18 roared, her eyes now filled with rage. Trunks paid no heed to her provocation and continued his assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the 2. With each passing moment, Trunks grew fiercer, while Android 17 began to falter. Realizing the dire situation, Android 18 decided to unleash her ultimate technique, gathering energy to fire a ki blast. At that moment, Trunks seized the opportunity to unleash the Kamehameha that Chun Yu had taught him. The overwhelming force engulfed Android 18, sending her hurtling away. She crashed heavily to the ground. Immobilized, Trunks approached her, looking down with disdain. "This is the fate of those who harm others," he proclaimed, before vanishing to confront Android 17. Caught off guard, 17 was struck by Trunks and sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to rise, his body betraying him. "You've lost, Android 17," Trunks declared, launching a Kamehameha that obliterated 17 in a surge of energy. Witnessing Trunks' approach and the disappearance of 17, Android 18 felt an unfamiliar sense of despair. Yet Trunks had little time for words. This day had been a long time coming, not just for him, but for Gohan and all of humanity. With a decisive blast, the familiar sequence unfolded, leading to Android 18's complete vanishment from existence. After fulfilling his wishes, Chun Yu expressed his gratitude to the Namekian before approaching the Grand Elder. "Oh, you've arrived, young man. This is the Namekian who once accompanied Gohan. His name is Tian Tian, an exceptionally talented member of our dragon clan. Now, Tian Tian, do you wish to accompany me to Earth as a deity?" Chun Yu asked, nodding at the Grand Elder. Although Tian Tian felt a twinge of reluctance at leaving his homeland and kin, the Grand Elder's presence eased his anxiety. "Go on, Tian Tian. You are an exceptional Namekian and a true member of the Dragon Clan. I believe you will excel," the Grand Elder reassured him. "I am willing. I wish to see what kind of beings can defeat Mr. Goku." Tian Tian replied. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall take him with me. I truly appreciate your assistance. I must return to attend to some matters, but I will visit you when I can," Chun Yu explained. "Go, Tian Tian. Remember you are one of our finest," Chun Yu said, bowing deeply in gratitude before placing a hand on Tian Tian's shoulder and teleporting to Earth. Chapter 24. The systems reward. Chun Yu and Tian Tian departed from planet Namek and arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. With the successor to the deity now present, Bubbles awakened as well. Upon seeing Bulma and Chi-Chi, Chun Yu explained why their husbands had not been revived. The 2 women, having endured a tumultuous journey, were now more accepting. After defeating the 2 androids, Trunks wasted no time in notifying the surviving humans on Earth. Though initially met with skepticism, one brave soul ventured outside, followed by a rush of others eager to witness the remnants of their homes. Standing amidst the ruins, they cheered and shouted, releasing the pent-up frustration and despair that had lingered for far too long. Meanwhile, Chun Yu took the 2 women back to Bulma's home. As the survivors began planning the reconstruction of their homeland, each person contributed their efforts, working diligently to restore what had been lost. Trunks, after delivering the news, joined the endeavor. Bulma, could you please recharge the time machine's energy so I can return? I still wish to go back to my own timeline, Chun Yu said, reclining on Bulma's sofa. That might take some time, as the energy source for the time machine is quite rare and difficult to gather. I apologize, Bulma replied. No worries. As long as I can return before the androids appear in our timeline, I'll train in the sacred world for the next few days. Once it's ready, please have Trunks come find me. I'm leaving now, Chun Yu stated, departing before Bulma could respond. Bulma exchanged a glance with Chi-Chi, their shared understanding filled with gratitude rather than any other emotion. Why was Chun Yu eager to leave so soon? He found the idea of being alone with two women, especially two he had just met, somewhat overwhelming. For a man who had been single for 2 lifetimes, it felt like insurmountable pressure, prompting his hasty exit. Upon arriving at the sacred world, Chun Yu conversed with Tian Tian and Mr. Popo before bidding them farewell and heading into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Chun Yu initially intended to rest, but soon realized that even a year of sleep inside the chamber would only equate to a single day outside. Thus, he donned his gravity suit and began adjusting the gravity to levels conducive to his training. Previously, Chun Yu had been unable to train in the chamber due to the significant disparity in battle power between him and Trunks. However, he was now ready to embark on his solo training session. System, it has been about a week since I arrived in this world. Not to mention the time spent in the other world and the hyperbolic time chamber. It feels like an eternity. Time to check in, Chun Yu mused, anticipating better rewards for his extended stay. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the following options. Option 1. Base battle power x 1 billion. Senzu beans x 100. Option 2. Super Saiyan 3 breakthrough training method and full power Super Saiyan 3 training method. Senzu beans x 100. Chun Yu surveyed the rewards, not hesitating for a moment. System, I choose option 2. As his words echoed, a surge of information flooded Chun Yu's mind. He meticulously reviewed the details, anxious not to overlook anything. Upon completion, he noted a divergence from the original storyline. Goku's Super Saiyan 3, achieved on King Kai's planet, was not in its complete form, whereas the system's definition of full-power Super Saiyan 3 differed from the original narrative. In essence, the original narrative depicts the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 as one characterized by a significant increase in combat strength, yet accompanied by immense energy consumption and a corresponding strain on the body. This transformation cannot be sustained for long periods, as the ratio of energy expenditure to the increase in power is disproportionate. However, according to the system's training methodology, once one achieves the full power of Super Saiyan 3, these issues cease to exist, while the magnitude of enhancement remains identical to that in the original storyline. It can be said that the balance between consumption and strain is improved, allowing for a prolonged maintenance of the transformation during battle. In fact, the original storyline suggests that Super Saiyan 3 is a flawed transformation, yet Chun Yu holds a different perspective. The so-called Super Saiyan 3 is a form of instantaneous explosion. In combat, if one can unleash a power that surpasses that of the enemy instantaneously, the outcome of the battle can be reversed, rendering it quite practical. Chun Yu's current combat strength is entirely capable of breaking through, but he has yet to attempt this new transformation, focusing instead on enhancing his foundational power. Now that he understands how to break through, Chun Yu has embarked on this journey of experimentation. Chapter 25. Breaking through to Super Saiyan 3. The transformations of the Saiyans are diverse, yet they all stem from a common origin. The core of their power lies in their tails. Both the primal strength of the Saiyans and the great ape form are tied to this appendage. While transformation and training are still possible without a tail, possessing one significantly eases the process. In the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta's pursuit of divine forms was hindered by the absence of their tails, forcing them to envelop divine energy within the Super Saiyan transformation to achieve a form that possessed divine power and aura. Indeed, Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 3 can be seen as foundational transformations for the Saiyans, akin to the 5 stages of transformation seen in the Frost Demon race. Subsequent transformations either rely on the Saiyans' primal strength and great ape form or must pursue the divine path. However, with Chun Yu's tail and an extraordinary system at his disposal, he seeks to experiment and master both avenues. Returning to the hyperbolic time chamber, Chun Yu, having clarified his thoughts, shook off unrealistic notions and concentrated on surpassing his limits. He inhaled deeply, gathering energy within his body, gradually coalescing it at his back and tail to transform into Super Saiyan 2. He then focused his energy inward, his body emanating a dazzling light as his aura intensified. With a fierce shout, he concentrated all his energy into his back, channeling it into his hair. As golden light radiated, his hair extended to his waist, enveloped in a golden flame that obscured his brows, rendering his visage fierce and intimidating. Feeling the surging power within, a slight smile crept upon his lips. He resolved to train diligently, mastering more transformation forms to become the mightiest Saiyan. Chun Yu wasted no words, exerting himself to adapt to Super Saiyan 3. Naturally, after adapting, the focus shifted to maintaining the transformation and controlling his aura. The overwhelming energy from his newly achieved Super Saiyan 3 transformation threatened to tear the very fabric of the time chamber. Thus, Chun Yu immediately began to acclimate to his transformation, ensuring that this sanctuary for training remained intact. He knew not how long he would remain there, so he prioritized self-control. When he finally mastered the transformation and could effortlessly manipulate his energy, he did not hesitate to act. He increased the gravity settings in the training chamber and on his weighted clothing, placing himself in an environment of perpetual high gravity before commencing his training. The purpose of this was to ensure both his body and mind could adapt to such intense pressure, continually challenging himself and pushing beyond his limits. Chun Yu endured grueling training in this high-gravity setting, his sweat soaking his attire. His muscles tensed, requiring tremendous effort with each movement. As time passed, his body gradually acclimated to the oppressive gravity. At this juncture, he began to experiment with more complex techniques and strategies, simulating combat scenarios against virtual opponents. Each attack and defense further familiarized him with the capabilities of Super Saiyan 3. During his training, Chun Yu noticed a marked improvement in both speed and strength, effortlessly unleashing powerful energy blasts and even executing multiple key blasts in succession. His confidence soared. Yet, Chun Yu was not satisfied. He recognized that to become a truly formidable Saiyan, he must continually explore and transcend his limits. Thus, he resolved to pursue even more challenging training. As time dragged on, Chun Yu's body began to sound alarm bells. The high gravity and extended training had pushed him to his physical limits. Fatigue set in, his breath grew shallow, and sweat poured from him. Realizing he could no longer endure, he reluctantly dispelled the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, his body instantly bereft of its powerful support. Gasping for air, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as though all energy had been drained from him, leaving him unable to move. However, within him bloomed a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Through this arduous training, he gained a clearer understanding of his strength and identified areas for improvement. After resting momentarily, Chun Yu gradually rose to his feet. Aware that a long journey lay ahead, he decided to place greater emphasis on managing his physical strain and recovery in future training sessions to prevent further injury. Dragging his weary body, he exited the gravity chamber, retrieved a senzu bean from the system's storage, consumed it, and stepped into the fresh air and bright light outside the time chamber. Chun Yu inhaled deeply, absorbing the power of nature, confident that with unwavering perseverance, he would undoubtedly become the strongest Saiyan. Chapter 26. Full power of Super Saiyan 3. It is uncertain how much time has passed. As Chun Yu remained in the gravity chamber, even sleeping under its oppressive weight, rendering him oblivious to the clock within the time chamber. Due to his frenzied training during this period, his control over Super Saiyan 3 and the duration of the transformation had increased significantly. Unlike the previous excruciating experience of being forced to revert after transformation, the burden now felt far more manageable. As Chun Yu grew increasingly adept at wielding this form, he discovered that there was no more potential to unlock within it. The training method provided by the system was straightforward yet blunt, all through the energy gathering method, refraining from an instantaneous full power burst. The principle of Super Saiyan 3 relies on an immediate explosion of all energy to achieve its enhancement. Since this approach was absent from the original narrative, it fell upon Chun Yu to pioneer this path. First, he ingested a senzu bean to restore his stamina. He then began to gather energy, unleashing it in a brilliant flash of golden light, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 3. After the transformation, instead of pausing, Chun Yu inhaled deeply, clenched his fists tightly, and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the vast energy within. As the golden aura surrounding him gradually faded, He concentrated all his energy internally without releasing it. However, maintaining Super Saiyan 3 required an explosive release of energy, and by containing it all within, the strain on his body became unbearable. Yet, our protagonist Chun Yu gritted his teeth and persevered, sustaining the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and directed the energy to his tail for the next step. Once the energy coalesced at his tail, he let out another roar, gradually channeling the energy throughout his body before slowly releasing it. With the energy dissipated from his tail, he utilized the aura emanating from his body, wrapping it around himself with the golden energy. With the brilliance of golden light illuminating the gravity chamber, Chun Yu became encased in a spherical aura. After approximately a minute, the golden radiance subsided, revealing Chun Yu with waist-length golden hair and his brows restored, surrounded by a golden aura that was less intense than before, yet still shimmering around his tail. Indeed, this was the reward of training bestowed by the system, the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Upon achieving this success, Chun Yu exhaled in relief. Phew, that was tough, but I'm glad I succeeded. It seems the enhancement is still the same, and I can control my aura better now, achieving a more refined mastery. As of now, the burden on the body has diminished significantly, seemingly due to the ability to perfectly control one's ki. It appears that this transformation also allows for a more precise regulation of energy. Chun Yu meticulously senses the alterations brought about by his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 at full power. In simple terms, it entails a reduced strain and heightened precision in ki control, enabling this form to be sustained for a longer duration compared to the typical Super Saiyan 3 transformation. However, it is essential to note that this form is fundamentally flawed, as it represents a mere attempt to rectify a small error amidst a multitude of mistakes. The overall framework remains erroneous, leaving little room for substantial improvement. Chun Yu maintains his transformation while engaging in adaptive training, gradually refining the aspects that require his attention. He persistently challenges his limits, having set a higher difficulty level in the gravity room to expedite his adaptation to the Super Saiyan 3 full power transformation. Sweat pours down like rain, yet his gaze remains unwavering. Each attack carries unparalleled strength, causing the equipment within the gravity room to tremble precariously. Over time, Chun Yu gradually masters the techniques necessary to wield the power of his transformed state. He discovers that not only can he expertly control his ki, but he can also integrate this formidable energy into his attacks, amplifying their potency. At this juncture, Chun Yu resolves to attempt a new skill. He concentrates, channeling all his energy into his hand, and then forcefully sweeps it forward. A brilliant golden wave of energy instantly breaches the walls of the gravity room, soaring toward the heavens. This is not the Kamehameha wave, which is a result of ki being gathered and released from within the body. Instead, it is a wave propelled by Super Saiyan energy, characterized by its ferocity and volatility. Its destructive capability is astonishing. However, the drawback is that it can only be utilized in its transformed state. What should I name it? Perhaps Dog Blast? Chun Yu chuckles at his own suggestion, pondering for a while before ultimately deciding on the name Super Energy Wave. Chapter 27. Good night. Speaking of which, that gentleman has been inside for quite some time. Has he perhaps lost track of time, or is he unable to exit? The Kai observes the hyperbolic time chamber daily. After 2 days of introductions from Bobo, Tian has also gained some understanding of Earth's circumstances and the happenings in the Kai's realm, hence her inquiry regarding Chun Yu's prolonged absence. However, no sooner had she spoken than Chun Yu emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Wow, Tian, you're already on duty so soon. Is there anything to eat? I'm famished, Chun Yu remarked, patting his stomach as he addressed Bobo and Tian. Yes, just a moment. I'll prepare something for you. Bobo promptly dashed off. As time passed, Chun Yu indulged in the sumptuous feast prepared by Bobo in the Kai's realm. Although the taste was not exceptional, for someone who had subsisted on Sinza beans for 2 years within the hyperbolic time chamber, it was a veritable banquet. After finishing his meal, Chun Yu retrieved a reclining chair from the Kai's residence and settled into it, while Tian and Bobo brought their own chairs over. The three of them sat together at the edge of the Kai's realm, watching the sun gradually set. Chun Yu gazed at the breathtaking scenery and exclaimed, "Wow, this is truly beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. I was always too busy with work to take a closer look at my own body or appreciate the beauty around me." "Mr. Chun Yu, haven't you seen a sunset in your time?" Tian asked in astonishment. In reality, Chun Yu was referring to his past life, where he had never taken the time to appreciate the people or things around him due to his work. He had missed out on many experiences, and only now, in this moment, did he express his feelings. However, Tian could not possibly know this. No, in that time and space, I was an abandoned Saiyan infant, living on a desolate planet. Since my time there, I trained relentlessly to take revenge for their abandonment, so I never observed the world around me. Chun Yu resorted to his ruse to deceive Tian once more. What was the outcome for you, Mr. Chun Yu? Did you find your way back, or? Tian hesitated to finish her question. It's all right. Later, the Saiyans were exterminated, and by the time I gained the power to return, everything had vanished. Even the name Chun Yu was one I gave myself. Perhaps there is another version of me in this world. But maybe I was just unlucky and didn't survive when I was abandoned. Chun Yu replied with a blank expression, while inwardly he thought, the art of deception is unmatched. My talent is unparalleled, haha. Tian fell silent, and the three of them quietly watched the setting sun before retreating to rest. Chun Yu lay in bed, finding it difficult to sleep, and finally spoke up. System, do you think I can ever return? I long to revisit my original world and experience the feeling of home. Beep, I do not possess that knowledge. I only know that I was bound to you when I awakened. Beyond that, I am merely an intelligent program. Do you understand familial love, romantic love, and friendship? Beep, the system lacks a physical form and thus cannot comprehend. Then, system, do you think there's a way to give you a physical form so you can live like a normal person? Your current state renders you unable to interact or experience life. I'm quite grateful to you. Beep, it's good that the host does not curse the system. Simply put, based on human knowledge, your behavior is referred to as being a scoundrel. However, your concern for this system is indeed touching. What? You understand these things? Besides, how could I possibly be a scoundrel? I hardly even interact with women. Beep, when the host does not require the system, they refer to it as a broken system. Yet when in need, it becomes system daddy. Is this not the epitome of double standards and scoundrel behavior? Enough. Time to sleep and rest well. Tomorrow is another day, and we shall address it then. Good night, system. Having said that, Chun Yu closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in a realm beyond this world, a spherical orb of light quietly whispered its own good night. Chapter 28. Detailed transformation analysis. After a considerable period, Chun Yu's combat power has been rapidly increasing. Through continuous training and exercise, he has strengthened his physique. Chun Yu has spent a significant amount of time in the Kai's realm, occasionally venturing into cities on Earth to procure various items, fully embracing the life of an ordinary person. System, do you think I have nearly mastered Super Saiyan 3? How should I proceed with training for subsequent transformations? Which is stronger, Super Saiyan God or the ordinary Saiyan bloodline transformation? Chun Yu inquired with sudden curiosity. In truth, after extensive training, Chun Yu has realized that the development of this transformation has reached its limit, and to continue growing stronger, he must either break through to the next stage or focus on enhancing his foundational combat power. Beep, Super Saiyan God and bloodline transformations are essentially consistent. For instance, Super Saiyan 4 operates on bloodline transformation, relying on physical strength to break free from shackles, while Super Saiyan God relies on divine energy for training. Listening to the system's explanation, Chun Yu understood the distinction. One relies on personal strength, while the other depends on external forces. One is based on physicality, and the other on energy. Then, system, could you please sign me up for something? Perhaps something beneficial, like a transformation reward. Beep. Congratulations to the host for checking in and receiving the following options. Choice 1. Combat Power X 2 billion, Senzu Beans X 100. Choice 2. Skill, Artificial Moon. Senzu Beans X 100. Unlocking the conditions and training methods for bloodline transformation. Choice 2. There's no need for hesitation. As the system's rewards were directly infused into Chun Yu's mind, he began to carefully review the so-called training methods. After a lengthy period of examination and comprehension, he finally deciphered the intricacies of this transformation. In fact, the Saiyan transformation requires first activating the bloodline, followed by utilizing the Super Saiyan 3 form to further complete the transformation into the Great Ape. However, this transformation is no simple feat, as it demands exceedingly high standards for both physical strength and ki control. If either of these aspects fails to meet the necessary criteria, the transformation cannot be successfully achieved. Only when the physical strength is sufficiently robust and key control reaches a certain level, can one successfully execute this challenging transformation? After comprehending the system's explanation, Chun Yu began to inquire, "System, does this mean I can attempt to transform now? If I undergo the Great Ape transformation, will I risk losing my sanity?" Ding. You are questioning this system. The Saiyan bloodline provided is pure, without any impurities. It is impossible to lose control during the Great Ape transformation. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu contemplated thoughtfully, then stated earnestly, "So, if I were to master the divine power after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, would my combat strength increase even further? And if I transform into a golden Great Ape, then could I directly ascend to Super Saiyan 3 through the Great Ape transformation, resulting in an even more formidable power?" Ding. Host, you may attempt this. After all, no one has tried such a thing. If it works, you shall have carved out a unique path. However, should your physical strength fall short, forcibly transforming may result in catastrophic consequences. Chun Yu straightened up at this warning, muttering to himself, "Perhaps it is wiser to proceed cautiously. I certainly do not wish to be the first to perish from a transformation." Chapter 29. Contemplating power during his nearly 6-month stay in the Divine Temple. Chun Yu witnessed the remarkable transformation of Earth, from a desolate wasteland to a revitalized realm where people worked together to rebuild their lives. The planet had largely regained its former vibrancy. Once barren city ruins were gradually cleared and reconstructed. Skyscrapers stood tall once more, streets were tidy and orderly, and vehicles traversed them. The faces of the populace radiated hope and anticipation for a brighter future, as if the pains of the past had faded from memory. Advancements in technology enabled resource recycling and reuse, with green energy being widely adopted and the environment effectively protected. Throughout this process, Chun Yu not only observed humanity's resilience and ingenuity, but also felt the profound strength of unity and cooperation. He understood that only through collective effort could Earth be revitalized. In this environment, he too experienced growth and progress, filled with confidence for the future. During his time in the Divine Temple, aside from training, Chun Yu dedicated himself to assisting the inhabitants of this future Earth in rebuilding their homes. He also found time to observe and assist Trunks in his training. Although he felt isolated in this world, the kindness of its people enveloped him, allowing him to experience emotions previously unknown to him. In his former life, Chun Yu had lived alone, his days consumed by work and sleep. Friends were too occupied with their own lives to maintain contact, and family ties had weakened. Here, however, the community, having endured a crisis with the artificial beings, now embraced peace, and even the labor of construction was met with smiles of happiness. In his leisure time, Chun Yu balanced training with relaxation. He recognized that his previous obsession with power, in both his past and present lives, was misguided. After understanding the conditions for his bloodline transformation, he realized that the pursuit of new powers and transformations should not overshadow the essence of living. Often, he would lie in the Divine Temple, gazing at the stars, reminiscing about his past life, and acknowledging that he had fallen into the same trap of relentless pursuit of strength, neglecting the joys of life. He recalled Master Roshi's words to his disciples: "Eat well, sleep well, and rest well." This advice, mentioned during initial teachings and reiterated at the climax of the Tournament of Power, resonated deeply with him now. Chun Yu finally grasped the profound meaning behind this wisdom. The body belongs to oneself. If the mindset is poor or the body is deprived of relaxation, issues will inevitably arise. Even more astonishing is the fact that some would forsake life itself in the name of power. Now, particularly after learning that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation requires not only a robust physique, but also an immense foundational combat strength, and crucially, a serene mental fortitude to resist the violent instincts of the bloodline. Chun Yu embraced this understanding, embarking on a new, liberated life. Since this revelation, he ceased the frenzied training of his past, instead opting for foundational training that aligned with his physical condition, while savoring life as pleasures. Although his regimen was no longer as extreme, he tailored his training to his needs, avoiding overexertion. Of course, during moments of boredom, aside from exploring Earth and aiding its inhabitants, Chun Yu earnestly pondered his life and the nature of power. What purpose does power serve? Why must I chase such formidable strength? For what reason? These questions lingered unanswered in his mind until one day, during a casual conversation with Bobo in the Divine Temple, he voiced them aloud. Bobo's responses sparked profound contemplation within Chun Yu. Many who acquire great power become malevolent, while others embody justice, driven by a desire to protect. Some even seek vengeance. Each individual harbors their own motivations. Ultimately, it hinges upon the path one chooses to walk. Chun Yu transitioned from confusion to understanding, experiencing empathy as he navigated life on Earth. He nodded thoughtfully, gazing into the distance with unwavering determination. I believe I have discovered my answer. Power is not merely a means to satisfy selfish desires or pursue authority. It exists to protect and safeguard those who hold significance in my life. From that moment onward, Chun Yu intensified his training, aware that only by continually enhancing his abilities could he better shield that which he cherished. During a crisis when Earth faced an attack from the artificial beings, Trunks stepped forth, wielding his formidable strength to engage in fierce combat. Ultimately, he succeeded in defending Earth, emerging as a hero in the eyes of the people. Chun Yu understood that the true essence of power resides in responsibility and accountability. He resolved to persevere, utilizing his strength to safeguard the tranquility and harmony of the universe. As the saying goes, when one arrives, one must find peace. Henceforth, the power Chun Yu sought in this world would be one of justice and hope, not that of a malevolent force. It would be the strength to protect the smiles of friends, companions, and family. Chapter 30. Integrating into the Dragon Ball world, it must be said that the technologically advanced future world, rebuilt after calamity, now bore a profound sense of urgency among humanity. Soaring through the sky, Chun Yu gazed down at the newly constructed city rising from the ruins, overwhelmed by emotion. Recently, he had visited Bulma's home and was informed that the time machine was nearly ready for calibration. They could embark on their journey within a week. Now, he returned to the Divine Temple for a few days of well-deserved rest. After his prolonged observation and existence in this world, Chun Yu finally felt a sense of belonging, akin to his former life, rather than perceiving himself merely as a transient visitor, devoid of barriers. Upon crossing that internal threshold, he sighed deeply, and suddenly, his aura transformed into a state of tranquility, as if some mechanism or restraint within him had been shattered. System, what is happening? Why do I suddenly feel as if something within me has unlocked? Chun Yu pondered, perplexed, and thus activated the ultimate technique to summon the system. Ding! You have fully integrated into this Dragon Ball universe. With the dissolution of the barriers in your heart, you have been marked with the essence of the Dragon Ball universe, signifying that you are now unequivocally a being of this realm. Should anyone investigate, they will find your information within the Dragon Ball universe. Oh. So this means that in addition to retaining my memories from my past life, I am now completely a part of the Dragon Ball world? Chun Yu grasped the system's explanation. Ding. Exactly. The will of the Dragon Ball universe has labeled you, indicating that you are a creature of this worldview. Furthermore, your previous slow cultivation was due to the lack of a cosmic label. The Dragon Ball universe did not acknowledge your existence. Now, your training speed will increase significantly. I thought so. In the original storyline, Goku ascended from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan God in just a few years. Yet, I have spent nearly a decade in the hyperbolic time chamber and only reached Super Saiyan 3. It always felt illogical. Chun Yu finally understood the reason behind this discrepancy, though he chose not to dwell excessively on the matter, for he had completely embraced life within the Dragon Ball universe. However, now that he can cultivate more swiftly, Chun Yu is contemplating whether to develop the Super Saiyan 4 transformation before returning to that world. By doing so, he would likely face minimal crises upon his return. As he ponders this, he realizes that after resting for such an extended period, it is indeed time to engage in some vigorous activity. Although he has been training, the recent period has been rather relaxed, lacking the intensity of his previous arduous training. His body feels somewhat out of practice, as if it has begun to rust. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. He should summon Trunks to join him. This would allow him to guide Trunks' training while also experimenting with new transformations. And he could relieve his own restlessness by sparring with him. A perfect trifecta. Without delay, he teleports to Trunks' home and explains to Bulma that he only needs 2 days. Trunks, eager to become stronger, readily agrees, unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. After retrieving Trunks, Chun Yu promptly brings him to the hyperbolic time chamber, where 2 years should suffice for him to successfully unlock a new transformation. If all goes as planned, with some effort, Trunks should also be able to achieve a breakthrough. During his time in this world, Trunks has been diligently training since Chun Yu's last guidance in the chamber, showing no signs of complacency. Meanwhile, Chun Yu has enjoyed a leisurely life on Earth, occasionally providing Trunks with training advice. Through his own development and training, Trunks realizes he has nearly exhausted all possibilities of the Super Saiyan transformation, and his combat power has plateaued. For various reasons, he has followed Chun Yu without hesitation. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Chun Yu retrieves the familiar essentials, the gravity chamber, weighted clothing, and Senza beans, commencing the most fundamental training, which he considers merely a warm-up. The real challenge awaits. Chapter 31, Training the Great Trunks. Bang, bang, bang. The air is filled with the sounds of Trunks and Chun Yu exchanging powerful punches, each refusing to yield, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, Trunks unleashes his signature attack, the Kamehameha Wave, a formidable beam of energy surging toward Chun Yu. Chun Yu deftly sidesteps, countering with blinding speed akin to lightning as he charges at Trunks. Just as they are about to collide, Chun Yu evades Trunks' punch with a nimble sidestep, then strikes Trunks from behind, sending him crashing into the ground. Hey Trunks, is this all the strength you possess? Is this the result of your training? Focus. Unleash your true power. Do you wish to return to a world that resembles its former state? Reflect on Bulma's aging visage. Consider Gohan's sacrifices for this world. Is this truly all the power you have? Chun Yu's relentless questioning aims to ignite Trunks' latent strength, knowing that a Saiyans fury can amplify their combat abilities. As Trunks lies on the ground, he clenches his fists tightly, memories flooding back of the brave souls who safeguarded the future world, tears of frustration welling up. Noticing that his efforts are falling short, Chun Yu contemplates before continuing. What are those tears worth? Do you understand why the people of this world have sacrificed themselves? Gohan possessed immense talent, but squandered it. He is nothing but a waste. And you, Trunks, stand behind that waste. You're even less than that. Hearing Chun Yu's words, Trunks rises, his fists bleeding as he gazes at Chun Yu above him. Ignoring his own injuries, he bellows, Gohan is not a waste. Neither am I. With that declaration, Trunks' aura shifts dramatically, becoming ferocious, swirling around him like a vortex. Consumed by rage, he shuts his eyes tightly, recalling every moment shared with Gohan. As the whirlwind of his energy solidifies around him, Chun Yu cannot help but smile subtly at the burgeoning power. Gohan is not a waste. Trunks unleashes a primal roar, his eyes snapping open. With this cry, his hair begins to rise, shifting from its original lavender hue to a radiant gold. The tempest of energy enveloping him dissipates, replaced by a golden luminescence that encases Trunks in a protective sphere, pulsating with formidable energy. In an instant, the brilliance fades, and the golden aura radiates outward like crashing waves, coalescing around him. His hair stands erect, now a dazzling gold, as arcs of lightning flicker around him, enhancing his already formidable presence. The scene is imbued with a surreal, fantastical atmosphere, leaving onlookers in awe. Chun Yu senses the transformation within Trunks, and his expression shifts. Though he stands his ground, taking a deep breath, he channels all his might and charges at Trunks. However, Trunks, now faster than ever, deftly evades Chun Yu's assault. Trunks retaliates with a flurry of strikes, each blow more ferocious than the last, forcing Chun Yu to struggle for defense. Gradually, Trunks gains the upper hand, his eyes radiating unprecedented fury, determination, and confidence. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, he brings Chun Yu crashing to the ground. As he gazes at the fallen Chun Yu, Trunks' anger begins to subside. Yet, despite being knocked down, Chun Yu wears a smile, rising unperturbed and brushing off the dust, exclaiming, I see you've been blinded by the power of anger. Watch me recover. With a mighty shout, Chun Yu emanates a powerful aura, his hair standing on end, glowing with golden arcs of energy. His eyes transform into a radiant gold, exuding boundless power. Trunks, sensing this change, is taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun Yu's ability to ascend to Super Saiyan 2 with such overwhelming energy. The two lock eyes, hostility crackling between them, heralding an impending clash. They both charge at one another, their fists colliding with cataclysmic force, igniting a violent explosion. Amidst the swirling dust, both are forced to retreat a few steps. Trunks stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he is now evenly matched with Chun Yu, whom he had assumed was weaker. Chun Yu smirks, feeling an inexhaustible wellspring of power surging within him, each step toward Trunks laden with immense pressure. Determined not to falter, Trunks grits his teeth, focusing intently to enhance his combat prowess in preparation for Chun Yu's onslaught. Just then, Chun Yu vanishes from Trunks' sight, causing a momentary panic. However, the enemy will not grant him a moment's respite. Chun Yu reappears beside Trunks, launching a devastating punch imbued with the energy of Super Saiyan 2 directly at him. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the strike, Trunks fails to react in time, and when he finally does, it is too late. The punch sends him hurtling backward, skidding across the ground. The force of Chun Yu's well-placed strike, combined with the fatigue from their earlier battle, leaves Trunks in a dire state. He feels utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength has been siphoned away. Each breath becomes a monumental effort, akin to being struck by a heavy blow. His vision blurs, and he succumbs to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Trunks, overwhelmed by the joyous events, succumbed to the overwhelming delight and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness with blood pooling at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 32. Chun Yu transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Realizing that Trunks might not awaken soon due to his transformation, Chun Yu casually fed him a senzu bean before gently laying him down on the other side. Chun Yu then flew for an extended period until Trunks disappeared from view before coming to a halt. Uncertain of when Trunks would regain consciousness, he resolved to attempt transforming into Super Saiyan 4 himself. With his head held high and determination gleaming in his eyes, Chun Yu took a deep breath and began to summon the vast energy within him. He clasped his hands together, channeling all his energy into his palms, where a dazzling sphere of light gradually formed. As he continued to infuse it with energy, the brilliance intensified, ultimately coalescing into a radiant moon. As the moon hung high in the sky, Chun Yu gazed at it, a flicker of strange light passing through his eyes. In an instant, his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His physique expanded, muscles bulging, and bones cracking audibly. His once-fitted clothing tore apart, revealing a furry form beneath. His face contorted, fangs gradually emerging. Before long, Chun Yu had transformed into a colossal, imposing gorilla. He thumped his chest, releasing a thunderous roar, as if proclaiming his immense power to the world. The gorilla incarnation of Chun Yu stood majestically beneath the moonlight. Yet his clear eyes revealed that he had not lost his sanity. He remained steadfast, concentrating once again, preparing for an even more astonishing transformation. Chun Yu began to channel the energy of a Super Saiyan, which surged through his gigantic form. Initially, his fur trembled slightly, echoing the powerful force within him. As the energy accumulated, his fur began to shimmer with a golden hue, spreading rapidly from light to deep. Chun Yu's body expanded further, becoming even more formidable. When the golden light enveloped him entirely, Chun Yu successfully transformed into a golden great ape. His golden fur shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight, resembling an unshakable golden mountain. His eyes emitted a fierce glow, and his powerful aura caused the surrounding air to tremble. Upon transforming into the golden great ape, vivid images of bloodshed and brutality flooded his mind. Those gruesome scenes crashed against his consciousness like a tidal wave, attempting to seize control of his thoughts. However, with his formidable mental strength, Chun Yu fought back resolutely. He erected a solid mental barrier within himself, preventing the raging energy from breaking the shackles of his reason. His breathing grew heavy and rapid, his massive form quivering slightly, but his gaze remained resolute. With each gruesome image vying for dominance in his mind, Chun Yu concentrated harder, suppressing it forcefully. As this intense mental battle raged on, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield to the malevolent force. Gradually, under the control of his powerful mental fortitude, the raging energy began to subside, and Chun Yu regained command over his body and consciousness. He diligently controlled the immense form of the golden great ape, quickly adapting before moving on to the next phase. He focused intently, attempting to draw in the vast aura that surrounded him. The powerful energy that had previously enveloped him responded to his call, slowly converging towards his body and integrating within. Upon achieving this, Chun Yu wasted no time and began to mobilize all the energy within him, directing it toward his tail. The energy surged rapidly through his body. Racing toward his tail, the thick tail began to quiver slightly, as if welcoming the oncoming torrent of power. Golden light surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Chun Yu and forming a resplendent sphere. Under this radiant cover, the massive body of the golden great ape began to undergo wondrous changes. His form gradually shrank within the light, his once mighty limbs becoming slender, his colossal shape retracting bit by bit. The golden fur tightened around his body, sparkling as light danced through it in a dreamlike manner. Throughout this process, the golden light continued to shine brightly, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused subtle distortions in the surrounding space. Chun Yu, bathed in this luminous transformation, evolved continuously, as if on the verge of embracing a new form. The golden light scattered like brilliant fireworks, vanishing into the endless void. However, a mysterious red glow still enveloped Chun Yu, resembling a protective shield. In the air, lightning danced like silver serpents, casting flickering shadows throughout the space. Amidst this breathtaking atmosphere, the red glow slowly dissipated. When the light finally faded completely, Chun Yu's figure became distinctly visible. Indeed, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His once dark hair now flowed longer and more wildly, cascading over his shoulders like an untamed tempest. His chest and palms were covered in red fur, reminiscent of burning flames. Embodying the primal wildness and strength of a Saiyan, Chun Yu stood tall, exuding unparalleled dominance, reminiscent of an ancient warrior ready to face any challenge. Chun Yu gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in the sensation of the vast energy within him. His expression was grave yet focused, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with this formidable power. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, and everything around him fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of his breath and the subtle flow of energy within. After a brief moment, Chun Yu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with determination and confidence. He began to cautiously move his body, sensing every change brought by his new transformation. He gently raised his arm, feeling the seamless transmission of power within his muscles. He slightly bent his knees, experiencing the lightness and agility of his body. Each movement was executed with utmost precision, leaving no subtle sensation overlooked. As he adapted, a satisfied smile gradually appeared on Chun Yu's face, fully aware that this new transformation would bestow upon him greater strength to overcome the challenges ahead. Chapter 33, Trunks Awakens. Trunks slowly regained consciousness, and upon laying his eyes on Chun Yu in his new form, his eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chun Yu, observing Trunks' astonishment, smiled gently and said, "Trunks, don't be so surprised. This is my new transformation, representing the primal and wild power of the Saiyans." Trunks, taken aback, stammered, "This power is astonishing, and this form is simply magnificent. Chun Yu, you have truly impressed me." With his arms crossed confidently, Chun Yu replied, "With this power, I am certain I can conquer any formidable foe." Trunks nodded, his fighting spirit rekindled as he said, "I can also transform into something like this, right? Of course. You just need to train diligently, step by step, and one day you will reach this level. So give it your all. By the way, do you remember anything from before you fainted?" Chun Yu inquired. Trunks looked at Chun Yu with a puzzled expression. "I don't remember anything at all." Chun Yu's expression turned serious as he explained, "Trunks, during the previous battle, I intentionally provoked you to unlock your potential and push yourself beyond your limits. I didn't expect your anger to lead you to transform into Super Saiyan 2. However, I may have pushed too hard, and the burden of that transformation was too much for your body, which is why you fainted." Listening to Chun Yu's explanation, Trunks pondered for a moment before responding. "I see, now I understand. Thank you. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I did say some rather harsh words at that time. I hope you can overlook them. Now, let us see if you can still transform into Super Saiyan 2. You can practice that transformation first before continuing to train," Chun Yu said, though his arms remained crossed in a somewhat proud manner. Trunks, undeterred by Chun Yu's earlier remarks, grew focused and resolute, following Chun Yu's guidance to carefully sense the energy of Super Saiyan 2 within himself. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, and concentrated fully on exploring the powerful force that lay dormant deep within his body. At first, the energy was elusive and intangible, yet Trunks remained undeterred, patiently striving to establish a connection with it. Gradually, he seemed to sense the edge of this power, feeling its immense strength and searing heat. Taking a deep breath, Trunks focused his mind, attempting to harness this energy. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his body slightly trembled, yet he persevered. Finally, the energy of Super Saiyan 2 began to flow slowly under his guidance, enveloping Trunks in a subtle glow. As a golden light flickered around him, lightning crackled at his side, his hair standing upright and turning golden. Trunks had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Since you can transform, I must be frank with you. Chun Yu said, these transformations can be influenced by the Saiyan bloodline, which may lead to emotional instability or loss of control. Therefore, you must suppress that anger and adapt to this transformation. Chun Yu continued, seemingly recalling something. Oh, you might want to revert to your normal state. Then suppress your anger before attempting to transform again. Ultimately, you'll need to fully master that anger to adapt to the transformation. Now, you focus on adapting. I must also adjust to my transformation, as I have yet to try it while you were still unconscious. Trunks sighed as he watched Chun Yu's departing figure, but unexpectedly smiled when he reverted to his normal state. Thank you. Perhaps I truly should express my gratitude. Nevertheless, let me first try my own transformation. He muttered to himself, then resumed his mental training, determined not to let anger cloud his judgment or allow emotions to control him. Chapter 34. Training with Trunks. Once Chun Yu had adapted to his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he immediately teleported to Trunks' side and called out, "Hey, Trunks. How about a spar? You can also test your strength in battle." "Alright, let's go." Trunks replied without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he regarded Chun Yu in his Super Saiyan 4 form. After successfully harnessing the energy of Super Saiyan 2, Trunks' radiance intensified, and he suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. "Chun Yu, come on, don't hold back. I want to see what you can do in this form." Chun Yu smiled slightly in response. "Bring it on, Trunks." In an instant, Trunks dashed towards Chun Yu like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a powerful punch. Chun Yu remained calm, sidestepping effortlessly while retaliating with a kick. Trunks reacted swiftly, blocking with his arm, the force of their clash causing the ground beneath them to fracture. The two exchanged blows, each strike unleashing formidable waves of energy, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a buzzing sound. Their speed was so swift it was almost illusory. Trunks roared, his power surging once more, enhancing both the speed and force of his attacks. Chun Yu, now fully engaged, responded with utmost seriousness, evading Trunks' ferocious onslaught with agility and cunning. With his hands pressed together, Chun Yu gathered energy and launched a powerful energy wave forward. Trunks crossed his arms defensively, bracing for impact, but the force of Chun Yu's attack left deep marks in the ground beneath him. However, he did not falter. Instead, he leveraged the impact to leap back a distance. "Chun Yu, take this," Trunks shouted, channeling all his energy into his palms, forming a massive energy sphere, which he hurled at Chun Yu. The space around the energy sphere seemed to warp as it traveled. In response, Chun Yu swiftly danced his hands, crafting a complex energy shield to counter this formidable assault. The clash of energies erupted into a tremendous explosion, shrouding the area in dust. Yet, their battle did not cease. They continued to clash amidst the smoke, each eager to surpass their limits and unveil greater strength. As the intensity of Trunks' attacks escalated, Chun Yu recognized that conventional responses would not suffice for victory. Drawing a deep breath, Chun Yu's muscles tensed, releasing a powerful aura that surged from within. His hair stood on end, shimmering with golden light, and his gaze sharpened. "Trunks, prepare yourself," Chun Yu bellowed as the energy of Super Saiyan 4 erupted in full force. The surrounding space warped under the weight of this power, winds howled, and dust flew. Chun Yu's speed reached its zenith, instantly appearing before Trunks, delivering a devastating punch. Trunks hurriedly defended himself, but the might of Super Saiyan 4 was overwhelming, forcing him to stagger back. Chun Yu pressed the advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a torrential storm. Trunks fought valiantly to defend himself, yet he found it increasingly challenging to withstand this relentless assault. Ultimately, Chun Yu concentrated all his energy into a cataclysmic energy wave. Under the weight of this immense force, Trunks could no longer endure and was knocked to the ground. As the battle concluded, Chun Yu gradually retracted his energy and approached Trunks, offering a hand to help him up. "Trunks, you have grown remarkably strong. Keep pushing forward, and together we shall become even mightier." Though defeated, Trunks' fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. Chun Yu observed him with a smile, saying, "Trunks, I will guide you in your training from here on, elevating your strength to new heights." Trunks nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Chun Yu, I will strive with all my might. I want to be as powerful as you." Chun Yu instructed Trunks to calm his mind and feel the flow of energy within him. "Close your eyes, eliminate distractions, and focus on perceiving the subtle fluctuations of energy. Remember, your heart must remain as tranquil as a serene lake. Only then can you fully appreciate the delicate waves of energy. Following Chun Yu's guidance, Trunks endeavored to achieve a state of inner peace. After a while, he opened his eyes, expressing some frustration. Chun Yu, I still find it difficult to concentrate. I am constantly distracted by external factors. Chun Yu patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Do not lose heart. This process requires time and persistent practice. Consider this, during battle. Maintaining inner calm allows for swift and accurate judgment and reaction. Let us try again. I believe in you. Taking a deep breath, Trunks closed his eyes once more, determined to try again. As he began to grasp the concept of energy perception, Chun Yu began teaching him how to control the output of energy. Power is not about reckless release. It must be precisely controlled, allowing for seamless reception and emission. Observe closely. Chun Yu demonstrated by condensing energy in his palm, and then, with a gentle flick, sent a precise energy wave towards a distant target. Trunks watched intently, then began to practice repeatedly. However, his energy waves were either too powerful or too weak. Frustrated, he said, Chun Yu, this is so difficult. I can never seem to control the intensity. Chun Yu reassured him, stay patient. Mastery requires perseverance. You must feel the energy gathering and flowing within you, then adjust the output through your consciousness. Keep trying. You will find the rhythm. During training, Trunks occasionally faltered due to impatience, but Chun Yu was always there to correct and encourage him. Trunks, haste makes waste. Training is a gradual process. Each mistake is an opportunity for growth. Trust in your ability to succeed. With determination, Trunks clenched his jaw and declared, Chun Yu, I will not give up. I will master this power. As time passed, under Chun Yu's attentive guidance, Trunks became increasingly adept at controlling energy, steadily enhancing his strength. Chapter 35. Returning to the main timeline after completing their training, Chun Yu and Trunks, weary yet fulfilled, arrived at Bulma's home. Upon entering, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of a sumptuous meal. Bulma had prepared a lavish dinner. Gathered around the dining table, everyone joyfully indulged in the feast. After the meal, Bulma smiled at the two and declared, Chun Yu, Trunks, I have wonderful news. The time machine is ready for activation. Chun Yu, you can return to your own timeline now. Rising to his feet, Chun Yu bowed deeply to Bulma, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Bulma, I sincerely appreciate your care during this time. And thank you for your efforts with the time machine. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality, Chun Yu. I owe my gratitude to you for coming to this world and helping to resolve the android crisis, allowing everyone to live in peace. As Chun Yu and Trunks boarded the time machine, the interior lights flickered, and various instruments emitted a soft hum. Trunks gazed curiously at his surroundings, while Chun Yu wore a solemn expression, filled with both anticipation for returning to his own world and a tinge of anxiety about the unknown. With a surge of brilliant light and energetic fluctuations, the time machine activated. They felt as if an invisible force were pulling at their bodies. The scenery around them becoming increasingly blurred, time and space seemingly twisting. After an indeterminate period, the light gradually faded, and tranquility returned. Chun Yu and Trunks emerged from the time machine, discovering they had arrived in Chun Yu's time and space. The world before them felt both familiar and foreign. Chun Yu took a deep breath and said, Trunks, this is the world of my time. Trunks surveyed the environment and nodded. What are your plans now? Shall we tackle the androids together? Chun Yu replied, you may go, but you cannot. You must explain your origins to everyone and where we have been. However, I will not accompany you. If I were to directly confront the androids, do you think they would continue to train and grow stronger? You can be with them now, but try not to reveal your strength. Allow them to hone their skills in times of crisis. Chun Yu delicately explained his reasons and politely declined Trunks' proposal. Very well. I shall comply. Are you heading home now? Trunks asked. Indeed, after training for so long in your world, I need to rest and ensure I am in peak condition. Chun Yu replied, I'll return first. If a crisis arises, you can inform me. With that, Chun Yu took flight, while Trunks soared in another direction to seek out Goku and the others. Trunks recounted in detail his origins from another time and the experiences he shared with Chun Yu. The group listened, their expressions turning serious. In that case, we cannot afford to sit idly by. We must take proactive measures before the androids appear and extinguish the threat in its infancy, Vegeta declared, fists clenched and gaze resolute. Goku nodded in agreement. Indeed. We must prepare thoroughly and not allow them to disrupt our world. Krillin furrowed his brow, expressing concern. However, we do not know enough about these androids. We are unaware of their true strength. Trunks quickly interjected. In my time, Chun Yu and I faced them and have some knowledge of their techniques and weaknesses. I can share this information with everyone. The group began to fervently discuss their battle plans, each filled with determination and resolve. Let us set out immediately. We cannot afford to give the androids any opportunity, Gohan proclaimed loudly. Thus, under Trunks' leadership, they ventured toward the location where the androids might appear, ready to confront the impending fierce battle. Just as they were about to depart, Goku suddenly clutched his chest, his complexion paling, and his body swayed unsteadily. Goku! The group exclaimed in alarm. Trunks hurriedly said, "This is a heart attack. The medicine I gave Gohan should alleviate it." They frantically searched for the medicine with Gohan's help and quickly administered it to Goku. After taking the medicine, Goku's condition improved slightly, yet he remained exceptionally weak. Slipping into unconsciousness. "Leave Goku in my care. You must go confront the androids," Master Roshi urged. The group understood the urgency of the situation and could not delay any longer. "Master Roshi, I entrust Goku to you," Gohan said. "Rest assured, but please be careful," Master Roshi advised. Thus, the others, driven by unwavering conviction, charged toward the androids, preparing for a challenging battle. Chapter 36. Control of Ki and Energy. While Trunks and the Z-Fighters set out to eliminate the androids, Chun Yu was leisurely resting at home. "System, I have a question. If Goku and Vegeta were to fuse, would I be stronger as Vegeta or Gogeta?" Chun Yu, being a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast and a pure Saiyan, posed this seemingly trivial question. Ding. The fused warrior of Vegeta and Goku is rated at 11-2. While you are rated at 2. Do you understand? Upon hearing the system's assessment of himself as a mere 2, Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. While he could comprehend the statement, being designated as a 2 felt unacceptable. After calming himself, he asked again, "System, who possesses greater potential between me and the fused warriors? Or is there any way for me to surpass the 2 main protagonists when they fuse?" Ding. Fusion is certainly more powerful than individual strength. It's due to the combined potential and combat prowess of both warriors. If the fused warrior were to be treated as a single individual, that person would undoubtedly be the strongest among individual fighters. The system's words enlightened Chun Yu. This meant that if the fused warrior were indeed regarded as a single entity, their potential and combat abilities would surpass that of ordinary individuals. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he lamented, "After all this arduous training, I aspire to be the strongest, yet fusion can still surpass me. Alas, the protagonists are indeed formidable. I shall continue my training diligently." Chun Yu concluded his conversation with the system and returned home. After a modest meal, he proceeded to his dedicated training room. The training room was equipped with various exercise apparatus. Chun Yu commenced a series of physical training exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, executing each movement with precision and vigor, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Upon completing his physical regimen, Chun Yu began meditative practice, regulating his breath and concentrating his mind, attuning himself to the flow of energy within his body, attempting to guide and consolidate it. Although this training routine was simple, it brought Chun Yu a profound sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. He understood that only through relentless effort could he safeguard all that he cherished in future battles. Gradually, Chun Yu recognized a significant challenge. With the rapid increase in his combat power, the mastery over his vast energy and ki became paramount. For instance, during a battle, he needed a surge of energy to launch energy blasts. If he could not control it perfectly, he would waste both energy and ki. To achieve flawless control over his immense energy and ki, Chun Yu sought a tranquil valley, deciding to dedicate himself to practice there. In the valley, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Chun Yu seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes to begin regulating his breath. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with fresh air, then exhaled slowly, expelling all the stagnant air within. This cycle continued, gradually leading his breathing to become steady and prolonged. Chun Yu earnestly sought to connect with the tumultuous energy within him, initially finding it akin to untamed wild horses, difficult to tame. Yet, he remained patient, maintaining his inner calm as he gently guided them. He envisioned his body as a vast vessel, and the energy as flowing water within. His task was to construct channels for the water to flow according to his will, rather than crashing chaotically. Throughout his training, Chun Yu faced countless obstacles and setbacks. At times, the energy would surge uncontrollably within him, causing intense pain. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered with unwavering willpower. As time progressed, Chun Yu gradually mastered the control of his energy. He could gather it in the palms of his hands and distribute it evenly throughout his body. His control over his ki became increasingly refined, as if he were merging with the natural environment around him. After enduring a lengthy and arduous training process, Chun Yu ultimately achieved perfect mastery over the vast energy and ki within his body, preparing himself thoroughly for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 37. The emergence of the androids. At the moment Chun Yu mastered the control of his ki and energy, Trunks and his companions successfully located the android's base. With Trunks' assistance, the Z fighters discovered and destroyed Dr. Gero's facility. However, an unexpected situation arose. The two androids exhibited personalities that were entirely different from those in the future world. Upon their emergence, these androids did not wreak havoc upon the world. Instead, they prioritized rescuing their companions. While others immediately suggested eliminating the androids, Trunks, adhering to Chun Yu's advice, refrained from attacking them. Instead, he observed their every move, keenly monitoring their actions. As the androids appeared, they demonstrated stark contrasts to the descriptions from the future world. Upon their emergence, they promptly rescued their companions, refraining from destruction and showing no hostility toward the protagonist group. After hearing Trunks' harrowing account of the future world's dire circumstances, Vegeta and the others were engulfed in a fervent rage, promptly launching an assault on the androids. Vegeta, at the forefront, radiated a formidable energy as he roared and charged at the androids. However, the androids in this world exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading Vegeta's attacks. Almost instantaneously, they counterattacked with blinding speed and astonishing strength. Caught off guard, Vegeta was seized by the androids, who delivered a crushing blow that sent him sprawling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Infuriated, Vegeta struggled to rise, but the impact had inflicted considerable injury upon him. The others, witnessing this, were startled, yet they did not falter. Instead, their resolve to triumph over the androids intensified. After knocking Vegeta down, Android 17 displayed no hint of triumph, merely casting a cold glance at the group before preparing to depart. "Stop!" Vegeta shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Android 17 paused, tilting his head slightly, and replied, "I have no desire to engage with you. This ends here." Krillin, anxious, interjected, "How can we let you leave just like that?" At this moment, Android 16 spoke up. "Let him go. Our aim is not to kill. Our target is Goku." Android 18 echoed, "Indeed, we merely wish to live according to our own desires." The group exchanged glances, filled with frustration yet perplexed by the attitudes of Android 16 and 18. Just as Android 17 was about to vanish from their sight, Vegeta stepped forward, declaring, "Do you think you can simply walk away? This is merely the beginning." Android 17 offered no response and continued to fade into the distance. With the support of his companions, Vegeta slowly rose, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "I will settle this score." As they gazed in the direction of the departing androids, a silent oath formed within their hearts to become stronger and eradicate the threat posed by the androids. The Z fighters, heavy-hearted, resolved to return to Master Roshi's house. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere laden with tension. Upon reaching the house, they gathered to discuss their next strategies. Vegeta, consumed by the bitterness of his defeat, uttered not a word and turned to leave, seeking a more arduous training environment, swearing to reclaim his honor by overcoming the androids. That Vegeta, ever the competitive spirit. Krillin sighed, shaking his head. Yet, it was this very persistence that propelled him to grow stronger, Tien Shinhan remarked. Regardless, we cannot afford to slacken our efforts. We must diligently enhance our abilities, Piccolo stated solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement, their spirits ignited with determination, ready to face the more formidable challenges that lay ahead. After an intense training session, Chun Yu returned home, weary, and collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. He slept soundly until midday the following day. After a simple meal, he adjusted his state and set off for Master Roshi's house. Upon his arrival, the main group and Trunks had been waiting for quite some time. "Chun Yu, you finally made it." Trunks greeted with a smile. Chun Yu sheepishly scratched his head, sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Piccolo approached and patted Chun Yu on the shoulder. No worries. One must rest well to fight better. The group sat together, commencing discussions on their upcoming plans. Trunks stated, "The androids are formidable. We must devise more effective strategies." Chun Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my recent training has granted me new insights that may prove beneficial." Dialogue flowed freely in the Turtle Hermit's house, filled with passionate discussion. "Listen to me, the androids in this world differ greatly from those in the future. In fact, the androids here are inherently benevolent, though soon a being named Cell will emerge. He is the one you must eliminate." Chun Yu briefly outlined the situation. The group turned their attention to him, their gazes fixed intently. Clearing his throat, Chun Yu began to explain Cell's origins. Cell is an exceedingly dangerous entity. He was created by Dr. Gero, who collected the cells of numerous powerful beings. Chun Yu's expression turned grave, his voice low. "These cells include those of our familiar allies, such as Goku, Vegeta, and even Frieza. This grants Cell a myriad of formidable abilities and combat techniques." A flicker of concern danced in Chun Yu's eyes. Moreover, Cell evolves by continuously absorbing energy. He initially appears in an imperfect form, but over time, he becomes increasingly powerful and more challenging to confront. Chun Yu's pace quickened as the gravity of the situation weighed upon everyone. At a certain point in the future, Cell will host what he calls the Cell Games to determine the fate of Earth. We must prepare thoroughly and elevate our strengths to have any chance of defeating him. Chun Yu exhaled deeply, and the group fell into contemplation, fully aware of the unprecedented challenge that awaited them. Chapter 38. The calm before the storm. What you all need to focus on now is rigorous training. The three androids were specifically created to eliminate Goku. By the way, androids 17 and 18 are essentially human. They have just been modified. Chun Yu elaborated. "Ah, this is different from the future world, isn't it, Chun Yu?" Trunks queried. "Yes. It is akin to a parallel universe. Thus, while it has progressed more rapidly, many aspects remain distinct. What you need to do is train diligently," Chun Yu concluded, forcibly leading Trunks back to his home. Observing Trunks' puzzled expression, Chun Yu earnestly explained, "Trunks, for Cell to achieve his perfect form, he must absorb androids 16, 17, and 18. Trunks furrowed his brow, asking, "Why those three?" Chun Yu patiently clarified, "As I understand, Dr. Gero set these special conditions during Cell's creation. Androids 16, 17, and 18 possess unique energy and structures. Only by merging their powers can Cell reach his perfect state and attain unparalleled strength." Trunks clenched his fists, his expression grave. "Then we absolutely cannot allow Cell to succeed." Chun Yu regarded Trunks with a serious demeanor, slowly stating, "Trunks, the androids in this world differ significantly from those in the future. In the latter, the androids unleashed rampant destruction and slaughter, seemingly intent only on annihilation. However, in this world, the androids have not caused any destruction, and they possess their own thoughts." Trunks listened intently, his brow furrowed. "What you should focus on is not obliterating the androids, but rather preventing Cell from absorbing them to achieve his perfect form. The androids here are also benevolent. As you know, I won't elaborate further. Remember to let them hone their skills rather than attempting to eliminate them single-handedly." Trunks nodded, comprehending Chun Yu's intent, then asked, "Do you know when Cell will appear?" "It's likely around the time Goku awakens. Beyond that, I have no further information. Ideally, you should train with them. I merely came to clarify these matters, as I shouldn't be involved in the first place." Chun Yu sighed, spreading his hands in resignation. "And seriously, do not go after those three androids. They have done nothing wrong, right? The fault lies with Dr. Gero. Those siblings were once ordinary humans. And once this Cell matter passes, I can still seek them out for training. I am quite bored in this world." Trunks chuckled at Chun Yu's words, then remarked, "All right then, I'll go check on everyone's training. Farewell, Chun Yu." After Trunks departed, Chun Yu found himself at a loss for what to do, feeling rather bored. Thus, he dragged a lounge chair into the yard and basked in the sun. "System, it's been quite a while. Shouldn't you reward me with something good for my efforts?" Ding. Sign in option 1. Basic combat power x 2 billion. Celestial beans x 100. Sign in option 2. Bloodline ascension. Celestial beans x 100. Chun Yu, upon hearing the choices presented by the system, was momentarily at a loss for words. Once he regained his composure, he immediately inquired, "What is bloodline ascension, system?" Ding. You are currently an ordinary Saiyan, with a bloodline as pure as that of Sun Wukong. The reward from the system is to directly elevate your bloodline. After the ascension, your potential will multiply, and your transformation may exhibit some differences. As Chun Yu absorbed the system's explanation, he found himself wavering. Who could predict what changes might occur with the transformation? What if he ended up becoming weaker? Nevertheless, he resolved to take the plunge. After all, fortune favors the bold. System, I choose option 2. Upon the utterance of Chun Yu's choice, the system promptly began to elevate his bloodline. In that moment, Chun Yu felt a warm current surge into his body, spreading from his back and tail throughout his entire being. Once this process concluded, Chun Yu swiftly leaped from his chair and rushed to the mirror, eager to observe his appearance. Upon examining his usual form, he noticed no significant changes, only that his pupils had transformed from black to a pale red, and his tail had shifted from brown to a light crimson. System, what is happening? Why have the colors of my pupils and tail changed? Ding. This is a result of the bloodline ascension. Your bloodline is gradually becoming pure, free from impurities. Your potential increases in tandem with the transformation. Oh, host, why not try transforming and see how it feels? Following the system's advice, Chun Yu closed his eyes and summoned the power inherent to the Saiyan bloodline. In a flash of red light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Opening his eyes, he examined his transformation and found that his pupils, tail, and body hair had all turned red, seemingly unchanged from before. Closing his eyes once more, he carefully attuned to the alterations within his body. Suddenly, he realized that the primal fury and brutality typical of Saiyans had vanished, leaving him with the ability to control his emotions freely. So that was it. There was no longer a need to suppress his emotions. He merely had to adapt to his transformation and enhance his combat prowess. The emotional side effects of the transformation had dissipated, easing the burden on his body and allowing for more precise control over the Saiyan's primal energy. This was truly remarkable. Chun Yu mused to himself. His interest peaked as he rushed to the gravity chamber at home to experiment with his newfound transformation. Chapter 39. The first encounter with Cell. As time passed, Chun Yu continued to observe the actions of everyone on Earth. Meanwhile, Cell had arrived from Trunks' future timeline via the time machine. After consuming the heart disease medicine brought by Trunks from the future, Sun Wukong fell into a coma. Surrounding him, his companions were filled with concern and anxiously awaited his awakening. Seconds turned into minutes, and at last, amidst their hopes, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his gaze was somewhat dazed, but it quickly regained its clarity and resolve. "Wukong, you finally awakened," they exclaimed in unison, their faces beaming with joy. Sun Wukong managed a weak smile, saying, "I'm sorry to have worried you all." Gohan hurriedly approached, asking, "Dad, how do you feel?" Sun Wukong sat up and stretched his body, replying, "Much better, thanks to Trunks' medicine." Vegeta crossed his arms and declared, "Humph, now that you're awake, hurry up and recover. Our enemies won't wait for us." Sun Wukong nodded. "Don't worry, I'll recover quickly and fight alongside you all." On a tranquil afternoon, the gentle sunlight bathed the earth. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by a sudden surge of malevolent energy. Having successfully absorbed Android 16, Cell emanated a chilling and terrifying aura. At that moment, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and the others were diligently training. Suddenly, they all sensed this unfamiliar, overwhelmingly powerful, and sinister presence. It bore an invisible pressure that cast a shadow of unease over their hearts. What is this aura? So evil, so unsettling. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his keen eyes reflecting unprecedented gravity. He halted his training, instinctively clenching his fists. Sun Wukong snapped out of his training state, his expression serious and focused. "Whatever it is, this aura is incredibly powerful and evil. It poses a significant threat, and we must investigate." Gohan followed closely, his face resolute. "Dad, I'm going with you." Without hesitation, the group abandoned their training and swiftly flew toward the source of the ominous energy. Along the way, their hearts felt heavy, speculating about the origin of this malevolent force and the potential crises it might herald. Upon arriving at the scene, they were struck with shock. There stood Cell, his massive and grotesque form towering amidst the ruins, wearing a smug and contemptuous smile. Beneath him lay the shattered remnants of Android 16, a harrowing sight. "Damn you, Cell." Vegeta could no longer contain his fury, roaring towards the sky as his energy erupted like a volcano, igniting the air around him. Sun Wukong's eyes brimmed with anger and determination as he fixed his gaze on Cell, secretly summoning his inner strength in preparation for the imminent battle. Gohan, infuriated by the grim sight before him, clenched his teeth, his hands balled into fists, his body trembling slightly. Trunks had shared with them Cell's origins and intentions, so they understood the necessity of preventing Cell from achieving his perfect form. With two other androids still unaccounted for and one remnant lying on the ground, they collectively recognized that this was indeed Cell. Vegeta, with unwavering resolve, charged at Cell, his energy surging wildly, his eyes alight with a thirst for battle and an unyielding pursuit of victory. "Cell, today marks your end," Vegeta bellowed, launching a fierce punch accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Yet, Cell merely sneered, effortlessly sidestepping Vegeta's attack. Undeterred, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes and flying kicks, each infused with his formidable strength. However, Cell's speed and reflexes far exceeded Vegeta's expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Cell counterattacked with a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta grunted in pain, propelled backward. Yet, he swiftly regained his footing and charged again, continuously unleashing energy blasts in an attempt to inflict damage on Cell. Yet, Cell seemed to glide through Vegeta's assaults unscathed, as if he were a specter. As the battle wore on, Vegeta's stamina waned, and his attacks grew sluggish. Cell capitalized on this moment, launching a relentless counteroffensive. His strikes rained down upon Vegeta like a tempest, and despite Vegeta's desperate resistance, he was unable to withstand Cell's overwhelming power. Ultimately, Cell landed a devastating kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Vegeta discovered he had exhausted his strength, left only with a begrudging gaze filled with anger and helplessness directed at Cell. Just as Vegeta lay defeated and Cell reveled in his triumph, a figure shot through the air like lightning. Trunks appeared in an instant, his gaze steely, radiating a formidable aura. "Cell, your reign of terror ends here," Trunks roared, unleashing a powerful punch that sent Cell flying. Without granting Cell a moment's respite, Trunks turned to his companions and urged, "Everyone, come with me." With that, Trunks unleashed his energy, enveloping Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and the others, transforming into a beam of light as they sped toward the sacred realm. In the air, they felt the rush of wind as their surroundings blurred past them. Trunks pushed himself to his limits, propelling them forward at breakneck speed. Finally, they arrived at the sacred realm, where Trunks gently set them down. Though fatigue and tension were evident on their faces, their eyes remained filled with determination and resilience. "You've all witnessed Cell's strength, so what you must do now is train diligently and prepare to defeat him. You are already aware of the androids in this world, right? Not the kind of person who would wreak havoc upon the world, but Cell is different. He is a killing machine created from the cells of many by Dr. Gero, thus requiring rigorous training." At this moment, Chung suddenly teleported to the front of everyone and spoke. Chapter 40. The Fusion of Piccolo and the Elder Kai Humph. "That damn Cell. This prince shall surely defeat him using my own strength," Vegeta declared, crossing his arms and turning his head away in a haughty manner. "In truth, I could defeat Cell any time, but what if I am not around? You all must ultimately rely on your own strength to vanquish the enemy. And Vegeta, could you perhaps tone down that insufferable pride? No one here looks down upon you. If you continue to act so arrogantly, it will only invite a beating." Chung teased Vegeta, employing his usual playful banter. "By the way, Elder Kai, isn't there a hyperbolic time chamber in the Kai's realm where they can train? I once took Trunks there in his world. Also, Trunks, you can now fully explain your origins to them." Chung inquired of the Elder Kai, then moved to sit down beside him. Suddenly, Chung seemed to ponder something, and he turned to Piccolo, saying, "You and the Elder Kai should be one, right? If you are not complete, it seems no matter how much you train, you cannot surpass those two Saiyans. I think you should discuss this with the Elder Kai." After saying this, Chung disregarded the matter and closed his eyes to rest. Upon hearing this, the Elder Kai contemplated for a moment and began to explain the purpose of the hyperbolic time chamber to everyone before leading them there. They decided on the order. The proud Prince Vegeta and Trunks would go in first, followed by Goku and Gohan, and then Krillin, Tien, and the others in succession. Piccolo also sat beside Chung, enjoying the breeze and gazing at the sky, lost in thought. He worried about losing his individuality upon fusion, fearing he would no longer be an independent entity, but merely a new being fused with the Elder Kai's consciousness. He was also concerned about changes in his character post-fusion, apprehensive that his original decisiveness, resilience, and combat instincts would be influenced by the Elder Kai's traits, rendering him hesitant in battle. Furthermore, Piccolo might fret over the control of the newfound power after fusion. If he could not master it effectively, he could fail to protect everyone and potentially endanger his comrades. Additionally, he wondered whether merging with the Elder Kai would genuinely resolve the current crisis, if they were still unable to contend with the enemy post-fusion. The act would be rendered meaningless, possibly leading to the sacrifice of his original existence. Moreover, Piccolo might contemplate the impact of fusion on his companions, whether they could accept a completely new version of himself, and if their rapport and emotions would change as a result. The Elder Kai, too, was deep in thought, possibly worried that his existence would be diminished in the fusion, that the wisdom and experience he had accumulated would not be fully realized in the new entity. He may have been concerned that some of Piccolo's impulsive and radical traits would affect their judgment and actions post-fusion, potentially leading to erroneous decisions. The Elder Kai also feared that the fusion would not achieve the desired effect, failing to enhance their strength adequately to confront the crisis, and instead worsening the situation. He might have worried that the fusion with Piccolo would not be flawless, resulting in unpredictable side effects, even causing unforeseen harm to the world. Furthermore, the Elder Kai perhaps pondered whether he could continue to uphold his divine duties and principles after merging with Piccolo, thus violating his long-held mission. Seeing the unmistakable concerns etched on the faces of the Elder Kai and Piccolo, Chung stepped forward slowly. His gaze was gentle yet resolute as he addressed the Elder Kai, saying, "Elder Kai, you need not worry that your wisdom and experience will be overshadowed. Your fusion with Piccolo is akin to gathering brilliant stars to form a more radiant galaxy. Your accumulated knowledge will become the foundation of the new entity, guiding its path forward." Then, Chung turned to Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, your decisiveness and resilience are invaluable qualities. The Elder Kai's addition will not diminish them, but rather enable you to remain more composed and wise when facing challenges. You must believe that this fusion is not about one being assimilated by the other. It is about mutual enhancement and collective growth. Your objective is the same, to protect this world and safeguard everyone." Chung's voice resonated with strength. "The fused you will possess unprecedented power and wisdom, sufficient to confront any challenge. Do not let concerns bind your steps. Bravely take this leap, for justice, for hope. And Elder Kai, should you worry about your position, I can find someone on Namek to take over for you." Although Piccolo was once the Demon King, he is now striving to protect Earth, is he not? The reason I urge you to fuse is to facilitate Piccolo's growth. He possesses a righteous heart now, along with our group of companions, does he not? Upon hearing Cheng's words, Piccolo offered a rare smile. "You speak the truth, perhaps you are right. For there may be many crises to come. I hope you can be a good person and no longer the Demon King. Come, child. Let us fuse and bring forth the strongest Namekian with the greatest talent once more. I hope you will wield your abilities wisely." The Elder Kai sighed, yet resolved to proceed. Just as Chung had said, Piccolo was indeed not complete at present, for the sake of both current and future crises. He would eventually have to embark on this path. "You old fool, rest assured, you truly are a sentimental fellow," Piccolo teased back, though he moved beside the Elder Kai. In a tranquil yet tense expanse, Piccolo and the Elder Kai stood facing each other with solemn expressions. The sky was thick with dark clouds, seemingly heavy with the gravity of the monumental event about to unfold. Piccolo gritted his teeth, fists clenched, the internal turmoil and apprehension about the unknown evident on his face. The Elder Kai, eyes closed, endeavored to calm his emotions, fully aware that this fusion would determine the fate of the world. When they finally made up their minds, they unleashed the energy within them simultaneously. Dazzling light erupted from their bodies, resembling two brilliant stars. The radiance intensified, enveloping their forms completely, creating two immense cocoons of light. Piccolo and the Elder Kai began to take heavy steps, gradually drawing closer to one another. As the distance closed, the two cocoons began to touch and merge, intertwining their lights into a resplendent curtain of brilliance. Within this luminous tapestry, their bodies gradually became ethereal, their outlines blurring. Piccolo's green skin and the Elder Kai's white robes flickered in the brilliance, as if engaged in a fierce struggle of fusion. Powerful energy waves radiated outward from their center, whipping up fierce winds and swirling dust. Nearby trees swayed violently in response to this force, their leaves scattering. Amidst the interplay of light and energy, the figures of Piccolo and the Elder Kai slowly converged, their forms melding into one. Throughout this process, the light flickered and danced, as if undergoing its final adjustments and harmonization. At last, as the radiance began to subside, a new figure emerged before the onlookers. Tall and muscular, he exuded an astonishingly powerful aura. His skin bore a unique bluish-green hue, embodying the characteristics of both Piccolo and the Elder Kai. The fused Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting both Piccolo's determination and courage, as well as the Elder Kai's composure and wisdom. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of new, overwhelming power within him, his heart brimming with resolve and courage for the future. Chapter 41. Perfect Cell. On a dark and oppressive day, Cell, the terrifying creature engineered by Dr. Gero, was scouring the land for the key to his evolution into his perfect form. Androids 17 and 18, the sibling duo. Cell's grotesque form moved swiftly across the desolate earth, his eyes brimming with greed and urgency. He understood that only by devouring these two androids could he achieve ultimate evolution and become an invincible being. At that moment, Androids 17 and 18 were resting in a lush forest. Android 17, tall and handsome, yet somewhat cold, stood beside his beautiful and resolute sister, Android 18. Unbeknownst to them, danger was stealthily approaching. Utilizing his keen senses, Cell gradually closed in on their location. When he finally appeared before them, Androids 17 and 18 immediately became alert. "You cannot escape. Submit and become part of me." Cheru emitted a deep and terrifying sound. Number 17 glared fiercely, exclaiming, "You think this hideous monster can lay a hand on us?" With that, he charged forward, swinging his fist at Cheru. Cheru effortlessly evaded Number 17's attack, countering with a strike that sent him staggering back several paces. Observing this, Number 18 joined the fray, her speed remarkable as she appeared behind Cheru in an instant, launching a fierce assault. However, Cheru's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. His body was extraordinarily resilient. No matter how fiercely the siblings attacked, they could inflict no substantial harm. Seizing the moment, Cheru grasped Number 17's arm and forcefully hurled him to the ground. In a state of desperation, Number 18 rushed towards Cheru, intent on rescuing her brother. Yet, Cheru would not allow her to succeed. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to Number 18's abdomen, causing her to collapse in pain. "Cease your futile struggles. You are destined to be my prey," Cheru proclaimed with a triumphant grin, advancing step by step towards the siblings. Number 17 struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fury and defiance. "Even in death, we shall not let you prevail." The siblings once again fought side by side, their attacks more ferocious and their techniques sharper. Yet, Cheru remained composed, effortlessly deflecting each of their assaults. As the battle wore on, the stamina of Numbers 17 and 18 began to dwindle. Cheru, seizing the opportunity, suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful suction in an attempt to draw Number 17 into his being. Number 17 fought desperately against the pull, but his strength seemed insignificant before Cheru. Ultimately, he was gradually drawn closer. "Brother!" Number 18 cried out, rushing toward Cheru in a bid to intervene. But it was too late. Number 17 was completely consumed by Cheru. A blinding light emanated from Cheru's body as his aura surged with newfound strength. Filled with anguish and rage, Number 18 launched a final, reckless assault on Cheru. Yet, he was now far beyond his previous self, effortlessly blocking Number 18's strike and releasing another suction that drew her into his form as well. At the moment of her absorption, Cheru's body erupted with an immensely powerful energy wave. His form began to transform, becoming more perfect, with defined muscle lines and a terrifying presence. Cheru had finally achieved his perfect form. He spread his arms wide and let out a roar that seemed to declare his invincibility to the entire world. Meanwhile, in the distance, Goku and his companions sensed this overwhelming energy wave, realizing that an even more arduous battle was imminent. Cheru, feeling the tumultuous power within him, was filled with confidence and arrogance. He resolved to challenge Goku and his allies, eager to showcase his might. In an instant, he dashed towards their location, a tempest following in his wake, stirring dust and debris. On the other side, Goku and his companions stood ready, bracing themselves for Sheru's challenge. They understood that this would be a life-and-death battle concerning the fate of the Earth, as Sheru searched in vain for Goku and the others within the Heavenly Palace. The malevolent creature refused to relent and concocted a more insane plan. Utilizing his formidable power, Sheru seized control of the television signals. His grotesque visage appeared on screens worldwide. "Foolish humans, listen well." Sheru's voice was laced with menace and arrogance. "I, Sheru, shall host a martial arts tournament. If you so-called warriors cannot defeat me in this contest, I will annihilate this world." His words detonated like a bomb, inciting widespread panic across the globe. People stared in horror at their screens, filled with despair and dread. Sheru continued, "I grant you time to prepare, to summon your mightiest warriors. But remember, this is your final opportunity. Do not dare to resist, or the consequences will be dire." With that, the television broadcast returned to normal, yet Sheru's threat lingered in the hearts of all. Chaos erupted worldwide, with people praying for the emergence of heroes to save their beleaguered world. Upon learning of this news from their vantage point in the Heavenly Palace, Goku and his companions recognized the gravity of the situation and intensified their training, preparing for the battle that would determine the world's survival. Upon hearing of Sheru's impending martial arts tournament and his threat of destruction, Goku and his friends immediately immersed themselves in intense preparations. Goku, well aware of Sheru's formidable prowess, understood that mere enhancement of strength might not suffice for victory. Thus, he focused more intently on refining his combat techniques and mental fortitude. In a secluded corner of the Heavenly Palace, he engaged in rigorous training day after day, striving to wield his power with greater finesse. Each punch and kick aimed for utmost precision and potency. Vegeta, driven by his fierce pride and indomitable spirit, pushed himself to the limits in his specialized training. He relentlessly sought to break through his boundaries, exhausting every ounce of potential within him, fixated on defeating Sheru in the tournament to prove himself as the strongest. Gohan, under Piccolo's guidance, diligently sought to uncover his hidden potential. Through various grueling training methods, Piccolo ignited Gohan's fighting spirit and strength. Despite his youth, Gohan grasped the weight of his responsibilities, never complaining during training, consistently surpassing his limits. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also remained resolute, engaging in friendly sparring and collaboratively discussing enhancements to their combat techniques. Both aimed to refine their skills, aspiring to contribute significantly during the tournament. Yamcha, despite being comparatively weaker, enthusiastically participated in training, striving to bolster his strength and hoping to offer support in battle. Throughout their preparations, the group not only focused on individual strength, but also frequently engaged in team building and tactical discussions. They encouraged and supported one another, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the shared goal of besting Sheru in the martial arts tournament and saving the world. Chapter 42. Initial encounter with Sheru within the enigmatic room of spirit and time. Vegeta immersed himself in relentless training. The passage of time within this realm differed from the outside world, affording Vegeta ample opportunity for growth. His eyes burned with an indomitable flame as each exertion was accompanied by a roar, and every breakthrough was marked by sweat. After countless trials and challenges, Vegeta successfully attained the complete form of Super Saiyan. In this state, the increase in power was perfectly balanced with the strain on his body. As he felt the surging strength within him, confidence surged, and he could hardly wait to validate his training results. He burst forth from the room of spirit and time, heading straight for Sheru to engage in battle. With resolute and powerful strides, he harbored a singular thought: to defeat Sheru and prove his strength. At that moment, Vegeta seemed like a war god returning from the depths of hell, fueled by boundless fury and determination, ready to unleash his full power on the battlefield. Vegeta, eager to demonstrate that he was the strongest Saiyan, disregarded Goku and the others' earnest counsel and resolutely sought out Sheru. On the battlefield, a golden radiance enveloped Vegeta, the overwhelming aura of his complete Super Saiyan form unmistakable. He glared at Sheru, eyes filled with provocation and confidence. Sheru, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly dismissive of Vegeta's presence. The battle erupted instantly. Vegeta shot towards Sheru like a bolt of golden lightning, fists flying and legs striking with ferocity. Yet, Sheru's power far exceeded Vegeta's expectations. He deftly evaded Vegeta's attacks, each counter leaving Vegeta struggling to keep pace. Despite Vegeta's valiant efforts and fierce techniques, He felt utterly impotent in Cheru's presence. As the battle progressed, Vegeta began to show signs of fatigue, his attacks losing their former intensity. Meanwhile, Cheru remained composed, waiting for the opportune moment, and delivered a heavy blow that sent Vegeta flying. He crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still, he struggled to rise, determined to continue fighting. Cheru, however, chuckled, remarking, "You are too weak, Vegeta." In a surprising turn, Cheru expressed confidence, believing Vegeta posed no threat, and chose to spare him, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Vegeta watched Cheru's retreating figure, his heart swelling with resentment and humiliation. As Sun Wukong was about to enter the room of spirit in time to refine his skills, Chun Yu suddenly intervened, stating, "All right, Vegeta should have been defeated. Now, allow me to elucidate the evolutionary path of the Saiyans and how you ought to cultivate." Just as Sun Wukong and Son Gohan were on the verge of stepping into the room, Chun Yu earnestly explained to the father-son duo the evolutionary trajectory of the Saiyans and the methods of cultivation. "Wukong, Gohan, the evolution of Saiyans is not an instantaneous process. Firstly, the foundational form of a Super Saiyan is merely the initial explosion of power, which is far from sufficient to continuously enhance your abilities. One must transcend both physical and mental limits." Chun Yu's gaze was solemn. The progression to Super Saiyan 1 requires a more refined mastery of your power, ensuring that every ounce of strength is utilized effectively rather than relying solely on brute force. Moving onward, the transition to Super Saiyan 2 necessitates an understanding drawn from moments of anger or intense emotional outbursts, breaking through the shackles of power. However, do not be dependent on emotions. Instead, learn to actively control the awakening of this power. Standing before Sun Wukong, Chun Yu inhaled deeply and instantly radiated a formidable aura. His hair stood on end, transforming from black to gold, shining brilliantly, with an electric-like glow coursing around him. Subsequently, his aura surged again, his golden hair becoming even more upright and sharp, the surrounding energy intensifying, causing winds to stir. His eyes became piercing, as if they could penetrate anything, and his muscles bulged slightly, brimming with boundless strength. "Wukong, this is the form of Super Saiyan 2, Chun Yu declared loudly, his voice infused with power and confidence. Chun Yu, with a serious expression, addressed Sun Wukong and Son Gohan, saying, "You must remember that controlling emotions is crucial for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Anger can serve as a catalyst for transformation, but it must not dictate your actions. Otherwise, you risk losing your rationality, which will impair your combat judgment. Your primary objective now is to cultivate Super Saiyan 1 to its complete form. Only with a solid foundation can you attempt to break through to Super Saiyan 2. This process requires immense patience and perseverance. Do not rush it. Throughout your training, continuously feel the flow of power within, adjusting your aura to wield your strength with greater ease. When you achieve ultimate control over the complete state of Super Saiyan 1, you will be able to attempt to awaken deeper power in moments of anger or extreme focus, striving to transcend into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Remember, each breakthrough is a challenge to oneself. I believe you can accomplish this." Sun Wukong, having comprehended the words, expressed his gratitude with a serious demeanor and resolutely entered the room of spirit and time with Son Gohan. Observing the departing figures of the father and son, Chun Yu sighed slightly, pondering whether revealing the original storyline earlier would have caused them to crumble. Chun Yu's presence had instigated numerous changes, and thus, with the flutter of his metaphorical butterfly wings, no one could predict what unforeseen events might arise next. "Trunks, do not be disheartened. Vegeta's nature is as such. Let him learn from his own misfortunes." Chun Yu consoled Trunks as he approached his side. "Indeed, Vegeta's disposition is precisely that way, so there's no need for concern." Piccolo concurred. Chapter 43. Sparring with Piccolo. Bored in the Heavenly Temple, Chun Yu's gaze fell upon Piccolo, and an impulse to seek some amusement surged within him. "Piccolo, come. Let us spar," Chun Yu exclaimed loudly, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Piccolo paused momentarily, then a confident smile spread across his face. "Sure. I was just looking for something to do." The two faced each other, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. The surrounding air seemed to solidify in anticipation of their impending clash. As Piccolo and Chun Yu stood poised for battle, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others hurriedly arrived. They gathered nearby, their eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness. This is truly a rare sight. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Tien Shinhan nodded slightly. Indeed, ever since Chun Yu defeated Frieza, we have yet to see him in action. I wonder how strong he truly is. The crowd murmured, discussing fervently, eagerly anticipating this electrifying showdown to glimpse Chun Yu's mysterious and formidable prowess. With unwavering determination and fighting spirit reflected in their eyes, Chun Yu and Piccolo stood ready. The air around them thickened with the tension of their impending confrontation, while Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others watched intently, hardly daring to breathe. Piccolo initiated the assault, his form flashing as he appeared before Chun Yu, his right fist slicing through the air towards Chun Yu's face. Unfazed, Chun Yu deftly sidestepped the blow. Piccolo, missing his strike, quickly changed tactics, sweeping his left leg towards Chun Yu's waist. Chun Yu reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block, the impact resonating with a loud thud as they both recoiled several steps. Regaining his stance, Piccolo clasped his hands together and began chanting, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his mouth. Chun Yu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly moved his hands in front of him, conjuring an energy shield that absorbed the energy wave entirely. The collision of energies produced a dazzling brilliance and a tremendous shockwave, causing the onlookers to squint against the light. With the attack deflected, Chun Yu shouted, his form darting toward Piccolo with the speed of lightning. He closed the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Piccolo crossed his arms in defense, but Chun Yu's might was overwhelming, sending him reeling back several dozen meters. Piccolo steadied himself, his expression growing serious. He inhaled deeply, his aura rising steadily, a luminous sheen enveloping his green skin. With arms outstretched, energy rapidly converged around him, forming a massive energy sphere. Chun Yu, receive my attack. Piccolo roared, propelling the energy sphere toward Chun Yu. In response, Chun Yu brought his hands together, gathering a formidable energy in his palms. He unleashed it with great force, colliding with Piccolo's energy sphere. A brilliant explosion of light illuminated the surroundings, shaking the heavenly temple with its tremendous energy. After a moment of stalemate, Chun Yu suddenly intensified his power, gradually overpowering Piccolo's energy sphere. Piccolo gritted his teeth, desperately maintaining the sphere's output, but ultimately succumbed to Chun Yu's overwhelming strength, resulting in the sphere's destruction, sending shockwaves that impacted Piccolo significantly. Yet, Piccolo did not relent. He charged forward once more, engaging Chun Yu in close combat. Their fists and feet collided with blinding speed, each impact resonating with a deep thud. Chun Yu capitalized on a fleeting opening, landing a kick to Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to grunt and fly backward. However, Piccolo executed a graceful flip mid-air, landing firmly on the ground. Now panting heavily, Piccolo's determination remained unyielded, while Chun Yu appeared composed and relaxed. Nonetheless, Chun Yu did not underestimate Piccolo. He recognized the immense potential still untapped within him. With a mighty shout, Piccolo's aura surged once more, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze filled with resolve. He concentrated all his strength into his hands, preparing for a final attack. Chun Yu braced himself, energy pulsating throughout his body, ready to meet Piccolo's full-force strike. Piccolo thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal energy beam toward Chun Yu. In response, Chun Yu clasped his hands together, summoning a massive energy vortex before him, gradually engulfing Piccolo's attack. Once the energy beam was entirely consumed, Chun Yu waved his hands, sending a powerful surge of energy hurtling towards Piccolo. Caught off guard, Piccolo was struck by this energy, crashing heavily to the ground. At this juncture, Piccolo was utterly fatigued, unable to rise for further combat. Chun Yu approached him, extending a hand to help him up. Piccolo, you are formidable. This battle was exhilarating. Chun Yu smiled warmly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Piccolo replied, you are indeed powerful. I have lost. Nearby, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others erupted in applause, celebrating the thrilling encounter. Chun Yu helped the fallen Piccolo to his feet, his face adorned with a gentle smile, producing a senzu bean from his pocket and offering it to Piccolo. Here, consume this. It will facilitate your swift recovery. Piccolo accepted the senzu bean without hesitation, placing it in his mouth. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him, healing his injuries at a visible pace and restoring his depleted energy. Feeling the change in his body, Piccolo looked at Chun Yu and sincerely said, Chun Yu, thank you. This sparring session has been immensely beneficial. Chun Yu patted Piccolo on the shoulder, saying, "No need for thanks. Your strength has truly impressed me. I look forward to seeing you grow even stronger in the future." Bick nodded solemnly, a resolute light shimmering in his eyes. "By the way, is there anyone else who wishes to spar with me?" Chun Yu inquired, glancing at the spectators on the other side. At these words, the crowd dispersed. Perhaps they believed that Bick had already been defeated and thus felt incapable of besting him, leading to no challengers stepping forward. Chun Yu, eager to enhance his mental fortitude, recalled Bick, who was engrossed in meditation. He swiftly approached Bick and softly asked, "Bick, I wish to seek your guidance on the method of meditative training for mental strength. Would you be so kind as to teach me?" Bick slowly opened his eyes, looking at the earnest Chun Yu, and nodded slightly. "Of course, but this requires ample patience and focus on your part." Bick adjusted his posture, gesturing for Chun Yu to sit down as he began to explain. "First, you must relax every muscle in your body, allowing your breath to become steady and deep. Close your eyes, eliminate all external distractions, and concentrate your attention on a single point within." Following Bick's instructions, Chun Yu sat down, striving to relax. Bick continued, "Envision a serene lake, its waters clear and calm. When distracting thoughts arise, do not resist them. Instead, let them dissipate naturally, much like ripples on the surface of the lake." Chun Yu attempted to follow this guidance, yet initially, his thoughts wandered uncontrollably. Bick patiently advised, "Do not rush. This is normal. Gradually, you will discover that focused sensation." Under Bick's meticulous guidance, Chun Yu began to find his rhythm, embarking on his journey of mental training. Chapter 44. Cultivating mental strength. The Saiyan's mental realm resembled an endless abyss of darkness, filled with raging fury akin to a roaring inferno, and extreme emotions of savagery reminiscent of tempestuous storms. These emotions intertwined and clashed, creating an almost uncontrollable force, akin to ferocious beasts poised to shred anyone who dared intrude upon and attempt to master them. For Chun Yu, seeking tranquility amidst such chaos and turbulence was as formidable as scaling a sheer, cloud-piercing peak with bare hands. Nevertheless, determination glimmered in Chun Yu's gaze, devoid of any hint of retreat or fear. He understood that this was a formidable challenge pertaining to his personal growth and breakthrough. Yet his steadfast heart was prepared to embrace all hardships. Resolutely, he stepped into this chaotic mental domain, wielding his formidable mental strength like a fearless warrior, bravely confronting the surging tide of emotions. As the Saiyan's primal fury surged toward him like a colossal tsunami, Chun Yu remained unperturbed. With eyes tightly shut, he concentrated all his mental energy, constructing an indomitable barrier deep within. This barrier stood like a towering mountain, impervious to the relentless assaults of the emotional waves. Each emotional onslaught resembled a powerful beast intent on destruction, its fiery rage threatening to sear his very soul, while its brutal force sought to tear apart his will. Yet Chun Yu gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, his muscles trembling from sheer tension. In his heart, he shouted repeatedly, "I cannot be defeated. I will prevail." During this prolonged and agonizing confrontation, Chun Yu's mental energy gradually waned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks. His breathing became rapid and labored, each breath a burden of immense pressure. Yet he refused to surrender, holding steadfast to his mental defense with unwavering willpower and determination. Gradually, the once overwhelming force of savagery appeared to diminish. Chun Yu keenly sensed this subtle shift, recognizing it as his opportunity to counterattack. Seizing this rare moment, he endeavored to calm the tumultuous turmoil within. He slowly relaxed his tense body, inhaling deeply before exhaling gently. Imagining himself in a tranquil and beautiful forest, where the soft breeze caressed him and the rustling leaves played a melodious tune, he found solace. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting golden patches upon the ground, resembling a dreamlike paradise. Focusing on this serene visualization, he harmonized his breathing with the rhythm of the forest. Each inhalation felt as though he were drawing in refreshing air, brimming with vitality. His heartbeat gradually returned to a normal cadence, no longer frantic and chaotic. His once restless mind was gently soothed, as if cradled by tender yet powerful hands, slowly calming down. Throughout this arduous process, Chun Yu maintained unyielding faith and resolute will. He understood that this was merely a beginning. The path ahead was long, fraught with further challenges. Yet he remained undaunted. for he believed that perseverance would enable him to master the Saiyans' tumultuous emotions, transforming his mental realm into one of strength and tranquility. Step by step, Chun Yu resolutely advanced along this thorn-laden path, ever closer to his goal of mastering his emotions, no matter the obstacles that lay ahead. Having finally quelled the storm within, Chun Yu felt as though he had found refuge in a serene harbor, liberated from the earlier tempest of emotional upheaval. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented determination and focus. Chun Yu recognized that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay in maintaining emotional control and further honing his mental strength. He was aware that this would be a journey filled with hardships and setbacks, yet he was fully prepared. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes once more, delving into the deepest recesses of his consciousness. In that mysterious and uncharted territory, he cautiously approached the still simmering emotional waves, akin to soothing frightened creatures. Each subtle fluctuation in emotion rippled across the tranquil surface of his mind, which he perceived with extraordinary sensitivity. When anger surged like a tidal wave, he no longer succumbed to its overwhelming grip, losing his composure. Instead, he adopted the stance of a calm observer, scrutinizing the emotion. He endeavored to comprehend the root of his anger, embracing it with inner peace, allowing its intensity to recede gradually. The process of cultivating mental strength was not without its obstacles. Fatigue and confusion often loomed like shadows. At times, after prolonged concentration, he would feel mentally exhausted, as if stretched to the breaking point. Yet Chun Yu never despaired. He reminded himself that every setback was an opportunity for growth, and each bout of fatigue heralded an impending breakthrough. He envisioned his mental realm as an expansive, resplendent starry sky, where each twinkling star symbolized an emotion or a fragment of mental strength. He endeavored to arrange these stars according to his will, forming orderly and harmonious patterns. With concentrated effort, he gathered the stars of joy into a warm cluster, transformed the stars of sorrow into tranquil nebulae, and converted the stars of fear into brave meteors. This process demanded extreme focus and patience. Any distraction would cause the stars to revert to chaos. Through countless days and nights of practice, Chun Yu relentlessly challenged his limits. When emotions threatened to spiral out of control, he swiftly adjusted his breathing, regaining equilibrium. When his mental energy waned, he relied on his indomitable will to persevere, unearthing latent potential hidden within. As time passed, Chun Yu found himself increasingly adept at managing the ebbs and flows of his emotions. Anger no longer easily swayed his judgment. Sorrow could no longer plunge him into despair. Joy no longer caused him to lose his sense of self. His mental strength grew steadily through rigorous training, and his inner resilience became akin to tempered steel, unwavering in the face of any storm. Chapter 45. The display of transformation. At the very moment Chun Yu was wholly engrossed in cultivating his mental strength, Trunks remained in a heightened state of alertness. Suddenly, he keenly sensed the shocking news that Vegeta had been defeated by Cell. Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks dashed forward like a flash of lightning across the sky, racing toward Vegeta's location. The wind howled past his ears, yet it could not deter his unwavering resolve. Soon, Trunks found Vegeta lying on the ground, battered and bruised. Concern and urgency filled his gaze as he swiftly knelt and gently lifted Vegeta. Trunks soared into the sky, carrying Vegeta toward the sacred temple. His heart brimmed with fury toward Cell, while simultaneously harboring deep concern for Vegeta's injuries. Throughout the journey, Trunks accelerated, eager to reach their destination and ensure that Vegeta received timely medical attention and rest. Chun Yu sensed Vegeta's faint energy and opened his eyes to see the battered warrior. He retrieved a Senza bean from the system space and handed it to Trunks, who assisted Vegeta in consuming it. Upon witnessing Vegeta's recovery, Chun Yu was ready to unleash his verbal prowess. "Hey, Vegeta, I told you to train diligently until you were confident enough. Why did you insist on playing the hero?" He scoffed. "This time, it was my oversight. I will surely defeat him," Vegeta declared, crossing his arms with an air of defiance. "Do you believe that Trunks is stronger than you now?" Chun Yu began to tease Vegeta. "How could that be possible?" "No way." Vegeta feigned composure, though a hint of anxiety flickered across his face. "Trunks, show him your transformations." Chun Yu nodded slightly in Trunks' direction, who understood that his father needed a little motivation and wasted no time. Standing resolutely before Vegeta, Trunks took a deep breath, preparing to demonstrate his Super Saiyan transformation. Suddenly, His energy surged, golden flames erupting from his body, his hair standing upright and turning a brilliant gold, his eyes glimmering with fierce light. "This is the form of Super Saiyan," Trunks proclaimed loudly. Vegeta nodded slightly, his gaze filled with scrutiny and anticipation. Next, Trunks decided to unveil his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. He concentrated once more, the golden aura around him swelling, glowing even more brilliantly. His hair rose higher, arcs of electricity dancing around him, and the powerful energy fluctuations rendered the surrounding air almost solid. "This is Super Saiyan 2, Trunks exclaimed, pride and excitement evident in his voice. "Now do you believe?" Chun Yu smiled faintly, feeling that the time for his own display had come. He stood before Vegeta with a serious expression, preparing to showcase his own transformation into Super Saiyan. With closed eyes, he inhaled deeply, and in an instant, his energy erupted. Golden flames surged forth, his hair shooting up and becoming a dazzling gold. This was the form of Super Saiyan. Chun Yu opened his eyes, which sparkled with fierce light, the powerful energy causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Yu continued, amplifying his power further. His aura roared, becoming even more intense, his hair lengthening and straightening, while arcs of electricity flickered around him, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta drew in a sharp breath. However, Chun Yu did not stop there. With a thunderous roar, his aura shifted dramatically, his hair lengthening to his waist, imbued with a mysterious blue hue. This was the form of Super Saiyan 3. The pressure emanating from him was so immense that it rendered Vegeta breathless. "Behold, this is the true power of the Saiyan race. A power you must aspire to." Chun Yu inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the very energies of the universe. He then slowly closed his eyes, his expression grave yet resolute. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, resonating through the cosmos. Concurrently, his energy surged to its peak, distorting the surrounding space with its might. Chun Yu began to awaken the primal power within him, and in an instant, a brilliant red light exploded from his body, enveloping him entirely. Within this radiant glow, his golden hair gradually retracted, changing back to black, flowing freely in the wind. Simultaneously, red fur sprouted rapidly across his body, encircling him, leaving only his chest and abdomen smooth. His muscles swelled visibly, brimming with explosive strength. The red tail swayed with a life of its own, akin to a serpent with consciousness. As the light began to dissipate, Chun Yu unleashed the formidable aura of primal power, overwhelming Vegeta and Trunks, who found themselves pinned to the ground, struggling to resist the force that rendered them immobile. Vegeta was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. Upon completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Chun Yu's colossal aura surged outward like a wild stallion, breaking through the atmosphere and spreading into the profound depths of the universe. On Earth, Cell, who had been wreaking havoc, abruptly ceased his actions. Confusion and wariness etched on his grotesque face, as he sensed the earth-shattering energy but could not ascertain its source. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan and Goku, who had been training diligently, simultaneously felt the overwhelming energy. Gohan's focused expression turned grave as beads of sweat formed on his brow, while Goku clenched his fists, his demeanor serious as he pondered the identity of the energy's wielder. Seeing that Trunks and Vegeta were overwhelmed by his aura, Chun Yu reverted from his transformation and addressed them. "Do you still hold on to your pride as the Prince of Saiyans? You cannot even harness the true power of our race. What does that make you? Our Saiyan Prince still has much to learn." Chapter 46. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber, with Piccolo following Chun Yu's astonishing transformation, Vegeta felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, painfully aware of the insurmountable gap between him and Chun Yu. In the subsequent 2 days, Vegeta transformed. He became a different person, silent and introspective. His former proud and arrogant words ceased to escape his lips. He isolated himself in the Supreme Kai's temple, wholly devoted to earnest training. Perhaps Chun Yu's merciless words had cut deeply into his pride, awakening him from his slumber. Or perhaps the cataclysmic power Chun Yu had demonstrated had weighed upon him like a massive mountain, shattering his former arrogance. Regardless of the reason, Vegeta resolved to bridge the vast chasm through hard work and sweat, reclaiming his dignity and glory. At this pivotal moment, the much-anticipated father-son duo, Goku and Gohan, emerged slowly from the enigmatic and challenging confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Their appearance captivated everyone's attention. Astonishingly, both maintained their Super Saiyan form at full power throughout the entirety of their training. Their powerful golden aura radiated around them, their hair standing erect and shimmering with resplendent golden light, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Their formidable presence made the surrounding air feel thick with gravity. Curiosity and confusion swelled among those gathered in the Supreme Kai's temple as they quickly approached Goku. "Goku, why have you both maintained this transformation?" they inquired, their faces filled with eagerness for answers. Goku, calm and composed, gazed thoughtfully into the distance before turning to meet their eyes. "Everyone, we have encountered a bottleneck in our training and cannot currently advance to the next stage of Super Saiyan. However, we must not allow this to halt our progress. Therefore, refining our current Super Saiyan form to its utmost is our best course of action. By maintaining this transformation for an extended period, we can better acclimate our bodies to the formidable power of the Super Saiyan, thereby enabling us to wield it with greater ease and unleash its full potential in battle." Sun Wukong's explanation plunged the crowd into contemplation as they began to savor his words and gradually grasp their profound significance. Vegeta, standing nearby, nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. He understood that Sun Wukong's perspective was sagacious. This relentless pursuit of excellence was indeed the key to transcending oneself in combat. Trunks clenched his fists, resolutely determined to emulate Sun Wukong and Gohan's unwavering dedication to training and enhancing his prowess. Others, too, drew inspiration from Sun Wukong's words, realizing that in the face of adversity and challenges, one must not succumb to despair, but instead strive to unearth their latent potential and maximize their existing abilities. At that moment, the atmosphere in the heavenly temple transformed into one of solemnity and hope, as everyone fortified their convictions to pursue greater strength and safeguard the peace of Earth, ready to confront the looming challenges ahead. Just then, Piccolo strode purposefully towards the room of spirit and time. Observing Piccolo's actions, Chun Yu was struck by an idea. He quickly approached the group, proposing, "Let Piccolo and me enter the room of spirit and time for training." His eyes brimmed with confidence and determination, his voice resonating with conviction. The others were taken aback by Chun Yu's suggestion, yet he remained composed, continuing, "Rest assured, when Piccolo emerges, I promise to astonish you all." His words exuded an undeniable certainty, as though he could already envision the astounding results to come. After a brief, silent exchange of glances, the group ultimately chose to place their trust in Chun Yu. Piccolo regarded Chun Yu with a slight nod, and together they entered the room of spirit and time, the mysterious door closing slowly behind them, while the onlookers awaited their return with eager anticipation and curiosity. Upon stepping into the enigmatic space of the room of spirit and time, where the passage of time diverged dramatically from the outside world, Chun Yu did not immediately engage in intense training with Piccolo as everyone had anticipated. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon Piccolo, curiosity and inquiry radiating from his eyes, and solemnly posed a thought-provoking question. "Piccolo, why do you desire immense power?" The moment Piccolo heard this question, he appeared momentarily frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. Standing still in contemplation, his gaze grew distant, as if the simple query had yanked his thoughts back to a time long past. The ambitions, desires, struggles, and transformations of your unfurled in his mind like ancient scrolls. After what felt like an eternity, Piccolo gradually extricated himself from the vortex of memories. He inhaled deeply, his eyes becoming profound and far-reaching, as if seeking to pierce through the walls of the room of spirit and time to glimpse those bygone days. He began to speak. "Chun Yu, do you know? Initially, when I was born into this world, my heart brimmed with hatred and ambition. I regarded Sun Wukong as my greatest foe, yearning for unparalleled strength solely to defeat him and dominate the earth. At that time, my existence revolved solely around power and desire. I believed that possessing absolute strength would grant me control over everything." Piccolo paused, then continued. "However, as time passed, I fought alongside everyone against numerous formidable adversaries. Throughout this journey, I gradually discovered that those around me held steadfast beliefs and deep love for Earth and their companions. We battled side by side, striving for a common goal. I began to perceive the strength of teamwork and the preciousness of friendship and trust. As time progressed, My pursuit of power acquired a new significance. I no longer sought it for selfish desires, but to protect the earth we inhabit together, to safeguard those I cherish. Each time I faced a threat, each time I witnessed Earth in peril, my convictions solidified. Today, the enemies we confront grow increasingly powerful, and the circumstances become ever more dire. I understand that only by wielding greater strength can we hope to vanquish the malevolent forces intent on destroying our home. Thus, my desire for immense power now stems from a commitment to protect the Earth, my homeland where I was born and raised, and to safeguard those I love and who love me. Chun Yu listened intently to Piccolo's response, his initial curiosity giving way to profound contemplation and respect. He nodded thoughtfully, as if gaining insight into the essence of power, responsibility, and conviction through Piccolo's words. Chapter 47. Piccolo's battle. Standing resolutely in the expansive space of the room of spirit and time, Chun Yu and Piccolo exchanged glances, and in that instant, it felt as if countless sparks ignited in the air. Without any superfluous words, their sparring commenced. Chun Yu propelled himself forward, akin to a bolt of lightning. Muscles taut as he unleashed a rapid punch. The strike appeared straightforward, yet concealed intricate techniques of force generation, as energy surged from his feet, coursing through his legs and waist, ultimately converging at his fist. Reacting swiftly, Piccolo angled his body slightly to evade the fierce blow. However, Chun Yu's speed was astonishing. His fist grazed Piccolo's shoulder, the immense impact causing Piccolo to lose his balance. As Piccolo was propelled through the air, he quickly adjusted his stance upon landing, his eyes flickering with surprise, though excitement prevailed. Meanwhile, Chun Yu's aura swelled dramatically, golden flames erupting around him as he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the entire room of spirit and time to tremble, the surrounding air seemingly contorted by this force. Charging at Piccolo once more, Chun Yu's onslaught intensified, each punch accompanied by a howling wind, his speed blurring the line of perception. Initially, Piccolo found himself somewhat overwhelmed, retreating, sidestepping, and leaping in an attempt to evade Chun Yu's relentless barrage. Yet, Chun Yu's angles of attack were exceptionally cunning, striking from above and sweeping from the sides, leaving Piccolo with little room to maneuver. Determined to accelerate Piccolo's growth in combat, Chun Yu decided to amplify the pressure. He ascended to an even more formidable state, his power seemingly elevated to a new echelon, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. The overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Piccolo, making breathing laborious, and each defense rendered his arms numb. Yet he gritted his teeth, striving to find a way to respond amid Chun Yu's tempestuous assault. Piccolo began to concentrate, scrutinizing Chun Yu's rhythm and weaknesses. He recognized that although Chun Yu's attacks were potent, they contained brief moments of respite after rapid sequences. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo sidestepped just as Chun Yu's fist was about to connect, evading the blow while swiftly countering. Chun Yu appeared to anticipate this move. He slightly turned, deflecting Piccolo's counter with his arm and following up with an elbow strike aimed at Piccolo. Chun Yu controlled the cadence of his attacks, alternating between rapid and measured strikes, allowing Piccolo to gradually adapt. Piccolo, rising to the challenge, began to glean new combat techniques amidst the fierce exchange. He learned to leverage his body's agility to evade strikes and how to retaliate in the fleeting moments of defense. His defenses became increasingly robust, and his counters more methodical. The intensity of their battle escalated, energy radiating throughout the room of spirit and time, lights flickering. Each collision triggered immense energy waves. And amidst this high-stakes combat, Piccolo continually transcended his limits, achieving notable enhancements in his strength. Chun Yu, engaged in this fierce confrontation, keenly sensed the immense potential Piccolo exhibited. He understood that only by exerting sufficient pressure could this potential be fully realized. Thus, during the fray, Chun Yu began to incrementally elevate his aura. Each successive strike he unleashed bore greater power than the last, ensuring that Piccolo was consistently under heavy duress. Under the relentless pressure, Piccolo did not waver. Instead, he resisted with increasing tenacity. Merged with the old Kai, Piccolo had reached his complete form. In terms of potential and physical strength, he was on par with the Saiyans. However, the Namekians lacked the ability to exponentially increase their combat power through transformations, maintaining their base forms and foundational strength. However, through his remarkable talent and unwavering determination, Big persevered under the relentless pressure exerted by Chun Yu, striving to adapt continuously. Each act of defense and counterattack unearthed his latent potential. His movements grew increasingly agile, his reactions swifter, and the application of his strength became ever more exquisite. Chun Yu observed Big's relentless self-improvement under pressure, silently admiring his resolve. He understood that such battles were invaluable for Big's growth. Unbeknownst to Big, amidst this seemingly arduous conflict, he was becoming increasingly formidable. In the heat of battle, Chun Yu's thoughts raced. He was struck by a sudden insight. Saiyans could unleash their primal instincts to attain the legendary Super Saiyan 4 form. Given that Namekians possessed their unique heritage, it stood to reason that they too could achieve transformation through some means. Chun Yu vividly recalled that in the original storyline, Big had acquired a powerful orange transformation through the dragon. That form's strength was comparable to the Super Saiyan god in its blue state. At this moment, while fiercely engaging with Big, he pondered whether Big could potentially trigger this astounding transformation prematurely. As Chun Yu's attacks momentarily slowed, his gaze fixated on Big, searching for any signs of a transformation. Meanwhile, Big remained wholly focused on countering Chun Yu's onslaught, oblivious to his thoughts. However, under Chun Yu's expectant and inquisitive gaze, Big felt the battle grow increasingly enigmatic and mysterious. Just as Chun Yu momentarily lost his concentration while contemplating Big's potential transformation, the perceptive Big seized upon this fleeting opportunity. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as his muscles tensed, channeling an overwhelming force into his fist like a surging tide. With a sudden push off the ground, he propelled himself forward with unyielding momentum, delivering a powerful punch. This forceful blow, infused with all of Big's strength, struck Chun Yu squarely. The impact resonated like an explosive shell, generating a violent surge of energy. Chun Yu's body was sent reeling backward, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, tracing an elongated arc through the air. Yet, despite the formidable strike, Chun Yu suffered no significant harm. He swiftly regained his composure during the flight, sliding backward upon landing before stabilizing himself. There was no trace of anger on his face, only a hint of appreciation and admiration for Big. In that moment, both Chun Yu and Big instinctively ceased their combat, gazing silently at one another. Due to the immense exertion from his previous strike, Big's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His legs seemed to lose their strength, faltering until he ultimately collapsed onto the ground. He gasped heavily, each breath laborious, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and cheeks, pooling onto the ground. Yet, within Big's eyes burned the desire and resolve to fight, devoid of any retreat or fear. He fixated on Chun Yu, as if to convey that this was merely a minor episode in their battle, and he still possessed ample strength and courage to continue. Chun Yu stood still, his gaze calm and profound. He regarded Big, overwhelmed by a cascade of thoughts. He recognized that Big's strength lay not solely in his power, but also in his indomitable spirit and tenacity. Chun Yu nodded slightly, seemingly conveying a silent acknowledgement and respect to Big. At that moment, the entire space felt as though it had stilled, with only Big's heavy breaths and their exchanged glances reverberating in the air. In this fierce confrontation, both sensed each other's strength and dedication, striving to grow stronger together. Chapter 48. Queries during training. Chun Yu approached Big, concern etched upon his features, producing a precious senza bean from his pocket and offering it to Big. Without hesitation, Big accepted the bean and swallowed it. Instantly, miraculous effects manifested as Big's energy surged, rapidly mending the wounds incurred during battle. Chun Yu, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation of the earlier question. After a moment, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and directly inquired of Big. Big, is it possible for Namekians to transform and exponentially increase their combat prowess, similar to Saiyans, or perhaps awaken latent powers in their bloodline? Big paused, taken aback by the question. Having grown up on Earth, he was not well versed in many aspects of Namekian lore. Yet, the question struck a chord within him, prompting serious contemplation regarding its feasibility. His gaze deepened as he recalled everything he knew about Namekians. He diligently sought clues that might relate to transformation or the awakening of their bloodline powers, but his memories yielded nothing. Nonetheless, he refused to abandon the inquiry, striving to analyze the possibility based on his battle experience and understanding of power. Chun Yu patiently awaited Big's response, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with only their thoughts swirling in the air. After a brief period of introspection, Big spoke slowly. Chun Yu, to be honest, growing up on Earth, I know little about the secrets of Namekians. However, as far as I understand, we do not seem to have a clear method for exponentially increasing combat power through transformation like Saiyans. Nevertheless, I believe there may be potential in awakening our bloodline powers. Namekians possess unique regenerative abilities and formidable mental strength. Perhaps under specific conditions or through specialized training, we could unlock greater power latent in our blood. A flicker of uncertainty danced in Bic's eyes, yet a desire to delve deeper lingered. Chun Yu, reflecting on Bic's response, nodded thoughtfully before suggesting, what if we consider what conditions or opportunities might allow us to awaken Namekian bloodline powers? For instance, specific environments, unique energy stimuli, or perhaps a breakthrough on a psychological level. Bic furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying. It might relate to our origins. Perhaps returning to our homeland could unveil some clues. Or, similar to how Saiyans experience a power surge upon near-death recovery, could we also stimulate our potential through extreme conditions? Chun Yu continued, and what about the mental aspect? We know that Namekians possess strong mental capabilities. Is it possible to awaken our bloodline through mental cultivation? Bic's eyes brightened at this notion. That's an intriguing perspective. Perhaps we can draw inspiration from ancient Earth training techniques and see if they can be adapted to our unique traits. Chun Yu suggested further, additionally, we could investigate Namekian historical records. Perhaps our ancestors left hints about this. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange, exploring various hypotheses and possibilities regarding how to awaken Namekian bloodline powers. After considerable discussion, both Chun Yu and Bic felt that their current ideas were still immature and required further information and thought. Chun Yu proposed, Bic, I believe it might be worthwhile to summon the dragon after we exit. Perhaps it can provide us with valuable guidance. Bic nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's a solid idea. But above all, I must focus on training to grow stronger. Both understood that to possess sufficient strength to defeat Cell upon their exit, they could not afford to slacken their efforts for a moment. Chun Yu fixed a determined gaze upon Bic and declared, then let us not delay any longer. Let us continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the two resumed their stances, diving into another round of combat. Chun Yu swiftly launched the first attack, the wind from his punches howling through the air. Bic, calm and composed, deftly countered Chun Yu's assaults while seeking opportunities for retaliation. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, energy fluctuations surged and receded, both individuals wholly engrossed, treating each encounter as a precious opportunity for self-improvement, striving with all their might for the common goal of overcoming Cell. Chun Yu was resolute in creating immense pressure for Bic, ensuring that his training would accelerate, and his combat prowess would grow rapidly. Only through great pressure could Bic unwittingly achieve significant progress in battle. He stood firmly on the ground, his posture erect as a pine tree, his expression serious and focused. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to draw in the surrounding energy, then slowly closed his eyes. Behind those tightly shut eyes, Chun Yu's consciousness plunged into the depths of his being, focusing intently on harnessing the formidable power that coursed through his Saiyan bloodline. At that moment, his body transformed into a colossal vortex of energy, the surrounding air visibly rippling under the weight of this immense gravitational pull. A dazzling light radiated from him, intensifying until it enveloped his entire form. The powerful energy waves emanated from him like a tempest, causing the ground to tremble and dust to swirl. Just as the brilliance reached its zenith, Chun Yu successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. However, in this astonishing metamorphosis, he remained oblivious to a remarkable change behind him. A massive golden gorilla apparition emerged. This silhouette towered with majesty, reminiscent of a primordial ruler. It radiated a resplendent golden glow, each hair distinct and lifelike, exuding a palpable pressure that rendered the surrounding space heavy. Yet, Chun Yu's eyes had opened, filled with determination and a burning desire for battle. Fixated on Piccolo before him, his entire focus was devoted to the impending confrontation, entirely unaware of the mysterious and powerful apparition looming behind him. Chun Yu began to consolidate the overwhelming aura he projected, his body quivering slightly as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, revealing the exertion required. Nevertheless, through sheer willpower and precise control over his strength, he gradually reined in the dissipating energy, making it more concentrated and subdued. preparing to wield it with greater finesse in battle. He regarded Piccolo with a serious expression, his gaze devoid of any disdain or slackness. Raising his hands, he assumed the standard warrior stance, fingers slightly curled, palms inward, his body leaning slightly forward, ready to embrace Piccolo's assault at any moment. Each of his movements resonated with a sense of power and rhythm, as if declaring to Piccolo that this would be an unprecedented clash of titans. Piccolo, standing opposite him, sensed the formidable and restrained energy emanating from Chun Yu, a flicker of respect igniting within him, yet it was quickly overshadowed by an intense desire to fight. He too prepared himself, ready to meet Chun Yu's challenge. Chapter 49. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, the wait for the others extended for 2 more days. Time slipped by quietly amidst the tense atmosphere, each moment feeling especially precious. The others outside remained unwavering in their efforts, tirelessly honing their skills. Krillin gritted his teeth, repeatedly practicing his techniques, drenched in sweat. Tien Shinhan, with resolute focus, diligently refined his energy control. Yamcha continuously worked to enhance his physical abilities and reflexes. They all shared a singular ambition, to contribute their strength when facing Cell and to safeguard the Earth. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, after prolonged and arduous training, Chun Yu and Piccolo arrived at a pivotal moment. With eyes ablaze with anticipation, Chun Yu proclaimed, "Come on, Piccolo, let me witness your progress over these past 2 years." His voice resonated powerfully within the confined space. Piccolo responded with a calm smile, brimming with confidence. "Let us see, Chun Yu, the strength of our Namekian heritage." An overwhelming aura emanated from him, signaling his readiness to fully unleash his potential in this final showdown. As they stood facing each other, the air thickened with their combined intensity. The ultimate confrontation, a testament to their training, was about to unfold. Chun Yu, observing Piccolo's eager demeanor, felt his own fighting spirit ignite like a raging inferno. He understood that facing such passion and determination from Piccolo would necessitate a thorough and unreserved contest. For only by showcasing his true strength could he offer the utmost respect to his opponent. Thus, Chun Yu inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as if to draw in all the energy within the chamber. Then, with a powerful roar, he unleashed a cry that seemed to pierce the very fabric of time and space, echoing into the depths of the universe. In this moment of fury, his aura surged like a tumultuous sea, boiling with pure energy. The potent force burst forth from every cell of his body, intertwining and coalescing into a maelstrom of power that threatened to engulf the entire space. He successfully elevated his energy to its zenith, completing his transformation into a full-powered Super Saiyan. At this moment, Chun Yu was enveloped in radiant golden flames, blazing and intense, akin to a burning golden sun. His hair stood erect, shimmering with brilliant golden light, each strand imbued with boundless strength. His eyes sharpened into piercing blades of lightning, brimming with unwavering resolve and a relentless pursuit of victory. The ground beneath him buckled under the weight of his overwhelming power, fracturing into spiderweb-like cracks, while the surrounding air distorted, refracting light into strange hues, as if the entire space had succumbed to chaos. Without hesitation, Chun Yu vanished from sight like a specter, reappearing in an instant as a streak of golden lightning, hurtling toward Piccolo at an unimaginable velocity. His fists clenched, muscles taut like steel. He struck at Piccolo with a fierce blow, the air whistling in his wake. As his fist tore through space, it left a fleeting black mark behind. Piccolo faced Chun Yu's ferocious strike with unwavering composure. His gaze remained calm and collected. In that split second, he reacted swiftly, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, channeling all his strength into his forearms, bracing to withstand Chun Yu's tremendous impact. At the moment their fists collided with his crossed arms, time seemed to freeze. A colossal shockwave erupted from the point of contact, radiating outward in all directions. The force of the blast shattered the walls, sending debris flying in every direction. The entire hyperbolic time chamber reverberated with the sound of their clash. Yet neither combatant yielded in the face of this initial confrontation. Their battle had only just begun, and a thrilling clash was set to unfold within this confined space. Chun Yu's combat prowess far surpassed Piccolo's, and despite Piccolo's valiant effort, showcasing incredible technique and unwavering spirit, Chun Yu ultimately emerged victorious. However, Piccolo bore no sorrow or disappointment in defeat. Instead, he lay quietly on the ground, a look of contentment gracing his face. Through this exhilarating battle, he had gained a profound awareness of his own burgeoning strength. Chun Yu had not held back. He had truly unleashed his full potential in a battle without reservation. In this process, Piccolo had come to understand the limits of his own power. Yet, he felt an immense joy, for the strength he now possessed was a stark contrast to his former self. Once, he may have faltered in the face of formidable foes, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty. But now, after enduring a long and arduous journey of training, he had been reborn, equipped with the strength to stand toe-to-toe with the mightiest of opponents. Piccolo recognized that this defeat was not an end, but rather a new beginning. He would take the lessons learned from this confrontation as a foundation, continuing to train diligently, pushing past his limits toward greater heights. Chun Yu would serve as a vital benchmark and source of motivation on his path forward. After a period of recovery, Piccolo and Chun Yu emerged side by side from the enigmatic hyperbolic time chamber. As they stepped through the threshold, a rush of fresh air enveloped them, prompting both to take a deep breath, their expressions laden with reflection. They gazed up at the azure sky, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, a profound sense of purpose swelling within them. Piccolo softly remarked, "We must protect this planet, for it is our home." Chun Yu nodded emphatically, his gaze resolute and unwavering. "Indeed, regardless of the cost, we shall not let it suffer harm." They then approached the anxious group waiting outside, exchanging smiles and greetings before settling down to rest quietly nearby. Although their eyes reflected a hint of weariness, they were predominantly filled with anticipation and resolute determination for the impending final confrontation with Cell, just days away. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien, without the slightest hesitation, boldly entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Aware of the urgency and the daunting task ahead, they dedicated every fleeting moment to enhancing their strength, aiming to contribute more significantly to the defense of Earth. In this seemingly tranquil moment, a fierce flame of resolve burned within each of their hearts, ready to embrace the monumental challenge that lay ahead for the sake of their shared goal and the peace of their homeland. Chapter 50. The Cell Games begin. 2 days slipped by quietly, and the time summoned by Cell had finally arrived. Everyone gathered at the sacred world of the Kais, brimming with energy and readiness. Their eyes ignited with a steadfast flame, united by the singular aim of vanquishing Cell, the ultimate bioweapon created by Dr. Gero. The atmosphere in the sacred world was tense and solemn. Chun Yu clenched his fists, his gaze intense, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if he were prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Cell at any moment. Piccolo's expression was grave, his green skin appearing particularly resilient in the sunlight. He silently vowed that Cell would pay dearly for his malevolence. Krillin and Tien had just emerged from the time chamber, slightly fatigued, yet brimming with fighting spirit. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and the others bore expressions of unwavering resolve, fully cognizant that this battle would determine the fate of Earth, leaving no room for retreat. They understood that they must confront Cell at the martial arts tournament he had orchestrated, where the final showdown would take place, eradicating this threat once and for all. There was no retreat. They could only surge forward, utilizing their strength and courage to safeguard their beloved home. In this tense moment, silence reigned, broken only by the whisper of the breeze against their garments. Yet, from their resolute expressions and upright postures, it was evident they were prepared to face this brutal battle, undaunted by the challenges that lay ahead. During these few days, those who had not entered the time chamber, or who had already exited, trained diligently in their own ways, making final preparations for the imminent confrontation with Cell. Goku, alongside Gohan, sat beside a tranquil lake, maintaining their Super Saiyan form at full power while leisurely fishing. To an outsider, this might seem incongruous, yet Goku understood that this was a means to cultivate one's state of mind. By the serene waters, the father and son focused intently on the surface, their hearts engaged in profound training and introspection. Vegeta, perhaps haunted by his previous defeat at Cell's hands or deeply impacted by Chun Yu's formidable power, remained ensconced in the gravity chamber Bulma had constructed, sweating profusely as he underwent intense training. Each punch and kick was imbued with his inner dissatisfaction and yearning for strength. Trunks stayed by Vegeta's side, enduring the oppressive gravity alongside his father, continuously pushing his limits. Piccolo, Chun Yu, Tien, and Kairatsu also dedicated themselves to honing their skills in the sacred world. Piccolo closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the surrounding energies, striving to elevate his perception. Chun Yu rehearsed various techniques, aiming to react more swiftly and accurately in battle. Tien and Kairatsu remained relentless, sparring with each other to foster mutual growth. Each individual was striving in their own unique way, pouring their sweat and effort into the pursuit of safeguarding Earth and overcoming Cell. Upon arrival at the designated location, the scene bore a striking resemblance to the World Martial Arts Tournament, yet this time it unfolded in the open wilderness, devoid of the enthusiastic cheers of an audience. Enveloped instead in silence, the first challengers to Cell were a handful of Earthlings, perhaps driven by fervent courage, eager to contribute to the defense of their planet. However, Cell found their efforts utterly mundane. With a slight furrow of his brow and a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, he unleashed a ki blast. The overwhelming energy wave surged forth, causing the Earthlings to pale in terror and scatter in panic. Even Mr. Satan, who prided himself on being the strongest martial artist on Earth, cowered in the shadows, feigning a need to conserve energy for a grand finale against Cell. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was clear that he was simply intimidated by Cell's might. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as everyone awaited the emergence of a true warrior to engage Cell in a thrilling life-and-death duel. Vegeta, as proud as ever, refrained from his usual verbosity. Instead, he immediately powered up, transforming into a Super Saiyan at full strength, his body enveloped in a golden aura, eyes filled with determination. He was evidently prepared to confront Cell with all his might, perhaps seeking retribution for past humiliations. From the outset, he held nothing back, elevating his energy to its peak, showcasing an astonishing presence. Cell, undeterred, swiftly charged at Vegeta. The two clashed in midair, fists ablur, energy radiating in every direction. However, due to the disparity in their power, Vegeta gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment, Cell unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking Vegeta and sending him crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from his lips, his face etched with defiance and fury, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Trunks rushed to his father's side, carefully helping him to his feet and hastily producing a Senzu bean to restore him. Though Vegeta's physical injuries healed swiftly, the bitterness in his heart lingered. Despite this, Vegeta managed to suppress his emotions and turned to Goku, urging, "You must defeat this scum, otherwise, I will never forgive you." His voice rang with urgency and hope, as if he had placed all his expectations upon Goku. Goku, with a flash, soared onto the tournament stage. His gaze sharpened. Muscles taut, he began to gather energy. A formidable aura erupted from within him, the golden flames blazing as if to ignite the very air around him. Without hesitation, Goku unleashed his full strength, charging at Cell like a bolt of lightning, engaging in a fierce battle. Each punch wielded cataclysmic power. Each kick carried a fierce gale. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with light, energy fluctuations rampant, their figures weaving together in a dizzying display. Goku poured every ounce of his combat prowess and strength into the fray, vowing to match Cell blow for blow. Ultimately, Cell bested Goku, who struggled to rise from the ground, gradually reverting from his transformed state. At that moment, Goku made a decision that astonished everyone. He calmly leapt off the stage, signifying his defeat in this contest. Cell, standing atop the stage, scoffed, "Is this truly your strength, Goku? You thought you could defeat me?" Acknowledging your defeat was a wise choice. Yet Goku, unfazed, replied, "Though I may have lost, I know someone who can defeat you. He will surely triumph." Cell, intrigued, scanned the sidelines where the main cast stood, sneering, "You think they can defeat me?" Goku approached the edge of the arena, his eyes unwavering as he addressed Gohan. "Gohan, I believe in you. You can defeat him. Trust in your potential." Not only were Vegeta and Piccolo perplexed, but even Gohan found himself lost in contemplation, murmuring to himself, "Can I really defeat him?" Goku stepped forward once more, encouraging, "Go for it, Gohan. I know you can do it. Your potential is immense. Go show them." With his father's encouragement, Gohan's expression hardened, taking a deep breath as he stepped onto the stage, standing face to face with Cell. At that moment, an intangible power emanated from Gohan, ready to embrace the formidable challenge ahead. Goku's unwavering belief in Gohan's ability to conquer Cell stemmed from multiple facets. Firstly, Goku recognized the immense potential lying dormant within Gohan. Although Gohan typically exhibited a gentle demeanor and lacked enthusiasm for combat, he consistently unleashed astonishing power in critical moments. Secondly, Goku had discerned during their encounters that Cell's strength was not insurmountable, and once Gohan's potential was ignited, he possessed the capability to triumph over Cell. Furthermore, Sun Wukong possesses an intimate understanding of Son Gohan's development and training process. He is acutely aware that Gohan has accumulated sufficient strength and skill through rigorous training, merely awaiting the right opportunity to unleash his full potential. As a father, Sun Wukong harbors profound trust and insight regarding Gohan. He firmly believes that Gohan's courage and determination will sustain him in vanquishing formidable foes. Chapter 51. Son Gohan breaks through to Super Saiyan 2, standing upon the arena. Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon the formidable Cell before him. He inhaled deeply, as if to expel all tension and unease from his being. Following this, he hesitated no longer, unleashing an overwhelming aura that transformed him into a full-powered Super Saiyan. A golden flame engulfed him, and Gohan's eyes radiated unwavering resolve and sharpness. With a mighty shout, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, engaging Cell in a fierce confrontation without a moment's hesitation. His fists, accompanied by the rush of wind, carried the weight of his inner fury and determination with each strike. Cell, undaunted, met Gohan's onslaught, and soon the arena was illuminated by flashes of light and resonated with the thunderous sounds of energy colliding. The clash between Sun Wukong and Cell was nothing short of breathtaking. At the onset of the battle, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant, charging at Cell with astonishing speed, launching a powerful punch. Cell deftly sidestepped, countering with a swift kick, which Gohan narrowly evaded with an agile leap. Gohan followed suit with a barrage of punches and energy waves, while Cell skillfully dodged and seized opportunities to retaliate. Their figures danced across the arena with dizzying speed. As the fight progressed, Gohan continued to amplify his strength, his aura growing ever more potent, the golden flames of his Super Saiyan form blazing more fiercely. Each of his attacks bore the potential to obliterate, yet Cell consistently managed to evade. In a moment of fierce collision, both Gohan and Cell unleashed their most potent energy waves, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the entire arena. However, despite Gohan's relentless efforts, Cell's prowess seemed to prevail, gradually gaining the upper hand. Yet, Gohan remained unyielding, fiercely battling Cell until his stamina faltered, ultimately leading to his regrettable defeat. Cell gazed disdainfully at the fallen Gohan. A mocking smile etched across his face, replete with contempt and derision. Without a hint of mercy, he unleashed an energy wave towards the onlookers. The main characters reacted swiftly, evading the attack, yet the ordinary citizens, devoid of combat ability, suffered immensely. Some were hurled away by the overwhelming force, akin to kites severed from their strings, while others met untimely demise, rendering the scene utterly tragic. Cell, undeterred, swiftly targeted the main characters. His speed was ghostly, imbued with lethal intent, plunging them into a perilous situation. Like a ferocious beast, he launched a relentless assault. His first target was Piccolo, appearing before him in an instant, delivering a crushing blow that sent Piccolo hurtling away, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Next, Cell turned his attention to Tien, gathering a formidable energy wave and launching it without hesitation. Tien struggled to withstand it, yet the overwhelming force ultimately overcame him, leaving him motionless. Cell then set his sights on Vegeta, who charged with a furious roar, engaging in a fierce exchange. However, after several rounds, Cell exploited a gap in Vegeta's defense, sending him flying with a powerful kick, causing him to roll helplessly on the ground. Cell wasted no time, swiftly advancing towards Krillin. Krillin attempted to evade with agility, but Cell's speed was unmatched. He seized Krillin and slammed him to the ground, rendering him incapable of fighting. Thus, Cell, wielding his immense strength and ruthless tactics, systematically defeated each member of the main cast, plunging the arena into despair and chaos. Trunks, sensing the imminent danger as Cell unleashed an energy blast, quickly distanced himself, retreating to a safe distance with his companion. They stood, transfixed by the gruesome spectacle unfolding before them, their faces etched with gravity and concern. Yet neither dared to act recklessly. Gohan surveyed the fallen comrades, his eyes aflame with seething rage, a volcano of fury ready to erupt. Despite Sun Wukong being battered and bruised on the ground, he maintained a steadfast gaze upon Gohan, encouraging him with words of belief. Trust in your potential, Gohan. I believe you can defeat Cell. Give it your all. No sooner had he spoken than Cell ruthlessly kicked Sun Wukong away, his body arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Gohan staggered to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, fists clenched as he growled, Cell, I will annihilate you. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, a tidal wave of might that made the very air tremble. In that moment of unbridled fury, the echoes of his father's encouragement resonated within him, igniting a fire deep within his soul. Amidst the devastation of the arena, surrounded by the fallen forms of his companions, Gohan's eyes burned with unyielding anger and resolve. Cell's contemptuous grin and merciless onslaught only stoked the flames of Gohan's wrath. Clenching his teeth, he trembled with intensity. Suddenly, he threw back his head and let out a primal scream that reverberated through the heavens. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. His hair stood on end, sharp and defiant, the brilliance of his aura blinding. With crackling energy swirling around him, Gohan's gaze turned cold and piercing as he manifested the form of Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, Sun Wukong stirred, and upon seeing Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a proud smile graced his features, filled with admiration for his son's growth and anticipation for the future. Yet, witnessing Gohan's hesitation to strike, Sun Wukong's urgency surged, calling out, Gohan, defeat Cell. Act now. His voice, though weak, was imbued with urgency and encouragement, imploring Gohan to seize the moment and triumph over Cell. Upon hearing his father's fervent plea, Gohan snapped back to reality. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest of emotions within him, his eyes refocused with renewed determination. No longer hesitating, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, officially commencing an intense duel with Cell. His speed was akin to lightning, imbued with an indomitable spirit, each strike infused with the fervor of his anger and the longing for victory. The clash between Gohan and Cell escalated to a fevered intensity. Gohan, resembling a fierce lion, swung his powerful fists at Cell with unrelenting force. Cell dodged, retaliating with a swift kick, which Gohan deftly avoided. Gohan unleashed a relentless series of rapid strikes, each punch imbued with the formidable might of Super Saiyan 2. Cell, undaunted, crossed his arms in defense before launching a counterattack with a powerful energy wave. They exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, as Gohan's eyes shone with determination and resolve, pouring every ounce of strength into his efforts to vanquish Cell. Meanwhile, Cell, relying on his own strength and combat experience, fiercely resisted Gohan's onslaught. The battlefield was a spectacle of blinding light, the collision of energies resonating with thunderous roars, warping the very air around them in the heat of battle. Chapter 52. The annihilation of Cell turns against him. Gohan erupted in a radiant golden glow, the power of Super Saiyan 2 surging within him. His gaze, fierce and unwavering, remained locked onto Cell, and in an instant, he appeared before him. With a powerful swing of his fist, accompanied by a roaring wind, he struck at Cell with the force of a thunderclap. Sharu attempted to withstand the onslaught. Yet Gohan's power was overwhelmingly formidable, and with a single punch, Sharu was sent reeling backward. Gohan offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of tempestuous strikes. His leg techniques were fierce, each kick imbued with cataclysmic energy that sent Sharu staggering in all directions. Though Sharu sought to retaliate, Gohan's speed and strength utterly suppressed him. Once more, Gohan surged forward, delivering an uppercut that sent Sharu soaring into the air. As Sharu crashed heavily to the ground, he found himself utterly powerless, completely subdued by Gohan. At that moment, Gohan, perhaps overwhelmed by the tumultuous emotions that accompanied his first transformation into a Super Saiyan 2, displayed an unexpected calmness on his previously furious visage. With steady steps, he approached Sharu, his gaze a tumult of emotions, confidence in his victory over a formidable foe intertwined with the bewilderment of wielding such immense power for the first time. In this critical moment, Goku and Piccolo simultaneously rose in a state of anxious urgency. Goku, battered and bruised from battle, was filled with tension and worry as he shouted with all his might, "Quickly eliminate Sharu, Gohan." His voice was laden with paternal expectation and trepidation for the safety of Earth. Piccolo echoed the urgency. Gohan, hesitate no longer. Act swiftly. His green visage flushed with excitement, veins protruding from his forehead. However, Gohan appeared to be ensnared by the profound impact of his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, lost in a daze and unresponsive to their desperate calls. He merely stared blankly at Sheru, seemingly lost in thought, as if bound by an inexplicable emotion. Seizing this moment of distraction, Sheru struggled to rise from the ground, his body trembling, his eyes betraying a blend of despair and madness. Facing Gohan, he screamed frantically, "If I cannot defeat you, then let this planet perish with me." No sooner had he uttered these words than he activated his self-destruct sequence without hesitation. Instantly, Sheru's body began to undergo violent transformations, swelling dramatically like an inflated balloon, becoming a colossal sphere. His surface shimmered with a terrifying luminescence, a harbinger of the impending cataclysmic energy. As Sheru expanded, the very fabric of space warped around him, the immense pressure making the air feel oppressive. The energy that amassed within him resembled a colossal beast poised to break free from its cage, ready to devour and obliterate everything in its path. The world seemed to descend into a state of apocalyptic panic, as all eyes were fixated on Sheru's impending explosion, hearts brimming with despair and terror. At last, Gohan emerged from his stupor. Upon witnessing Sheru's imminent self-detonation, he found himself at a loss, his expression fraught with confusion and alarm. In that instant, Goku stood, instinctively scanning the faces of those around him, his father, Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others. Without hesitation, he teleported beside Sheru. Gazing at Gohan, he managed to say, "You are remarkable, Gohan." Then, turning to his companions, a sorrowful look in his eyes, he proclaimed, "Farewell, everyone." Sheru, sensing Goku's intentions, screamed in terror, "Don't you dare touch me. If you do, I will explode." His voice was rife with fear and desperation. Yet Goku remained composed, nodding slightly at his companions, as if bidding a final farewell. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only profound affection for his friends and unwavering trust in Gohan. At that juncture, Chun Yu, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly teleported beside Goku. His expression resolute, he nodded to the others and declared, "I will not allow you to sacrifice yourself. Remember me, this is truly goodbye." With swift precision, Chun Yu decisively deactivated Sheru's self-destruct sequence and instantly teleported into the cosmos. In an instant, Sheru erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of unimaginable magnitude. The force of the blast was so immense that the very planet disintegrated in an instant, scattering into a cloud of cosmic dust. Although Chun Yu had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, achieving a remarkable level of strength, the explosive force was far too overwhelming, and he was hurled to another planet by the shockwave. Upon landing, Chun Yu returned to his normal state, having succumbed to the severe effects of the explosion. Lying motionless on unfamiliar terrain, the onlookers stared in shock at the direction where Sheru and Chun Yu had vanished, their eyes filled with disbelief. Momentarily at a loss for words, the breathtaking scene had unfolded too rapidly for their minds to keep pace. When they finally regained their composure and sought Chun Yu's presence, they discovered he had entirely vanished, leaving no trace of his energy behind. They exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Goku furrowed his brow, straining to sense the energy fluctuations around him, but to no avail. Piccolo clenched his fists, his expression laden with anxiety. Krillin and Vegeta wore solemn faces, uncertain of Chun Yu's fate. The space, once brimming with tension and fierce combat, now lay shrouded in silence, with only the remnants of the destroyed planet drifting slowly, as if recounting the harrowing battle that had just transpired. The group gazed at the void where Chun Yu had disappeared, their expressions blank, unable to articulate their thoughts. Even Trunks, rushing from afar, halted in his tracks at the sight, mouth agape, struggling to find words as if a weight lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. Vegeta, fists clenched tightly, with veins bulging on his forehead, spoke with a mix of fury and frustration. "Why must you play the hero now?" His voice pierced the silence, brimming with complex emotions. Goku remained silent, his eyes revealing deep concern and admiration. Piccolo bowed his head, his green face etched with gravity. Krillin bit his lip, tears brimming in his eyes, filled with anxiety for Chun Yu's well-being. Trunks gazed into the void, murmuring, "He will be all right, he must be." Time seemed to freeze in that moment, as the weight of sorrow pressed heavily upon the hearts of the gathered, leaving them unable to move on. Chapter 53. Return to normalcy. Chun Yu lay unconscious, quietly resting on a desolate planet, the lifeless soil contrasting sharply with his pale visage. In his slumber, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life, a relentless cycle of 996 drudgery, toiling from dawn till dusk, suffocated by the burdens of work. He reminisced about his parents, who always urged him to take care of his health over the phone, recalling the mixed expressions of pride and worry on their faces each time he returned home. Suddenly, Chun Yu awoke with a start. He gasped for breath, his eyes still reflecting the terror and longing of his dreams. Surveying the unfamiliar and barren landscape around him, he felt a moment of disorientation. In the midst of the explosive chaos, he had resolutely transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This formidable transformation had elevated his physical strength to astounding heights, allowing him to mitigate some of the blast's destructive force. At that moment, there was no time for contemplation. A singular, unwavering thought occupied his mind. They all had families and friends, while he was alone. It was only fitting that he shoulder this peril alone. Thus, he had unhesitatingly teleported away with Sheru. As for why he had materialized on this desolate planet, it was the very location where he had first arrived in the Dragon Ball world. The system had marked this planet, enabling him to teleport back at will. Now, awakening on this barren world, Chun Yu summoned the last vestiges of his strength to soar into space. His gaze fell upon the planet that had once been his refuge during his initial time in this realm, where he had cherished the most serene and carefree memories of solitary training. Tranquil nights and dreams under the stars, all indelibly etched in his heart. Yet now, that very planet had been obliterated in Sheru's explosion, reduced to cosmic dust. Vanishing into the infinite void, Chun Yu's eyes brimmed with sorrow and regret as he stood silently in this emptiness, lost in thought. The beauty of the past was fleeting, like a meteor, and now only desolation and silence remained. He inhaled deeply, as if attempting to swallow the endless regrets that accompanied him. He understood that life must continue, and he must fight to protect the beauty that still existed. Chun Yu retrieved a senza bean, resolutely consuming it without hesitation. In an instant, a miraculous transformation unfolded before him. His body began to restore itself at a pace visible to the naked eye, and a vibrant aura enveloped him. He then returned to the very planet that had been ravaged by the explosion, making slight adjustments to his state. Shortly thereafter, he brought his fingers together, resting them against his forehead, and focused intently on sensing the auras of the people on Earth. With his eyes tightly shut and his brow slightly furrowed, he immersed himself in concentration. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, with only the steady rhythm of his breathing echoing clearly in the silence. After relentless efforts across the vast cosmos, he finally detected the presence of his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered and instantly materialized before them. Upon seeing him, their initial expressions of surprise quickly morphed into joy. Sun Wukong stepped forward, patting his shoulder with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Piccolo nodded slightly, a rare smile gracing his lips. Krillin leaped with excitement, cheering loudly. Vegeta, arms crossed defiantly, maintained a somewhat haughty demeanor, yet concern lingered in his gaze. Trunks approached him briskly, admiration sparkling in his eyes. As he looked at his friends, warmth surged within him. The dangers and hardships he had recently endured faded into insignificance, for he was once again amidst his steadfast companions. The moment they laid eyes on him, they surged forward like a tidal wave, encircling him with concern and curiosity, clamoring to understand what had transpired. Observing their eager expressions, he retained a warm and composed smile, methodically and patiently elucidating the events that had unfolded. His voice was steady and clear, every detail meticulously articulated, allowing them to vividly grasp the entirety of the situation. Once he finished recounting his tale, they expressed profound admiration for his fearless courage and decisive actions in a critical moment. Their gazes brimmed with respect and gratitude, the atmosphere charged with warmth and enthusiasm. At that moment, Bulma, standing nearby, waved her hand excitedly and proposed, "Let us celebrate our victory over Cell with a feast at my house. After such a fierce battle, we deserve to unwind and revel in this moment of triumph." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiant with joy. Her suggestion met with unanimous agreement, cheers erupting in response. The faces of the group glowed with the joy of victory, their smiles as radiant as the sun. filled with eager anticipation for the forthcoming joyous gathering, imagining themselves seated together, sharing laughter and delicious food in a warm setting. As they flew towards Bulma's home, their spirits lifted, laughter echoed in the air, creating a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. Suddenly, the relaxed expression on Chun Yu's face shifted to one of gravity. A voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. It seemed to emanate from a distant depth, buzzing within his consciousness. The system that had quietly supported him through the battle against Cell had initiated an upgrade process following Cell's defeat. This unforeseen occurrence caused a brief pause in Chun Yu's demeanor, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. Though an involuntary curiosity stirred within him, what new functionalities would this system upgrade bestow? What unforeseen changes and surprises awaited him? Upon finally reaching Bulma's residence, they were greeted by a lavish spread of delectable food laid out before them. Without hesitation, they settled down and indulged in a hearty feast. During the meal, Chun Yu, in high spirits, even teased Vegeta, "Vegeta, you've truly married a beautiful and capable wealthy woman." This remark instantly garnered unanimous agreement among the group. Initially taken aback, they soon erupted into hearty laughter. However, after the laughter subsided, the atmosphere turned serious. Following a discussion, they resolved to seek the Dragon Balls to rectify the significant damages caused by the recent events, including the innocent lives cruelly extinguished by Cell. They understood this was their responsibility, a necessary step to restore peace and tranquility to the world. In the celestial realm, Chun Yu solemnly articulated his desire for two wishes: to resurrect the two androids and to remove the bombs embedded within them. His gaze was unwavering, his voice resonant. Dr. Gero was excessively cruel in his modifications. However, they are innocent. They are not like the ruthless androids of the future world. Listening to Chun Yu's words, everyone fell into contemplation. Vegeta initially frowned, arms crossed, exuding reluctance, scoffing, "Androids? Humph, what is there to sympathize with?" Yet, as he recalled the kindness and helplessness displayed by the siblings during battle, along with their suffering, his expression gradually softened. Others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with compassion and empathy, fully aware of the injustices and pain endured by the siblings. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to fulfill Chun Yu's request, restoring the two androids and granting them new life and freedom. Once the wishes were granted, a miraculous light enveloped them, and the android siblings were successfully revived, their lethal bombs removed. With a mix of confusion and gratitude, they approached the group, asking, "What is happening? How did we suddenly come back?" The group pointed towards Chun Yu, explaining, "It was Chun Yu who advocated for you." The siblings then stepped forward, with the sister speaking first. "Thank you, Chun Yu. Without you, we cannot imagine what might have happened." The brother echoed, "We are truly grateful." Chun Yu simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively, inquiring with genuine concern, "What are your plans now? Do you have a place to go?" After a moment of contemplation, the sister replied, "We are unsure where we can go." Observing their uncertainty, Chun Yu warmly invited them, "Why not stay at my place? It's spacious, and I am rather lonely living alone." The brother hesitated. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Chun Yu smiled reassuringly, "Not at all. But you two will have to help with the chores." After a brief exchange of glances, the sister finally conceded, "All right, we agree." Chapter 54. System upgrade complete. One day, the warm sun generously bathed the courtyard, illuminating every corner with a comforting glow. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of flowers and the freshness of grass. Chun Yu, along with androids 17 and 18, basked in this moment of tranquility and leisure as usual. Android 17 lay on the lawn, hands behind his head, gazing at the azure sky. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He nudged his sister, Android 18, with his elbow and teased, "Sis, I've been watching you closely lately. I've noticed you've been unusually different around Chun Yu. Whenever he's around, your gaze softens, and your lips curl into a smile without you realizing it. Even your tone of voice has become gentler. Admit it, have you secretly developed feelings for him?" Initially lost in the beauty of the surroundings, Android 18 felt her cheeks flush crimson at her brother's words, akin to a radiant sunset. Embarrassed and annoyed, she shot him a glare and retorted, "You little rascal. Always fooling around and thinking about nonsense. Stop this nonsense. It's merely normal interaction. There's nothing to your claims." Chun Yu, overhearing their exchange, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face turned slightly red as he awkwardly scratched his head, hastily adding, 17, don't joke around. Let us not misinterpret things. We're just interacting like friends. But 17 was relentless. He sat up, a wider grin on his face, and continued, sis, just admit it. You know it's true. Every time Chun Yu speaks, you listen intently, not even blinking. And remember the other day when he got hurt? I could see how anxious you were. You're not usually this attentive to others. Android 18, becoming increasingly flustered by his teasing, stamped her foot in frustration. Unable to contain herself, she pretended to reach out to hit 17, exclaiming, stop your nonsense, or I'll teach you a lesson for being so cheeky. Swiftly dodging her playful attack, 17 laughed as he ran away. Sis, I've hit the nail on the head, just admit it. The yard was filled with their joyful laughter, a cheerful atmosphere that seemed capable of dispelling all shadows. At that moment, Chun Yu stepped forward, attempting to mediate. All right. Let us not cause a ruckus. Let us savor this beautiful time together. Number 18 halted her pursuit, slightly out of breath, casting a sideways glance at number 17. Humph, I'll let you off this time. With a smile, number 17 bounded back to her sister, playfully tugging at her arm and pouting, Sister, I was just joking. Don't be upset. With a sigh of resignation, number 18 retorted, You little rascal, if you do this again, I won't be so forgiving. The three exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere once more transformed into one of ease and delight. They settled beneath the shade of the trees in the yard, continuing to relish the tranquility of the moment. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. Number 18 cast a furtive glance at Chun Yu, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. She pondered her brother's words. Did she truly harbor special feelings for Chun Yu? The thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Chun Yu appeared to sense number 18's gaze and turned his head. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Number 18 quickly averted her gaze, while Chun Yu managed a shy smile. Observing their reactions, number 17 quietly chuckled to himself, aware that a unique bond was quietly budding. The sun continued to cast its warm glow over the yard, their laughter and conversation resonating in the air, as if time paused for this moment, allowing their cherished friendship to gradually deepen and elevate over the years. Chun Yu, too, seemed to relish this rare moment, watching the playful antics of the siblings with a bemused smile. His gaze reflected a blend of indulgence and affection, a testament to his appreciation for this vibrant scene before him. In this warm atmosphere, a surge of warmth welled up within Chun Yu. He sat quietly to the side, his thoughts drifting. Once, he had walked a long road alone, with solitude and loneliness as his most familiar companions. Yet at this moment, the laughter and bickering of number 17 and number 18 infused the once quiet yard with vitality and life. Unbeknownst to Chun Yu, he was no longer alone. He had companions, a circle of friends. In the past, he had groped through the darkness, yearning for warmth and understanding. Now, number 17's mischievousness and number 18's gentle kindness sparkled like stars, illuminating his world. Chun Yu tilted his head slightly, gazing at the clouds drifting in the sky, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He understood that this was what he had longed for. This was the essence of what he needed deep within. With them by his side, his life was no longer monotonous and dreary, no longer steeped in loneliness. The road ahead might still hold challenges, yet he was unafraid. For he knew that with these companions, they would bravely face every obstacle together. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chun Yu's mind, startling him back to awareness. He was filled with exhilaration, for the system had transformed into not only a tool for his empowerment, but also a steadfast companion throughout his journey. System, why do you only update after I complete the storyline? He inquired. This system has accompanied the host in becoming stronger while navigating each phase of the narrative. With the conclusion of each stage, the system's capabilities and functions also enhance, essentially evolving along with the host. What has been updated this time? Can it make me the strongest in the world instantly? The system suggests that the host refrain from sleeping and dreaming during the day. This update has replaced the sign-in feature with options and tasks, and the rewards for completing these tasks are substantial. So, aside from the more generous rewards, I now have to complete selected tasks? What kind of update is this? It's not as good as signing in. By the way, I haven't even cashed in my last sign-in yet. Do not be disheartened, host. Here is a system upgrade gift package for you. It is recommended that you open it in the training room. Chun Yu was puzzled. Why must he go to the training room to open a system reward? Nevertheless, he complied, believing it would not take much time. He bid farewell to numbers 17 and 18, stating he was heading to train. All right, system. Let us see what treasures you've bestowed upon me. If they are not worthwhile, prepare to face my wrath. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the potential and bloodline of Vegeta, along with 100 Senzu beans. Fusion is currently being administered to the host. As the system's rewards fused within him, Chun Yu was suddenly engulfed by excruciating pain. It felt as if countless sharp knives were ruthlessly slicing through his insides. Every inch of skin and nerve overwhelmed by this unbearable torment. Chun Yu gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Yet he felt no pain in his hands, for the agony within consumed all his senses. He attempted to take deep breaths to alleviate the suffering, but each inhalation felt like a struggle in a fiery abyss. The pain intensifying as if it sought to tear his very soul apart. Chun Yu could not suppress a pained groan, his body trembling involuntarily, as if locked in a death struggle against an invisible, formidable force. After what felt like an eternity, he finally caught his breath, and with a furious outburst, he yelled at the system, "What kind of reward is this? It's killing me. Are you intentionally tormenting me?" His voice was hoarse from anger and pain, his eyes ablaze with fury. I was expecting some powerful assistance, and instead, I'm met with this unbearable suffering. Who can endure such torment? Chun Yu continued to shout, as if venting all his frustrations. System, explain this to me. Why is this fusion so agonizing? You didn't warn me beforehand. He gasped for air, his chest heaving, his expression contorted with rage. This is because your bloodline differs from Vegeta's, resulting in a bloodline replacement, which is naturally painful. However, to become stronger, host, you must endure. It will pass, won't it? Then why is my bloodline different? Didn't you originally say my potential is limitless? Why is there a need for replacement now? Because within the bloodlines of Vegeta and Goku lies a trace of the pure Saiyan bloodline. While you possess the bloodline of an ordinary Saiyan with unlimited potential, Vegeta is the strongest warrior born from the fusion of two beings, hence naturally upgrading your ordinary Saiyan bloodline. This will significantly enhance your potential and training speed. Think about how many years you've trained before. Chun Yu calculated carefully. Not only had he relied on the battle power granted by the system through sign-ins, but also the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber and the outside world. After some consideration, it seemed that apart from resting, he had spent most of his time training, yet he had only just transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. While in the original plot, a few years on the God of Destruction's planet could elevate him from a Super Saiyan god to Ultra Instinct. Considering this, it was indeed possible for him to train indefinitely to enhance his battle power. Yet it was daunting to think that others could surpass him after just 1 year of training, while he had trained for 3 to 4 years. Chun Yu felt utterly perplexed. Now, does that mean my potential and training speed have far surpassed that of the main characters? Shouldn't you elaborate on this? Currently, your potential is on par with Vegeta, and your training will accelerate more rapidly than before. However, if either Goku or Vegeta approaches your battle power, their fusion would still surpass you. In simpler terms, you are akin to the strongest warrior in your dimension, Vegeta, who requires personal training. Upon comprehending the system's explanation, Chun Yu's anger dissipated significantly. He understood that although the fusion process had been excruciating, the immense potential it contained was invaluable. Without a hint of hesitation, Chun Yu commenced his training. His eyes were resolute, filled with determination and fighting spirit. He began with basic physical training, running laps around the training ground, sweat pouring down like rain, soaking his clothes, yet his feet never faltered. Next, he engaged in strength training, repeatedly lifting heavy barbells, his arm muscles tensing, veins bulging, each exertion accompanied by his deep, guttural roars. During endurance training, despite his body being utterly fatigued, Chun Yu gritted his teeth and persevered, continually challenging his limits. He understood that only through an extraordinary effort could he truly master a more formidable power and achieve his aspirations. By the way, system, I have now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Can I still cultivate the divine path alongside the main cast? Alternatively, might I also grasp a beastly form akin to Gohan's? Indeed, this is possible, but each transformation requires a different development approach. It is advisable for you to cultivate a system that is uniquely yours. How am I to develop this? I am not the progenitor of the Saiyans, needing to explore step by step. Now that I am aware of the storyline, could I perhaps merge the forms within it? Chung pondered the various transformations of the Saiyans in Dragon Ball, such as Goku's Ultra Instinct from later arcs, which represents a miraculous state of transcending the ordinary and fighting purely by instinct, displaying astonishing strength. Vegeta's Super Blue evolution, or Deep Blue, significantly enhances both power and speed, showcasing breathtaking prowess in battle. There is also self-actualization, which delves deeply into one's potential. Gohan possesses a mysterious form with further beastly characteristics, each form endowed with unique strengths and attributes. Now that Chung has integrated Vegeta's potential, he finds himself capable of pursuing any path. But what about developing a form that belongs to him alone? After all, in the original narrative, Vegeta is a fusion warrior, utilizing the forms of Goku and Vegeta. To cultivate a form that is distinctly his is a journey fraught with uncertainty and challenge. No one knows what difficulties may arise, nor can one predict the heights that can ultimately be attained. Yet, the determination in Cheng's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, as he committed to embark on this path of exploration to forge a legendary form of his own. Chung contemplated that he already possessed the primal Saiyan form of Super Saiyan 4, fully aware that this was merely a starting point, not the conclusion. Thus, he resolved to first ascertain whether he could successfully transform into the form of Super Saiyan God, for the immediate priority was to develop forms he could master. He calmed his mind, feeling the latent power within him, striving to awaken that dormant, mysterious energy. Chung recalled the various traits and techniques of the Super Saiyan God form, adjusting his aura and state of mind. In this moment, he was wholly concentrated. Everything around him seemed to vanish, leaving only his pursuit of power and exploration of forms. After considerable effort, Chung sensed a stirring of energy within him, an entirely new and potent force. He realized he was progressing towards the form of Super Saiyan God. With the Saiyan-exclusive forms already within reach, the next step lay in the divine path. Chung understood that this would be a journey filled with hardship and challenge. Yet in his gaze resided no hint of retreat or fear, only steadfast determination and boundless desire. Chapter 56. Comprehending divine energy in his quest to cultivate the divine path and master the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Chung chose not to summon 5 righteous hearts as dictated by the original narrative to channel energy for the transformation. Following the events of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta also attained Super Saiyan God through his own efforts. Thus, Chung, possessing the potential of Vegeta, resolved to train independently, eschewing external assistance. The essence of cultivating Super Saiyan God lies primarily in divine energy, and coincidentally, the aura of the Earth's Kai contains some divine essence. Recently, Goku mentioned bringing Den from Namek to Earth to assume the role of the new Kai, so it was opportune for Chung to investigate. With eager anticipation, Chung arrived at the Kai's palace. The atmosphere there was markedly different, as the old Kai had merged with Piccolo, and Den was now the new Kai brought by Goku from Namek. Chung respectfully conveyed his intentions to Den, requesting her to imbue him with a trace of divine energy. Observing the unwavering and fervent determination in Cheng's eyes, Den nodded slightly, then gently raised her hand, allowing a pure and mysterious divine aura to flow into Cheng's body. After expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly returned to his training chamber. In the tranquility of the training room, only the sound of Cheng's somewhat hurried breaths broke the silence. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to deeply comprehend the divine energy that had been infused into him. Initially, the divine energy roamed within him like a mischievous child, elusive and hard to grasp. Chung diligently focused, attempting to track its trajectory and understand its properties. Through his contemplation, Chung gradually developed his own insights. He perceived that divine energy was not merely a powerful force, but a mysterious energy imbued with rules and order. Unlike ordinary power, which is often violent and direct, it possessed a subtle depth, as if it were the very embodiment of the universe's underlying principles. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Cheng's forehead, yet he remained utterly absorbed, sparing no detail of his experience. Eventually, he started to discern the flow patterns of the divine energy. Cheng knew this was merely the beginning. To truly master the divine energy, a long journey lay ahead. However, he was convinced that with relentless perseverance, success would be his. Nevertheless, Chung did not surrender. He recognized that on this path of uncertainty, He could only rely on his own insights to cultivate divine energy and develop the transformation that utilized it. As an ordinary individual, he dedicated immense time to grasping divine energy, even inquiring with the system about faster methods. Yet, it remained that the only options were to channel energy from 5 righteous scions or to rely on his own understanding. Thus, Chun chose the more arduous path to avoid disrupting the narrative's progression. Every day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks in his modest training room, Chun dutifully commenced his daily regimen. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, with hands resting naturally on his knees, he closed his eyes, free of distractions, wholly focused on sensing the elusive divine energy within. At first, the divine energy danced like a playful sprite at the edges of his perception, difficult to seize. Yet, Chun exhibited no impatience, adjusting his breath repeatedly, allowing his state of mind to resemble a tranquil lake, undisturbed. As time wore on, Chun gradually became capable of detecting the presence of that delicate divine energy. He carefully guided this faint force to flow gently through his meridians. However, this divine energy was immensely powerful and difficult to control. A momentary lapse could result in tremendous strain on his meridians. Each surge inflicted excruciating pain, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, causing his body to tremble from the agony. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, remaining resolute. Days turned into weeks in this relentless training, and Chun's life became monotonous and dreary. He eschewed gatherings with friends and ignored the clamor of the outside world, immersing himself entirely in the realm of cultivation. At times, fatigue from prolonged training weighed heavily on him, even leading to fleeting thoughts of giving up. Yet, the mere thought of the immense power of Super Saiyan God and his dreams reignited his spirit. By night, as the stars illuminated the sky, Chun continued to ponder in his training room. He repeatedly reviewed his training journey, reflecting on lessons learned, seeking the key to breakthrough. Often, in the stillness of the night, he found himself gazing at the starry expanse, contemplating the mysteries of the universe and the essence of divine energy. Throughout this lengthy training period, Chun's mindset gradually evolved. He grew more composed and resilient, no longer swayed by external distractions. His inner conviction blazed like a fervent flame, ever more intense. He understood that the path of cultivation had no endpoint. Only by continually surpassing himself could he reach greater heights. Though uncertain of how long it would take to succeed, Chun firmly believed that with unwavering determination, he would one day master the transformation into Super Saiyan God, embarking on a promising journey along the divine path. A considerable time passed, and Chun devoted nearly all his hours outside of eating and sleeping to his training room, fully immersing himself in the comprehension of divine energy. That small training chamber seemed to encompass his entire world, the external splendor and clamor entirely irrelevant to him. In this repetitive cycle of training, Chang's focus and perseverance were nothing short of remarkable. He lost track of time, oblivious to his physical fatigue, his heart solely set on the relentless pursuit of divine energy. Every moment, he dedicated himself to experiencing that mysterious and powerful force, striving to unveil its veil and master its essence. Efforts yield rewards. And now Chun had reached a level where he could skillfully integrate this trace of divine energy into his being and utilize it. This was the culmination of countless days and nights of diligent effort, the most gratifying reward for his unwavering commitment. When Chun successfully infused divine energy into himself for the first time, he felt an unprecedented power surging within him. No longer merely an eruption of raw power. It had transformed into a profound, introspective energy brimming with infinite potential. He could distinctly sense that both his body and soul were undergoing subtle transformations under the nourishment of this force. Chun Yu began to experiment with this newly fused power, discovering a remarkable enhancement in his perceptual abilities, allowing him to acutely detect even the minutest fluctuations in his surroundings. His movements became more agile and fluid, as though liberated from the shackles of gravity. Furthermore, while wielding this power, he found himself no longer straining or awkward, but rather able to control the output with effortless grace, reaching an exquisite state of mastery. Yet, this newfound ability brought forth a significant dilemma. The divine energy he could access was but a mere wisp, dissipating entirely once utilized. This predicament plunged Chun Yu into a deep state of distress, rendering his hard-won achievements seemingly fragile in the face of this harsh reality. Not only was he unable to develop the form of the Super Saiyan God, but his training appeared to regress to its initial state. All the efforts he had previously invested felt as though they had evaporated in an instant, and waves of disappointment and frustration surged within him. Gazing at the empty training room, his eyes were filled with confusion and resentment. He could not fathom why fate would play such cruel tricks on him. Having glimpsed the dawn of hope, it was snatched away in an instant, swallowed by darkness. However, Chun Yu's intrinsic resilience and determination soon rallied him. He reassured himself that this was merely a temporary setback and that he would not be so easily defeated. He began to reassess his training methods, contemplating how to cultivate that fleeting divine energy so that it might flourish rather than vanish upon use. Chapter 57. Super Saiyan God. As Chun Yu delved deeper into the study and understanding of this minuscule divine energy, he became almost obsessive, neglecting sleep and sustenance. Every moment was consumed by his exploration of this enigmatic force. He discovered that the divine energy did not significantly alter when it fully integrated into his being, possibly due to its scant quantity. This revelation led him into a brief contemplation, his brow furrowed as he pondered various possibilities. Through further investigation, he eventually identified a pivotal breakthrough. To his astonishment, he found that when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the energy characteristic of the Super Saiyan could envelop that wisp of divine energy. This discovery shone like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Without hesitation, Chun Yu maintained his Super Saiyan form at full power, enveloping the Super Saiyan energy with the divine essence. This process demanded utmost concentration, requiring him to exercise precise control over the divine energy, a considerable test of his will and focus. As time gradually passed, the divine energy began to swell under his diligent efforts. Each increment of growth filled Chun Yu with exhilaration, signifying his steady progression toward his goal. After what felt like an eternity, during which he remained unwavering in his dedication, Chun Yu had entirely replaced the energy used by the Super Saiyan with the divine energy. However, this was merely a temporary victory. Full integration with the Super Saiyan form still eluded him. Aware of the challenges that lay ahead, he recognized that the next crucial step was the fusion process. Standing in the vast training ground, Chun Yu's expression was grave and focused. He took a deep breath, preparing to initiate the fusion of his standard energy with the divine essence. He then began to guide the elusive divine energy, which initially resisted, seemingly reluctant to blend with his regular energy. Yet, Chun Yu did not waver. He concentrated his mind, wielding formidable willpower to harmonize these two forces. Gradually, the divine energy began to relent, inching closer to his energy. The moment their energies made contact, Chun Yu's body convulsed violently. An overwhelming pain surged through him as if he were being torn apart. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony and pressing on with the fusion. The divine energy and his own energy intertwined, clashing and merging intermittently. Chun Yu continuously adjusted his aura and state of mind, striving to maintain calm and focus. Through relentless effort, the two forces gradually found equilibrium, beginning to meld together. Golden flames began to reveal a hint of mysterious luminescence, signaling the integration of divine energy with his own. Throughout this fusion, Chun Yu remained intensely focused, fully immersed in mastering the power, to the point of depleting much of his mental energy. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his complexion pale, yet his gaze radiated determination and tenacity. Outside, the sky was tumultuous. Fierce winds howled, shaking the trees and sending leaves swirling. Soon after, rain fell in torrents, the large droplets pelting the ground and forming puddles. Then, as swiftly as it began, the storm subsided, and sunlight broke through the clouds, casting brilliant rays that dazzled the eye. Suddenly, a crimson light descended from the heavens, bearing an astonishing presence, and struck down towards Chun Yu's abode. In an instant, the area around him was bathed in blinding radiance. The surrounding air felt as though it had been scorched. At that moment, Chun Yu, with eyes shut tight, remained oblivious to the extraordinary phenomena unfolding around him. He was wholly absorbed in his internal struggle, fiercely clashing and merging with the power within, utterly unaware of the cataclysmic events outside. The red light enveloped the vicinity of Chun Yu's home, illuminating the area in a vibrant hue so intense it was nearly blinding. It was only then that Chun Yu opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise evident before it was swiftly replaced by resolve. Suddenly, The surrounding crimson light seemed to be drawn to him by an irresistible force, rushing towards him at a remarkable speed, and was wholly absorbed. At the moment of absorption, Chun Yu's body trembled slightly. A tremendous energy surged within him. Concurrently, his form began to metamorphose. The Super Saiyan visage was supplanted by a new appearance characterized by bright red hair, a leaner physique, and an aura reminiscent of solar flames enveloping him. His eyes enlarged, displaying pupils with distinct outlines, the colors of the iris and pupil shifting to black and red respectively, while his skin became fairer and his visage took on a youthful, boyish charm, the new form of the Super Saiyan God. Meanwhile, the protagonists on Earth, having initially sensed the energy Chun Yu was emitting, now found themselves unable to detect any trace of it. Consequently, they instinctively converged from all directions towards Chun Yu's residence. At this juncture, Chun Yu had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, completely utilizing divine energy. Thus, apart from the Supreme Kai on Earth, no one else could perceive this energy. Chun Yu meticulously observed himself, not overlooking any subtle changes, while intently feeling the divine energy within, striving to comprehend the effects of the recently absorbed crimson light. At that moment, Android 18 and Android 17, having noticed the unusual phenomena outside earlier, arrived at the scene. Their expressions were a mix of tension and curiosity as they closely monitored Chun Yu's every move. Chun Yu acknowledged their presence with a gentle smile, releasing his transformation, allowing the radiant aura and energy to recede, and greeting them. 18, 17, what brings you here? At this moment, it was not just the siblings who regarded Chun Yu. Even Goku and Vegeta had arrived at his yard, calling out his name. As Chun Yu deactivated his Super Saiyan God transformation, the group collectively sighed in relief, sensing the waning of his energy. Meanwhile, in a peculiar realm of the universe, on a distant planet, a blue-skinned figure wielding a staff observed the projection of Chun Yu emanating from his staff with intrigue, murmuring to himself, a mere mortal practicing divine energy? A scion. It seems I must pay him a visit. Yet, Lord Beerus is still resting, alas. Indeed, the moment Chun Yu successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan God through the mastery of divine energy, the Angel Whis had taken notice of this remarkable transformation. Chun Yu's ability to wield divine energy while still embodying the essence of an ordinary human intrigued Whis immensely. Chapter 58. The initial battle of the Super Saiyan God. After explaining to number 17 and number 18 that he was developing a new transformation, Chun Yu stepped into the courtyard only to find the main characters gathered together. Why are you all here? Chun Yu asked, feeling perplexed as he began to reflect on his own lack of action. Humph, we were quite comfortable at home, but your energy suddenly vanished, prompting us to come check on you. Vegeta replied with his usual prideful demeanor. Yet, Chun Yu could sense an underlying meaning in his words. Vegeta seemed to consider him a companion and had rushed over out of concern when his energy disappeared. There's no need to worry. I'm merely developing my new form. Allow me to explain briefly. Chun Yu began to elucidate the differences between divine energy and ordinary ki, detailing how he was replacing his ki with divine energy through research conducted in the Heavenly Temple with Tian Tian. However, he refrained from mentioning his Super Saiyan God form. Wow, I understand now. So when you visited the Heavenly Temple to ask Tian Tian for divine energy, that was the intention. So, divine energy is different from ordinary ki. If we were to use divine energy, we would also be considered gods, right? At this moment, Sun Wukong, usually the embodiment of foolishness, finally posed a question that piqued everyone's curiosity. All right, I won't elaborate further. You're all curious, aren't you? Let's head outdoors, and I'll demonstrate it for you, Chun Yu declared, leading the way as curiosity propelled the group to follow him outside. They arrived in a vast open field where a gentle breeze swept through, providing a refreshing coolness. Chun Yu stood before them in silence, merely observing, before a subtle smile graced his lips, a smile imbued with profound meaning, yet seemingly simple and joyful. The group, somewhat bewildered by his expression, awaited his next move with eager anticipation. Taking a deep breath as if to draw in the surrounding energy, Chun Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming as piercing as lightning. With clenched fists and taut muscles, he radiated an overwhelming aura of power. He began to channel the energy of the Super Saiyan God within him, that mysterious and formidable force surging through his veins like a roaring tide. A brilliant red light enveloped him, growing ever more intense until he was completely shrouded in its glow. His hair began to transform from the roots, quickly turning into a dazzling crimson, standing upright like flames. As the light dissipated, Chun Yu's form underwent a remarkable transformation in the open field. His hair now a striking red, vibrant and reminiscent of a blazing fire. His physique became leaner, every contour exuding strength and fluidity. His body was enveloped in an aura akin to solar flames, burning fiercely and radiantly, as if it could incinerate everything around him. His eyes widened, revealing deep, luminous pupils akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. His fair skin glistened under the light of his aura, emitting an enchanting sheen. His appearance was rejuvenated, embodying youthful vigor and vitality. In this moment, he had fully manifested the Super Saiyan God form. Wait, I can't sense any ki. You're right here, radiating energy. Yet it feels as if you vanished. Sun Wukong was the first to notice the anomaly, instantly realizing that even his instant transmission could not locate any ki or energy. And he voiced his concern. Following Sun Wukong's observation, the others began to close their eyes, attempting to sense the ki and energy, only to arrive at the same conclusion. They felt nothing, as if Chun Yu had ceased to exist in this world. As you can see, this is what is referred to as the Super Saiyan God form. In simpler terms, it is a Super Saiyan who possesses divine power. Chun Yu explained to the group. Wow, Chun Yu, let's engage in battle so I can witness the power of this form. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Having heard from others about Chun Yu's formidable Saiyan instincts during his training at the Heavenly Temple. Now, with this new divine form revealed, he was eager to experience it firsthand, as his Saiyan blood surged with excitement. All right, Vegeta, Gohan, would you like to join in? My base combat power far exceeds yours, so you both can team up and unleash your strongest abilities. Chun Yu said with a slight smile, then soared into the sky. Humph, what Super Saiyan God form? I, the prince, am the strongest. Just you wait, I will defeat you. Vegeta, unable to contain himself, erupted in a full-power Super Saiyan transformation and ascended high into the air. Vegeta led the charge, followed by Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, while Sun Wukong unleashed his full power as a Super Saiyan 1, closely trailing behind. Chun Yu maintained his Super Saiyan God form, hovering in the air as a fierce battle commenced with Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Gohan. Remarkably, the three could not sense Chun Yu's ki or energy, leaving them in a state of extreme disadvantage. Utilizing his formidable combat prowess, Chun Yu swiftly attacked, his movements as rapid as lightning, leaving the trio unable to defend. In the heat of battle, Gohan inadvertently found himself struck by Chun Yu's overwhelming power, sending him crashing to the ground and reverting to his normal state. Sun Wukong and Vegeta observed from different angles, their expressions filled with tension and confusion. Noticing their seamless coordination, Chun Yu's heart raced, and he immediately created numerous clones. Since they could not sense divine energy, they were unable to discern the real Chun Yu from his duplicates. Seizing this opportunity, he and his clones unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The powerful energy surged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who found themselves unable to withstand the sudden onslaught, ultimately defeated and returning to their normal states. In that moment, Chun Yu's figure appeared overwhelmingly powerful and enigmatic against the backdrop of the sky. His victory left everyone in awe. Chun Yu dispelled his transformation and gently descended to the ground, while Krillin approached, supporting Gohan. Chun Yu retrieved some senzu beans from the system space, feeding one to each of them to aid their recovery. I just transformed into this form, so I haven't fully mastered its power yet, which may have resulted in a heavier impact. Please don't take it to heart, Chun Yu explained, hoping to clarify any misunderstandings regarding his strength. Oh, not at all. Chun Yu, your form is incredible. Can you teach me? Sun Wukong was the first to express his enthusiasm. Well, as you know, I developed this form after mastering Super Saiyan 3, so I suggest you all focus on your standard transformations first. Once your bodies are strong enough, you can train in divine energy and the Super Saiyan God transformation. Otherwise, your bodies may not withstand the divine energy and could burst. Chun Yu offered this sincere advice, recalling the unforgettable sensation he experienced while merging with divine energy. By the way, Wukong, you can always practice with Vegeta. That way, your combat strength will increase more rapidly. After all, Saiyans tend to break their limits during battles. Gohan, you must also train diligently and not squander your talent. I need to return and acclimate to this transformation. Otherwise, the divine energy feels quite uncomfortable in my body. Chun Yu feigned discomfort from the burden of his transformation as he departed with number 17 and number 18. The others, witnessing this, began to disperse. Chapter 59. Initial Encounters. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan, earning the reward. Super Saiyan God Evolution Path. 100 Sins of Beans, and Instant Transmission Level 2. What is this? Defeating opponents grants rewards? I thought rewards were contingent upon system-initiated tasks. Chun Yu was taken aback by the prompt echoing in his mind upon returning home. The system rewards the host based on the characters defeated for the first time. System tasks will be issued periodically, and the host will receive rewards upon reaching certain training milestones. Please explore on your own. After hearing the system's explanation, Chun Yu felt exasperated. You're an incredibly intelligent system, yet you insist on making me explore on my own. Truly, Chun Yu, rather than feeling anger, found himself examining the rewards bestowed by the system. The ability to teleport to the second tier was something he had already comprehended. It required no breath to make the leap, merely a mental image of the destination. The divine beings, needless to say, were a staple in his household. However, it was the evolutionary path of the Super Saiyan God that captivated Chun Yu's attention immensely. As the minutes passed, he grasped that there were two distinct evolutionary routes. The first, consistent with the original plot, involved the Saiyan's release of divine energy, resulting in the Super Saiyan God. Conversely, when a Super Saiyan released this divine aura, it manifested as Super Saiyan Blue, while the state devoid of such energy was characterized by black hair. This was the conventional approach, followed by the cultivation of divine techniques to enhance combat prowess. The second path entailed further developing energy and aura utilization while in the Super Saiyan Blue form to master new transformations. Chun Yu pondered the possibility of enveloping his primal Saiyan form, Super Saiyan 4, with divine energy, potentially augmenting this state to an extraordinary level. Alternatively, he could evolve from Super Saiyan Blue 1 to Blue 2, or even Blue 3. He might also consider substituting his current powers with divine strength and aura, ensuring that each transformation would enhance his capabilities. Nevertheless, these remained mere speculations. He decided to focus on gradual practice while also planning to accompany the siblings for a shopping outing the following day to unwind. Chun Yu had settled into a calm mindset, aware that, regardless of whether he assumed the form of Super Saiyan 4 or the Super Saiyan God, he could easily overpower Buu. Moreover, there was still ample time before encountering Buu. After an extended period of living in this world, Chun Yu had grown accustomed to the presence of a woman by his side, someone to converse with, lend a hand, and even spar against, which was simply delightful. As for Android 17, he had resolutely embarked on a journey to pursue his dreams, dedicating himself to the protection of the ecological environment and precious wildlife. With unwavering enthusiasm and steadfast belief, he immersed himself in this noble cause, undeterred by hardships. In stark contrast, Android 18 seemed disinterested in this ecological pursuit, opting to remain in place. Whether there were undisclosed reasons for her choice remained a mystery, perhaps only she could elucidate. Regardless, 17's quest for his dreams would persist, while 18 stayed with Chun Yu. Chun Yu's solitary life was rather simple. It revolved around training, eating, and sleeping, with most of his time spent in the training room. Whenever he had a moment alone, he would lie in the yard, gazing at the starry sky. However, since the siblings had arrived, his existence gradually became more fulfilling. He transitioned from a mere training machine to an ordinary person, experiencing a spectrum of emotions and embracing a life that was both ordinary and enriching. As he lay in the yard, turned on his side, he found himself entranced by 18. Recognizing for the first time that this childhood goddess was truly beautiful, more so than on screen, exuding an enchanting and gentle aura. Noticing Chun Yu's gaze, 18 did not interrupt, but instead smiled softly at his distracted demeanor. Regaining his senses, Chun Yu realized he had lost composure and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I lost my manners. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I didn't pay attention. I'm not the kind of person you might think I am. 18, observing Chun Yu's flustered expression and flushed face, revealed a subtle smile. So who are you? A person who lures girls to stay at your home? Chun Yu's face turned from crimson to pale as he struggled to explain, stammering, I'm really not. I just feel that living alone is no different from living with others. Seeing what you've gone through, I feel like you've had it even harder than I have. I swear, I'm not after anything. I've never even had a girlfriend. Intrigued, 18 feigned seriousness as she approached Chun Yu, gazing into his eyes. Their eyes locked, and Chun Yu felt a wave of panic as his cheeks reddened. "All right, I believe you. I'm heading off to rest now. Good night," she whispered in his ear before retreating into the house. Chun Yu, utterly flustered, was not adept at conversing with girls, and her teasing left him blushing fiercely. Once he regained his composure, he hurried to his room, burying his head under the blanket. Yet the sensation of 18 whispering in his ear lingered in his mind. A boy, caught in the throes of newfound feelings, and a girl, seemingly composed yet equally bewildered, set the stage for a sleepless night. The following day, Chun Yu awoke in a daze, a first for him in this world, sporting dark circles under his eyes. In the rain-soaked evening, the world seemed enveloped in a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. Inside, the two sat quietly on a soft, comfortable sofa in the living room. Dim light cascaded over them, creating a heartwarming scene. 18 leaned gently against Chun Yu's broad shoulder, her silky hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Their gazes were fixed on the television screen, where a romantic film unfolded. As the plot progressed, Chun Yu felt his heart racing uncontrollably, akin to a playful fawn frolicking within his chest. He cautiously turned his head, stealing a glance at 18. Her beautiful face, illuminated by the light and shadow, appeared even more enchanting, her long eyelashes fluttering like stars in the night sky. At that moment, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. He longed to wrap his arms around 18 and hold her close, but his shyness and hesitation kept him from acting. However, sensing his turmoil, 18 turned to him, her clear eyes meeting his. Slowly, she lifted her delicate hand and gently grasped his trembling palm. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, warmth radiated from their touch, and a radiant smile blossomed on Chun Yu's face. Their time together was immensely enjoyable, yet Chun Yu, being a young boy, struggled to articulate his feelings. Thus, despite appearing as a couple, an invisible barrier remained unbroken, both aware yet silent about it. Outside, the rain pitter-pattered against the window, producing a crisp sound. Inside, they nestled on the soft couch, the television displaying a heartwarming series, but their minds were elsewhere. Chun Yu held 18's hand tightly, occasionally stealing glances at her profile. The beauty of 18, illuminated by the light, captivated him as she focused on the screen, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil within him. Drawing a deep breath, Chun Yu mustered all his courage and finally broke the silence. 18, I've realized that being with you brings me immense joy, a feeling I lacked in my solitary life. So let us be together. 18 paused, turning to meet Chun Yu's expectant and anxious gaze. A rush of complex emotions surged within her, surprise, gratitude, and a hint of hesitation. The brief silence made Chun Yu's heart race, anxiously awaiting her response. Beads of sweat forming in his palms. 18 gently bit her lip, her eyes softening with determination. Chun Yu, I feel the same way about being with you. Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile illuminated Chun Yu's face. He embraced 18 tightly, wishing to etch that moment into eternity. Chun Yu was completely entranced by this feeling, astonished that his childhood goddess was now by his side. Since the 18th and Chun Yu became a couple, their lives have been filled with warmth and sweetness. Each morning, Chun Yu rises a little earlier than the 18th. He tiptoes into the kitchen, ties on an apron, and begins preparing a nutritious breakfast for her. When the 18th, still half asleep, approaches the dining table and sees the carefully prepared meal, her face blossoms into a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with emotion and surprise. She squints slightly, takes a deep breath, as if to inhale the essence of happiness into her heart. On weekends, they venture to the supermarket together to procure daily necessities. Chun Yu meticulously selects the 18th's favorite snacks and fruits, diligently comparing the freshness of each fruit and scrutinizing the ingredient lists of the snacks. Meanwhile, the 18th playfully reminds him not to buy too much, her arms crossed over her chest, a teasing smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with affectionate mischief. At times, they enjoy watching movies at home. The 18th curls up in Chun Yu's embrace like a languid kitten, her expression fluctuating with the film's plot. She furrows her brow in concern for the characters' fates, then giggles, her body shaking with laughter. As evening falls, they stroll hand in hand through the park. The setting sun casts a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. The 18th tilts her head slightly upward to gaze at Chun Yu, her face aglow with happiness, her eyes twinkling like stars. They share amusing anecdotes from their day and dream together of their future. Occasionally, The 18th reveals her assertive side. When Chun Yu faces challenges, she stands with her hands on her hips, her expression serious and resolute, offering him unwavering support and encouragement. Chun Yu, in turn, responds with his gentle patience, accommodating her occasional whims. When she pouts in displeasure, turning away, he tenderly takes her hand, soothing her with kind words. On special occasions, Chun Yu surprises the 18th with thoughtful gifts. It might be a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Upon receiving them, her cheeks flush, her eyes glistening with tears of joy, leaving her momentarily speechless. Alternatively, it could be a long-desired present, prompting her to leap in excitement and envelop him in a warm embrace. They also embark on journeys together, exploring the vast unknown. Throughout their travels, the 18th gazes around with childlike wonder, exclaiming in delight when confronted with breathtaking vistas, her arms outstretched in joyous celebration. Thus, the 18th and Chun Yu accompany and support one another, filling each day with love and warmth. Gradually, their companionship deepens, and Chun Yu discovers the true meaning of life within this joyful existence. Previously, he had been engrossed in work and training, living in solitude and centered solely on himself, oblivious to the people and things around him. Now, with the presence of a companion, a friend, and the 18th as a cherished family member, Chun Yu has transformed from a mere machine into a being infused with the essence of life. As for the narrative progression between Chun Yu and the 18th, I shall refrain from detailing the final breakthrough in their relationship to avoid limitations. Let us now shift our focus directly to the chapters concerning Shalu, or Chun Yu's training. As daily life proves too challenging to articulate, it is far more compelling to recount battles or transformation sequences. Regarding plot holes and introductions, I encourage everyone to read carefully. There are numerous inconsistencies in the earlier sections, which I will address here. First, the Great Ape power is inherently linked to the Saiyan bloodline within Saiyans. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 represents the fusion of the Great Ape power and the Saiyan bloodline. This includes the tenfold increase in strength from the Great Ape form. The Golden Great Ape is simply a combination of Saiyan transformation and the Great Ape power. I intend to establish that once the Great Ape power is fully absorbed and integrated into the Saiyan bloodline, the base combat strength of a Saiyan will increase tenfold, significantly enhancing physical strength and potential. Consequently, upon complete integration, the transformation into a Great Ape will no longer occur due to lunar phases or external light sources. Theoretically, after this fusion, the transformation into a Great Ape will cease, as the two powers will have melded completely, paving the way for subsequent transformations like Super Saiyan 5. Additionally, I have identified two issues upon rereading. Firstly, the amplification factor for Super Saiyan 3 should be 400 times, but since this has already been written, altering it would require extensive revisions, so I will leave it as is. Consider it a personal interpretation. Super Saiyan 3 will be regarded as 300 times stronger, with Super Saiyan 4 enhancing that by an additional tenfold. Secondly, concerning instant transmission, I have outlined 3 stages. The first is sensing energy and teleporting. The second involves teleporting to familiar locations or coordinates through imagination. The third allows for time-space traversal via instant transmission, enabling travel to any place known or even named. I have noted in the comments section that many readers do not anticipate a divine route for the protagonist of this novel. I want to clarify that I will write according to your preferences. However, the title of this book includes dimension. If I do not explore the divine route, I can only delve into the dimension of combat power, necessitating the abandonment of the previously established divine narrative. This presents a considerable challenge, as the book was only recently recommended 7 days ago, and I may have written too hastily, leaving numerous gaps unaddressed. I kindly ask for your understanding. Now, for the most important and eagerly anticipated aspect of this book, the introduction of transformations. 1. Saiyan Great Ape Transformation Condition. Viewing the moon during a full moon. Size, gigantic, with a tenfold increase in strength. Drawback, loss of rationality and a state of rage. The Great Ape form showcases the primal ferocity and destructive power of Saiyans. Royal bloodlines do not lose rationality. This is a preliminary utilization of the Great Ape power. Once the Great Ape power is fully integrated with the Saiyan bloodline, this form will cease to exist, or transformation will be impossible without a tail. 2. Super Saiyan Golden Hair, Green Eyes. Significant enhancements in strength and speed. Condition, extreme anger. The Super Saiyan form is the most iconic transformation in the Dragon Ball series. Triggered by intense fury, granting Saiyans immense power, with a 50-fold increase in base form. 3. Super Saiyan 2 Sharper hair, surrounded by electric arcs. Substantial improvements in strength, speed, and endurance. The Super Saiyan 2 form further augments power and speed, showcasing heightened combat capability, with energy approximately 100 times that of the base form. 4. Super Saiyan 3 Waist-length hair, absence of eyebrows. Dramatic power increase, but with immense energy consumption. The Super Saiyan 3 form possesses tremendous energy and combat prowess. However, its energy drain is significant, limiting transformation duration, with energy approximately 300 times that of base form. The full power resolution addresses the consumption and burden, but maintains the same amplification factor, merely balancing the load and expenditure. 5. Super Saiyan 4 The hair takes on a darker, more disheveled appearance, longer and draping over the shoulders, with red-brown fur covering the chest and palms, representing the primal state of Saiyans. This transformation signifies the development of the great ape and bloodline powers, embodying the ferocity of the Saiyan race, essentially a preliminary development of the great ape power. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation achieves exceptional control over energy and physical strength, as it is an evolution of the great ape power, resulting in a 10-fold increase over Super Saiyan 3, totaling 3,000 times. 6. Super Saiyan 4 Bloodline Ascension. This transformation arises from the pinnacle of bloodline development while in Super Saiyan 4 form, achieving a complete fusion of bloodline and great ape powers. This form, a unique manifestation resulting from the integration of the great ape power and bloodline strength, visually resembles Super Saiyan 4, featuring red fur and black pupils, with pronounced musculature. The sole distinction lies in the hair color, matching the body fur's red hue. This transformation boasts a 5,000-fold increase in base form strength, yet demands extraordinary control over emotions. Failure to regulate emotions may lead to a loss of control, resulting in a frenzied and violent Saiyan. 7. Super Saiyan 5, upon transformation, features hair cascading to shoulder length, extending from the neck and flowing forward, yet even longer, and emanating a silvery hue. The body is adorned with silvery fur. In fan interpretations, Goku and Gohan's irises are depicted as red, while Vegeta's are yellow. Here, we shall standardize them to a unified red, complemented by purple eye sockets. Surrounding this transformation is a tempest of lightning. This form is achieved through an enhancement of mental power, symbolizing a triad of augmentation in physical strength, mental fortitude, and energy. The transformation is posited to elevate one's state to a multiplier of the norm. 7. Super Saiyan God operates on the principle of enhancing one's ki, subsequently transcending into the divine realm, the so-called God ki. This transformation can be likened to the elevation of one's aura to a divine state, utilizing God ki in a standard form. The resultant appearance features bright red hair, a more slender physique, and a body enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames. The eyes enlarge, revealing distinct pupils, as depicted in Dragon Ball Super, where the eyes acquire defined outlines, with pupils and irises turning black and red, respectively. The skin becomes fairer, and the visage appears more youthful, resembling that of a young adult. This form is designated to amplify combat power by 1,000-fold, but possesses the advantage of enhanced agility and a disposition more aligned with divinity, exhibiting minimal emotional fluctuations during combat. Most importantly, this transformation favors speed, rendering the aura imperceptible to mere mortals. 8. Super Saiyan Blue, also referred to as Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan showcases a distinct appearance from Super Saiyan God, with hair and eyebrows adopting a sky blue hue, while the pupils transition to a deep blue. The body is surrounded by a blue aura, characterized by starry particles unique to God Ki, with droplets intermittently flowing through the aura, as seen in the manga and the Broly film. The flow of this energy is noticeably slower than that of a human or a Super Saiyan state, and carries a faint electric spark. The aura is bifurcated into 2 layers, with outer and inner colors of sky blue and white, respectively. In essence, this transformation envelopes the Super Saiyan form with divine energy, akin to a Saiyan transitioning from their base form to Super Saiyan. This transformation is set to enhance power approximately 3,000 times the norm, threefold that of Super Saiyan God. 9. Super Saiyan Blue second stage is a personal creation, representing a singular form of the protagonist. In contrast to the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, this form features hair that gradually stands erect, each strand distinct. While the sole difference from the first stage is the surrounding lightning, it is designated as an enhancement of 6,000 times the norm, equivalent to the progression from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, making both transformations comparable in their doubling of power. 10. Super Saiyan Dark Blue, Blue Evolution, emerges from Vegeta's indomitable spirit and refusal to concede defeat. Its appearance is similar to the ordinary Super Saiyan Blue, yet upon transformation, the muscles swell, reminiscent of Super Saiyan Stage 2, the inner aura becomes more radiant, and the outer blue aura deepens. The hair shifts to a dark blue, and particles rising within the aura grow larger and more luminous, some transforming into cross-shaped forms that explode like fireworks. Additionally, the contours of the pupils are more pronounced. This transformation is set at a 5,000-fold increase, evolved from Super Saiyan Blue, born of sheer will. 11. Mysterious Form, Full Potential Unleashed, is the first transformation completed by Gohan, developed with the aid of the Elder Kaishin, unlocking immense potential and allowing for the full exertion of power in a standard state. This form is characterized by an unchanged hairstyle and color, with the ability to conceal all energy signatures. Gohan's subsequent breakthroughs will continue to evolve from this mysterious state. This form carries the advantage of not imposing excessive strain on the body due to transformation. The enhancement is set at 400 times the norm, as online assessments suggest it surpasses Super Saiyan 3 slightly. There is indeed a second phase, which Gohan achieved during training with Piccolo before the Tournament of Power, rediscovering his past conviction. This second phase differs visually, adorned with numerous flashes of lightning, thus referred to as the Lightning Mysterious Form. This enhancement is approximately a 1,000-fold increase from the norm. 12. Beast Form, Potential Evolution, transforms Gohan, lengthening his hair and shifting its color alongside his eyebrows to a silvery gray, while his eyes turn red. This form signifies Gohan's self-evolution, instigated by a primal awakening within him, thus named Beast Gohan. It is a state that allows Gohan to unleash his powers in a standard form, following the mysterious form or full potential unleashed. Further evolved due to an explosive surge of anger. This form is designated at 5,000 times the norm, aligning with the evolution of Super Saiyan Blue, akin to Vegeta's dark blue form. 13. Orange Piccolo arises from a wish made to Shenron, granting Piccolo an additional power. In this form, his skin turns orange, his eyes become red, and his appearance undergoes a transformation, with muscles bulging and an imposing expression that commands respect without anger. The enhancement is approximately 3,000 times the norm. Chapter 61. A Romantic Night. According to the original narrative, Majin Buu would appear 7 years after the defeat of Cell, marking an era of mundane tranquility. Now, with companionship by my side, I must admit, it feels rather pleasant. Chun Yu gazed at Android 18, resting in his embrace, and gently kissed her forehead. In the original story, it seems the main characters have fallen from grace. Over 7 years, Goku has ascended to Super Saiyan 3, while Vegeta has attained full power at Super Saiyan 2. Who could one argue with? It is known that despite the subsequent power disarray in Dragon Ball Super, the fundamental training progress remains consistent, neither invincible nor excessively weak. Chun Yu mused that if he could fully train several Saiyans during these 7 years, what would happen when Beerus arrives on Earth to confront a cadre of Super Saiyan Blues? With diligent effort, Goku and Vegeta could even fuse into Vegito, perhaps engaging Beerus in combat. If the system proves supportive, I too might stand a chance against Beerus, avoiding a dire fate, though victory seems improbable, as destructive energy serves as a dividing line. At that moment, 18 stirred awake, glancing at Chun Yu, who was lost in thought, and promptly inquired, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Chun Yu, roused from his reverie by her call, replied, "I have always been a solitary wanderer, rarely interacting with others. Yet now, gazing at this grand house and having such a beautiful wife, this life is something I never dared to dream of." "Humph. As long as you know you have such a beautiful wife," she retorted playfully. "Get up, let us go eat, and afterward, accompany me to go shopping." Android 18 resumed her usual proud demeanor, turning away from Chun Yu with a smile. It was undeniable. Hearing her husband praise her brought her great joy. After enjoying a meal at home, the couple ventured into West City, indulging in a spree of shopping. After all, Chun Yu possessed an unlimited black card as a reward from the system. Throughout, he remained perplexed by the sheer volume of items women seemed to acquire. His arms were laden with bags, even draping around his neck, and he had to free one hand to hold on to his lovely girlfriend. As 18 entered a dessert shop, Chun Yu found a nearby spot to rest, overwhelmed by the multitude of items he had accumulated. For the first time, he felt he needed 6 arms, perhaps even 12, to manage it all. Who could have imagined that Earth's strongest being, capable of obliterating planets with a mere energy blast, would find shopping so taxing? Shortly thereafter, they finished their meal and returned home with their purchases. To facilitate matters, Chun Yu had to instantaneously teleport with 18, as the sheer quantity of items was unmanageable. Clearly, I must continue my training, for even shopping has begun to wear me out. This is simply unacceptable, Chun Yu mused to himself. But as 18 ascended the stairs to put away their items, he retrieved a delicate box from his pocket, containing a shimmering ring. This was a surprise he had discreetly ordered while 18 was unaware, perfectly timed for today's outing. To ease his proposal and confession to 18, he had informed his brother-in-law, number 17, and even rented an amusement park for a night. On this special evening, with the moonlight shimmering like water, Chun Yu led 18 to the deserted amusement park. Her face radiated curiosity and anticipation as she gazed around in delight. Chun Yu excused himself to the restroom and hastily departed. He concealed himself in a corner, swiftly shedding his usual martial arts attire and donning a meticulously prepared suit. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully retrieved an exquisite little box, taking a deep breath as he approached number 18. At that moment, a spectacular display of fireworks erupted outside, casting a vibrant array of colors that illuminated the night sky. Captivated by the beautiful sight, number 18 tilted her head back slightly, her eyes sparkling with surprise and a sweet smile gracing her lips. Just then, Chun Yu stood before her, and upon seeing him in a suit, no. 18's expression turned to one of astonishment. Chun Yu knelt on one knee, gazing deeply into number 18's eyes, his own filled with unwavering determination and affection. Lazuli, since you entered my life, I have come to realize that I cannot live without you. I love you, will you marry me? I desire to spend a lifetime together with you. Chun Yu's voice quivered, yet it resonated with sincerity. Number 18's eyes welled with tears, covering her mouth with her hand, unable to utter a word in her excitement. At that moment, an unexpected figure approached and exclaimed, "Hey, sister, a handsome and wealthy man who can protect you. If you miss this opportunity, you might not find another. Don't you agree? I'm already on board with this brother-in-law." After a moment, number 18 regained her composure, glanced at her teasing brother, and then turned to Chun Yu, nodding emphatically as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chun Yu rose, placing the ring on number 18's finger, and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, they kissed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Meanwhile, their little brother, serving as an unwitting witness, also enjoyed the breathtaking fireworks display. Confessing love in such a setting was undeniably romantic. Chun Yu, lacking family in this world and only counting the main group of friends as acquaintances, and number 18 sharing a similar situation with only her brother, decided to bring him along as a witness, for from that moment on, the three would be considered a family. Without further ado, after this romantic encounter, Chun Yu and Lazuli experienced the local attractions before returning home. Perhaps this evening had profoundly moved the sisterly girl. Upon returning home, Chun Yu enjoyed an exceptionally wonderful night. Meanwhile, their little brother, number 17, who had not returned to the city from the island due to the late hour, blushed at the sounds emanating from the adjacent room, enduring a sleepless night. Later, as the two of them had few friends and family, they decided against a wedding ceremony but opted to register their marriage and embark on a journey together. However, being effectively without identification, they sought Bulma's help to procure 2 identification cards, which would allow them to register their marriage and indulge in their honeymoon as ordinary citizens on Earth. Chapter 62. The arrival of a brilliant beam of rainbow light descended into Chun Yu's yard, dispersing to reveal a figure with blue skin and white hair. Wielding a staff, Chun Yu had been resting for nearly a year, having returned home to relax, train, and spend time with his wife after their honeymoon, leading a life of normalcy for such an extended period. Today, however, a visitor arrived, and Chun Yu promptly stepped into the yard to gaze at the celestial being. Momentarily taken aback, how could you arrive on Earth so swiftly? Have you noticed that I am not from this world? No, I have been marked with a world label. Chun Yu pondered these thoughts internally, neglecting to speak to the celestial being, Whis, before him. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Hello, what brings you here? I do not know you. At this juncture, Chun Yu could only feign ignorance, uncertain whether these divine beings could facilitate his departure from this world. Do you know about the god of destruction? Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the position? Whis observed Chun Yu in contemplation and took a seat on a nearby chair. I am aware of the god of destruction, but could you explain what a candidate entails? And why seek me out? Chun Yu understood that these celestial beings often sought out individuals with great potential to cultivate as candidates for the god of destruction or other divine roles. Yet he had no choice but to play the part of one who was uninformed. Well, your potential seems adequate, and secondly, our universe currently lacks a candidate for the god of destruction. If you become a candidate, I can guide you in cultivating your divine energy. Whis elucidated his intentions, aiming to entice Chun Yu. Forget it. I desire to live as an ordinary person. I have no aspiration to become a lofty deity. I have my own life now, and I firmly believe I can carve out my own path of cultivation. Chun Yu thought, despite Whis' tempting proposition. After all, he was a man with advantages, surely. No celestial being could surpass that. Whis regarded Chun Yu with newfound respect, but chose not to delve further into that topic. Instead, shifting the conversation, you have yet to introduce yourself. Can you also share why you seek to become stronger? My name is Chun Yu. Initially, I cultivated to find my family and protect myself, but now that I have friends and family, I strive to safeguard my life. Furthermore, I must grow stronger to pursue the so-called limits and shatter them. I believe I will become the strongest person, Chun Yu declared confidently, humorously envisioning a day when he would surpass them all. By the way, since you are here, why not join us for a meal? Guests are always welcome, as long as you're not in a hurry. Although Chun Yu could not become a candidate for the god of destruction, he figured it might still be possible for Whis to guide him in his cultivation, especially since, in the original storyline, these deities were quite fond of earthly cuisine. Whis contemplated for a moment before agreeing, motivated by the allure of delectable food, thoroughly enjoying his rare visit from the god of destruction's planet. As expected, Whis became enamored with the delightful dishes, even though they were merely simple home-cooked meals prepared by number 18. Such culinary delights were entirely foreign to a being of his stature. After the meal, Chun Yu pondered how to broach the subject of his training with Whis. After some thought, he finally asked, Mr. Whis, could you tell me who is stronger between you and the god of destruction? I've heard tales of the god of destruction's notorious temper and incredible power. Without hesitation, Whis replied, well, I am an angel, quite different from a god of destruction. However, most gods of destruction are trained by angels. Then, can't you guide me in my training? Chun Yu implored. That seems unlikely. If you were a candidate for the god of destruction, then perhaps. How about this? I will prepare a feast for you, and in return, you can take me under your wing for training. This way, you can count as my mentor, and I, in turn, will provide my labor in exchange for rewards. Whis pondered this proposal, recalling the delicious dishes from earlier, finding it hard to refuse. Surely, Lord Beerus wouldn't mind if someone else prepared food. Very well. But you must accompany me to the god of destruction's planet. Can I bring my wife along? She can train with me, and her cooking is even better than mine. Certainly, prepare yourselves, and let's go. Chun Yu promptly relayed the news to number 18 and had her message their brother, gathering food and clothing to pack into the universal capsule before heading to the yard, where Whis was ready to take them away. Chun Yu's face radiated excitement and curiosity as he eagerly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Number 18 appeared somewhat more composed, yet the slight upward curve of her lips revealed a hint of her own excitement. As a flash of light enveloped them, they found themselves hovering above the god of destruction's planet. Chun Yu's mouth fell open in astonishment as he gazed down at the mysterious planet below, his heart swelling with awe. Number 18 squinted slightly, meticulously observing this unfamiliar world. Whis smiled at them as he led them gently to the ground. Upon feeling the earth beneath their feet, Chun Yu couldn't help but leap a few times, reveling in the unique terrain. Number 18 gracefully advanced, eager to explore this enigmatic place. After Whis arranged accommodations for Chun Yu and number 18, the two embarked on their curious exploration of the god of destruction's planet. They stepped out of their dwelling and were greeted by a peculiar purple sky, as if an enchanting hue enveloped the entire world. In the distance, the mountains took on bizarre shapes, some resembling enormous mushrooms, while others resembled serpentine dragons. Chun Yu excitedly dashed toward a lush forest, where the towering trees stood robust, their trunks shimmering with a mysterious glow, and their leaves displayed a kaleidoscope of colors. Number 18 followed closely behind, cautiously observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a small creature, never before seen, darted past them, its body adorned with scales that sparkled like precious gems. At that moment, Whis appeared before them, smiling as he remarked, "This little fellow is quite clever. Do not think you can easily catch it." Chun Yu playfully stuck out his tongue and continued onward until they reached the bank of a crystal-clear stream. The water flowed gently and astonishingly. The fish within it could momentarily soar through the air, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Chun Yu could not resist reaching out to touch them, only to find that the fish nimbly evaded his grasp. Whis explained, "These are the unique flying fish of this realm. They are not to be trifled with." As they climbed a small hill, they beheld a vast prairie. The ground was adorned with an array of oddly shaped flowers, some as large as wheels, exuding a captivating fragrance. Others changed color with the gentle breeze. Chun Yu curiously inquired of Whis, "How do these flowers grow to be like this?" Whis chuckled and replied, "This is the unique charm of the god of destruction's planet." At the end of the prairie stood an ancient castle, its walls inscribed with enigmatic symbols, as if narrating tales of yore. Chun Yu and number 18 approached with intrigue, but were halted by an overwhelming force. Whis cautioned, "This is the resting place of Lord Beerus. Remember, you must not disturb his slumber." As evening descended, 2 enormous moons appeared in the sky, casting down silvery light. Chun Yu and number 18 lay on the grassy ground, gazing at this magical spectacle, their hearts filled with awe and affection for this mysterious planet. They understood that on this world teeming with the unknown and miraculous, countless wonders awaited their discovery, and Whis would be there to enlighten them, enriching their journey of exploration. Chapter 63. Training in progress. Following the previous events, Chun Yu arrived in the realm of the god of destruction to cultivate divine energy, exchanging delectable dishes for Whis' guidance in his training. This divine energy indeed enhanced his power significantly. However, relying solely on his own exploration for mastery may not yield success. Given that his system was temporarily unreliable, he had no choice but to seek Whis' assistance. It was uncertain whether Whis' training method was merely a standard approach or if Chun Yu was perceived as akin to Vegeta or Goku in Whis' eyes, as the training routine mirrored that of the original storyline. Each day began with culinary endeavors, followed by tidying up, cleaning the prophecy fish tank, maintaining the lawn, and then changing the sheets for the sleeping Lord Beerus. Among these tasks, changing Lord Beerus' sheets proved to be the most perilous, akin to a high-risk occupation. The area was filled with alarm clocks that could explode with a mere touch, and occasionally, they were affected by the destructive energy inadvertently released by Lord Beerus. The greatest challenge lay in ensuring that Beerus remained undisturbed. To accomplish this hazardous task, Chun Yu contemplated for quite some time, ultimately deciding to calm the divine energy within him, transform into a Super Saiyan, and use this energy to levitate Beerus while he changed the sheets, carefully returning him to his bed afterward. This sequence of actions consumed significantly more divine energy and mental fortitude than battling an adversary. It required intense concentration to control his energy, maintain inner tranquility to prevent chaos, and execute precise control over the divine energy, with each step needing to be flawless. Truly a daunting endeavor. "Hey Whis, I've completed it," Chun Yu exclaimed after a brief rest, teleporting to Whis' side. "Excellent. Now, put on this gravity suit and perform a lap around the god of destruction's realm. Oh, and be warned, the ground will gradually vanish, and if you fall, there will be no rescue." Whis waved his staff, conjuring a weighty object that was manageable to lift with both hands. This was not the end. Another gravity suit was fitted onto Chun Yu, entirely different from the one he had received from his system. This one was composed of energy, and Chun Yu soon realized that this energy was even more refined and superior than his own divine energy. Reflecting on the gravity suit at home, he recognized that it merely increased weight, burdening his body to meet training requirements. With the object in hand, Chun Yu trudged forward, step by step, driven by the desire to grow stronger and protect those around him. Under this conviction, he pressed on, gritting his teeth. By the time he completed the lap, he was drenched in sweat, fatigued both physically and mentally. Yet, he managed to draw a breath and retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, consuming it to instantly restore his vitality, rising anew. At that moment, Whis approached and remarked, "Now, share your insights from this training session. Let us see if you have been diligent. This gravity suit has suppressed my power, and it is filled with a highly refined and advanced energy that I cannot currently access. Moreover, I have noticed that after this arduous effort, both my mental and physical strength are gradually increasing. This gravity energy is also enhancing my body," Chun Yu explained. Whis nodded, seemingly unfazed, and replied, "You are correct. This gravity suit is composed of divine energy. The reason you cannot utilize it is that you are currently channeling divine energy, and your body cannot yet withstand divine power. By the way, today's training ends here. After each session, you may choose to spar with me or contemplate this divine energy. I suggest you gradually develop your divine energy. As it becomes more refined, your body will adapt, and you will eventually be able to harness the divine energy within this gravity suit." With that, Whis did not linger, instead floating away to sit by a distant tree. Sipping tea, Chun Yu, surveying the surroundings, found a large tree under which to sit and began meditating to cultivate his mental strength and divine energy. As he employed divine energy, he naturally transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan god, but he paid it no mind, focusing instead on refining his mental power and developing the divine energy within him. That night, Chun Yu lay beneath the grand tree, gazing up at the starry sky, filled with myriad reflections. Meanwhile, number 18 was inside preparing dinner, with Whis observing her culinary preparations. The original narrative suggested that the blue Super Saiyan was merely a Super Saiyan cloaked in divine energy, yet despite his numerous attempts, Chun Yu had yet to achieve success. Frustration welled within him, as the reality of his experience starkly contrasted with the summaries he had read online. "I am the host. Yet why don't you suggest developing divine energy before merging with Super Saiyan energy? I can hardly bear to watch," Chun Yu internally vented, feeling as though he had been grievously wronged. "I'm speechless. This host is exceedingly challenging to manage. If this continues, let us simply perish together." The system lamented. No. I was merely jesting, dear system. Please do not take offense. I was just venting my frustrations. Without your guidance, I would be left barefoot, which is a significant difference from wearing shoes. Chapter 64, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Blue Stage 1. Chun Yu had spent a considerable amount of time on the God of Destruction's planet. During this period, under Whis' meticulous guidance, he made remarkable strides along the path of divine energy. He recalled the initial days when his control over divine energy was clumsy at best. That mysterious and potent power surged within him, making it difficult to manage. Each attempt to harness divine energy left him feeling overwhelmed, often leading to exhaustion from its volatility. However, Chun Yu never entertained thoughts of surrender. Day after day, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, persistently exploring and experimenting. Whis remained by his side, providing precise guidance and encouragement. Gradually, Chun Yu was able to gain preliminary control over the flow of divine energy, allowing this formidable force to circulate within him at his command, no longer chaotic as it had been before. As time passed, his progress became increasingly remarkable. Now, he was prepared to develop a transformation utilizing divine energy, a monumental breakthrough and the fruit of his relentless efforts. Throughout his training, Chun Yu's gaze grew ever more resolute, his posture taller and more confident. He understood that the road ahead was long, yet he was ready to embrace any challenges, believing that in the near future, he could elevate his strength further through this transformation. After enduring rigorous training, a bold idea blossomed in Chun Yu's mind, to merge the first stage of Super Saiyan with divine energy, aiming for a qualitative leap in the power of Super Saiyan. He was acutely aware that this was a daring endeavor, yet fueled by his unwavering pursuit of strength, he resolved to attempt it. Chun Yu found a tranquil and serene place, enveloped in silence, with only the gentle rustle of the breeze across the grass. He sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath to attain complete tranquility. Once prepared, Chun Yu first ignited the Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, his golden hair stood on end, emanating a powerful aura. Muscles tensed, and his eyes sparkled with determination. He then began to guide the divine energy within him to intertwine with the power of Super Saiyan. Initially, the divine energy seemed to repel the energy of Super Saiyan, causing waves of excruciating pain to course through his body, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he continuously adjusted the rhythm of their fusion. Through Chun Yu's relentless efforts, the divine energy gradually began to accept the energy of Super Saiyan. He could sense a new, more potent force gestating within him. Oh, to transform his original Super Saiyan form into one that harnessed divine energy? How intriguing. At this moment, Whis, who was silently observing from a distance, wore an expression of both anticipation and tension. Chun Yu remained wholly focused on controlling this fused power as radiant light flickered around him, and the aura grew increasingly potent and enigmatic. He took a deep breath, his entire body tensing like an arrow poised to be released. A robust and powerful aura slowly ascended from within him, initially akin to a gentle stream, gradually converging into a roaring river. His hair stood on end, and golden light began to shimmer and intensify, enveloping him entirely. This was the initial form of Super Saiyan. However, this was merely the beginning. As Chun Yu continuously delved deeper into his potential, fully mobilizing the latent power within, the golden light became ever more brilliant and began to undergo a wondrous transformation. Shifting from gold to a profound blue, energy ripples, visible to the naked eye, formed around him, resembling the waves stirred by a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. The ground, unable to bear the immense pressure, trembled slightly, and fine cracks began to spread outward. At this moment, Chun Yu's expression was a blend of pain and determination. Each cell in his body bore the brunt of this overwhelming surge of energy, as if they might be torn apart. Yet, his will remained as unyielding as a rock. Devoid of any inclination to retreat, he clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, fists tightly balled, nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. In the throes of this extreme trial, Chun Yu let out a roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, resonating across the cosmos. Finally, at the moment of peak brilliance, the transformation was complete. Chun Yu had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. His hair burned like blue flames, each strand radiating an intimidating glow. At last, his unwavering dedication bore fruit. Chun Yu had seamlessly integrated the transformations of Super Saiyan and divine energy, transcending the ordinary Super Saiyan form to become a Super Saiyan beyond the God form. Now, Chun Yu had fully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his appearance markedly different from that of Super Saiyan God. His hair and eyebrows shimmered in a clear azure, akin to the pure, deep blue of a cloudless sky. His eyes became a mysterious, deep blue, reminiscent of an endless vortex in the ocean, drawing one in. Surrounding him was a blue aura, harmonizing with the unique starry particles of divine energy, as if he had gathered the brilliance of the entire universe within himself. Within this aura, droplets of crystal-clear water flowed intermittently, reminiscent of morning dew glistening in the dawn light. Compared to the aura of ordinary humans and Super Saiyans, his aura flowed at a much slower pace, yet exuded a profound sense of stability and restraint, interspersed with faint sparks of electricity, adding a touch of mystery and danger. His aura manifested in dual layers, with the outer layer a deep blue, akin to the vast ocean that embraces all, and the inner layer pure white, reminiscent of pristine snowflakes, noble and sacred. At this moment, Chun Yu stood there. Ordinary individuals may not perceive the magnitude of his aura, yet he radiated a formidable presence that commanded awe and respect, making it difficult for others to gaze directly at him. Chun Yu carefully assessed his body. Aside from the rapid consumption of divine energy, likely due to the recent transformation, his body bore the strain of this immense divine energy. The output and aura were flawless. Aside from the issues of consumption and burden, these challenges could be alleviated or even transformed through subsequent training to refine this form. However, the recovery of divine energy might pose a significant challenge. The transformation into Super Saiyan God consumed little energy, allowing for sufficient divine energy to remain, even restoring itself over time. Yet, this current transformation demanded tremendous energy, risking the inability to revert to Super Saiyan God if his divine energy were depleted. Moreover, Chun Yu sensed that this transformation echoed a critical point from the original storyline. It was prone to energy leakage. This was identical to the experience of transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time. However, further development towards full power would usually mitigate such issues. At this juncture, Chun Yu, feeling the strain of the transformation, immediately reverted to his base form. realizing that his current combat power and physical strength were not sufficiently robust for such a high-burden, high-consumption transformation. However, Chun Yu was a fervent practitioner. He believed that these issues could be gradually addressed through future training. Chun Yu also contemplated whether his current fusion of Super Saiyan energy with divine energy might allow him to designate this Super Saiyan Blue transformation as a first-stage blue form, akin to the regular Super Saiyan, paving the way for a potential Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The current Super Saiyan Blue was adequate for Chun Yu to adapt and train for quite some time. To fully develop this form, he would require extensive training, not only for his personal adaptation, but also to establish a solid foundation for the next stage. The original storyline suggested that it took a considerable amount of time to transition from the initial transformation to complete development, often refined through battles. Although Chun Yu could now spar with Whis, he had never truly fought against him. It seemed that in both the manga and the anime, the breakthrough to the perfected Super Saiyan Blue form occurred during the life and death battle against Zamasu, resolving the issue of energy leakage. Additionally, there was a significant bug pertaining to Saiyans, whether in divine energy transformations or regular transformations, as long as one's emotions were sufficiently intense, their battle power could exceed that of the current transformation. This was vividly illustrated in the anime. Chapter 65. Complete Super Blue first stage. A considerable amount of time had passed while training with Whis, during which Chun Yu diligently worked to resolve the energy leakage issue of Super Saiyan Blue. Even Chun Yu began to doubt whether this form could truly be developed. As he focused on addressing the leakage problem, while he had achieved improvements in energy quality, physical strength, and transformation duration, the leakage issue remained unresolved, a significant dilemma. Chun Yu was at a loss as to how the original storyline and manga portrayed Goku and Vegeta overcoming this challenge. Meanwhile, as Chun Yu trained and researched vigorously on the God of Destruction's planet, in another dimension within the Dragon Ball universe, a group of individuals was secretly plotting something. In this dark, ominous palace filled with malice, a figure adorned with 2 horns and covered in scales addressed those below him, saying, "I recall that there were remnants of some evil deities in the original positive dimension, weren't there? This time, they were precisely dispatched to discuss the prowess of the true universe, curious to see whether those individuals would take action, having just awakened from a pure state. I also require some time to recuperate. You may proceed below." The individuals below responded in unison, "Yes, Lord Dragon God." Indeed, a conspiracy against the territory of the Omni King had commenced, heralding the arrival of yet another catastrophe. Ding. The system has issued a task. Eliminate Majin Buu. Reward: 100 sins of beans, perfect control over energy, and a complete fusion of the great ape's power and bloodline. During his meditation, Chun Yu was momentarily startled by the sudden voice of the system, only regaining his composure to realize a task had been assigned. "System, could you please elucidate your functionalities? I am perplexed as to why I have yet to comprehend your operations. It seems you have been rather dormant, with no rewards or tasks for quite some time. This system, after its recent update, will issue tasks at irregular intervals. During periods without tasks, you may seek battles against formidable opponents. Victory will yield rewards. However, each individual is limited to one such encounter, and combatants with significantly lower power than the host will not be counted. Moreover, rewards for eliminating opponents surpass those for mere victories." Oh, I understand now. I've spent ample time on the Destroyer planet, thus it is time to return. Although Majin Buu's appearance is still a year and a half away, rest is essential. Chun Yu contemplated whether he should make one last attempt to completely break through to full power as a Super Saiyan Blue, addressing the issue of energy leakage. Considering he had time, he decided to experiment. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes. Chun Yu summoned the divine energy within him, enveloping his aura with a crimson glow. His hair and pupils gradually shifted to red, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan God. After reaching this point, he took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and merged the energy of the Super Saiyan with the divine aura. A blue light enveloped him, flashing momentarily. As the crimson flames surrounding him transformed into blue, with his hair and pupils adopting the same hue. At this juncture, Chun Yu refrained from proceeding further, instead pausing to fully release the divine energy within his body without restraint. As a result, the blue flames encircling him surged skyward, forming a magnificent aura. He then elevated his energy once more, completely releasing it, and took another deep breath, retracting all his energy back within, ceasing any further release. This exertion required a substantial amount of mental fortitude to momentarily gather and control the divine energy without leakage. Once he achieved complete control, he distributed the divine energy throughout his body. As the blue light gradually enveloped him, the divine energy spread evenly throughout his being, the brilliance slowly absorbing into him, signaling the completion of his actions. Success. Thankfully, he had managed to fully control it this time. Otherwise, he would have been unable to adapt to the intensity of that momentary energy surge. Chun Yu raised his hand to inspect it, then closed his eyes to keenly sense the changes within his body. Indeed, he had successfully developed the full power of Super Saiyan Blue to the outside world. The only notable difference in Chun Yu now, compared to when he first transformed, was that the aura surrounding him had been drawn inward, and his muscles appeared slightly more powerful than before. Chun Yu acknowledged that he had indeed reached his complete form, with the burden and consumption on his body now perfectly balanced. Resolving the issue of energy leakage during battles, no longer would he expend half his divine energy in a single confrontation. He created a clone using energy and began to spar with himself, both combatants soaring into the air and exchanging blows. The clone initiated the assault with a direct punch to Chun Yu's abdomen, which he sidestepped, retaliating with a punch of blue energy that struck the clone's back. The clone was sent crashing to the ground, kicking up a significant cloud of dust. Chun Yu denied the clone a moment's respite, teleporting behind it and delivering a kick that propelled it into the air. The clone swiftly adjusted its posture, launching a Kamehameha towards Chun Yu. Chun Yu crossed his arms to defend, then countered with a series of Kamehameha blasts. The clone nimbly evaded, then charged towards Chun Yu at high speed. Attempting a close-range attack, Chun Yu smirked, effortlessly dodging and exploiting the clone's opening with a powerful uppercut, sending it flying back. The clone collided with a distant mountain, causing it to explode instantly. Chun Yu observed the clone dissipating and felt a sense of satisfaction with his own strength. Throughout the recent skirmish, Chun Yu discovered that he could effortlessly unleash the divine energy of Super Saiyan Blue at will, attacking as he pleased, and retracting energy after each strike without the risk of excessive expenditure. He had genuinely attained the state of full power as a Super Saiyan Blue. As for whether he could further develop or evolve in this form, Chun Yu chose not to dwell on it. With system tasks awaiting him and his beloved wife waiting for his return, he realized that aside from training and resting on the Destroyer planet, he seldom had time to enjoy moments alone with Lazili. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to return and take a break. After explaining to Whis, Chun Yu found Lazili and prepared to return to Earth, finally heading home. In truth, Lazili had not been entirely bored on the Destroyer planet. Aside from discussing culinary delights with Whis, he would also take time to mentor her. While their training sessions were brief, they were a stark contrast to her previous experiences, even surpassing her brother's capabilities now. Farewell, Whis. Next time I visit, I'll treat you to some delectable food on Earth. Until we meet again. With that, Chun Yu took Lazili's hand and instantly teleported back to his home. At this point, Chun Yu's teleportation had reached the second tier, allowing him to move freely within the same universe, as long as he knew the coordinates or had previously visited the location, without needing to sense energy. Chapter 66. Returning to Earth. Chun Yu arrived back on Earth, with still over half a year until the World Martial Arts Tournament. He and Lazili had returned to their residence after leaving the Destroyer planet. There's south truly no place like home. Chun Yu sighed deeply. Honestly, I expected the gods to be different from what I have come to know. It seems that it matters little where one resides. Nearby, Lazili approached and nestled into Chun Yu's embrace, saying, "You have no idea. I train daily to become stronger, and there are no recreational activities up there. I must become the strongest to protect you in the future." Chun Yu gently stroked Lazili's hair and replied, "By the way, now that we're back home, there's one crucial matter we haven't addressed. Tell me, do you wish to have a child?" Upon hearing this, Lazili's face flushed instantly. She stammered, "Well, that depends on you. To be honest, it's not out of the question." Chun Yu, observing Lazili in his arms, felt a rush of excitement and quickly stood, lifting her with ease while heading toward the bedroom, saying, "Since you've agreed, I must fulfill your wishes." Before long, the two martial artists engaged in a spirited sparring match within the room, their clash echoing with sounds of exertion and exhilaration. Filled with both feminine cries and the heavy breathing of a man, you may enjoy such melodramatic scenes, but I find it challenging to write them. as a single individual. I've never even dated. How could I possibly write this? So perhaps it's best not to expect too much from this poor, unattractive, short, single soul. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, under the stern guidance of his wife, Chi-Chi, had taken to cultivating a few acres of land at home. However, Wukong is a warrior at heart. As soon as he strayed from Chi-Chi's watchful eye, he naturally began training again. Today, Wukong realized he might have reached a bottleneck in his training. So he contemplated whether he could break through. Standing in his vast field, Sun Wukong began to release his energy, attempting to transform once more. In the tranquility of his expansive land, he stood silently, the gentle breeze rustling the grass by the field's edge, creating a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, Wukong's gaze hardened with determination, as if he had resolved to achieve something significant. Taking a deep breath, his muscles began to tremble slightly, and a faint energy began to emanate from within him. Immediately, his pupils constricted sharply, and a low, thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Simultaneously, golden light began to flicker at the roots of his hair, which surged forth like a lit fuse, growing at a breathtaking pace. Each strand seemed imbued with life, standing erect and radiating a dazzling golden glow, akin to a fiery gold flame. As the brilliance spread, Sun Wukong's muscles began to swell dramatically, veins bulging like coiling dragons, an overwhelming force surging within him. His bones creaked ominously, as if they were under immense strain, undergoing some profound transformation. The fluctuations of energy intensified, causing the ground around him to tremble violently, with clods of earth being hurled into the air, forming miniature waves of dirt. Sun Wukong's aura swept through the vicinity like a tempest, rendering the air hot and agitated. At the moment this energy peaked, he was entirely enveloped in golden light. When the glow dissipated, he had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His long, golden hair danced wildly in the wind, resembling a resplendent waterfall cascading from his crown to his waist. His gaze was filled with an insatiable thirst for battle and unwavering conviction, as if the very world around him was infused with boundless power, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who had come to the fields to deliver a meal to her husband, was incensed at the sight of the destruction wrought by Sun Wukong. "Look at the state of this place. Hurry up and fix it," she exclaimed furiously. In response, Sun Wukong, sensing her fury, quickly reverted from his transformation and began to fill the craters left in his wake. Far away, in the gravity room of West City, the prince, drenched in sweat from his rigorous training, felt the sudden surge of energy from Sun Wukong's breakthrough. He furrowed his brow slightly, muttering to himself, "Damn you, Sun Wukong, I am the prince of all Saiyans. You are merely a lowly warrior. Just wait, the next time we meet, I will surely defeat you." With that, he increased the gravity and continued his relentless training. His pride forbade him from conceding defeat. He was the proud Saiyan prince. The recently felt surge of power was sensed by the inhabitants of Earth, but its fleeting nature left them unable to act. One exception was Chun Yu, who, having just finished exercising and lounging in his yard with Android 18, remarked, "Wait, that's Sun Wukong's energy. It seems he has transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Has he broken through again?" Chun Yu couldn't help but marvel at the passage of time, noting that the original storyline also featured a breakthrough, albeit after Sun Wukong's demise on King Kai's planet, whereas now he had achieved it himself. "What's wrong?" 18 inquired. "Oh, nothing. I just sense that Sun Wukong seems to have grown stronger again," he replied casually, returning to his idyllic moments with her. Meanwhile, the Dark Universe was plotting to create chaos in the main universe, and the demon realm on Earth was also stirring. In that sinister, lightless abyss, Babidi-s narrow, malevolent eyes gleamed with a chilling wickedness and unquenchable greed as he meticulously concocted a scheme to resurrect the feared Majin Buu, a being synonymous with terror. Babidi stood amidst the eerie atmosphere of his dark chamber, his gaunt hands gesticulating as he chanted incantations over an ancient, mysterious magical array. Surrounding him were various enigmatic artifacts and nauseating potions emitting an unsettling aura. His voice was deep and raspy, reminiscent of a terrifying summons from the depths of an endless abyss, each syllable infused with a curse that sent shivers down the spine. To realize this diabolical plan, Babidi spared no effort, relentlessly seeking powerful energy and coercing his minions through merciless methods and tempting lies to serve him. His mind was as intricate as an unseen web. Every action calculated with precision, each detail meticulously accounted for. His singular aim was to resurrect the once feared Majin Buu, turning him into a formidable weapon to conquer the world and satisfy his insatiable ambition. Chapter 67. The Crossroads of Decision. Hey, system. Could you enlighten me about the types of Saiyan bloodlines? Why is the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline so exceptional? Since you have inquired earnestly, this omnipotent system shall provide you with an answer. First, ordinary Saiyan bloodline. In simple terms, this refers to the bloodline of the common populace among the Saiyans. The current Saiyans have descended from a purer bloodline, leading to a dilution that may result in weaker individuals. Sun Wukong embodies this bloodline, yet his lineage is exceptionally pure, granting him greater potential, hence his uniqueness. Second, royal bloodline. This bloodline is passed down from the Saiyan royalty, allowing transformation into a great ape without losing rationality, making emotional control easier. This is crucial, as ancient Saiyans were known for their rage and brutality, but the royal bloodline enables a more composed emotional state. Third, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. This is a mythic lineage within the Saiyan race, claiming that every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan is born, each a terrifying entity with immense potential, prone to anger, growing stronger with each battle. However, the immense power also means that if emotions are not managed, they can lead to irrationality, but the effect is that the angrier one becomes, the stronger they grow, with an exceptionally high physical resilience. Fourth, ancient Saiyan bloodline. This bloodline descends from the ancient Saiyans and represents the true lineage of the Saiyan race. Although it possesses high potential, it is susceptible to the violent emotions inherent in Saiyan blood, potentially rendering its physical strength inferior to that of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Fifth, mutant bloodline. This can be further divided into two types. One is a result of Saiyans breeding with other races, leading to hybrid bloodlines, and the other is the fusion of Saiyans leading to bloodline mutations. Chun Yu belongs to this category, as he has inherited traits from Vegeta, a fusion warrior, thus replacing his original ordinary Saiyan bloodline. This bloodline boasts high potential, formidable combat ability, and enhanced emotional control, with exceptional learning capabilities and physical strength. In summary, Saiyan bloodlines can be categorized in these ways, with talent and effort being equally indispensable. Chun Yu, who had been idly pondering at home, was astonished by the depth of this knowledge. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many intricacies within the Saiyan lineage. After a moment's thought, he wondered, what if my child with Android 18 falls into one of these categories? What if they're not a Saiyan? Would they be powerless for life? Don't worry about these thoughts. You have me, the supreme, invincible system. Chun Yu found it perplexing that a system could be so self-absorbed. So, you mean you can help alter my child's bloodline or directly enhance their potential? Indeed. Thus, should you defeat an opponent and receive a bloodline from another race, this system can seamlessly integrate it into your being. Imagining the possibility of merging with a divine bloodline sent shivers of excitement through Chun Yu. It would be akin to birthing a god. As time passed, the moment of the World Martial Arts Tournament drew near. Yet the looming crises behind the scenes remained unknown to the masses. Although Chun Yu reveled in domestic bliss, his training did not wane. However, the more he trained, the more questions arose. For instance, what are the distinctions among divine power, divine energy, aura, and energy? What is the connection between Saiyan bloodlines and great apes? Can a mortal's energy cultivation transcend the so-called divine? All these questions swirl within Chun Yu's mind, yet they signify a disorientation regarding his own formidable power, as well as a denial of that very strength. Consequently, Chun Yu resolved to consult Whis. After exchanging a brief greeting with his wife, he teleported to the destroyer planet. Whis, having already sensed his arrival, promptly inquired, "What brings you here this time, Mr. Chun Yu?" Seated opposite Whis, Chun Yu, undeterred by the myriad of questions enveloping him, boldly posed his inquiry. "Whis, I wish to understand the distinctions among energy, aura, the divine transformation into a Super Saiyan god, and even the divine power itself. I am uncertain how to cultivate these objectives in my training at home." Whis smiled at Chun Yu's question and replied, "So, Mr. Chun Yu, what is your ultimate goal?" "Well, Whis, my aim is to safeguard my current way of life by any means necessary, and if possible, to transcend the limits I have imposed upon myself." Whis appeared momentarily surprised by Chun Yu's words, yet maintained his composure as he responded, "I must say, You possess a commendable goal. But it seems your choices regarding that goal are rather ambiguous, are they not? Indeed, you have discerned the truth, Whis. The energy of the Science and the cultivation of divine aura are overwhelmingly complex. I am reluctant to abandon the path of becoming stronger, but without a singular objective. One risks being unable to digest too much at once. Thus, I sought your advice. Whis pondered for a moment before suggesting, then, Mr. Chun Yu, why don't you demonstrate all the transformations you currently possess? In an expansive arena, Chun Yu stood before Whis, his eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. Taking a deep breath, his body trembled slightly as his golden hair rose, radiating brilliance. He successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. His muscles bulged slightly, exuding a formidable aura as his golden hair swayed in the wind. Whis, this is Super Saiyan 1, he proclaimed. Without pause, Chun Yu exerted himself further, the light surrounding him intensifying, his hair lengthening and straightening, while the energy fluctuations around him became increasingly evident. His gaze sharpened, encircled by crackling lightning and a more magnificent golden aura. This is Super Saiyan 2. Whis, intrigued, nodded slightly. Chun Yu continued to amplify his power. His entire being radiated with an overwhelming glow. His golden hair cascaded to his waist like a blazing inferno. His aura surged violently, rendering the surrounding air seemingly stagnant. This is Super Saiyan 3. After reverting to his normal state, Chun Yu spoke again. Whis, this is the transformation of the Saiyan bloodline, Super Saiyan 4. Standing in the open space, his eyes tightly shut and expression grave, he inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the very air around him. Clenching his fists, his muscles instantaneously tensed. He began to summon the latent power within his bloodline and the mysterious energy connected to the great ape. In an instant, a torrent of crimson light erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. This light was scorching and potent, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its vicinity. However, the radiance did not last long before gradually dissipating. When the light finally vanished, Chun Yu's appearance had undergone a profound transformation. His previously dark hair became more disheveled and longer, cascading freely over his shoulders like a tempest. He was adorned with a layer of red fur on his chest and palms, symbolizing the primal wildness of the Saiyans. A flicker of surprise crossed Whis's eyes as he observed Chun Yu and remarked, "This aura is indeed formidable, a transformation distinct from the divine path, with immense physical strength and power. Mr. Chun Yu, have you ever considered becoming a candidate for the Destroyer?" Chun Yu, having reverted to his normal state, replied, "Whis, please refrain from jesting. I believe it is best for me to diligently train on my own. Relying on external sources does not align with my true self. Now, let us focus on the power and divine aura you have taught me, starting with the transformation into Super Saiyan God." Gently closing his eyes, Chun Yu began to regulate his breathing, seeking to calm his inner turmoil. His body trembled slightly as a mysterious and potent energy surged within him. Suddenly, a soft red glow enveloped him like a gentle mist in the morning light. His hair began to shimmer with red sparks, each strand appearing to possess a life of its own. As the light intensified, Chun Yu's physique transformed, his muscles becoming more fluid, emanating a sacred aura. His gaze deepened, imbued with clarity as if he could perceive all that exists. At the moment the light reached its zenith, Chun Yu successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God. His hair turned a vibrant red, and he radiated vitality and youthfulness. Now for the final transformation, Super Saiyan Blue. Chun Yu stood still, eyes closed, his expression focused and solemn. He inhaled deeply, as if to absorb the very essence of the universe, elevating his divine aura to its pinnacle. Instantly, he was enveloped in a dazzling blue light, intense and fervent, akin to a blue sun illuminating everything around him. Within this brilliance, Chun Yu's silhouette was ethereal, imbued with an enigmatic aura. Gradually, the light began to recede, ebbing away like the tide. When the luminosity fully dissipated, Chun Yu's appearance had dramatically changed. His hair transitioned to a deep, alluring blue, cascading smoothly over his shoulders, each strand shimmering with mysterious blue light. His eyebrows and pupils also transformed to blue, the depths of his eyes resembling an endless ocean, drawing one in. Meanwhile, a turbulent blue aura surged around him, crashing and roaring like waves. Having reverted to his normal form, Chun Yu noticed was deep in thought, prompting him to take a seat once more. Whis, regaining his focus, gazed at Chun Yu and posed a question rather than providing an immediate answer. Mr. Chun Yu, which path do you believe to be the most powerful? Or which path suits you best? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yu replied, whether it be the transformations of the Saiyan bloodline or the divine aura. Each possesses its own unique qualities and advantages. My uncertainty regarding the differing directions of these two forms has left me unsure of which path to pursue. Whis smiled and responded, in truth, the paths of mortals and deities are quite similar. The distinction lies in how you choose to enhance your own strength. I have heard tales of mortals surpassing destroyers, so whichever path you choose is ultimately your own decision. For instance, the transformation of the Saiyan bloodline is indeed a powerful aura. However, if I were to offer advice, I would suggest you focus on the divine path, as you have already invested significant effort into mastering that transformation. Am I right? Chun Yu pondered for a moment. Although his goals remained unclear, he returned to the initial question and inquired. Then Whis, regarding my original question, are you able to provide me with an answer now? Whis chuckled, took a sip of the tea before him, and said, Chi is the fundamental energy within living beings, which can be freely manipulated through practice or training. The distinction between divine aura and divine power lies in the former representing the elevation of the latter. Divine aura is the essential energy that constitutes divine power. Simply put, divine power is the decomposition of divine aura, which then fuses with the aura of ordinary individuals, forming divine aura. This divine aura is the foundation for ordinary beings who wish to cultivate divine power, as they cannot withstand the latter. Listening to Whis, Chun Yu felt utterly bewildered, as if he were a statue petrified in place. After a period of contemplation and clarifying his thoughts, Chun Yu finally spoke. So, for my concluding question, if I were to cultivate my aura to its utmost limit, would I be able to defeat someone wielding divine power? Intrigued, Whis recognized that this question had likely never been posed before, nor had anyone succeeded in such a manner, yet he decided to explore the possibility with Chun Yu. This inquiry requires you to seek your own answer, for no one has ventured down this path. Ultimately, gods are gods, and that is a widely held belief. If you aspire to be the one who defies convention, then the outcome rests in your hands. Chun Yu appeared contemplative on the surface, yet the reality was quite different. He had resolved to test his own limits. The failures of others did not dictate his own potential. He aspired to be the strongest man. Thus, he bid farewell to Whis and instantly teleported back to his home on Earth. Just as Chun Yu vanished, Whis smiled faintly and muttered to himself, what a bold idea. I hope you succeed. It would be a delightful surprise for Lord Beerus upon his awakening. Chapter 68. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. Can mortals truly challenge the divine? Can one transcend the so-called gods through sheer strength? Is it possible for an ordinary person to become a deity? These questions had never been tested, and those who had attempted had invariably failed. Otherwise, the answers would not remain shrouded in mystery. Hey, system, how does one cultivate divine power? Chun Yu pondered. If I were to fuse it directly into my normal state, would that mean every transformation utilizes divine power instead of mere ki? He reflected that even if he could not surpass the so-called gods through ki alone, adopting the path of divine power could indeed offer an alternative route. Ding. I recommend that you explore the Super Saiyan path, since you have already begun to cultivate the divine ki. Perfecting the Super Saiyan form will ultimately lead to a fusion of divine power and Super Saiyan mastery, won't it? Oh, so it seems I must train in the state of Super Saiyan 4. Chun Yu considered, having trained extensively in this form without any signs of breakthrough. He decided to push his Super Saiyan 4 transformation to its utmost limits. Meanwhile, the World Martial Arts Tournament was underway, with participants steadily signing up, including Goku's son, Goten, and Vegeta's son, Trunks. Goku had sought out Chun Yu, but since Chun Yu had no children at home and wished not to disrupt the original storyline, he politely declined Goku's invitation, stating he was returning to the universe for training. Seeing Chun Yu's lack of interest, Goku went on to invite Vegeta and others. Time had flown by so swiftly, it felt as if it were only yesterday that the saga of Majin Buu began. Chun Yu reflected on his own family and companions, realizing he had been in this world for decades, though the years blurred together. On another front, Android 18 seemed to have consumed something she ought not to. Feeling nauseous and promptly headed to the restroom, Chun Yu noted her distress and found it peculiar. Could a powerful being like her truly be unwell? Doubtful. But he felt compelled to check on her. What's wrong, 18? Don't tell me you're sick. he exclaimed in disbelief. Though 18 felt unwell, she understood the situation clearly and knew she wasn't ill. Yet, a pleasant surprise began to dawn upon her. Observing Chun Yu's naive expression, she retorted, "Do you truly not comprehend what's happening? Can you really be this oblivious? I don't understand. You can't possibly be sick. Is it a virus?" Chun Yu stammered. 18 was at a loss for words, utterly exasperated. But upon considering the possibility that her body was reacting differently, she explained, "What do you think it means when a woman feels nauseous and has stomach reactions? You really don't know? You foolish man. Wait, could it be that we are having a child?" Chun Yu finally grasped the situation, though disbelief lingered. How could they have gone so long without any indications? Yet, excitement surged within him. He was about to become a father in this world. "Hold on, let me check. Don't move." Chun Yu hurriedly prepared clothes and essentials to take her to the hospital. "Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Even if it is true, I can still move. Let's go and find out." 18 gently caressed her abdomen, gazing at it with tender anticipation. In the unfathomable depths of the dark and mysterious demon realm, the demon King Dabura loomed like a terrifying mountain, exuding a suffocating aura. His grotesque visage flickered in the dim light, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss, every contour steeped in cruelty and coldness. His eyes, ablaze with fury, seemed capable of incinerating all life into ashes. Surrounding him was a maelstrom of dark magical energy, its intensity warping the very fabric of space, solidifying the air into ice beneath his oppressive presence. Beside Dabura, the malevolent wizard Babidi lurked like a serpent in the shadows, his gaunt figure radiating an eerie aura. A cunning and sinister smile graced Babidi's face, reminiscent of lightning in the night, sending chills down spines. The madness and greed reflected in his narrow eyes hinted at the chaos and bloodshed he envisioned once their scheme came to fruition. To execute a plan that could plunge the world into an abyss of despair, Dabura ruthlessly summoned the darkest and most sinister forces of the demon realm. With hands adorned with sharp spikes, he issued chilling commands. Countless minions scoured the realm for mysterious and malevolent artifacts, each exuding a nauseating aura. Some embellished with peculiar gems casting eerie glimmers, while others bore ancient, malevolent runes whispering endless curses. Babidi, with eyes closed and clutching a decaying ancient spell scroll, chanted in a low, raspy voice that echoed from the depths of hell. Each syllable was laden with boundless evil power, causing the surrounding darkness to pulse in response to his incantations. To amplify the spell's potency, Babidi sacrificed countless innocent souls, their anguished cries echoing as they were ensnared by his wicked bindings, mercilessly devoured to fuel the revival of Majin Buu. Through their combined efforts, a formidable evil energy began to coalesce in this shadowy domain, potent enough to alter the very fabric of existence. The dark aura surged like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire demon realm, rendering the already ominous landscape even more stifling, as if all hope had been utterly consumed by this malevolent force. At last, amidst a chilling light that seemed capable of tearing souls asunder, the terrifying figure of Majin Buu gradually began to manifest. The ominous aura emanating from his indistinct silhouette sent shivers of excitement through both Dabura and Babidi. The world was on the brink of an unprecedented calamity, and the architects of this disaster awaited its arrival with eager anticipation. Chapter 69: The Emergence of Majin Buu at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The main characters engaged in one-on-one battles, their extraordinary powers capturing the attention of the Supreme Kai. He observed from the shadows. But another figure lurked as well, an underling of the demon King Dabura, who sought the energy of the protagonists to resurrect Majin Buu. In the vast, mysterious depths of the universe, silence and darkness enveloped all. Suddenly, a figure stealthily emerged, his form flickering in the shadows, eyes glinting with cunning and malice. He cautiously approached the cosmic barrier, gesturing mysteriously with his hands while chanting incantations. With a flicker of eerie light, he successfully breached the barrier, slipping inside unnoticed. Upon reaching the site of Majin Buu's resurrection, a sinister grin spread across his face. He slowly raised his palm, gathering a potent and malevolent energy before unhesitatingly channeling it into the still incomplete form of Majin Buu. Under the influence of this mysterious power, the resurrection that was initially destined to take longer occurred prematurely. Moreover, The aura emanating from this version of Majin Buu was significantly stronger than in the original timeline. His colossal form radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression, surrounded by a chillingly dark energy, as if he could consume the entire universe in one gulp. The abrupt turn of events has plunged the entire universe into an even greater crisis, just as that individual had crossed the cosmic barrier and returned to his original location. The angel's keen perception instantly detected this anomaly. He furrowed his brow, meticulously attuning himself to the energy fluctuations surrounding him, and soon captured a faint trace of negative energy. This trace, though exceedingly weak, could not elude the refined senses of the angel. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the angel Vis dared not delay. And with a swift motion, he hastened toward the location of the Supreme Kai. Along the way, he pondered, how could such negative energy manifest here? Was there some malevolent force at play? With this thought, Vis immediately activated his staff to send a message to the Supreme Kai, eager to report this troubling development. As concern loomed over everyone, the Supreme Kai suddenly materialized before them. With a solemn demeanor, he introduced himself, his voice steady and authoritative. I am the Supreme Kai, tasked with safeguarding the balance of the universe. You all sense this ominous presence, do you not? His expression grew increasingly grave as he recounted the origins of Majin Buu. This energy emanated from Majin Buu, revived by the demon king Babidi, who intended to annihilate the universe. Majin Buu is an extraordinarily malevolent and powerful entity, possessing nearly invincible strength and an indestructible form. In the past, he has wrought untold destruction and calamity upon the cosmos. The Supreme Kai's words were heavy with dread, as it seemed that this time, Buu had emerged even stronger than before, and the situation had reached a critical juncture. If not halted, the entire universe would be cast into an irretrievable abyss. Listening intently to the Supreme Kai's account, the group felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The wicked energy had grown tremendously, as if it sought to devour the entire galaxy. Despite the palpable fear instilled by this annihilating presence, resolve shone in their eyes. Goku, with unwavering determination, declared, no matter how powerful he is, we will not retreat. Vegeta scoffed, humph, let me see just how formidable this Majin Buu truly is. The others nodded in unison, affirming, together, we shall eradicate Majin Buu. Thus, propelled by the immense pressure and sense of duty, they set forth on their arduous journey to confront Majin Buu. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Chun Yu, accompanying Android 18, sensed the same ominous energy. Even Chun Yu was taken aback, muttering to himself, could this be Majin Buu? Impossible. I recall the original story merely involving Super Saiyan 3 Goku. This energy is beyond even my Super Saiyan god. Noticing Chun Yu's serious expression, 18 remarked, aren't you going to check it out, darling? What if this energy destroys Earth? Chun Yu, though concerned, was confident in his strength and chose to remain calm. He replied, there's no rush. Goku and the others must have sensed it too. If they can't handle it, I'm here. Don't worry, I'll stay with you. If anything happens to you, I couldn't forgive myself. He held 18 closely, and she instinctively leaned against his chest, finding solace in his warmth and safety. On the other side, the newly awakened Majin Buu stood there, his rotund and vividly colored form resembling a small hill of unpredictable danger. His large, indifferent eyes regarded Dabura and Babidi with utter apathy, as if observing two insignificant insects. Without uttering a single word, oblivious to the imminent catastrophe, Dabura and Babidi remained consumed by greed and arrogance, shouting and gesticulating in an attempt to command Majin Buu to annihilate the planet. Their voices were sharp and grating, filled with insatiable desire and madness, as if they could already envision the planet's demise under their control. However, as they reveled in their delusions, a flicker of impatience crossed Majin Buu's face. With a swift motion, he raised his pudgy arm, lightning quick. An overwhelming, suffocating energy coalesced in his palm, blindingly bright, warping the surrounding space. Moments later, two energy blasts, as tangible as reality, erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Dabura and Babidi with earth-shattering force. The air tore apart in their wake, producing a deafening roar as the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of collapse. In that split second, Dabura and Babidi realized the peril they faced, but it was far too late. Their eyes widened in terror as they attempted to evade, only to find themselves utterly immobilized by this overwhelming power. In that fleeting yet prolonged moment, The energy blasts mercilessly struck them. The potent force consumed their forms, leaving no time for a scream as they were obliterated within the boundless energy. Their bodies disintegrated into countless minuscule particles, vanishing into thin air without a trace. The two who had once been so arrogant and deluded were unceremoniously extinguished by Majin Buu, whose cold gaze remained unchanged, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He disdainfully addressed the space where they had stood, saying, "You dare command me? What are you?" Chapter 70. Confronting Majin Buu. Goku, Vegeta, and the Supreme Kai hurriedly arrived. Their attention immediately fixated on Majin Buu. Their expressions were grave, filled with uncertainty, prompting them to question the Supreme Kai. Where are the two who revived him? Hearing this, Majin Buu smirked disdainfully, nonchalantly responding, "Those two fools who sought to control me are already dead. Now it is your turn." His voice was low and laced with menace, his eyes glinting with a mad thirst for blood. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, his aura surging as he retorted, "Humph, do not grow too arrogant." Gritting his teeth, Goku shouted, "No matter your strength, we will not fear you." The Supreme Kai, though deeply concerned, steeled himself for battle. Tension filled the air as an intense confrontation loomed on the horizon. "Come forth. Today, I, Vegeta, shall defeat you." "What? How boastful! Come at me together." Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, his anger igniting like wildfire. An explosion of golden light enveloped him, accompanied by crackling electricity as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A formidable aura surged from within him, akin to a raging torrent, stirring the air violently. He maximized his power, every muscle brimming with explosive strength. "Ah!" Vegeta roared, the ground beneath him shattering as he launched himself forward like a cannonball, unhesitatingly engaging Majin Buu in combat. The clash between Vegeta and Majin Buu erupted with a ferocity reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as if the entire world had been drawn into this breathtaking battle. Vegeta darted forward like a specter, the golden light radiating around him causing the air to tremble. His eyes blazed with furious flames, his fists clenched like thunderbolts, striking at Majin Buu with unrelenting force. Though Majin Buu's rotund form appeared clumsy, he was surprisingly agile, deftly evading Vegeta's deadly strike by a hair's breadth. In response, his thick, intricately patterned arm shot out like a serpent, attempting to seize Vegeta. Reacting with remarkable agility, Vegeta executed a graceful backflip in midair, narrowly escaping Buu's grasp. Upon landing, he sprang back up, delivering a powerful kick infused with potent energy directly to Majin Buu's abdomen. The impact caused Buu to stagger back, the ground beneath him sinking as dust billowed around them. However, Majin Buu quickly stabilized his form, a sinister smile spreading across his face, before launching a counterattack. His fists, akin to colossal iron hammers, bore down on Vegeta with the force of a howling gale. Unfazed, Vegeta crossed his arms and absorbed the heavy blow, the tremendous impact leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. With a furious roar, Vegeta surged forward once more, his strikes as relentless as a tempest, each punch infused with boundless rage and formidable strength. Majin Buu, undeterred, twisted his body at odd angles to evade Vegeta's assaults while swiftly retaliating. In an instant, their battle escalated to a fever pitch. Each of Vegeta's attacks radiated golden energy, slicing through the air, while Majin Buu's counters exuded a chilling malevolence. Where their fists and feet clashed, brilliant flashes of light erupted, accompanied by powerful energy waves that threatened to rend the very fabric of space itself. As the battle intensified, Vegeta grew bolder, his speed increasing, his techniques becoming more ferocious. He unleashed a barrage of specialized moves, executing rapid flying kicks one moment and releasing potent energy blasts the next. Majin Buu, with his nearly invincible physique and remarkable regenerative abilities, tenaciously withstood Vegeta's onslaught. The fierce clash transformed the landscape, mountains crumbling under the strain of their energy, the earth quaking and fracturing. Another punch from Majin Buu, imbued with his dark aura, sent a wave of oppressive pressure even to Goku and his companions, prompting them to shout in alarm, "Get away, Vegeta!" To which Majin Buu replied with a mocking grin, "I'm done playing with you, insect. After I eliminate you, I will deal with your companions." He then unleashed a punch that created a sonic boom in the air before striking Vegeta, who was sent flying, his body bending like a bow as he landed, expelling a mouthful of bitter fluid. Surprising, isn't it? Yet you still live, but an ant is ultimately just an ant. With that, he gathered energy for another energy wave aimed at Vegeta. As Vegeta regained his footing, he saw the black energy blast hurtling towards him and immediately concentrated energy in his hands, unleashing a Gallic gun. The two energy waves collided midair, but Majin Buu's attack, possessing superior energy quality, overwhelmed Vegeta's Gallic gun, resulting in a massive explosion that left a crater where Vegeta had stood. Goku and the others rushed to assess Vegeta's condition. Lacking senzu beans, they urged Gohan to take Vegeta away from the battlefield. Old son, have you noticed? This monster's attacks and recovery abilities are peculiar. He is truly formidable. Goku thought, feeling an unprecedented pressure as he stood alongside his allies, gazing at the menacing Majin Buu above. After Gohan had moved Vegeta to safety, Piccolo and Goku remained on the ground, their eyes fixed resolutely on Majin Buu in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, they propelled themselves upward like arrows, meeting Majin Buu at the same altitude and launching into another fierce engagement. Piccolo moved swiftly, green energy gathering in his palms, transforming into powerful beams that shot towards Majin Buu. Goku executed his signature fighting style, each punch accompanied by a roaring wind, striking at Buu like artillery fire. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of their attacks, even when they managed to sever one of Buu's hands, his terrifying body healed in the blink of an eye, as if the damage had never occurred. Once Majin Buu grew serious, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. His strikes became more rapid and vicious, each move laden with a chilling power. Piccolo and Goku found themselves in dire straits, their movements slowing, defenses becoming increasingly strained. Buu's fists descended upon them like sledgehammers, forcing them to expend every ounce of strength to resist, sweat pouring down their faces, breaths becoming ragged. Yet, within their eyes, there remained an unwavering determination, a fierce resolve to stand firm against Majin Buu, bolstered by their unyielding spirit. As the battle raged on, Majin Buu's power surged into a frenzy, his attacks descending upon Goku and Piccolo like a torrential storm. Despite their best efforts, they slowly found themselves overwhelmed by Buu's overwhelming strength. Seizing the moment, Buu unleashed a devastating punch that sent Goku hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth as he plummeted like a meteor. Piccolo, frantic to save Goku, was caught off guard and struck in the abdomen by Buu's swift kick, sending him flying as well. Both warriors, grievously injured, lay weakened, their breath faint. Yet Majin Buu showed no mercy, advancing with a relentless barrage of strikes. Goku and Piccolo could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing to the ground, their fighting spirit extinguished. Majin Buu stood over them, laughing triumphantly, reveling in his victory. Goku, battered and bruised, still burned with an indomitable will. Struggling to his feet, he tore away his tattered, nearly shredded clothing and cast it aside. Clenching his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white, he let out a thunderous cry. Ah! This roar seemed to pierce the heavens, shattering the skies. Instantly, a suffocating aura erupted from his being, a flash of yellow light illuminating his form. His hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, his brows vanished, and his hair cascaded down to his waist, dancing wildly in the wind. Goku had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 3. In this moment, Goku's expression turned fierce. Resembling a fierce warrior, his gaze fixed unyieldingly upon Majin Buu. The latter, unconcerned, derisively taunted, "Come on, come and die." His arrogant demeanor further ignited Goku's fury, signaling the imminent eruption of an even more intense battle. As Super Saiyan 3, Goku charged forward with resolute steps towards Majin Buu. Each stride exuded immense pressure, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Approaching Buu, Goku unleashed a powerful punch, the wind howling as it struck towards Buu's face. Buu sidestepped, launching a counterpunch, but Goku nimbly evaded it and retaliated with a spinning kick aimed at Buu's chest. The two warriors exchanged blows, each impact creating astonishing energy waves. Goku's onslaught was akin to a fierce tempest, his speed breathtaking. He executed rapid flying kicks and unleashed powerful energy blasts in an effort to subdue Majin Buu. Majin Buu, however, was undaunted, utilizing his immense strength and peculiar techniques to deflect Goku's attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. The sky lit up with radiant colors, energy surging forth, as the fierce combat transformed the very essence of the world around them. If anyone were present, they would witness how Majin Buu toyed with his adversaries, while Vegeta, Piccolo, and Goku unleashed their full power to confront him. Meanwhile, Gohan and the Supreme Kai, along with the other main characters, hurriedly returned to the Supreme Kai's planet, where the Supreme Kai intently observed the fierce battle between Goku and Majin Buu on Earth. The moment Gohan landed, he urgently implored the Supreme Kai to send him back. "Supreme Kai, please take me back to Earth immediately," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, the Supreme Kai transported Gohan back to the battlefield, where he rushed to where Piccolo lay unconscious. Lifting him and handing him to the Supreme Kai. "There is no time. Also, take the unconscious Piccolo with you," Gohan urged. The Supreme Kai complied without delay. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan unleashed his full energy, the overwhelming energy waves causing the air around him to crackle and pop. He successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his golden aura blazing fiercely, hair standing erect, his gaze resolute and sharp. "Ah!" Gohan roared as he soared into the sky, joining the fray against Majin Buu and Goku. The battle between Sun Wukong and his son Gohan against the formidable Majin Buu intensified, unleashing powerful energy waves that reverberated across the entire Earth. The ground trembled as violent earthquakes struck, buildings collapsed in droves, and roads fractured, giving the impression that the apocalypse was upon them. Mountains crumbled, boulders tumbled, and rivers surged with tumultuous waves. Yet, the trio remained oblivious to the devastation surrounding the planet, fiercely engaged in combat high above the clouds. Their figures darted through the skies, radiating brilliance. Each collision sparked massive explosions of energy, with thunderous roars echoing in all directions. Sun Wukong, agile and fierce, was matched by Son Gohan's unwavering resolve, as father and son united to confront the might of Majin Buu. Fueled by malevolence and an extraordinary regenerative capability, Majin Buu fought back with relentless ferocity. In the skies, energies intertwined, escalating the intensity of the battle, while the earth writhed in agony and disaster. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of West City, Chun Yu had just returned with Android 18. Indeed, they had welcomed a child of their own. A joyous occasion tempered by the gravity of their situation. Chun Yu understood that the protagonists were already pushing their limits, prompting him to prepare for assistance. 18. Rest at home for now. I can no longer sense Vegeta's energy. I must go check. Otherwise, the earth may be destroyed. Wait for me. I will return swiftly. All right, but take care, she replied, concern etched on her face. Do not worry. You know my strength well. Just wait. I shall eliminate those who disturb our time together. Chun Yu flashed a reassuring smile before instantly teleporting away. Upon his arrival at the battlefield, Chun Yu was engulfed in a thick haze of dust that obscured his vision, making it difficult to discern the surroundings. As the heavy smoke began to dissipate with the wind, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan lay on the ground, forced back to their normal states, weak and motionless, their energy waning like a flickering candle, as if their very lives were about to extinguish. Without hesitation, Chun Yu's eyes gleamed with determination and concern. He swiftly moved to their side, acting with urgency, as if fearing even a moment's delay. With great care, he retrieved 2 precious senzu beans from his pocket, gently pried open their mouths, and fed them the beans. Phew! Thankfully there were no grave consequences. Otherwise, I would be deemed a sinner, he thought, reflecting on the potential repercussions of his arrival. Are you here to meet your demise as well? Majin Buu chuckled, observing Chun Yu from above. Chun Yu, however, focused on getting Sun Wukong and Son Gohan to safety. Do not underestimate him, Chun Yu. He is truly formidable, Sun Wukong cautioned, his voice heavy with concern. I urge you both to seek the Kaioshin and inquire if they possess any means to bolster your strength or eradicate Majin Buu. I will hold him off for a while. Go quickly. Understanding the severity of the situation, Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, the Kaioshin, watching from the Kaioshin realm, overheard their conversation and wasted no time in teleporting to the battlefield, placing his hands on Sun Wukong and Son Gohan's shoulders, whisking them away. As they vanished, Sun Wukong shouted, Hang in there, Chun Yu. We will return. Chun Yu turned his gaze back to Majin Buu, declaring, You cannot be the true Majin Buu, can you? What do you mean? Majin Buu replied, perplexed. If you were truly Majin Buu, you would not possess such an unusual energy. I can sense a tremendous power within you, and you have yet to unleash your full strength. The real Majin Buu could not possibly be this strong. Majin Buu descended before Chun Yu, the two locking eyes in a tense standoff. Buu broke the silence with a booming laugh. Ha, you possess some skill, but can you truly stop me? Let us take this battle to space. I cannot unleash my full power on Earth. Chun Yu smiled, responding, very well, I grant you this opportunity. I hope you do not disappoint me. He soared into the cosmos, with Majin Buu following suit, and the two stood in opposition. Remember my name, Chun Yu. An ordinary man, he shouted, raising his energy to its peak. With a fierce cry, Chun Yu unleashed his full power, a torrent of energy radiating outward like crashing waves. Then, he began to channel the mysterious strength within his bloodline, preparing for an astonishing transformation. A brilliant crimson light erupted, illuminating the vastness of the galaxy, as if igniting the entire universe. As the red glow faded, Chun Yu's appearance had dramatically changed. His hair, still black, had grown longer and wilder, cascading over his shoulders. His chest and hands were adorned with thick, reddish-brown fur, each strand gleaming with resilience. His muscles swelled, defined and explosive, presenting him as an indomitable war god. Majin Buu, in the cosmos, fixated on the transformed Chun Yu, sensing an unfamiliar and overwhelming energy emanating from him, something he had never encountered before. For the first time, the typically arrogant Majin Buu wore a solemn expression, his eyes reflecting caution and gravity. The energy Chun Yu radiated spread throughout the universe, even reaching the protagonist team observing from the Kaioshin realm, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Even Whis, in the Destroyer realm, detected Chun Yu's energy, prompting him to prepare to investigate with his staff. Mr. Chun Yu's opponent seems off. This energy warrants reporting. In the vast expanse of the universe, Chun Yu, having completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, stood poised against Majin Buu. They exchanged glances, neither initiating the attack, as the surrounding stars appeared to halt their twinkling in the tense atmosphere. Finally, Majin Buu broke the silence. Kid, you possess some strength. I shall offer you a chance to pledge your loyalty to me. His voice echoed through the silent cosmos, laced with arrogance and temptation. Chun Yu, however, smiled, his expression filled with disdain and resolve. I'm afraid you have intruded upon my life today and harmed my companions. Only one of us will survive this day. His declaration rang with finality, fueled by fiery anger, as if he intended to incinerate Majin Buu completely. Enraged by Chun Yu's unwavering refusal to submit, Majin Buu unleashed a torrent of energy, a terrifying force surging forth like a tidal wave, rapidly spreading throughout the universe. Yet, Chun Yu faced this with unwavering courage, his eyes resolute as he roared, transforming into a streak of light, charging forward with the might of a thunderous storm. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yu engaged in battle with the formidable Majin Buu. Their figures intertwined through the cosmos, fists and palms clashing with radiant brilliance, each collision inciting tremendous explosions of energy that caused tremors among the celestial bodies surrounding them. In the vast, boundless universe, the stars dimmed, seemingly intimidated by the terrifying pressure emanating from the struggle between Chun Yu and Majin Buu. Chun Yu surged forward like a blazing meteor, his fists infused with ferocious power, accompanied by a whistling wind as he struck fiercely at Majin Buu. The latter evaded with a swift sidestep, retaliating with a sharp kick that whistled through the air, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. The nearby asteroids disintegrated into powder under the force of this assault, scattering into the darkness of the universe. Chun Yu adeptly flipped backward to evade, then pressed his palms together, unleashing a brilliant beam of energy. Majin Buu crossed his arms to defend, yet the immense impact forced him to slide back hundreds of meters, stirring the nebulae into a swirling frenzy of vibrant light. Majin Buu roared in fury, emanating a sinister black aura that transformed into countless sharp spikes, which shot toward Chun Yu. Swift as lightning, Chun Yu dodged amidst the relentless onslaught, countering with a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike brimming with earth-shattering might. The space around them became a chaotic whirl of energy collisions, flickering lights resembling breathtaking fireworks illuminating the once quiet cosmos. Suddenly, Majin Buu opened his mouth wide, releasing a torrent of black energy waves. Chun Yu extended his hands, forming an energy shield to withstand the overwhelming force. The battle intensified, seemingly endless, with every movement resonating throughout the universe, even distant galaxies trembling in response. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai's realm, Piccolo and Vegeta, having gradually awakened from the Supreme Kai's healing, were struck by two extraordinarily formidable presences. Surprised, they rose and surveyed their surroundings. Just as Goku approached to explain the current situation, "Damn it, I will defeat Majin Buu," Vegeta, perhaps fueled by anger, was incensed by his own incapacitation at the hands of Majin Buu and the overwhelming aura Chun Yu projected against the villain. "What now? Chun Yu is alone. We cannot simply abandon him. I refuse to forsake my comrades," Piccolo interjected. The Supreme Kai mentioned an ancient divine sword in his realm, suggesting that mastering it might offer them a chance. Moreover, he noted that Chun Yu was currently evenly matched with Majin Buu. Then what are we waiting for? As the proud prince of the Saiyans, I must eradicate him. With that, Goku led the two to a clearing in the Supreme Kai's domain, where the divine sword stood embedded in the ground, and he immediately rushed forward to attempt to draw it out. In the cosmos, the clash between Chun Yu and Majin Buu was so intense it affected the very fabric of space, causing some nearby planets to vanish and creating ripples in the void. Meanwhile, in the Destroyer realm, Whis observed the battle with keen interest, noting the destruction wrought by the two fighters. Oh dear, if a rift in spacetime occurs, it would be disastrous. With a wave of his staff, Whis reinforced the cosmic boundaries and sealed off the entire seventh universe to prevent Majin Buu from escaping. Is Majin Buu in the original storyline this powerful? This seems implausible. Have I caused such a significant impact upon entering this world? Chun Yu pondered amid his fierce engagement with Majin Buu. The original Majin Buu had been capable of contending with even Super Saiyan 3 Goku, yet here he was, unable to fully unleash his strength against this version of Buu, which left Chun Yu increasingly astounded. As the battle progressed, he sensed that Majin Buu had yet to reveal his full potential. This was beyond comprehension. With eyes wide open, Chun Yu summoned all his strength and unleashed a tremendous punch, imbued with boundless force, striking Majin Buu with the impact of a cannonball. Buu, caught unprepared, was sent hurtling back like an uncontrollable meteor, colliding with a distant planet. A thunderous roar echoed as the planet shattered under the might of Majin Buu's retreat, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered across the universe, leaving only a chaotic cloud of dust. Chun Yu then proclaimed, "You are formidable. Now, experience this." With his hands clasped at his side, he began to gather all his energy. The forces around him surged violently, their brilliance intensifying, distorting the very space around him. Moments later, a colossal Kamehameha took shape in his hands, radiating an aura of devastation as it was unleashed, tearing through the fabric of space with dark fissures in its wake. Majin Buu, unable to react in time, was struck by the overwhelming Kamehameha. Light flared brilliantly, and a cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the universe. Chun Yu gazed toward the explosion, witnessing Majin Buu being obliterated into innumerable fragments, which drifted through the cosmos. Just as he exhaled in relief, those fragments began to coalesce before his very eyes. Amidst the flickering light, Majin Buu restored himself to his original form, completely unscathed. Majin Buu spoke, his voice dripping with mockery and arrogance. "Did you think you could annihilate me? Let me assure you, it is impossible. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me." Chun Yu was taken aback, realizing that his energy blast likely rivaled the power of the spirit bomb from the original story. Yet it had failed to vanquish Buu. "Since I cannot eliminate you, then let us commence the second round." Chun Yu released his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, reverting to his normal state. He stood still, closing his eyes to take a deep breath, as if gathering some mysterious power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and in that instant, a dazzling blue light erupted from his being. His hair and brows transformed into a pure sky blue, while his eyes deepened to an abyssal blue, reminiscent of an endless ocean. At the same time, blue energy enveloped him, surrounded by particles reminiscent of a starry sky, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. The waves of blue energy surged around him like tumultuous ocean waves, presenting him as a divine warrior from the realms above, majestic and untouchable. Super Saiyan Blue. "Here I come." Chun Yu assumed a martial stance, inviting Majin Buu to attack. In the Supreme Kai's realm, the protagonists anxiously watched the fierce battle unfold. The moment Chun Yu reverted to his normal state, they felt his presence diminish, then vanish entirely. Their faces were instantly marked by fear and concern, as they had not witnessed the battle firsthand and mistakenly believed that Chun Yu had been brutally slain by Majin Buu. A heavy atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the scene, with some clenching their fists and others' eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, the Supreme Kai hurriedly arrived, his expression grave as he explained. Chun Yu's disappearance does not signify misfortune. Rather, he has transitioned to a divine energy, imperceptible to mortals. Upon hearing this, the protagonists paused, and gradually, a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. After transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Chun Yu seemed enveloped in a mysterious and powerful blue radiance, exuding an extraordinary and awe-inspiring aura. His determined gaze burned like a torch, unwavering as he fixed his attention on Majin Buu, showing no signs of retreat or fear. In a flash, he darted forward, resembling a blue lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, initiating a new round of thrilling combat. Chun Yu's speed reached its zenith, manifesting as mesmerizing blue phantoms that made it nearly impossible to discern his true position. Each of his attacks carried an unrelenting force, resonating with deafening impacts as he struck. He alternated between delivering powerful straight punches, akin to cannonballs, and swift, hurricane-like kicks that bore down with overwhelming might. Majin Buu, undeterred, flexibly contorted his massive form, unleashing a myriad of bizarre, yet immensely powerful techniques in retaliation. He extended his formidable arms, attempting to seize Chun Yu's strikes, or opened his cavernous mouth, unleashing dark energy waves in an effort to thwart Chun Yu's onslaught. The intensity of their battle escalated, warping the surrounding space with powerful energy shockwaves. As if it were on the brink of collapse, Chun Yu roared, channeling his strength to the utmost limit, each exertion causing ripples to emanate through the fabric of space. His fists and feet erupted with resplendent blue light, akin to brilliant stars bursting forth. Meanwhile, the malevolent aura enveloping Majin Buu thickened, surging like a billowing cloud of black smoke. The collision of these two starkly contrasting forces ignited a dazzling display of light reminiscent of fireworks, illuminating the dark expanse of the universe and rendering this confrontation increasingly thrilling and heart-pounding. In this encounter, Chun Yu discerned that Majin Buu's recovery speed was markedly diminished after he struck the fiendish creature. With a focused gaze, he quickly enveloped his fists in divine energy, which blazed like brilliant blue flames, exuding an exhilarating and formidable presence. He surged forward like lightning, launching a punch imbued with boundless power. This strike was relentless, propelled with an unstoppable momentum that struck Majin Buu directly. Caught off guard, Majin Buu could not mount an effective defense and was violently propelled backward, his body twisting grotesquely as he emitted a cry of anguish, akin to a cannonball being shot away. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu crashed onto a nearby planet, the impact creating a gaping, bottomless crater as surrounding rocks shattered and dust billowed, causing the entire planet to tremble under the force. Chun Yu and Majin Buu faced off against one another in the vast cosmos, their figures standing out starkly against the backdrop of the radiant starry river. When Majin Buu rose again, he did not charge at Chun Yu, but instead confronted him on the surface of the planet. Chun Yu stood tall, his Super Saiyan Blue form radiating an enigmatic and potent blue glow. His eyes were resolute and piercing, fixed intently on Majin Buu, every muscle in his body taut, poised to unleash incredible power at any moment. In contrast, Majin Buu loomed large, his grotesque form emanating a surging and sinister black aura, as if it could consume all light. His fearsome visage bore blood-red eyes filled with brutality and arrogance, fixated on Chun Yu, seemingly searching for any vulnerability. In this silent yet oppressive void of the universe, neither made a move, merely maintaining their tense standoff. Yet, the surrounding stars dimmed, sensing the impending explosion of terrifying power. Majin Buu refrained from striking first, having realized that the divine energy had inflicted some harm upon him. This was unlike his usual aura, should he be shattered into fragments. His recovery would not be as swift this time, for the energy utilized was markedly different. Similarly, Chun Yu recognized this but held back, aware that his capacity to inflict damage was limited. He contemplated whether there was a way to obliterate Majin Buu entirely, leaving no trace, for failure was not an option. Then, Majin Buu made the first move. He unleashed a deafening roar, every cell in his body frantically releasing a terrifying black energy that surged forth like a ravenous tide. This dark energy rapidly spread, casting a thick veil of black across the cosmos, threatening to extinguish all light. The planet beneath him disintegrated under this cataclysmic force, vanishing entirely from existence without leaving a trace. Chun Yu, keenly aware of the shift, furrowed his brow, an unprecedented gravity reflected in his gaze. Without hesitation, he darted forward, re-engaging Majin Buu in combat. This time, Majin Buu seemed revitalized, his power surging to a level that completely overpowered Chun Yu. Each of his moves radiated fury and ferocity, leaving Chun Yu struggling to keep pace. Moreover, Majin Buu's fighting style had transformed dramatically, as if he were an entirely different being. Although Chun Yu's attacks could inflict some damage, Majin Buu appeared oblivious to the pain, relentlessly assaulting Chun Yu. He resembled a frenzied beast, disregarding his own wounds in his singular desire to annihilate his adversary. This reckless strategy of self-destruction left Chun Yu ensnared in a dire predicament. His stamina and energy dwindled rapidly under the barrage of Majin Buu's relentless onslaught, tilting the scales further against him. As time dragged on in this fierce battle, it felt interminably prolonged. Chun Yu found himself increasingly subjected to Majin Buu's overwhelming dominance. Each of Majin Buu's attacks carried the force of a natural catastrophe, leaving Chun Yu with little choice but to barely parry, unable to mount an effective counterattack. His body endured wave after wave of crushing blows, like a solitary vessel adrift in a tempest. As the confrontation continued, the once brilliant and radiant divine aura surrounding Chun Yu began to wane. The blue glow that had once shone like a river of stars now flickered dimly, akin to a candle in the wind, growing fainter by the moment. Sweat beaded on Chun Yu's forehead, cascading down his determined face. His breaths came quick and heavy, each gasp feeling as though it drained the last vestiges of his strength. Fatigue and helplessness clouded his eyes, yet the fire of his resolve remained unextinguished, gritting his teeth against the inexorable tide of fate. Desperately, his gaze darted around, seeking even the slightest opportunity for a counterattack amidst the suffocating pressure of Majin Buu's assault. Finally, in that moment, time seemed to pause, and silence enveloped the scene. Majin Buu erupted with a tumultuous surge of black energy, swirling like a vortex of darkness, coalescing into a colossal energy sphere in his grasp. Imbued with the essence of annihilation, hurtling toward Chun Yu. With a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere struck Chun Yu with pinpoint accuracy, erupting into a blinding light that threatened to engulf the entire universe. Under the sheer force of this impact, Chun Yu was rendered defenseless, sent flying like a marionette severed from its strings. He crashed heavily onto the surface of a distant planet, creating a massive crater as dust billowed up, obscuring his figure. At that moment, the once vibrant blue aura surrounding Chun Yu dimmed significantly, its brilliance now barely perceptible, flickering like a dying flame, on the verge of extinguishment. Ha ha! You insignificant insects believe you can eradicate me? Await your demise at my hands, and witness your companions and family perish before your eyes. Indeed, I shall bleed your family, and even your children before you, then slay them. Majin Buu cackled triumphantly in the vastness of space. Yet, at that moment, Chun Yu slowly rose, his lips devoid of a smile, stained only with blood. Feeling the weight of Majin Buu's derision, Chun Yu reacted upon hearing the mention of children, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, I've never been looked down upon before, nor threatened." He then shakily stood, gazing defiantly at Majin Buu in the cosmos, producing a senzu bean and consuming it, instantly restoring his injuries and stamina. Then, with a booming voice, he declared, "I refuse to lose this time. Regardless of whether you are Majin Buu or not. Here I come." Chun Yu clenched his fists, the knuckles paling from the exertion, as a torrent of energy surged from within him. This overwhelming blue essence enveloped him, forming a colossal sphere. With another earth-shattering shout, his voice resonated across the endless cosmos. Veins bulged on his forehead, muscles taut in exertion, as his once clear eyes now bloodshot. The radiant blue sphere of light began to flow slowly, as Chun Yu fervently absorbed its energy. At this moment, the blue aura surrounding Chung blazed with fervor, akin to a roaring inferno, radiant and intense. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning danced around him, crackling with energy. His hair stood on end, sharp and fierce, resembling a multitude of piercing spikes, each strand shimmering with a blue electrical glow. The contours of his face became more defined, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of imperious dominance. Chung gazed expressionlessly at the demon Buu in the cosmos, his eyes as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, radiating an unwavering resolve as if proclaiming his inevitable triumph over this formidable foe. Super Saiyan Blue Level 2, ready for battle. Far away in the realm of destruction, Whis observed Chang's transformation with great delight, muttering to himself, "Ah, this time it can be resolved." Chung, devoid of any superfluous words, harbored a fierce determination in his gaze, and his entire aura shifted to one of unparalleled sharpness. In an instant, his form flickered, vanishing like a specter. Within a heartbeat, a dazzling blue light streaked across the cosmos at an astonishing speed, and he had teleported behind the demon Buu. Without the slightest hesitation, Chung conjured a sphere of energy in his hand, radiating a blinding blue light imbued with terrifying power. Before Buu could fully grasp the situation amidst the aftermath of their previous clash, the energy sphere detonated violently against him. With a thunderous boom, the immense force jolted Buu's body, temporarily disrupting the dark energy enveloping him. Almost immediately, Chung unleashed a furious punch, fueled by boundless rage and that blazing blue aura. Striking with the force of a thunderbolt, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, as if this punch encapsulated all his might and fury. The impact resounded like an explosion, crashing solidly into Buu's back. Buu lost his balance and was propelled forward like a cannonball, tracing a breathtakingly long and shocking trajectory through the vastness of space. Yet, Chung's assault did not cease there. His hands swiftly came together in a fluid motion, and a blue light began to coalesce in his palms, growing ever stronger as the formidable Kamehameha took shape. This radiant beam illuminated the surrounding darkness of space, propelled by Chung's unwavering determination, hurtling towards the direction in which Buu was sent flying. The brilliance shone like a beacon of hope piercing the darkness, resolutely aiming to vanquish Buu. Struggling amid the aftermath of such a powerful attack, Buu rose, his eyes blazing with indomitable fury, akin to a cornered beast, recklessly charging at Chung. This time, Chung unleashed his full power without reservation. His blue aura blazed anew, shining as brilliantly as a star in the cosmos. Chung met the charging Buu head-on, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Each clash erupted with astonishing energy waves. However, the tide had turned completely. Buu was repeatedly sent flying by Chung's relentless assaults. Each of Chang's punches contained earth-shattering force, and Buu was utterly unable to withstand them. His body was tossed around like a leaf caught in a tempest, spiraling through the universe. This time, Chung amassed all his energy to form the Kamehameha, a power so immense it illuminated the entirety of space. "Come forth. This will be our final strike. Victory shall be mine," he declared. The Kamehameha surged forth like an unstoppable blue torrent, racing towards the reeling Buu. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Buu attempted to resist, but having already endured a series of brutal blows from Chung, he found himself powerless. The Kamehameha struck Buu with pinpoint accuracy, engulfing him in a blinding radiance. Buu emitted a cry of anguish and despair as his dark energy began to fracture and disintegrate under the might of the blue light. A tremendous surge of energy rippled throughout the cosmos, causing the surrounding stars to flicker uncertainly. Buu's form gradually became translucent within the brilliance, ultimately shattering into countless black shards, dissipating into the infinite expanse of the universe. As Buu vanished completely, a fleeting tranquility returned to the cosmos. Chung floated amidst this void, the blue flames surrounding him gradually waning, yet his eyes still glimmered with resolve and victory. Soon, the blue aura faded, and Chung reverted to his normal state, closing his eyes and drifting through the universe. Perhaps it was the strain of his transformation that had overwhelmed him, or perhaps he had yet to acclimate to its burdens. But despite succumbing to unconsciousness, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, the denizens of the Kaioshin realm continued their training, oblivious to Chang's unconscious state. While on Earth, Android 18 gazed at the blue light that had illuminated the entire planet, filled with concern. Noticing the delay in Chang's return, Whis complained, "Why must I be the one to handle this? Your friend seems rather unreliable." Despite his complaints, Whis swiftly approached Chung, waving his staff to administer healing. Chapter 75. The fusion of the Great Ape bloodline. Well, the subsequent plot diverged considerably. Chung, who normally surpassed 1 trillion in power, barely managed to secure victory in his current form, Terrifying indeed. Afterward, upon his recovery, Chung conversed with Whis to understand the events that transpired, expressing gratitude before hastily returning home to prevent Android 18 from worrying. As for the main cast, whether by mere chance or the corrections of time, Gohan inadvertently shattered the Z-Sword, while the old Kai helped unlock new potential through fusion. Goku returned to Earth, eager to spar with Chung. But Chung feigned a need for rest due to the burden of his transformation, to which Goku kindly acquiesced and returned to his training on the lookout. Vegeta, unable to endure the humiliation of defeat, confronted Goku, only to suffer another loss when Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In a moment of reflection, he resolved to retreat and hone his skills in solitude. Following the resolution of the crisis, the others gradually returned to their lives on Earth, and the Kaioshin expressed gratitude to all. Chung greeted Android 18 before retreating to his private training chamber, settling into a tranquil state, and began communicating with the system. Hey, system, there won't be any unexpected incidents during the fusion of the bloodline and grade 8 power, will there? Impossible. This system is the most versatile and invincible. Errors of that nature cannot occur. Very well, let the fusion commence. As Chang's resolute words echoed, they triggered an intense transformation within him, as if a long-slumbering beast was awakening, surging within the depths of his being. The system now displayed its remarkable and formidable capabilities, cautiously guiding the fusion of the Great Ape power and bloodline energy. Initially, these two potent forces were like two incompatible sovereigns, each occupying their own realm within Chung. The Great Ape energy was wild and turbulent, while the bloodline energy was profound and restrained, clashing fiercely, refusing to yield. However, under the system's exquisite and irresistible manipulation, these two powers began to draw closer. With each inch they approached, the agony Chung experienced multiplied exponentially. His body trembled violently, as if being ruthlessly torn apart by an unseen force. Beads of sweat cascaded from his pained brow like raindrops, tracing down his taut face and falling into the void beneath him. The fusion process was fraught with violent conflict and resistance. Each contact felt like sharp needles piercing deep into Chang's very soul, inflicting excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing as blood seeped from his bitten lips, yet he remained oblivious to it. His facial muscles contorted in agony, twisting into an almost unrecognizable form. From his tightly clenched throat came low, anguished growls, reminiscent of cries from the depths of hell, filled with boundless suffering and struggle. Nevertheless, Chung, with an iron will, endured this inhuman torment, akin to being trapped in a purgatorial nightmare. His gaze bore no trace of retreat or surrender. It was instead filled with unwavering determination and indomitable faith, committed to the continuation of the fusion process, regardless of the cost. He swore to complete this arduous transformation. As time passed slowly in this tense moment, within Chun Yu's being, two forces that had previously repelled each other clashed and harmonized, ultimately merging into one. At the very moment of completion, a stunning sight materialized behind him. A colossal golden ape phantom erupted into existence, roaring to the heavens with wild abandon. The sound of its roar seemed to transcend time and space, reverberating throughout the universe. Yet, engrossed in his own transformation, Chun Yu remained oblivious to this astonishing spectacle. Instead, he gradually rose to his feet, eyes closed, intently sensing the monumental changes occurring within his body. He endeavored to perceive every nuance of energy flowing through him, every expansion of his meridians, striving to fully master this new and formidable power born of fusion. Indeed, his physical strength had reached unprecedented heights, and the system had already granted him perfect control over his breath. Whether it was due to the evolution of his body or not, he found that his breath was now more malleable than ever, its potency at least tenfold greater than before the fusion. Chun Yu mused to himself, increasingly astonished by the strength of this newfound unity. He had truly transformed from an ordinary individual into a ruler capable of dominating realms. Externally, he appeared unchanged. His muscles merely tauter, his visage more youthful. With the newfound ability to control his aura at will, he envisioned becoming an ordinary person devoid of presence at any moment, or transforming into a king radiating immense power. This transformation was not solely about appearance. The most crucial aspect was the enhancement of his combat prowess. The energy within him was now at least 10 times more formidable than prior to the fusion, What once resembled mere waves now surged like a tsunami. The sudden increase in combat strength left Chun Yu feeling somewhat unsteady. He resolved to first adapt perfectly to this newfound power before attempting to transform. He recalled the state he had achieved when vanquishing the demon Majin Buu. After being restored by Whis, his memories of that transformation were hazy, save for the singular focus he had on annihilating his foe at any cost. Perhaps the overwhelming burden stemmed from the fact that the Super Saiyan Blue's second-tier divine energy was so close to divine power that his body could scarcely bear it. It might also be attributed to the initial breakthrough or the emotional instability that accompanied it. Nevertheless, remnants of memory lingered, and through Whis' subsequent explanations, Chun Yu grasped the nature of that form. In essence, the divine energy's essence needed to be thoroughly heightened, thereby aligning its quality with divine might, resulting in such a transformation. Under the influence of intense emotions, his divine energy would significantly amplify, enhancing his combat strength despite the volatility of his feelings. The previous struggle to maintain balance was likely due to his ordinary physical strength being insufficient, coupled with his inability to control his emotions perfectly. Now, however, with the complete fusion of the great ape's power and his Saiyan heritage, his baseline strength had reached extraordinary levels under the influence of the great ape's might. As for emotional control, he believed that with gradual training, he would surely master it, thus enabling him to harness that transformative state. Chun Yu designated that transformation as the Super Saiyan Blue's second tier, distinct from the original narrative's Super Saiyan Blue evolution. This form was uniquely his own. Chapter 76. The divergence of two powers. A lengthy period of tranquil time passed quietly as Chun Yu remained by his wife Android 18's side, leading a simple yet heartwarming life. Each morning they welcomed the first rays of warm sunlight together. At night, they would confide in one another beneath the tranquil starlit sky. Even amidst this blissful existence, Chun Yu's training never waned. He understood that in a world rife with uncertainties and unpredictabilities, no one could foresee the unexpected events that might transpire. Take the sudden emergence of Majin Buu, whose formidable strength surpassed all imagination. Who could fathom how he had grown so powerful in silence? Who could adequately prepare to confront such a formidable adversary? Thus, Chun Yu remained vigilant, relentlessly honing his abilities to safeguard all that he cherished in the face of future crises. Today he lay on his sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling, reflecting on everything he had endured, feeling as though he were in a dream, yet everything felt strikingly real. He decided to set aside such thoughts, focusing instead on living his life to the fullest, believing that he could confront any challenge as it came. By the way, system, can you explain why I find my training along the Saiyan bloodline path less smooth since merging with Vegeta's template compared to the path of the Super Saiyan God? Beep. The fusion with Vegeta was achieved through the Patera earrings of the gods, which makes the divine training route relatively smoother. In contrast, Gogeta, formed through self-fusion, represents the amalgamation of two physical forms, thereby naturally enhancing the bloodline, making it slightly more suited for the Saiyan bloodline path. Some viewers seem quite confused, so I must clarify here. Gogeta was originally created by Toriyama and later adopted by Toei Animation, which subsequently created Vegeta. Toei understands the dynamics. The new lore altered Vegeta's standing, but Gogeta remains equally powerful, as he is essentially a son of the original creator, and the rivalry between Toriyama and Toei has been ongoing. Of course, this lore is confined to Toei. Additionally, every movie exists in a parallel universe. One can perceive this novel as aligned with the original lore, reinterpreted by Toriyama. All films are now viewed as parallel worlds, and in the Super Timeline. The interactions between Broly and Gogeta aren't merely about Gogeta's strength, but rather about formally integrating the time-traveling Broly into the main canon. Gogeta's performance metrics consistently surpass Vegeta's, a nuance that Toei emphasizes. One might regard Vegeta's power as too immense for the earrings to contain, with a fusion step potentially overwhelming it. Yet, the fusion dance can accommodate Gogeta's might. Chun Yu pondered this and realized it was indeed the case, yet it did not preclude him from pursuing another path. Even if this alternative route was easier, he believed he could traverse the more challenging path as well. After a moment's reflection, he mused that since he couldn't simplify the difficult road, perhaps the system could assist him. After all, he had a cheat. Hey system, do you have any methods to elevate my bloodline's potential and talent to an unparalleled level? Ideally, a dual cultivation path for both the Saiyan bloodline and divine route. Beep. You can do that now. The only catch is that the other path is a bit more challenging. However, persistence will yield rewards, won't it? Don't always expect to reap without toil, host. Alright, it seems relying on others ultimately pales in comparison to self-reliance. Time to push forward. Developing my bloodline is merely a matter of perseverance. I refuse to succumb to superstition. Am I not the one who possesses all that is Vegeta? Let's do this. Chun Yu's exuberance surged. His blood pulsed with energy as he leapt off the sofa and made his way to the training room to begin his regimen. P.S. The differences between Gogeta and Vegeta likely stem from the distinct production teams involved. Gogeta was a character established by Toei, while the current Dragon Ball series is predominantly produced by Toei, leading to Gogeta becoming their prized creation, while Vegeta has been somewhat neglected. Hence, in the Broly film, why was Gogeta featured instead of Vegeta? As for the disparity in combat power, I will contemplate how to address that later. As of now, the only Saiyans that have appeared are Gogeta and Vegeta. We are well acquainted with these two characters, yet their combat power augmentation remains somewhat unclear. Many believe Gogeta's strength is additive while Vegeta's is multiplicative. This is utterly nonsensical, likely the result of some misguided theory propagated by oblivious commentators. Now, let us unveil the power augmentation indices of Gogeta and Vegeta, thereby uncovering the true strength of these two super warriors. First, let's consider Vegeta. Vegeta is formed through the fusion of Goku and Vegeta utilizing the Patera earrings, undeniably resulting in immense strength. However, their power augmentation is not multiplicative, rather, it is the sum of Goku and Vegeta's strengths, which is then amplified by several tens or even hundreds of times. Specific values remain unknown officially. The old Kai once stated that the Patera fusion must surpass the dance fusion. However, this was merely a past assertion, and the old Kai's words have been contradicted more than once. Next, we turn to Gogeta. Gogeta is the result of Goku and Vegeta merging through the dance fusion technique. The power amplification is similarly derived from the combined strength of Goku and Vegeta, which is then increased by several dozen times. Although the multiplier does not exceed that of Vegeta. Initially, it was established that Vegeta was stronger than Gogeta. However, as time progressed, this seemed to change, with Gogeta gradually surpassing Vegeta. This can be interpreted as a sign of the official's preference for Gogeta, as well as an indication of the power inconsistencies within Dragon Ball Super, a phenomenon that many have observed. Therefore, I urge everyone to cease believing in the theories of dance fusion or Patera multiplication, as such notions reflect a profound misunderstanding of the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, when comparing Majin Buu with Gotenks, Majin Buu's power level is akin to that of a third-tier fighter, while Goten and Trunks are merely at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. If we were to apply the dance fusion theory, their combined strength would only equate to that of Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2, while Super Saiyan 2 is double the strength of Super Saiyan 1. And Super Saiyan 3 would thus be 8 times that of Super Saiyan 1. Hence, the addition theory is fundamentally flawed. From the aforementioned example, Gotenks' strength is over 4 times that of the combined strength of Goten and Trunks. However, their synergy remains insufficient, which is why they do not reach greater heights. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta share a complex relationship of love and rivalry, leading to a significantly greater power increase upon fusion, far exceeding that of Trunks and Goten. In Dragon Ball Heroes, Gogeta and Vegeta appear frequently, providing us with ample data for reference. However, Vegeta's performance has been subpar, resulting in a decline in his popularity. The dance fusion necessitates a harmonious synchronization of energy between the two individuals, which has only improved over time between Goku and Vegeta, thus enhancing Gogeta's power. Conversely, Patera fusion lacks such constraints, as the energies of Goku and Vegeta often differ, which is a crucial factor in the limited power increase, and one of the reasons Vegeta does not surpass Gogeta. This analysis is articulated by a professional within the online community, and I find it to be the most compelling argument. In this narrative, I shall directly modify and establish my own premises. The fusion via Patera earrings actually creates a new body capable of withstanding the energy surge from both individuals, while Gogeta represents a true union of two beings into one. In this context, Vegeta is more suited for the path of divine training, while Gogeta aligns more closely with the Saiyan lineage, as his bloodline embodies the fusion of both Vegeta's and Goku's heritage. Thus, there should be no conflict. Lastly, since what you cherish is the protagonist's journey along the Saiyan path, I shall ultimately merge the two templates into one and assign it to the protagonist, ensuring that whatever path they choose to cultivate will be fitting, thereby avoiding any inconsistencies. Chapter 77. The God of Destruction awakens early in a distant dimension of the universe. Whis opened the capsule entrusted to him and began to indulge in the food within. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Beerus, still in slumber, was immediately drawn to it, awakening and hastily emerging to discover Whis feasting, rushing over without even changing out of his pajamas. "Hey Whis, where did you get this delicious food? It's exquisite," Beerus exclaimed, grabbing the delicacies from the table and starting to eat while mumbling his inquiries. "This is cuisine from a planet called Earth in the North Galaxy," Whis replied. "Ah, the North Galaxy? By the way, is there anything significant happening in the universe?" Whis pondered briefly before responding. "Recently, it seems individuals from the negative universe have breached the cosmic barriers and infused energy into a being known as Majin Buu." "What? Why didn't you wake me? Did you go to eliminate them? Aren't angels forbidden from intervening?" Lord Beerus, it wasn't me. It was a Saiyan." "A Saiyan? I thought I had dispatched Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. What happened to Frieza?" "Haha, Lord Beerus, Frieza did indeed destroy planet Vegeta. However, a few Saiyans survived and managed to eliminate him. Currently, the remaining Saiyans are all on Earth." Beerus reflected for a moment, recalling past events, and then turned to Whis. "That doesn't make sense. I recall Frieza, while not exceptionally strong, should have been capable of wiping out those Saiyans effortlessly. What gives?" Whis wasted no time, waving his staff to project the scene from that time. "Behold, Lord Beerus, the Saiyans transformed into what is called Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza." After a while, having finished their conversation and grasping the happenings in the universe, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Whis tidied up the remnants of the feast. "What was that rival of mine called? Super Saiyan something?" "The Oracle Fish." Lord Beerus, unable to recall the name of the formidable opponent from his dreams, called upon the Oracle Fish for assistance. "What is it, Lord Beerus?" "In my dream, there was a being capable of challenging me, named something like Super Saiyan. Can you foresee anything about it?" "Lord Beerus, I too am unaware of that." "Is that so? Then your fish tank need not be cleaned anymore, and your meals will be halved." Upon uttering this, Beerus cast a mischievous glance at the floating Oracle Fish, which was nearing a state of panic. For lack of food was the one thing it could not tolerate. "Yes, I remember now. The Super Saiyan God. Yes, it is the Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Beerus seemed to have a realization and began to mutter, "Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God. Yes, that's it." Suddenly, Beerus exclaimed, "Hey Whis, do we have a Super Saiyan God in our universe? I dreamt that this being is my rival and can challenge me." "Lord Beerus, I do know of Super Saiyans. Perhaps we should consult the surviving Saiyans?" Beerus concurred, and thus Whis led him towards Earth. Meanwhile, the protagonists on Earth remained blissfully unaware of Beerus' early awakening and his intentions. According to the original plot, he would likely awaken years later during Bulma's birthday party and arrive at Earth, but due to the butterfly effect caused by Chun Yu, the future is now uncertain. If time indeed possesses a corrective nature, it would ultimately steer the story in that direction. However, Chun Yu is a variable not accounted for in the original plan, thereby disrupting it. Unbeknownst to Chun Yu, he continued his research on Saiyan bloodlines in his training chamber. Chun Yu maintained his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, attempting to harness the bloodline power within him to its fullest potential, yet all attempts so far had ended in failure. The original Super Saiyan 4 transformation is a combination of the golden great ape's form and the wild nature of the Saiyan. Chun Yu's current state is a fusion of the great ape and Saiyan bloodlines, meaning that when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his physical strength should be significantly enhanced. Yet he has not fully realized the potential of his bloodline power. In essence, the original transformation may have been achievable after unlocking the bloodline, at which point the bloodline power was akin to a bowl of water, whereas now, with the fusion of the great ape and bloodline, the power has become a barrel of water that he cannot fully utilize. How to articulate this? The method must be correct. Yet perhaps he lacks the experience of life and death battles or frenzied combat to fully unleash the bloodline's power. It appears he needs to find someone to spar with. Chun Yu was still contemplating finding an opponent, unaware that his rival was already en route to Earth. Furthermore, there was an aspect that left Chun Yu utterly exasperated. He could effortlessly transform into the second tier of Super Saiyan Blue within a short time and had even mastered it. Yet he was unable to fully harness the fundamental Saiyan bloodline power. It was an utter disgrace. Chapter 78, Gods and Gods in an Open Field. Chun Yu, Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks stood side by side. Their expressions were solemn, and a shared understanding flowed among them as they gradually transmitted their collective energy to Goku. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon suddenly unfolded. The sky was first illuminated by a blazing sun, its scorching rays seemingly capable of melting everything in their path. Soon after, a tempestuous snowstorm ensued, with icy snowflakes howling violently in the wind. These two extreme natural phenomena intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau. As these extraordinary spectacles came to an end, a dazzling crimson light surged forth, enveloping Sun Wukong entirely. The brilliance was so intense that it was blinding, as if it harbored boundless mysterious power. Moments later, as the red glow gradually faded, the Sun Wukong who appeared before everyone had undergone a profound transformation. His strikingly bright red hair danced in the wind, making him exceptionally eye-catching. His physique became leaner, yet contained immeasurable strength. His skin glowed with an alabaster sheen, smooth as fine jade, and his visage appeared notably younger, radiating youthful vitality. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan God, birthed from the collective spirit energy of 5 Saiyans. But why was the transformation into the Super Saiyan God occurring prematurely? It turned out that Whis had brought the prematurely awakened Beerus to Earth, directly arriving at Chun Yu's home. Chun Yu, having witnessed the original narrative, knew that Beerus gradually came to recognize Earth and its inhabitants only during their later interactions. Thus, it was imperative not to provoke this deity. Whis and Beerus immediately disclosed their intentions, and with Earth's best interests at heart, Chun Yu prepared a grand feast for them to savor, assuring the two that he was indeed the Super Saiyan God, and there was no need for haste. Why? It was all for the sake of Earth. They must first grow fond of this planet, hence the culinary offerings. For the first time, Chun Yu felt that the culinary skills he had honed, while living alone in his previous life, were of significant value. Once Beerus developed a taste for the delectable dishes, Chun Yu negotiated with him, arguing against the destruction of the planet, for doing so would mean a future devoid of such delights. Beerus acquiesced, leading to the emergence of the Super Saiyan God. Can you not sense the energy? Is this not similar to your previous transformation, Chun Yu? Vegeta remarked, observing Sun Wukong soaring into the sky. Indeed, do not take offense, Vegeta. Once Beerus has concluded his duel, you too shall have your chance to transform. Chun Yu consoled Vegeta's tender psyche. Uncharacteristically, Vegeta refrained from retorting, understanding that they were facing the universe's most formidable deity, and thus had no words to offer. Whis, listening to their exchange, chuckled softly before casting his gaze skyward. At this moment, Beerus ascended into the sky, and the Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong found himself locked in a gaze with the fearsome god of destruction. They had been informed of this encounter prior to their arrival, so all were aware of Beerus's terrifying reputation. In the air, Sun Wukong ascended into the cosmos to prevent Earth from being caught in the crossfire of their battle, with Beerus following closely behind. The extraordinary clash between the Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong and the illustrious god of destruction Beerus, two titans at the peak of their power, was about to commence. Sun Wukong radiated an ethereal, divine luminosity, his aura glowing with brilliance that seemed capable of piercing through the infinite darkness. His gaze was unwavering and fervent, akin to a blazing fire, filled with an insatiable thirst for battle and an unyielding pursuit of strength. Beerus, exuding calm composure, bore a countenance that commanded respect. His overwhelming presence felt as if it could suppress all that existed. As the battle commenced, Sun Wukong moved with the swiftness of lightning, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Beerus, his fists imbued with the terrifying power to obliterate stars, launching forth with thunderous might. Yet, Beerus merely sidestepped with nonchalance, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Beerus revealed a hint of disdain, sweeping his hand to unleash a torrent of unimaginable energy that surged towards Sun Wukong like a roaring dragon. Unfazed, Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he let out a fierce shout. The brilliance surrounding him intensified, resembling a scorching sun. He braced himself against the cataclysmic wave of energy, the void beneath him trembling under the immense impact. Subsequently, he unleashed a series of intricate and variable techniques, each move reflecting his profound understanding of combat and precise mastery of power, engaging in a fierce and exhilarating exchange with Beerus. Beerus gradually shed his initial disdain and began to take the fight seriously. Each of his attacks bore immense destructive force, capable of tearing through the fabric of space and time, pressing Sun Wukong to his limits. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong, armed with the extraordinary power of the Super Saiyan God and an indomitable spirit, repeatedly counterattacked from what seemed like insurmountable predicaments, showcasing remarkable resilience and courage. Their battle's aftermath crashed upon the surrounding stars like tumultuous waves, each radiant celestial body disintegrating into cosmic dust under the sheer magnitude of their power, causing the entire universe to tremble in response to this epic confrontation, distorting space and rendering time devoid of its original significance. As the intensity of the battle escalated, a dramatic shift occurred. Sun Wukong gradually reverted to a Super Saiyan state, the once resplendent divine aura diminishing. Yet unexpectedly, even in this form, he continued to engage fiercely with the overwhelmingly powerful Beerus. A fire of indomitable spirit burned in Sun Wukong's eyes. Although his radiance was no longer as dazzling as that of the Super Saiyan God, each strike he delivered was imbued with unyielding resolve and courage. Even Beerus was momentarily taken aback, surprised that despite the loss of that strength, Sun Wukong could still contend against him, finding it intriguing. On the ground, Whis had preemptively created a projection to prevent anyone from underestimating the situation. Observing Sun Wukong, who had reverted to the Super Saiyan God, yet still fought Beerus, Chun Yu, though familiar with the original narrative, found himself momentarily taken aback. Hey, what is going on? He has already transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet he continues to exchange blows? Vegeta turned to Chun Yu. It must be that the energy of the Super Saiyan God has fully integrated into his being, which is why such an effect is manifesting. I can still sense his divine energy. Chun Yu observed the projection, his expression impassive, feeling his Saiyan lineage stirring within him, the desire for battle igniting as if he too were awakening. Whis, upon hearing Chun Yu's analysis, cast him a surprised glance before returning his gaze to the projection. Chapter 79. Mortals and Deities. With Beerus merely becoming slightly more serious, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Sun Wukong found himself nearly defenseless in this fierce skirmish, suffering a devastating defeat. His body, akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraled out of control as he plummeted into the endless abyss below. The overwhelming force rendered him unconscious, his form descending into the dense atmosphere without awareness. As he fell, his body collided violently with the air currents of the atmosphere, generating dazzling sparks of light. Yet he remained oblivious, his closed eyes and pallid complexion betraying his current fragility and helplessness. Son Gohan prepared to rush forward to catch his father, but just then, a figure dashed swiftly to intercept, arms outstretched to receive Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Step aside. If you can't catch him, he'll fall to his doom." Beerus descended slowly to the ground. Although Sun Wukong had not demonstrated great strength, this battle had indeed surprised him. "Hey, I hear you are the Super Saiyan God. Whis told me you were the one who defeated that Majin Buu, right?" Beerus addressed Chun Yu. "Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God is merely a transformation that any Saiyan can achieve with sufficient training. If you, Lord Beerus, wish to spar with me, please remember not to destroy Earth," Chun Yu explained, reiterating his earlier request. For he understood that he was not yet a match for these deities. Since he could not contend with them, he could only bide his time. "I am the god of destruction, Beerus. How could my words possibly betray trust? Come, let me witness your prowess. Now, let us venture into the cosmos, Lord Beerus. I believe this battle will satisfy you." With that, Chun Yu soared into the universe, enveloped in a radiant crimson light, transforming entirely. He was now adorned with a striking magenta fur covering his body. His hair had become slightly disheveled and longer, cascading black locks resting upon his shoulders. His eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, with distinctly visible pupils. Indeed, he had ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Beerus, still grounded, sensed an immense surge of energy as Chun Yu launched himself into the cosmos and scrutinized the source without rising. In an instant, Beerus teleported into the universe. Gazing at Chun Yu's new form, he remarked, "What transformation is this?" It seems you possess greater strength than the others. This is Super Saiyan 4, Lord Beerus. I hope this battle will be exhilarating for you. In his mind, Chun Yu recalled the recent battle of Son Goku, now fully embodying the form of Super Saiyan 4. In the vast expanse of the universe, he stood ready to engage in a breathtaking duel against Beerus. The god of destruction was taken aback by the potent aura emanating from Chun Yu, astonished that an ordinary mortal could attain such remarkable strength. Yet, neither party exchanged many words. Chun Yu roared, unleashing the fighting spirit within him, dashing towards Beerus like a bolt of lightning. His speed so extraordinary that a long golden trail followed him. Beerus responded swiftly, his gaze sharpening as he thrust his hands forward, releasing a formidable energy wave in an attempt to thwart Chun Yu's charge. Unfazed, Chun Yu crossed his arms before his chest and collided with the energy wave. The resulting explosion echoed loudly, scattering countless brilliant lights. Chun Yu surged through the energy wave's barrier, arriving before Beerus, and swung a punch aimed at the god of destruction's face. Beerus evaded with ease, sidestepping and delivering a kick to Chun Yu's abdomen. Reacting swiftly, Chun Yu blocked the strike with his arm, yet the force still pushed him back several steps. Regaining his footing, Chun Yu launched a series of rapid punches, each infused with tremendous power and fierce momentum. Beerus remained calm, deftly countering each of Chun Yu's attacks with fluid movements. The battle intensified, with Chun Yu unleashing various techniques, energy spheres, and ki blasts towards Beerus, who retaliated with even greater ferocity, each of his strikes causing violent ripples in the surrounding space. In a climactic clash, both Chun Yu and Beerus were momentarily knocked back. Chun Yu gasped for breath, his golden aura flickering, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Beerus's expression grew serious, recognizing that this mortal was exceptional. After a brief pause, Chun Yu unleashed the full might of Super Saiyan 4, charging at Beerus anew. This time, his speed and strength reached unprecedented heights, resulting in an exhilarating exchange of blows. The cosmos shone brightly, energy radiating in all directions. The intensity of the battle leaving onlookers in awe. Chun Yu swiftly maneuvered behind Beerus, his fist enveloped in crimson light, delivering a powerful blow that sent Beerus hurtling backward. Chun Yu observed him regain his balance with a calm demeanor. Impressive. It's been ages since I've experienced such combat, he exclaimed. However, it seems you have yet to unleash your full power, Lord Beerus. Please, allow me to witness it. How intriguing. Let me show you, Beerus replied, as a swirling purple aura enveloped him, undulating like ocean waves around his form. Chun Yu immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, his expression turning grave. Despite the immense strain, a fire ignited within him. He remarked to himself before teleporting once more to Beerus's front, unleashing a devastating punch that resonated through the fabric of space. Yet, astonishingly, Beerus remained unmoved, absorbing the blow without a hint of effect. Chun Yu was momentarily stunned, but the Scion's innate combative spirit ignited within him. Exhilarated by the thrill and pressure of battle, Beerus, however, made no immediate move. Instead, he heightened his divine energy, releasing a torrent of purple energy. This surge of power resembled a colossal tidal wave, crashing down upon Chun Yu with overwhelming force. Beerus initiated the assault with a mere flick of his fist, unleashing a punch infused with boundless destructive force, racing towards Chun Yu at an astonishing speed. Chun Yu summoned all his strength to defend himself, but when the force met his defenses, he was sent flying, unable to withstand the overwhelming might. Before he could stabilize himself, Beerus appeared behind him, landing a kick that propelled him downward like a meteor, crashing into a desolate planet and creating a massive crater upon impact. Beerus wasted no time, firing an energy beam towards Chun Yu, who struggled to leap from the pit in an effort to evade the oncoming strike. Yet, the energy beam pursued him relentlessly, ultimately striking true. The powerful energy surge coursed through Chun Yu, causing him to writhe in agony as he tumbled through the air. Beerus reappeared before him, delivering a slicing palm strike. Chun Yu raised his arms to block, but the impact left him numb, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 80. Bloodline Ascendance. Beerus granted Chun Yu no respite, landing a punch enveloped in purple energy that sent him hurtling into a mountainside. Despite being embedded in the rock, Chun Yu rose immediately, wiping the blood from his lip. Indeed, the god of destruction is formidable, but do not underestimate me. I am a Scion. With a fierce cry, Chun Yu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion, teeth gritting, and facial muscles taut with pain. Suddenly, he unleashed a deafening roar that seemed to break the very confines of the universe, resonating into the endless void. Accompanied by this primal scream filled with anger, defiance, and determination, the latent power within him erupted like a volcano, radiating his entire essence. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming energy surged from Chun Yu, akin to a tidal wave sweeping through the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of space and creating visible ripples. Then, a dazzling magenta light sliced through the darkness like lightning. Under this brilliant illumination, Chun Yu underwent a breathtaking transformation. His fur shimmered in vibrant magenta, each strand glowing with an ethereal brilliance, as if forged from the most resplendent stars. His hair shifted to a deep, rich crimson, cloaked in a mysterious, alluring shadow, a slumbering ancient power ready to awaken. Now, an extraordinary purple-red aura enveloped him, fiery and tempestuous, reminiscent of raging flames or flowing lava, each pulse releasing a chilling energy wave. This aura radiated such intense heat that it seemed capable of incinerating everything in proximity to nothingness. Indeed, Chun Yu, spurred on by the ferocity of the battle, had fully awakened and released the latent powers within his bloodline. In this form, he had transcended into Super Saiyan 4 bloodline ascendants. The formidable energy he exuded was akin to a blazing sun, overshadowing the nearby stars in its brilliance. His unwavering and fervent gaze sent a powerful declaration to Beerus. No matter how formidable the adversary or how dire the situation, he would not be easily vanquished. He would fight to the bitter end until the dawn of victory emerged. At this moment, neither Chun Yu nor Beerus made a move, instead locking eyes in a tense standoff. Chun Yu's appearance resembled that of a sovereign ruler, silently observing his opponent, while Beerus, too, sensed that Chun Yu had irrevocably transformed. His astonishment palpable. On Earth, the main characters and Whis gazed in astonishment at the images projected by the staff, with several Saiyans feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How could this be possible? The pressure emanating from their very bloodlines was unfathomable. Just a mere glance, and that force seemed to penetrate deeply within me. Vegeta was utterly astonished. The indescribable pressure from the projection was palpable, and he was, after all, the Prince of Saiyans. Ha ha ha, take a good look. Chun Yu has completely unleashed the energy within him now. It's unlike anything you witnessed moments ago, Whis remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet in the cosmos, the two sides had already commenced their fierce battle. Beneath the overwhelming energies of the combatants, the barren planet shattered into fragments amidst the void of space. Following Chun Yu's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 and the elevation of his bloodline, the thrilling clash between him and Beerus escalated to a fever pitch. Chun Yu was engulfed in a blazing purple-red aura, radiating an indomitable spirit that surged forth with a thunderous might, charging at Beerus with renewed vigor. In that instant, his speed was akin to lightning, his strength seemingly capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality. Each strike he delivered held the potential for unparalleled destruction. Initially, Beerus regarded Chun Yu's new form with a hint of disdain. However, after enduring a series of Chun Yu's relentless and formidable attacks, the deity's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chun Yu's fists rained down upon Beerus like a tempest, and for a moment, the god of destruction found himself momentarily overwhelmed, revealing subtle wounds on his otherwise impervious form. Yet, as a being of immense power, Beerus quickly regained his composure, unleashing even more terrifying techniques to retaliate fiercely. Each of Beerus's strikes was imbued with a chilling energy, capable of annihilating anything in its path. Chun Yu, though gritting his teeth and valiantly resisting, gradually felt the weight of exhaustion bearing down upon him. In a cataclysmic clash of energies, Chun Yu was violently propelled away by Beerus's overwhelming force. Blood gushed from his mouth, drifting through the void like delicate crimson blossoms. Nevertheless, driven by an unyielding will, Chun Yu rose to his feet once more, his gaze resolute and brimming with the fervor of battle as he pressed on with relentless assaults against Beerus. The intensity of the conflict escalated, with both combatants pouring every ounce of their strength into the fray. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding space. Every burst of energy resembled the cataclysmic explosion of stars, The entire universe seemed to tremble and lament under the weight of their struggle. Ultimately, the prolonged and intense combat took its toll on Chun Yu, leading him to gradually succumb to fatigue and dwindling energy. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus amassed all his might and unleashed a decisive, cataclysmic attack. The strike, akin to a radiant beam of destruction, struck Chun Yu with blinding speed. He could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, and his body fell like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into the cold, vast expanse of the cosmos, losing consciousness. This extraordinary battle concluded with Beerus's temporary triumph, yet Chun Yu's tenacity and fearless valor earned him Beerus's newfound respect. Beerus swiftly transported Chun Yu back to Earth, placing him before Whis and stating, "Whis, please administer treatment. I must say, it's been a long time since I felt such an exhilarating fight. Ha ha ha. As long as Lord Beerus is pleased." Whis responded, retracting his staff, and with a gentle touch upon Chun Yu's fallen form, a soft white light enveloped him, gradually restoring his consciousness. Chun Yu slowly rose, stretching his aching limbs, and, with a faint smile at Whis and Beerus, remarked, "Lord Beerus, are you satisfied now? Let us go. I shall take you to indulge in some exquisite cuisine." At the mention of food, the two were instantly intrigued, exchanging farewells with the main characters before dispersing to their respective homes. Thus, this not-so-crisis-laden crisis concluded in such a manner. Chapter 81. The aftermath and developments. Days passed, and life returned to its mundane rhythm for everyone. As for the outcome of that encounter, Beerus and Whis enjoyed a lavish feast in West City, courtesy of Chun Yu, before departing. Subsequently, with Chun Yu's assistance, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In the original storyline, Vegeta was meant to attain this transformation through his own training. Yet this time, with Chun Yu's playful guidance, our Saiyan Prince relied on external support to achieve it. Chun Yu realized post-battle that the difference between Super Saiyan 4 and the ascended bloodline of Super Saiyan 4 was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The strength, aura, and energy quality were entirely distinct. Interestingly, during this period, the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta approached Chun Yu, expressing that he found Chun Yu's transformation more suitable for him. Thus, he set aside his pride to seek Chun Yu's counsel. However, Chun Yu was not inclined to divulge his secrets, lest it jeopardize the future of his own unique transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yu replied, "Every Saiyan is unique. Even if you learn to mimic my transformation, success is not guaranteed. Why not forge your own path instead?" To further convince Vegeta, Chun Yu employed his ancestral art of persuasion and provocation. Consider this. If you and Goku share the same transformation, then by developing your own on top of that, wouldn't you surpass him? By the way, I've spent some time training with Whis, which grants me an edge over you. Otherwise, would I have needed to push my limits during our earlier battle? You should find a good teacher for your training." Vegeta, taken aback, pondered, "Indeed, if I am currently akin to Kakarot, then I must carve my own path to surpass him." With newfound clarity in his eyes, Vegeta bid farewell and returned home to prepare for training. Chun Yu also contemplated enlisting Whis' assistance to train Vegeta when next he arrived, curious to see if the perennial second could finally rise to prominence. Since absorbing the power of the great ape and through his own training, Chun Yu had reached a level where he could contend with the main character's Super Saiyan 2 forms. Not to mention, he had surpassed them in several transformations. Chun Yu often mused on an intriguing question. If he were to summon Gogeta and Vegeto, who would prove to be more formidable? He also entertained the audacious notion of fusing them once more to see what monstrous entity would emerge, an enigma no one could fathom. "Hey, system, shouldn't I receive a reward for battling Beerus? Even though I didn't win, I did engage in combat. Are you withholding my rewards?" Ding. Rewards are only granted for defeating opponents, and the power disparity cannot be too vast. The system also did not issue a task. It's your own fault for not paying attention to the system's introductions. In all honesty, Chun Yu felt a wave of frustration. Had it not been for his companion 18 still at home, he would have unleashed a torrent of complaints about the system. By the way, system, could you perhaps provide me with a template for Vegeto? I already embody a semblance of Gogeta. Imagine the fusion with Vegeto. Ah, you truly are a genius. It may well be worth exploring. Thus, I shall issue a task. Defeat Vegeto to earn the perfect Vegeto template fusion, a complete amalgamation of great ape power and bloodline. The system is uncertain of the outcome, but I believe this could be an intriguing and expedited way for the host to grow stronger. Worth a try? With Vegeta and Gogeta both possessing two Patera earrings, they could only merge through the Metamoran fusion dance. What would the resulting entity be called? Vegeta? One is the strongest in the universe, while the other reigns supreme across dimensions. Could their fusion yield the mightiest being across realms? It was certainly worth a shot. Consequently, Chun Yu instantaneously transported himself, along with Goku and Vegeta, to the outskirts, where the two remained bewildered, having been brought there without any prior knowledge of his intentions. Hey, Chun Yu, what exactly are you planning by summoning both of us? Vegeta inquired. Well, Vegeta, I must admit this request might be a bit awkward for you. But are you aware of the Metamoran fusion dance? I wish to merge with both of you to create the ultimate warrior for a battle. Upon hearing Chun Yu's explanation, the two individuals displayed expressions of various shades, unsure of how the fusion would transpire, yet the merging of their essences would ultimately depend on their mutual agreement. Chun Yu, having noticed their reactions, spoke again. I am merely at a standstill in my cultivation and seek a formidable opponent for a duel. After our fusion, it will automatically dissolve within half an hour. Once released, I can guide you in cultivating a new form. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, ever the martial enthusiast, readily consented, recognizing the rare opportunity to train alongside Chun Yu after their bout. Very well, I agree to your terms, but might you first demonstrate this new form you speak of? Chun Yu acquiesced, inhaling deeply before gently closing his eyes. He focused intently, channeling the tumultuous divine energy within him. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Chun Yu, causing the surrounding air to swirl chaotically. Carefully, he controlled the divine energy, enveloping the core of the Super Saiyan's energy like layers of a cocoon. As this process continued, a resplendent blue light burst forth from Chun Yu, illuminating the entire space. Under the brilliance of this azure glow, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The blue light that had shrouded him began to dissipate, as if drawn by an unseen force. When the radiance finally faded, the transformation before Sun Wukong and Vegeta was nothing short of astonishing. Chun Yu now possessed flowing blue hair that danced in the wind. With his brows and pupils transformed into a profound blue, he emanated an unparalleled aura of majesty and dominance, akin to a deity descending from the depths of the cosmos. Undoubtedly, Chun Yu had successfully transformed, entering the state of Super Saiyan Blue. Next, Chun Yu commenced instructing the two on the fusion process. However, the somewhat embarrassing actions provoked Vegeta's ire. Observing this, Chun Yu had no recourse but to reassure Vegeta that this would be a singular occasion, suggesting that perhaps both might gain new insights post-fusion, along with his guidance in their training. Vegeta, conceding, remarked that this was indeed a special exception. Chapter 82, The Clash of Vegeta. After some time, the two began the true fusion. As their movements synchronized, their fingers aligned perfectly, one above the other. And in that instant, a dazzling orange light erupted from the ground like a ferocious tornado. The brilliance was blinding, almost unbearable to gaze upon. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, fracturing the ground and sending debris flying. As the orange glow gradually faded, before Chun Yu appeared the formidable warrior, Vegeta. The fusion of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Vegeta stood tall, radiating an unmatched aura of strength. His gaze was resolute and sharp, as if he could see through all. The powerful presence seemed to solidify the surrounding space. Listen, I am neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong. I am Chun Yu, the one destined to defeat you. Since this is a fusion of two, I shall be known as Vegeta. Come forth, Chun Yu, and show me the might of the strongest warrior. Vegeta, let us see your true strength. Chun Yu declared, opting to ascend into the cosmos for the sake of Earth's safety, with Vegeta closely pursuing. Chun Yu, enveloped in a brilliant blue light, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue to meet the challenge. Vegeta, witnessing this, smiled faintly before unleashing his own aura. Engulfed in a crimson light as he transformed into Super Saiyan God Vegeta. In the vast expanse of the universe, an extraordinary battle was on the brink of commencement. Super Saiyan Blue Chun Yu and Super Saiyan God Vegeta stood poised against one another. Chun Yu was surrounded by an ethereal blue glow, with azure flames swirling around him. His eyes filled with determination and resolve, as if he intended to obliterate any obstacle in his path. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God form, emitted a divine and powerful aura, the red light akin to a blazing sun illuminating the dark void of space. His stature was imposing, each movement infused with strength and authority. As the battle commenced, Chun Yu took the initiative, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Vegeta, delivering a punch imbued with ferocious power. Vegeta, quick to react, sidestepped and retaliated with an energy beam. Chun Yu deftly evaded the beam, pivoting to deliver a swift kick, accompanied by a rush of wind. Vegeta raised his hand to block the strike, pushing Chun Yu back several meters. Stabilizing himself, Chun Yu swiftly gathered energy, conjuring a massive blue energy sphere and hurling it at Vegeta. Vegeta, hands clasped, summoned a red energy shield before him, successfully absorbing the impact of the energy sphere. The clash continued, neither party yielding ground. Each collision reverberated through the surrounding space, igniting breathtaking bursts of light akin to fireworks across the cosmos. Their combat was a blur, their forms flickering in and out of view, overwhelming to behold. Chun Yu roared, surging forth with renewed vigor, his blue flames burning even brighter. Vegeta, undeterred, matched his intensity, his red light growing ever more radiant, seemingly vying for supremacy against Chun Yu's azure glow. The universe echoed with the sounds of their fists colliding. Chun Yu soon realized the formidable nature of Vegeta. Their fusion had elevated their strength tremendously, not to mention the enhancements bestowed by their transformations. It was nothing short of terrifying, and with each exchange, Chun Yu felt increasingly astounded by Vegeta's might and combat prowess, complemented by an innate aura of invincibility. Determined to fulfill his mission, Chun Yu ceased holding back, for failure to complete his objective would spell disaster should their fusion unravel. With a powerful strike, he sent Vegeta hurtling backward, igniting his blue flames, and, with a fierce shout, ascended to Super Saiyan Blue Level 2. Now, Chun Yu's hair stood on end, each strand sharp as daggers, reaching toward the infinite sky. His form was engulfed in surging blue flames, relentless and potent, embodying boundless strength and fury. Simultaneously, amidst this overwhelming power, bolts of lightning crackled, dancing like silver serpents, each flash and explosion releasing a pulse of unnerving energy. Come forth, Vegeta, for my Saiyan blood is boiling. Vegeta, though taken aback, bellowed in response, elevating his own aura to its zenith as he charged forth to engage Chun Yu in combat. Super Saiyan Blue Level 2 Chun Yu now exhibited unparalleled strength, maintaining a firm upper hand over the fully unleashed Super Saiyan God Vegeta. The blue light surrounding him glimmered like a brilliant star, warping the very fabric of space. His blue flames, akin to raging waves, grew more ferocious, as if seeking to engulf the cosmos itself. Each pulse of energy resonated with a force that trembled the surrounding stars. Vegeta, despite exerting all his power, found himself struggling under Chun Yu's overwhelming pressure. His brilliant red aura, while striking, paled in comparison to Chun Yu's more potent blue light. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta valiantly resisted Chun Yu's onslaught, pouring every ounce of his strength into each counterattack. Chun Yu's strikes resembled a tempest, each punch capable of cataclysmic destruction, each kick stirring a whirlpool of energy. Under such relentless assault, Vegeta could do little but defend and evade, seeking an opportunity to counter. Yet, Chun Yu offered no respite, unleashing wave after wave of formidable attacks. Not allowing Vegeta a moment's respite, Chun Yu swiftly landed a heavy blow to Vegeta's abdomen, the punch infused with immense blue energy, causing Vegeta to double over and spit out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Come now, Vegeta, this is the final strike. Let us determine the victor. Chun Yu's gaze burned fiercely, his expression resolute. After declaring this, he quickly gathered the Kamehameha energy at his side. Immediately, under the frenzied augmentation of his entire energy, he thrust his hands forward with great force. In that instant, a colossal and terrifying Kamehameha surged forth from his palms, resembling a ferocious blue dragon, exuding an aura of annihilation as it hurtled towards Gogeta. On the other side, Gogeta, undeterred, unleashed his full energy in response. Likewise, he manifested a crimson Kamehameha, its brilliance radiant and intense, akin to a blazing red sun. The two immensely powerful energies collided in the vast cosmos, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and a surge of energy. The entirety of the universe was illuminated by this brilliant radiance, while the very fabric of space trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Yu displayed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he intensified his energy output, pushing forward with renewed vigor. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his muscles tensed, as he poured every ounce of his strength into this singular attack. Ultimately, bolstered by Chun Yu's relentless power, his Kamehameha began to gain the upper hand, gradually engulfing Gogeta's Crimson Kamehameha. Soon after, Chun Yu's Kamehameha erupted with unstoppable force upon Gogeta's form. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the universe, and the resplendent light burst forth like fireworks. Gogeta's figure was instantly engulfed by the explosion, and the surrounding space descended into chaos from the tremendous energy shock. In Chapter 83, The Fusion of Titans, amidst the cataclysmic explosion, Gogeta could not withstand the violent energy onslaught and was compelled to disintegrate. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, too, succumbed to the overwhelming force, drifting unconscious in the icy, boundless cosmos. Chun Yu, observing this, hesitated not for a moment. He immediately summoned his energy and executed instant transmission, appearing beside the two like a specter. Subsequently, he activated instant transmission once more, whisking them away from the universe. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Earth. Chun Yu retrieved some senzu beans from the system's space and fed them to the two, then sat quietly by, awaiting their awakening. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Would you like to fuse with the perfect Gogeta template now? System, hold on a moment. There's no rush. Let us discuss this when we get home. After a short while, the two regained consciousness, standing up and recalling their memories of the fusion battle. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Wow, we didn't even stand a chance against you. Chun Yu, you're incredibly strong. Didn't you notice that my base battle power is significantly higher than yours? Moreover, I possess other transformations to enhance my power. What you witnessed was merely my current strongest state. This prince shall surpass you both and become the mightiest Saiyan. Now tell me, how does one transform into that so-called Super Saiyan Blue?" Chun Yu chuckled and replied, "It's quite simple, really. First, you must fully integrate the God Ki, and then strive to master the state of Super Saiyan God. Finally, you overlay the God Ki onto the Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan God is akin to the God state, while Super Saiyan Blue is merely transforming into Super Saiyan while replacing the Ki with God Ki." Vegeta contemplated for a moment before bellowing, "Kakarot, I shall be the first to transform into that Super Saiyan Blue." With that, he soared into the sky. Sun Wukong, after some thought, bid Chun Yu farewell before taking off as well. Chun Yu, witnessing this, also executed instant transmission back home. What was the first thing he did upon returning home? Of course, he greeted his beloved wife and indulged in some affectionate moments. Given the current special circumstances, a bit of intimacy was hardly unreasonable. After a while, Chun Yu entered the training room and inquired of the system, "Will merging these two templates cause any issues?" "Do not worry. This system is here to protect you. Why be afraid? Moreover, merging the two templates will significantly enhance your potential, and your bloodline should exhibit slight changes. All for the better." Upon hearing this, Chun Yu reflected, "Indeed, for the sake of rapid cultivation, to become the strongest warrior, and to protect my family, system. Proceed with the fusion." Just as the words left his mouth, the entire system seemed to activate, commencing its operations. In an instant, an overwhelmingly intense heat surged through Chun Yu's body like a torrential flood. This heat ignited every nerve and blood vessel, bringing waves of unbearable agony. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching pain assailed him, akin to countless sharp blades violently stirring within him. Chun Yu felt as though his body might be torn to shreds. The excruciating pain compelled him to clench his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Veins bulged on his forehead like serpents, clearly visible. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow, cascading down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Yet, despite the torment, Chun Yu gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring, refusing to utter a single groan or cry. After a brief period, the pain finally subsided. Chun Yu exhaled a deep sigh, then rose to his feet, stretching his now revitalized body before heading to the restroom to inspect his appearance and physique. He mused aloud, "I seem younger, perhaps a tad taller, and my muscles feel more defined." He returned to the training room, engaged in a bit of movement, then declared, "System, open the panel and reveal the current changes." Panel, name, Chun Yu, Gogeta template, bloodline, Saiyan mutated bloodline power level, 5 million system evaluation, unmatched potential, highly developable capacity, exceptional talent limits, capable of rapid cultivation. System, after merging the two templates, is my bloodline still the mutated Saiyan bloodline? Or are there other changes? Ding. Since you sincerely asked, I shall benevolently enlighten you. First, the current Saiyan mutated bloodline differs from your previous one. It now resembles an upgraded Pro Max version, with potential and talent limits maximized. Whatever you cultivate henceforth will be extraordinarily formidable. Chun Yu was momentarily stunned and replied, So? Is that all? You're deceiving me, system. No, listen well, mortal. This system is fair and just. Let me elaborate. Firstly, your physical strength has undergone tremendous enhancement. After merging with the great ape's power, it has already improved. And with transformations, it can escalate further. However, your base state has reached an astonishing level, meaning your body can better control energy, store, and even unleash more powerful forces. Furthermore, with the enhancement of your physical strength, your divine path and Saiyan evolutionary path can eventually merge after you master divine power, eliminating the need for a singular form. In terms of energy intensity, explosive speed, and control, your capabilities far exceed those of the past. Secondly, in terms of mental fortitude, the union of these two supreme warriors will significantly amplify your mental strength, preventing chaotic emotions from arising. With training, you will perfectly master your emotions. Thirdly, your talent, potential, and cultivation will be maximized. It can be said that with every bit of cultivation, you will inevitably become the strongest. Lastly, and most importantly, upon reaching a certain level in your training, breakthroughs will no longer be triggered by life and death situations. Instead, they will occur naturally and calmly. Listening to these changes and benefits left Chun Yu wide-eyed. So, after the fusion of the two mightiest warriors, he had essentially become Gogeta himself. In this world, however, Gogeta would not exist, so he would undoubtedly be the strongest. To write the traditional Super Saiyan path, mastering divine power is essential. Thus, merging Gogeta and Vegeta is imperative. Even if the protagonist's battle power becomes overwhelmingly strong, it is justifiable, is it not? After all, two supreme warriors have fused into one. Chapter 84. Daily Mundanities. Now that I can fully develop the Saiyan bloodline, might there be transformations such as Super Saiyan 5 or 6 in the future? Chun Yu pondered while reclining on his sofa, one arm wrapped around his beloved Android 18. Ding. This system can only convey that your innate potential has reached its pinnacle. Thus, I can only tell you that everything is derived from you. So, it implies that such transformations indeed exist. When the time comes, achieving a Super Saiyan at the 18th level would render one invincible across all realms. How terrifying. It's almost beyond imagination. Chun Yu had previously attempted to enhance the quality of divine energy and harness divine power, but all endeavors had ended in failure. If divine power is the foundation, then Chun Yu had faltered at the very base, leaving no possibility to construct anything further. The traditional Saiyan transformations seemed to have reached their limits. However, drawing from memories of a past life, he recalled that Super Saiyan 5, as depicted in Dragon Ball AF, necessitated immense mental fortitude and extreme emotions, such as fury, to break through, perhaps anticipating the arrival of his own child, or perhaps from the mundanity of daily life. Chun Yu found himself devoid of intense emotions, preferring instead to cherish the tranquility of existence and savor each fleeting moment. Based on recollections from his previous life, Chun Yu meticulously calculated the transformations as follows. Great Ape Bloodline Super Saiyan 4. Great Ape Bloodline Enhanced Mental Power Super Saiyan 5. Divine Energy Super Saiyan Blue. In truth, the Great Ape symbolizes physical strength, a concern Chun Yu did not possess, as he had integrated the Great Ape and Bloodline, rendering his normal state akin to a humanoid Great Ape. Thus, according to this calculation, aside from potentially insufficient combat power in his normal state, he could seamlessly transform into Super Saiyan 5. Whether through mental training or physical conditioning, Chun Yu had a significant edge, even surpassing others in combat strength and energy manipulation. Yet, achieving a breakthrough always required an opportunity. Even with standards in place, one needed a buffer and chance to reach them. Chun Yu's physical strength was now among the strongest. Previously, if he had lost control of his divine energy, he would have perished in an explosion. Now, should such a situation arise, he could entirely suppress and expel it. Moreover, with the complete fusion of Great Ape power and bloodline, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would now allow him to exceed the strength of a destroyer god, reaching a new echelon. If his energy could rise even higher, combined with such a formidable physique, his combat prowess would be extraordinarily formidable. System, Why is the physical strength of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline so outrageous? Broly's explosive power rivals that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. It's simply terrifying. Ding. This is because the power of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline continuously amplifies, subtly enhancing the body. You need not worry, your physical strength and combat ability will perpetually increase, even without training. Then why is the combat power of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline so absurd? Dear host, have you noticed? Broly cannot transform into a great ape. Yet he can still directly transform into Super Saiyan 4. In essence, the great ape power and bloodline strength have merged completely, and his combat power surges due to his overwhelming emotions. Chun Yu contemplated this and realized it was indeed plausible. Based on the series, emotional instability appeared. Yet he never transformed into a great ape despite living on that planet for so long. Surely he must have seen the moon at night. Wait, system, I have a question. If I utilize divine power to break through Super Saiyan, can I still be considered a traditional Super Saiyan? It seems that would not be possible. What a predicament. I had intended to pursue the Super Saiyan path, and now I'm told I cannot. Meaning I must either abandon divine power cultivation or forsake the subsequent bloodline Super Saiyan training. There is another method. Combine divine power with ki. This way, you retain the energy quality of divine power while minimizing the physical burden and maintaining excellent control, essentially merging two energies. Although you cannot transform using the divine path, you can still transform into Super Saiyan and learn divine techniques. How to combine them? Don't just tell me half the method. If you could make me the strongest, it would also fulfill your purpose. There will be tasks ahead, dear host. Shouldn't you focus on mastering divine power and further developing the bloodline Super Saiyan path? So, do not rush, as one cannot overreach. Can I not teach you a lesson? If I could reach you, I would certainly unleash a Kamehameha. By the way, I recall that the main characters might be switched with Zamasu's wish using the Super Dragon Balls. Will I be affected, system? Ding. Your soul is not governed by this world, hence the Super Dragon Balls cannot influence you. Essentially, you are untraceable. As for others knowing you, it's because this world has granted you a mark, signifying its recognition of you. However, there is a downside. Should you die, the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect you. Such a double-edged sword. Well, I shall face challenges as they come. Becoming the strongest is my ultimate goal. During this time, aside from accompanying Android 18, Chun Yu focused on familiarizing himself with his body. He discovered that not only was his training aptitude extraordinary, but his learning ability and physical strength were also remarkably high. While waiting for their child to arrive, Chun Yu devoted time to training fervently, knowing that once the child was born, life would inevitably change. One day, two visitors arrived at Chun Yu's home, Whis and the god of destruction Beerus, who had come to Earth to indulge in its culinary delights. Conveniently, Chun Yu had been bothered by two relentless training enthusiasts recently and decided to have them accompany Whis for training. After treating Whis and Beerus to a sumptuous feast, the two divine beings consented, enticed by the allure of the food. As for Vegeta and Goku, Chun Yu had previously mentioned their situation. Additionally, Vegeta, aware of the formidable nature of the god of destruction, had been informed by Chun Yu that Whis was actually the mentor of Beerus, thereby resolving any potential issues. Chapter 85. Little Princess to care for Android 18. Chun Yu made a special trip to Bulma's home to inquire about childbirth matters. Even enlisting Bulma's assistance and hiring a few people to attend to 18. This period was perhaps the most distressing for Chun Yu. He was about to become a father. Yet he found himself ensnared in a web of worries. He feared he might not care for the child and family adequately and was anxious about future challenges, leaving him in a state of melancholy, devoid of the joy that fatherhood should bring. Naturally, Android 18 noticed her husband's emotional turmoil and provided him with ample comfort and understanding, which helped Chun Yu to gain clarity. Living well and caring for the family were paramount. Everything else was secondary. If he was not afraid of divine beings, how could he fear the trivialities of life? Emerging from his moment of despair, Chun Yu devoted himself to caring for 18 and cherishing their time together. Hey, system, is there any way to expedite 18's delivery? I know childbirth can be quite painful for women. Your 18 is not an ordinary person. Even if there were a method, would you dare to use it? Are you not concerned about potential issues arising from it? Could you at least evaluate the child's current state, such as their bloodline and combat power? The birth is imminent. You truly are insatiable. If it weren't for my empathetic nature, I wouldn't assist you with such matters. Just wait. Although Chun Yu was playfully chastised by the system, he remained unfazed, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Your child's physical condition is exceptional, with remarkably high strength, seemingly influenced by your divine energy, suggesting the child may be born with divine energy. What? What did you say? What about the bloodline? To clarify, both you and your wife utilize divine energy, which means your child will be born with divine energy. Future cultivation will lead to divine power. The bloodline is currently undetectable. It is truly absurd. How long have I trained to attain the divine aura? Although I still aspire to pursue the path of Super Saiyan and divine power. The divine aura is fundamental. This child is born with an inherent advantage. How can I possibly reason with that? Chung pondered for a moment, determining that as a father, he could not allow his child to surpass him. Rigorous training was imperative, though not necessarily to fully master divine power. He at least needed to grasp it before his child. At that moment, Chung found himself feeling frustrated in the presence of a mere child. Such an indignity, such a loss of face. As time flowed by, the day of the birth of number 18 finally arrived. Chung waited anxiously outside the hospital, his heart filled with trepidation. However, after Bulma provided some reassuring information, he was finally able to relax. Ultimately, within half an hour, the doctor informed him that both mother and daughter were safe. At that moment, Chung could hardly be bothered with hospital decorum. He unleashed a powerful aura, crashing through the wall and rushing inside without a second thought. "Oh my!" Bulma exclaimed, watching as Chung clutched his forehead in disbelief. Upon entering the room, he approached number 18's bedside, his eyes brimming with concern and affection, continuously inquiring, "My dear, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that you are uncomfortable?" His anxious demeanor suggested that nothing else in the world mattered more than her well-being. "I feel fine." Perhaps it's because number 18 is also a strong individual. She was able to get out of bed and walk shortly after giving birth. Aside from feeling a bit weak, there's nothing wrong. Even the doctor remarked that it was a medical miracle. They then brought number 18 to a small cradle, where they gazed at the child, who bore a resemblance to both number 18 and himself. Chung and number 18 exchanged glances, sharing a joyful smile. In that moment, Chung felt a familial bond and sense of responsibility that he had never experienced in his past life. For the first time, he sensed a deep-seated belonging to a family. "Wait, let me think of a name." Chung paced back and forth, contemplating, as he looked at the serene little girl lying in the cradle. "How about Qingjai?" "Yes, that is perfect." Upon hearing this, number 18 smiled brightly and remarked, "Jai is a lovely name." At that moment, someone burst through the wall, creating a large hole, and another person flew in, exclaiming, "Where's my nephew? Where are my sister and brother-in-law?" What a chaotic bunch. Bulma was left speechless. It turned out that it was number 17 who had rushed in. Chung had informed him prior to arriving at the hospital that he would soon have a nephew or niece and invited him to come and see. Now, disregarding all decorum, he barged in, relying on his strength to make his entrance. Upon seeing the little girl peacefully resting, number 17 smiled and teased, "She looks just like you, sister. So adorable. Though I suspect her temperament will differ from yours." "What did you say? It seems like you've been in need of a good thrashing for a while." Number 18 retorted angrily, grabbing number 17 by the ear and scolding him. Chung and Bulma watched, amused by the exchange. Eventually, Chung, filled with joy and immense care, gently cradled the delicate princess in his arms and brought her home. Number 17 was subsequently and sincerely invited to stay at Chung's home to help care for the newborn. Chung then embarked on a life filled with warmth and love within his family. Each morning, he awakened to the gentle coos of his daughter, watching as his wife lovingly fed her. That scene was immensely heartwarming. He would join his wife in bathing their daughter, the little one splashing joyfully in the water, eliciting laughter from the family. In the afternoon sunlight, Chung would hold his daughter while his wife leaned against him, the three of them strolling through the garden, enjoying the gentle caress of the breeze. In the evenings, he would narrate tender stories to his daughter, watching her drift into a sweet slumber in his wife's embrace. On weekends, they would take their daughter to the park, observing her curious exploration of the world around her, their eyes filled with affection. Sometimes, Chung would personally cook sumptuous dinners for his wife and daughter, and the family would gather around the table, relishing the food and each other's company. In this ordinary yet precious daily life, Chung truly grasped the warmth and happiness that family brought. the smiles on their faces radiating genuine contentment and joy. Chapter 86. The Training of Divine Power. While Chung reveled in this blissful family life, unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy targeting the entire realm of the Omni King was already in the works. "Daddy," his little princess suddenly spoke, nestled in his arms. "What did you say?" "Call me good daughter again." "Babbles. Good girl." Chung, brimming with happiness, hurried into his room to boast to number 18. After enjoying a substantial period of blissful living, Chung understood deep down that he could not remain complacent in this comfort. Thus, he decided it was time to return to training. For he recognized that should any unforeseen events arise, he would lack the capability to protect his cherished family adequately. He informed number 18 that he would be leaving for 2 days to train, which she fully supported, as these Saiyans were indeed fervent warriors. It was merely that her man was not as reckless as others. With resolute determination, Chung resolutely made his way to the sacred world of the Kais. Without hesitation, he entered the mysterious room of spirit and time, ready to embark on a grueling training journey. As he approached the room, the system issued a task: please master divine power within 1 year in the room of spirit and time. Reward: fusion of divine power and aura, perfect control of emotions. It is indeed true that when one lacks something, it tends to manifest. Yet, mastering divine power is no simple feat. Chung felt overwhelmed. For if it were any other aspect, he would tackle it without question, but with divine power, despite his extensive training, he still found himself distanced from it. Moreover, there were no references to divine power available to Chung. The only valuable resource was his memory, an insight gained from the special training suit Whis had provided him, during which he had gained some understanding. With determination, he resolved to create conditions where none existed. After all, can a living being truly succumb to inaction? Furthermore, the mention of perfect control over emotions might well be the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 5. Thus, even if it proved difficult, Chung knew he must forge conditions to master it. In his quest to master divine power, Chung truly exerted every ounce of his strength. Within the mysterious and pressure-laden room of spirit and time, he maintained his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue 2nd grade, fully concentrating on experiencing and mastering the flow and application of divine aura within him. He devised an intense training regimen, repeatedly simulating various complex and perilous combat scenarios. Through these simulations, he compelled his body and consciousness to adapt to the formidable and unique power of divine aura, never once wavering despite the immense physical and mental strain. Moreover, Chung exhibited remarkable attention to detail and patience. After each use of divine aura, he meticulously studied the subtle nuances, like a diligent scholar analyzing every movement and the effects of each exertion, identifying strengths to enhance while continuously adjusting and refining his weaknesses. In terms of developing divine aura, Chung had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The quality, purity, and destructive potential of his divine aura were at their zenith. Yet, the breakthrough to divine power still eluded him. Regardless of whether he observed the application of divine aura or enhanced its quality, he remained separated from divine power by a thin veil, one that required a catalyst to penetrate. After enduring yet another lengthy and arduous training session, Chung was thrilled to discover that the refinement of divine aura had reached an unparalleled peak, significantly amplifying the strength of his Super Saiyan Blue 2nd grade transformation beyond previous limits. Chung calmed his mind, carefully attuning himself to the differences between his current state and his past. He scrutinized every minute change, wholly focused on experiencing every fluctuation of power in his body, attempting to uncover the key to evolving divine aura into divine power. His gaze was filled with concentration and resolve, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just himself and the power he sought to explore. In this tranquil training space, Chung immersed himself in the profound understanding of strength, eagerly awaiting the moment of breakthrough. Suddenly, a layer of transparent energy waves enveloped Chun Yu. Although he maintained the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue 2nd stage, the aura of Super Saiyan Blue 2nd stage was seamlessly integrated into his body. A layer of transparent essence encircled his physique, and a flowing, white aura formed around his eyes. His hair, though blue, was wrapped in a translucent, streamlined energy. I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded. It turns out that the key to this transformation is to completely purify the divine energy. Chun Yu opened his eyes, stood up, and moved about, realizing that his control over divine power was not as sensitive as his control over aura. However, this substantial feeling rendered the damage of divine power unparalleled by mere aura. Congratulations, host, for completing the reward. The reward is now being distributed. As the system's voice faded, Chun Yu's Super Saiyan Blue second stage transformation instantly vanished, and he returned to his normal state. Shortly thereafter, he sensed two streams of energy within him merging like warm currents. As a wave of white energy radiated from his body, he assessed his own power. He possessed a perfect control akin to aura, combined with the destructive and versatile nature of divine power. This is excellent. I have finally taken the final and most fundamental step. However, before Chun Yu could finish his self-congratulatory thoughts, he felt a peculiar sensation enter his mind. Subsequently, he discovered a method of emotional control that he could wield at any time. The system rewards have been fully distributed. Please continue to strive, host. It was the emotional control method granted by the system. Chun Yu examined it carefully and began to ponder. He then sensed the various energies within his body, only to find that the transformation into divine energy was entirely inaccessible. Thus, he inquired, "System, what is going on? I can no longer transform into Super Saiyan God." Because the host has mastered divine power, the transformation into divine energy, which is inferior to divine power, will naturally cease to manifest. Moreover, the host's normal state is a fusion of divine power and aura. Therefore, your combat power has significantly increased. But the enhancements from Super Saiyan and bloodline transformations remain the same. Only your combat power has improved. I see, Chun Yu mused. It makes sense that with higher tier energy, the lower tier transformations would cease to occur. Instead, I now possess the control of aura akin to divine power. I should be pleased about that. Chapter 87. Super Saiyan 5. As Chun Yu contemplated this, he transformed back into Super Saiyan, confirming the system's assertion that the enhancement effects of transformations remained unchanged. Only his normal combat power had changed. Chun Yu had diligently trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for an extended period, and his normal combat power had surged at an astonishing rate. Yet, it was regrettable that he had been unable to break through to the next stage of transformation. Regardless of his efforts to explore and tap into his potential, the door to a higher transformation stage remained firmly shut, seemingly testing his patience and perseverance. At present, Chun Yu's normal combat power had reached a terrifying level, one that even he found hard to believe. Perhaps due to his exceptional potential, his training had yielded extraordinary results. To break through to the coveted Super Saiyan 5, the next stage of transformation, Chun Yu resolutely employed the emotional control method rewarded by the system, striving to maintain his emotions in a state of extreme anger. Under the surge of this overwhelming, near uncontrollable fury, Chun Yu astonishingly transitioned directly from his normal state to a sublime form embodying the bloodline of Super Saiyan 4. However, this was merely the beginning. In this extreme state of anger, he cleverly combined his physical strength with mental fortitude, as if he had discovered a magical key that successfully unlocked a brand new door, leading him into an unknown and challenging realm. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Chun Yu let out a roar, "Ha!" The white light enveloping him dissipated, revealing a new visage. His hair now cascaded like a waterfall, reaching shoulder length, flowing from his neck down to his front, far longer than ordinary shoulder-length hair, resembling a shimmering silver river. Each silver strand shimmered with a mysterious luster, containing boundless power. The silver fur covering his body resembled fine armor, adding an air of majesty and wildness. Most striking were his red pupils, akin to burning flames, radiating heat and strength. The purple rings around his eyes resembled mysterious runes, imparting an aura of danger and enigma. Simultaneously, crackling lightning surrounded him, darting like agile dragons, enveloping him in a dazzling yet fearsome glow. Indeed, the white hair and fur, red pupils, purple rings, and the lightning encircling his body all signified the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Chun Yu exerted great effort to control his emotions, striving to maintain anger while gradually calming himself. In this transformation, Chun Yu realized that the instability of emotions and the burden of energy expenditure were immense due to it being his first transformation. Thus, he focused on stabilizing his emotions, striving to eliminate the violent and tumultuous thoughts caused by the transformation, while adapting to the overwhelming combat power of this new form. After carefully attuning himself to this unprecedented transformation, Chun Yu was astonished to discover its tremendous might, a strength so profound that it was almost terrifying. However, its drawbacks were equally pronounced. This transformation stemmed from extraordinary and extreme emotions, coupled with a shockingly powerful energy aura, which inflicted severe strain on his body. Moreover, maintaining control over the violent and aggressive thoughts that accompanied this transformation required immense mental strength. Thus, while this transformation granted extraordinary combat prowess, its drawbacks were equally significant and could not be ignored. After a brief period of adaptation, Chun Yu promptly reverted from this transformation, taking deep breaths of fresh air. The power of Super Saiyan 5 is indeed terrifying. Its strength is unimaginable, yet so too are its side effects. After resting, Chun Yu recognized that his body's resilience derived from the so-called Vegeta, combined with the powers of fusion and the Great Ape, along with the fusion of divine power and aura, allowed him to withstand this formidable energy. However, sustaining such a transformation required maintaining extreme or unconventional emotions, and the transformation elicited responses of aggression and murderous intent, necessitating exceptionally strong mental fortitude for control. System, do you have any effective methods to alleviate or reduce these side effects? Otherwise, this transformation can only be used for short bursts or instant kills. Host, is it not true that you seldom express flattering words when you scold me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu conceded but remained unsatisfied. With a sudden idea, he spoke up. System, are you incapable? Other systems begin with overwhelming power and combat capabilities. You have me training on my own and completing various tasks for rewards. Your system is evidently inferior to others. How dare you compare this system to those mundane ones? Is it merely a method to eliminate transformation side effects you seek? I can provide that, but you must complete a task first. Otherwise, I cannot grant it to you. Quickly tell me what the task is. I am eager to know. Ding. Task issued. Maintain the Super Saiyan 5 transformation for 2 hours. Task duration, 1 month in the hyperbolic time chamber. Task reward, elimination of all negative effects of Super Saiyan 5. Is this not sheer bullying of the honest? Only 2 hours in a month to maintain this transformation. If I manage to control my emotions well, I would be grateful for even 20 minutes. Chun Yu, upon hearing the task, felt utterly speechless. Although the task held a glimmer of hope, it was exceedingly challenging. First, the negative emotions accompanying the Super Saiyan 5 transformation were immensely severe. Chun Yu's body strength could only bear the energy due to the Vegeta template, and secondly, the system's prior reward of the emotional control method enabled him to slightly manage his emotions to achieve this transformation. As for the other tumultuous influences on thought, it requires an exceptionally powerful mental fortitude to achieve transformation. Therefore, maintaining the Super Saiyan 5 transformation proves exceedingly challenging, allowing for only brief periods of combat. Nevertheless, one must adopt a step-by-step approach, first cultivating mental strength, then gradually stabilizing the transformation's influence on thought, and ultimately enhancing physical strength. Progress must be made incrementally. Chun Yu, driven by the prospect of rewards, has commenced his rigorous training. Despite his complaints, he recognizes that even if he does not complete the task to earn the reward, extending his transformation time, even slightly, would be a significant achievement. In Chapter 88, I recommend viewing the subsequent commentary. To fulfill the system's assigned tasks, Chun Yu resolutely embarked on arduous training and continuous attempts. Throughout a month of relentless effort, he elevated both his mental energy and physical strength to remarkable heights. However, he still fell slightly short in emotional control. Now, with only this final day remaining until the system task concludes, Chun Yu decisively reassures himself. Perseverance equals victory. Without hesitation, he transforms into Super Saiyan 5, striving to maintain this state as he prepares for the ultimate challenge. The negative repercussions of the Super Saiyan 5 transformation are indeed quite formidable, and Chun Yu can only persist through sheer willpower. He continuously employs his mental strength to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within. After considerable effort, the energy's intensity no longer burdens his body. Yet, the challenge remains. The emotional influences and the necessity for extreme emotions during transformation still lack an effective resolution. Consequently, to successfully complete the task, Chun Yu has no choice but to grit his teeth and rely on his formidable willpower to endure. Perhaps even Chun Yu himself did not anticipate that the moment the task was completed, he remained completely unaware. Instead, the overwhelming fatigue brought on by his mental energy compelled him to revert from his transformation. Ding! Task completed. Rewards have been distributed. After resting on the ground for a moment and realizing the task's completion, Chun Yu felt no overwhelming joy. He merely smiled, taking no further action. Perhaps he had already known that he would accomplish his goal by relying on his willpower, and thus, he simply accepted it. Chun Yu rose to his feet, retrieved a senzu bean from the system's space, and swallowed it. Instantly, the fatigue disappeared. He resolved to attempt the Super Saiyan 5 transformation once more. As the negative effects had dissipated, enveloped by his pure white hair, it later dissipated, revealing a tousled mane of white locks, white fur covering half his body, and a white tail swaying behind him. His red pupils and violet irises gleamed, accompanied by arcs of lightning surrounding his form. Chun Yu carefully attuned to his current transformation. Aside from the preconditions requiring mental energy and a robust physique, the other emotional influences and extreme emotional requirements had vanished. Now, he could fully rely on harnessing the energy within his body to transform. At long last, it has concluded. It seems that a few more months remain until he can emerge. He must strive to enhance his base combat power before then. Chun Yu mused to himself, subsequently creating several clones of energy to engage in combat. Currently, Chun Yu's base energy is a fusion of Ki and divine power, which allows for the subsequent training of divine techniques. However, transformations such as Super Saiyan God remain unattainable. Traditional Saiyan transformations remain unaffected, as his current base energy differs. Yet transformations still stem from his lineage. Additionally, to clarify a few points to avoid confusion, Chun Yu's current template is Gogeta, which is a fusion of Vegeta and Goku, referred to as Vegeta. Furthermore, Android 18 now wields divine Ki rather than Ki, as they have trained on the Destroyer planet. Thus, she will also master divine power later. Of course, upon mastering divine techniques, the energy utilized will naturally be divine power, as divine techniques necessitate the use of divine energy. Next comes the main event. The title of this book is Dark Realm Dimension. Initially, I intended to write about the protagonist's dimensional journeys, such as the King Kai dimension, Destroyer dimension, and God Priest dimension, etc. However, this would render combat power irrelevant, and several comments expressed a desire to see the traditional Saiyan path. Therefore, to cater to the reader's preferences, I have merged divine power and Ki, pursuing the traditional Saiyan transformation route. Moreover, due to the presence of divine power, one can also train divine techniques, an advantageous duality. Why must people always criticize me? I have been diligently trying to fill the gaps, and it's not that I intentionally create inconsistencies or write haphazardly. In fact, I have altered the original plot to fill those gaps. Just view it as a novel, will you? If you seek strict adherence to the original, you should read the original story. I work hard after hours to craft this fanfiction, not only for my enjoyment, but also to express my thoughts for others to enjoy as well. Yet, I am met with criticism. What can I say? I cannot retaliate. I can only voice my grievances, even if it means bearing the brunt of the criticism, striving to write better. I am making changes. I truly am. Please stop the criticisms, dear readers. After work, I still write for your enjoyment. Can you tolerate a bit more? Otherwise, facing my boss's ire at work, then encountering disparaging comments afterward, earning no money, and writing in vain leads me to the brink of despair. Returning to the topic at hand, I envision the subsequent narrative as follows. The Dark Realm Dimension represents a place, akin to the Dragon God Dimension inhabited by the Shinran, and the Xeno's Palace Dimension where Xeno resides. Furthermore, regarding combat power, I will endeavor to calculate and present various enormous figures for your satisfaction. Many have claimed that the combat power increase from transformations is minimal. I have considered this as well. I can only say that I will make some adjustments based on the previously flawed foundation, or even abandon certain transformations altogether. For instance, you might argue that the combat power increase of Super Saiyan God and Beast Gohan is entirely incorrect. I can only assure you that more thrilling forms await. Additionally, there are various exclusive forms, and these current forms merely serve as a foundation for future battles between the inhabitants of the Dark Realm Dimension and those of Xeno's territory. Consider this. How could those who cannot even reach the combat power of a destroyer possibly participate in battle and affect the outcome? Thus, all present forms are merely for entertainment, while future forms will be the standard. In Chapter 89, Mighty Flying Brick, Chun Yu has thoroughly elevated his combat power and transformations. preparing to exit the hyperbolic time chamber. He has nearly exhausted his vocal cords within. Upon emerging, his first order of business is, of course, to visit his wife and daughter. Even though only 2 days have passed in the outside world, it feels like 2 years to Chun Yu. Meanwhile, far away on the Destroyer planet, Goku and Vegeta are teaming up to attack Whis, yet no matter how they strike, they cannot land a single blow on him. Whis, we can't even touch you. How are we supposed to fight? Goku exclaimed, halting his attacks. Humph, Kakarot, you fool. The proud Prince Vegeta shares the sentiment, but would never admit to his failures. This is a lesson I wish to impart regarding battle instinct. You rely too heavily on your techniques. All techniques require cognitive thought, while your skills are indeed formidable. They only reflect what you wish to employ, not what your body instinctively desires to execute. In other words, during combat, you must rely on your body's instincts to react, rather than overthinking with your mind. It is essential to separate your body from your consciousness, allowing each part to transcend instinct and perceive surrounding dangers without cognitive intervention. Relying instead on reflexive movements to maximize speed and reaction capability. After Whis explained, Goku pondered briefly before posing an utterly absurd question. So, when Chun Yu battled Lord Beerus, was he also relying on this method? Whis glanced at Sun Wukong with a look of exasperation before speaking. Chun Yu did not rely on his physical instincts during his battle with Lord Beerus, but instead depended on his formidable energy and aura. In other words, as Chun Yu himself stated, it was about forcefully flying bricks. By the way, why not invite Chun Yu to join us for a match? He crushes his opponents purely through strength, and if the combat power is equal, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before turning to Vegeta, saying, Hey, Vegeta, shall we really go and summon Chun Yu for a match? Humph, Kakarot, I will surely be the victor. Vegeta retorted, turning his head away in a haughty manner. Please hold on for a moment, Whis. I'll go fetch Chun Yu. With that, he instantaneously vanished. Meanwhile, Chun Yu was at home resting when suddenly, someone appeared, startling him from the sofa. Upon recognizing the intruder, he almost let loose a string of expletives. After a moment to compose himself, he asked, What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training with Vegeta? Did Whis send you back? No, Whis mentioned that we should fight relying on our instincts. And he said you fight solely with your intellect. That's why I came to find you. Let us go have a match on the God of Destruction's planet. Oh, has Whis imparted his teachings to you so swiftly? Well then, let us go? I'm eager to see for myself. After bidding farewell to his wife, Chun Yu and Sun Wukong teleported to the God of Destruction's planet. Hello, Whis. It's been a while. Ah, Mr. Chun Yu. This time you can provide them with a demonstration. Whis, you didn't summon me just to serve as a negative example, did you? Whis chuckled and replied, Mr. Chun Yu, your fighting relies too heavily on intellect, which is why I want you to face them. I can provide an explanation afterward. Really, Whis, how unfair of you to summon me for such a purpose. That said, my training is indeed different from theirs. If I relied solely on instincts, I would become a brutish and reckless fighter. After contemplating for a moment, a brilliant idea struck him, and he exclaimed, Wukong, Vegeta, come on. It's been a while since I had a sparring partner. Give it your all, or you might regret it. TCH, you brat. Vegeta retorted, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and shouting, Bring it on. Seeing this, Sun Wukong also enveloped himself in azure energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Chun Yu grinned, and with a flash of white light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Whis, observing Chun Yu's transformation, was slightly taken aback and remarked, Ho ho ho. It looks like Sun Wukong and Vegeta are in for quite a challenge. Chun Yu, now adorned with white fur covering half his body, a white tail swaying behind him, disheveled long white hair, and red pupils framed by purple irises, addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Come on, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Let me show you what forcefully flying bricks truly means. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Yu, now a Super Saiyan 5, vanished in an instant and reappeared behind Sun Wukong and Vegeta, delivering powerful punches. The two, caught off guard, were propelled into the sky by the sheer force of his blows. Without pause, Chun Yu swiftly moved again, appearing behind them once more and delivering another pair of devastating punches. The force was tremendous, sending Sun Wukong and Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater accompanied by a thunderous roar, shrouding the area in dust and debris. Quickly recovering, Sun Wukong and Vegeta rose to their feet and immediately retaliated. However, No matter how fiercely they attacked or altered their strategies, they could not land a hit on Chun Yu. His speed and reflexes were lightning fast, rendering their assaults futile. Just as the two grew weary from their relentless attacks, Chun Yu seized the opportunity, delivering a sharp knife-hand strike to each of them, instantly incapacitating them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness and reverting to their normal states. Whis, witnessing this, flew over and waved his staff to heal the two. Chun Yu gradually descended, returning to his normal form, and remarked to Whis, "See, Whis, I told you our training methods are entirely different. When combat power is sufficient, the concept of forcefully flying bricks still holds true. Ho ho ho, it seems Mr. Chun Yu has been diligently training. By the way, you should seriously consider becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction." Whis, having been captivated by Chun Yu's wild transformation, found his unique appearance and fearsome aura to be the epitome of a perfect God of Destruction. "Well, Whis, I place my faith in my own strength. Just because I may lack the power of a God of Destruction does not mean I would lose to one. Therefore, as long as I can defeat a God of Destruction, their rules hold no sway over me." Chun Yu grinned, then continued, "Now, Whis, my daughter is waiting for me at home. I must return, but I shall come to train with you again soon, and I'll bring some delicacies. Farewell, Whis." With that, he teleported back to Earth. Chapter 90. Investigating Piccolo's bloodline. What has become of the individuals you dispatched to the King of All's territory? How are they faring? The figure seated on the throne in the negative universe, commonly referred to as the Dark Realm, inquired. "My lord, several were torn apart by the chaotic currents while attempting to breach the cosmic barriers, and only 2 reached the King of All's territory. One unexpectedly had its energy partially transferred to another being, but was subsequently eliminated. The other has gone missing." One subordinate knelt and reported, "What? Such a pitiful group. Just wait. Once I recover, I will lead you to breach the cosmic barriers. This time, no one will stop me, ha ha." The leader exuded a powerful aura before it dissipated. The subordinates exchanged glances but remained silent before departing. The negative universe, the antithesis of the entire cosmos, exists in a separate dimension commonly referred to as the Dark Realm. Meanwhile, those in the King of All's territory remained blissfully unaware of the situation. Though one individual sensed a subtle shift, none other than the Grand Priest. As the seal on the negative universe weakened, the cosmic barriers became less formidable. The Grand Priest began to harbor suspicions, especially considering the dark energy that had emerged in Universe 7. He was convinced that the Dark Realm was gradually resurfacing. The once powerful seal was faltering, and the King of All's territory was no longer as prosperous as it once was. "Sigh, it is time to prepare." The Grand Priest sighed deeply and began contemplating countermeasures. Another year passed, with God of Destruction Beerus still in slumber, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to Earth during this time to be with their families. In Chun Yu's household, to enhance his wife's combat prowess and ensure her safety, he dedicated the year to training Razali in divine energy. Through relentless effort, Razali successfully transformed her divine aura into divine energy, and her physical strength was now capable of fully harnessing this power. With mastery over divine energy, her combat prowess surged significantly. Although Chun Yu led a seemingly mundane life, he never ceased his training, rapidly advancing his base combat power. While he may not rival a God of Destruction, he could potentially defeat Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Under Whis' guidance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta resolved the leak in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, achieving their perfected state. Chun Yu's daughter, perhaps influenced by Razali and Chun Yu, demonstrated an astonishing ability to wield divine energy at her young age, even articulating simple phrases. Chun Yu patiently taught his daughter the fundamentals of using divine energy, advising her not to use it carelessly on Earth. It was remarkable that a child not yet 2 years old could learn to control the divine energy within her. In this narrative, the family of Chun Yu could be deemed the most formidable on Earth, for the couple's mastery of divine powers has significantly extended their lifespans. Moreover, their divine abilities continuously rejuvenate their physical forms, enhancing their strength and vitality in subtle ways. During this period, Chun Yu made a fascinating discovery. When ordinary energy is skillfully controlled, one can conjure techniques and moves according to their will. The application of divine power proves even more versatile. This is exemplified by Chun Yu's acquisition of the Chi's circular slash, a technique originally devised by Krillin, which he adapted into the 8-point light wheel, a strikingly powerful move reminiscent of the decapitating weapon employed by Ultraman Ace. This technique can vary in intensity based on the energy infused, allowing it to cleave through anything if sufficient energy is supplied, such as the rudimentary application of divine power. Furthermore, Chun Yu is gradually exploring the potential of divine energy, discovering that it can even manifest new creations as long as the energy endures, rendering these creations imperishable, truly formidable. As time drifted by, each month unfolded with its own pursuits and plans. Vegeta relentlessly trained to surpass Goku, while Goku balanced family life with his own training. It was during this time that a visitor arrived at Chun Yu's abode. "Piccolo, it has been a while. What brings you here?" Chun Yu inquired upon seeing his friend. "I have fallen behind the two Saiyans with their new transformations," Piccolo lamented. "I wish for you to take me to Namek. I want to understand my lineage." His determination to not lag behind was evident, despite the Saiyans' extraordinary prowess. "Very well, let us go. I, too, wish to visit Namek to utilize the Dragon Balls and uncover the mysteries of your Namekian heritage," Chun Yu responded, inviting Piccolo to place his hand upon his shoulder before they instantaneously teleported to the planet Namek. The landscape was indeed desolate. "By the way, Piccolo, do the Namekians not require sustenance?" Chun Yu asked. "Our kind can survive with merely water, and we seldom need to eat," Piccolo replied. "Now, let us seek out the Elder for answers." Together, they soared through the skies of Namek. Upon locating the Elder, the wise being spoke with a profound gaze. "Piccolo, your lineage harbors ancient and enigmatic powers. This strength stems from the long-standing legacy of our Namekian clan, yet its awakening and manifestation demand inner fortitude and deep self-awareness. Elder, must Piccolo awaken this power himself, or are there alternative methods?" Chun Yu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the Elder responded, "Piccolo possesses tremendous potential. However, the specifics of awakening his lineage remain unclear. Our records are sparse. The previous Elder claimed we belong to the Dragon Clan, yet the current generation knows little more." "Dragon Clan? Could it be related to the Eternal Dragon?" Chun Yu pondered aloud. "Elder, Piccolo aspires to grow stronger and not fall behind others. His strength is dedicated to protecting his companions. Might we borrow the Dragon Balls to explore how Piccolo's bloodline can be activated or understood? This would aid him in his quest for strength." "Cough, cough, child, as long as your heart is resolute, that suffices. Aun, please notify the villages to gather the Dragon Balls. I too wish to delve into the origins of our Namekian people," the Elder instructed. "This inquiry transcends mere curiosity about the Namekians. It pertains to the essence of Piccolo's lineage." The former Elder spoke of the divine being who, recognizing his immense potential, sent him away from the original Namek to ensure his protection. Now, united with the ancient master, the mystery of his bloodline continues to linger. "Thank you, Elder." Piccolo expressed his gratitude. "Child, regardless of circumstances, you possess a circle of companions and wield formidable power. You are a source of pride for our Namekian race." The Elder reassured Piccolo.